Chapter 1455, Domineering Mother Ji Wushuang, son of the Emperor. Hearing the words of the guard, the leader of the golden armor was also taken aback. Now that Emperor Jiang Wuxia has ascended to the realm of God, the city of human emperor has also become undercurrents due to the struggle for the throne of human emperor. Now that there is another son of the emperor, I am afraid that the situation will become more intense. The Jinjia leader took a deep breath, and immediately looked at Yun Yu with a solemn expression. Commander Yun, this is not the same thing. Are you sure this is really the son of His Majesty the Emperor? Commander Yun said indifferently. His Royal Highness has shown the human emperor seal to the two guards just now. Is this not enough to prove His Highness's identity? The Jinjia leader's face changed slightly. He glanced at the expressions of the two guards and knew that what Yun Yu said was true. He didn't hesitate at the moment, and he directly saluted Jiang Chen. Zhang Li doesn't know the identity of His Highness, and I hope that your Highness will not be offended. As the commander of the Jiang clan's heavenly palace, Zhang Li is also a well-known strongman of the Jiang clan's return to the market, but he did not participate in the battle between the emperors and has always remained neutral. Since this is the son of His Majesty human emperor, he should maintain his due respect to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "The person who doesn't know is not guilty. Jiang Commander is welcome. His Royal Highness, please follow me, and I will take you to meet the elders." Zhang Li gestured to Jiang Chen and the other two, and then walked into the Tiangong first. The son of the human emperor returns to the Jiang clan, and the next fight for the human emperor's position is afraid that there will be many more variables. Seeing the fading back of the three Jiang Chen, one of the golden armored guards couldn't help but murmured. "This matter is not something we can control. Report the matter to young Master Jun as soon as possible." Another golden armor guard shook his head and sighed. The news that Jiang Chen and the others entered the heavenly palace, and that the son of the emperor had returned to the Jiang clan, spread quickly among the Jiang clan as if they had grown wings. More than a dozen elders of the Jiang family gathered here one after another. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across these Jiang clan slightly, and his heart couldn't help but wink slightly. The Jiang clan is worthy of being the most powerful supreme royal family of the Xuanling continent human clan, and the strength is indeed extremely powerful. In front of these Jiang clan elders, each of them exudes an extremely powerful aura. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, these Jiang clan elder-level figures are at least strong men who have reached the late stage of Guishu. There are even a few unfathomable elders. I am afraid they are already the supreme emperor of the peak of the ruins. When Jiang Chen looked at these Jiang clan elders, the eyes of many Jiang clan elders also focused on Jiang Chen. Yun Yu, this son is the blood of His Majesty human emperor. After a while, the first white-robed old man with a childlike face broke the silence of the hall and said lightly to Yun Yu. Yun Yu nodded quickly and said, "Yes, His Majesty Jiang Chen is the bloodline left by His Majesty the Emperor and Empress Ji when they were on other planes." His Majesty human sovereign left blood on other planes, why have we never heard him mention it? Another Jinpao Jiang clan elder heard Yun Yu's words and couldn't help snorting coldly. "Jiang Yangshuo, does His Majesty the Emperor have any heirs? Does he have to tell you? What's more, Empress Ji is still in the profound spirit continent. Whether Jiang Chen is of the blood of His Majesty the Emperor, you will know if you ask." And just as the golden robe elder's voice just fell, another black-clothed elder could not help but retorted with a sneer on his face. "Elders, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen has mastered the seal of the human divine warrior, and there is no doubt about his identity. With the identity and talent of your Highness, he is fully qualified to become the heir of the Emperor. Yun has brought His Highness Jiang Chen back this time, and hopes that the elders will give His Highness a chance to participate in the trial of the Emperor." Yun Yu said neither humble nor humble. The human Emperor seal is a human sacred martial art. Only people who succeed the human Emperor are qualified to practice. How can the human Emperor easily teach it to others? According to my Jiang family, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen will be included in the candidate list of the Emperor's successor since birth. It seems that it is reasonable for His Majesty to impart the Emperor's seal to His Highness. That said, Jiang Chen was not born in the profound spirit continent. From birth, heirs to the Emperor will go through layers of assessments. If Jiang Chen becomes one of the successors of the Emperor, it would be a bit unfair to others. Many elders of the Jiang clan expressed their opinions one after another and began to argue endlessly. "Enough, all of you are the elders of the Jiang clan, so how decent it is to be so noisy." At this moment, the white-robed old man who was headed screamed, and immediately said indifferently, "This matter is of great importance, immediately summon the Yeji clan and the Bajou commander to discuss it." Just as the white-robed old man's voice just fell, a cold domineering voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "No need to negotiate. The son of this palace is the first in line to the Emperor of Humanity, and he is naturally eligible to participate in the trial of Emperor Human. I want to take a look at this palace, who dare not accept?" Following the sound of the cold words, everyone couldn't help but look towards the door of the hall. At the entrance of the hall, a majestic and peerless woman walked in slowly towards the hall. She has a beautiful and peerless face, her long blue silk hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, and she was wearing a phoenix crown and a halo, exuding an air of grace and luxury. Jiang Chen saw this figure connected with his blood, and there was also an expression of excitement in his eyes. The graceful and noble peerless woman in front of him was the figure under the influence of Shenwu Jiatian formation. His mother, Ji Wuxuang, had never met. "I have seen Queen Ji." Many elders of the Jiang clan saluted the people who came. "You elders don't have to be polite." Ji Wuxuang waved his hand, and immediately said with a domineering expression, "Jiang Chen is the son of this palace, and should be one of the heirs of the emperor. If you have any opinions, elders, this palace will take him away from the profound spirit continent and stop interfering. The Xuanling continent matter." Hearing Ji Wuxuang's words, the expressions of many Jiang clan elders suddenly changed. "Don't worry about Empress Ji. I didn't even say that His Royal Highness Jiang Chen could not be one of the heirs of the emperor." The elder white robe gave a wry smile. The other Jiang clan elders remained silent. Facing the extremely domineering Ji Wuxuang, these Jiang clan elders all compromised. Ji Wuxuang is now the only virtual, censored, realm powerhouse in the profound spirit continent, and is the backbone of their human race to contend with the blood spirit race. Many Jiang clan elders are also very clear about Ji Wuxuang's character. If they really angered this one, maybe she might really leave with Jiang Chen. Once Ji Wuxuang really didn't care about the affairs of the profound spirit continent, then their human race would be really dangerous. Chapter 1456, Heir Assessment of the Emperor. Emperor Ji, although His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is supposed to be one of the heirs of the emperor, he was not born in the Jiang clan, so he never accepted the assessment. If you directly let His Royal Highness Jiang Chen participate in the trial of the emperor, I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. In the opinion of the old, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen should always pass the evaluation of the successor of the emperor just like other successors. After being silent for a moment, the Jinpao elder named Zhang Yangshuo finally spoke. Ji Wuxuang frowned. "The heir to the emperor has been evaluated a lot since he was young. Wouldn't you ask Jiang Chen to do all the evaluations again?" Queen Ji, if His Royal Highness Jiang Chen directly participates in the trial of the emperor without any assessment, it is indeed difficult to convince the public. At this moment, the white-clothed old man headed slightly pondered. "I think that His Highness Jiang Chen will be allowed to conduct the final assessment of the heir to the emperor. What do you think?" Ji Wuxuang frowned slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a faint voice suddenly rang in the hall. "Mother, let's take the assessment. Since I dare to stand here today, I am not afraid of any assessment." Ji Wuxuang was taken aback for a moment. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was calm and relaxed, and a rare smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Okay, as expected of my Ji Wuxuang's son." Since his son didn't put the assessment in his eyes at all, Ji Wuxuang didn't worry about anything anymore. "Elder Xingbai, just arrange it as you said. Tomorrow Chener will accept the final assessment of the emperor's heir." After Ji Wuxuang finished speaking, his gaze swept over the many Jiang clan elders, and he said indifferently, "Which one of you have other opinions?" Many Jiang clan elders were silent for a while. Some trusted elders who follow Jiang Wuya naturally have no opinion on this. As for the other elders, it is also very clear that it is not easy for Ji Wuxuang to make concessions. If Ji Wuxuang is really going to provoke Ji Wuxuang, no one in the entire human race can bear Ji Wuxuang's anger. "Chener, let's go." Seeing that all the Jiang clan elders didn't speak, Ji Wuxuang greeted Jiang Chen and strode directly toward the outside of the hall. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel that his mother's aura is really not so powerful. Jiang Chen nodded to Yun Yu, and then left the hall directly with his mother Ji Wuxuang. Jiang Chen followed Ji Wuxuang to the human palace. "Chener, I restored my memory after giving birth to you back then. Because I was worried about the situation of the profound spirit continent's human race, so I went straight back to the profound spirit continent. I didn't expect this difference to be decades, so you won't blame me. Ji Wuxuang looked at Jiang Chen with extremely soft eyes. Mother, don't worry about it. If you and your father weren't blocking the blood spirit race in the profound spirit continent, I'm afraid I might not be able to live in the Shenwu continent so far. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Mother should tell me about the evaluation of the successor of the Emperor of the People. Ji Wuxuang smiled slightly, and immediately introduced Jiang Chen about the assessment. In the Jiang clan, every disciple of the Jiang clan is born, as long as the talent and bloodline reach a certain level, he can enter the evaluation list of the heir to the Emperor. The disciples who enter the evaluation list of the Emperor's successor will be evaluated every once in a while. Once the assessment fails, it will be removed from the list of heirs to the Emperor. From birth to adulthood, every heir to the Emperor will experience time and time again. And what Jiang Chen will conduct tomorrow is the last assessment of the heir to the Emperor. Chen'er, you did not grow up in the Jiang clan since you were young, and the other 3 heirs to the Emperor of the Jiang clan have established a strong power over the years. Tomorrow's assessment, they will definitely think of ways to embarrass you, you must be prepared. The last test of the heir to the Emperor is to defeat a strong man in the early days of returning to the market. But according to my estimation, the opponent they arranged for you may not be easy. Ji Wuxuang's face solemnly exhorted. She didn't want Jiang Chen to participate in this assessment, but Jiang Chen took the initiative to speak, and Ji Wuxuang did not insist. On the one hand, Ji Wuxuang was out of trust in Jiang Chen. On the other hand, Ji Wuxuang was out of consideration for the trial of the Emperor. If Jiang Chen doesn't have enough strength to convince the crowd, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get too much support. Even if he sees the trial of the Emperor, it will be extremely disadvantageous for Jiang Chen. Once tomorrow can pass the assessment and show extremely powerful strength and talent, the next human emperor trial will undoubtedly be much easier. Mother, rest assured, as long as it is an opponent of the same level, I will not lose to anyone. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but his faint voice seemed confident. He walked this way, and had never encountered an opponent in the same realm. Not to mention that it is only the early stage of the return to the market. Even if the opponent to be assessed is the middle stage of the return to the market, what fear does he have? At the same time, another palace of the Jiang family. A handsome young man dressed as snow is playing against a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. This white-clothed young man is Jiang Chen, the most dazzling genius of the younger generation of the Jiang tribe, and one of the 3 heirs of the Jiang tribe. He is extremely talented and strong, and he is also the most hopeful of winning in the human sovereign trial and becoming a new generation of human sovereign. Sir, don't know how I am doing this. Jiang Chen pinched a white child and slowly fell, and said lightly to the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar said with a faint smile, Young Master Zhen's move is indeed a good move, which caused a mess on the entire board, but young Master Zhen thought, what will happen next? With Empress Ji, the ending is already doomed. With Mister's wisdom, I must have expected the result long ago, so why bother to ask? Jiang Chen smiled, as if everything was under control. My son, there has just been news that Jiang Chen, the son of the Emperor, will conduct the last assessment of the successor of the Emperor tomorrow. At this moment, a subordinate hurried to report. Oh, it's kind of interesting. I didn't expect the always strong Queen Ji to give in. Jiang Chen looked surprised. He raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged scholar on the opposite side, then said with a chuckle, Sir, it seems that this game is not messy, it is still unknown. Since the Empress Ji has made concessions, I am afraid that tomorrow's assessment will probably not be able to stop that person. The middle-aged scholar's eyes flickered. Master Zhen's opponent in the human emperor's trial this time, I am afraid that there will be an additional opponent. Jiang Chen said proudly. Don't worry, even if he really participates in the trial of the emperor, my opponent should not be him. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Since the son of the emperor returned to the Jiang clan, heaven has been in chaos. If Jiang Chen underestimated the son of the emperor, I am afraid he would suffer a big loss in this trial of the emperor. Chapter 1457. You can pick me up, even if I lose. The next day, the sky was just slightly bright. In the center of the Jiang clan, thousands of figures gathered in a huge square early. The news that the son of the human emperor returned to the Jiang clan and had to conduct an assessment to decide whether to participate in the human emperor's trial had already spread in the human emperor city. Not only the many elders and disciples of the Jiang clan gathered here, but even the strong from the Yi clan and the Ji clan came here to watch this crucial assessment. If Jiang Chen passes the assessment, there will be an extra person heir to participate in the next human emperor trial. At that time, the battle for the throne of the emperor is bound to become more intense. This assessment is almost about the existence of the future situation of the entire human race. With such weighting, more and more people gathered in the square, including many elders of the Jiang clan, who also appeared in the sky above the square. Look, Jiang Yi, one of the heirs of the emperor, is here. At this moment, a person on the square looked up somewhere in the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed quickly. When everyone looked up, they found a man in a green robe with extraordinary momentum, like a blue breeze, walking towards the square with several figures. Not only him, but Zhang Yan and Jiang Chen are here. The other person looked at the place behind Jiang Yi and muttered. Everyone looked around and found two more groups of figures coming towards the square. One of them, led by a red-clothed man, is Jiang Yan, one of the three emperor heirs of the Jiang clan. On the other side, the white-clothed young man was naturally one of the three heirs of the Jiang clan. The three heirs to the emperor all appeared in the square at the same time to watch the assessment by the son of the emperor Jiang Chen. They also want to know whether there will be an opponent like Jiang Chen in the next human emperor trial. And shortly after the arrival of the heirs of the three emperors, Ji Wuxhuang slowly appeared on the square with Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen appeared, countless eyes on the square fell on Jiang Chen. Is this the son of His Majesty the Emperor? It doesn't seem to be very good. You have to judge people by their appearance. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is less than 30 years old and already has the cultivation base of the early days of returning to the ruins, and his talent is no worse than any heir to the emperor of the Jiang clan. In the square, everyone couldn't help but talk. This guy is living outside. He didn't even use the power of the Jiang clan to break through the realm of returning to the market at such an age. His talent is indeed very good. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen below, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. His Majesty Human Emperor and Empress Ji are both peerless geniuses in the human race, how can the offspring of them be so bad? Beside Jiang Chen, the middle-aged scholar shook his head. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The strength talent is indeed not weak, but it is not an easy task for him to pass this test. When he was speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan. Although Jiang Chen was the son of the emperor and was backed by Ji Empress and Ji Wuxhuang, this time they were the heirs of the three emperors, but he did not want one more person to compete with them for the throne of the emperor. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was selected carefully by the three of them. How could it be so easy for Jiang Chen to pass the assessment? I'm waiting to see Queen Ji. When Ji Wuxhuang brought Jiang Chen to the square, thousands of people in the square saluted Ji Wuxhuang. Ji Wuxhuang waved his hand, and immediately said to Zhang Xingbai, Elder Xingbai, start the assessment. Zhang Xingbai nodded his head, and then walked to the center of the square. Jiang Chen, the son of the emperor, lives in the outside world and returns to the Jiang clan today. He should become the heir of the emperor. After discussing with us, we decided to hold an assessment of the heir to the emperor. As long as he passes the assessment, Jiang Chen will be eligible to participate in the trial of the emperor. After Zhang Xingbai finished speaking, he looked up at Jiang Chen and said, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, come forward and accept the assessment. Ji Wuxhuang whispered, Chener, go, be careful, the opponent they arranged for you should not be easy. Mother, don't worry, I will go back. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and fell into the center of the square in a flash. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, I must have told you about the rules of this assessment. In this assessment, you will face an opponent from the early days of returning to the market. As long as you defeat the opponent, you can pass this assessment. Now I announce that the assessment begins. As Zhang Xing's vernacular voice fell, a burly figure like a hill fell heavily in the center of the square, causing the entire square to tremble severely. Jiang Zhen, the genius disciple of the Jiang clan, didn't expect Jiang Chen to be his opponent in this assessment. I didn't expect the Jiang clan to send this one out. It seems that they don't intend to give the son of the emperor any chance. In the square, when everyone saw Jiang Chen's opponent, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. I even sent Jiang Zhen out. It's really exhausting for these guys to stop Chener from competing for the throne. Looking at the opponent in front of Jiang Chen, Ji Wuxhuang's face also turned not so good. Jiang Zhen, one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Jiang family, is no worse than the three heirs of the Jiang family. If Jiang Chen hadn't violated the Jiang family rules and had been eliminated as the heir to the emperor, the fight for the emperor would definitely have Jiang Chen a place. Jiang Chen was confined by many elders of the Jiang clan for 100 years, and now he is still being punished, but they didn't expect that they would release Jiang Chen at this time. Elder Xingbai, Jiang Chen is now truly confined and punished. It would be a bit wrong for you to let him be Jiang Chen's opponent in the assessment. Ji Wuxuang frowned slightly. Emperor Ji, Jiang Chen, as a disciple of the Jiang clan, is only in the early stage of returning to the ruins, and it is in full compliance with the assessment rules. Before Jiang Xingbai could speak, another Jiang clan elder said with a smile. Ji Wuxuang raised her eyebrows and was about to speak, but Jiang Chen's faint laughter rang. Mother, since the elders say that they are in line with the rules, let him. As I said, since I dare to come, I am not afraid of any opponent. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ji Wuxuang stopped saying more. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen stood opposite each other. He stared directly at Jiang Chen. Son of the emperor, I'm sorry, it is important to me to prevent you from passing the assessment this time, so I can only apologize. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and his proud voice slowly resounded over the square in an instant. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. If you can take my seal, this test, even if I lose. Chapter 1458, Yi shakes the audience. You can pick me up, even if I lose. As Jiang Chen's proud words resounded through the audience, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. The son of the emperor is too rampant. Jiang Chen is the ultimate genius at the peak of the ruins in the early days, and there are few rivals in the same realm. Even if they were the heirs of the 3 emperors of the Jiang clan, they couldn't say that they could easily defeat Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen, the son of the emperor, threatened to defeat Jiang Chen with a single move. How could this be possible? Not only were everyone in the square stunned by Jiang Chen's words, even the heirs of the 3 emperors of the Jiang clan and the elders were all startled. Tisk tusk, it seems that Our Highness Jiang Chen has a strong tone, and he wants to defeat Jiang Chen with a single move. I'm not afraid to flash my tongue when I speak big words, but I want to see what he is capable of, and dare to speak wild words here. Many Jiang clan elders sneered. With their eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen also has the cultivation base of returning to the peak of the initial ruins. But Jiang Chen is a genius carefully cultivated by their Jiang people, no less inferior to the heirs of the 3 emperors. Even looking at the entire profound spirit continent human race, there are only a handful of people in the same realm who can defeat Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with one move with the same level of cultivation. This was absolutely impossible. Our Royal Highness Jiang Chen has a bit of a human attitude. But it is unwise to say such a thing at this time. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen in the center of the square and couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. In today's assessment, they had deliberately prevented Jiang Chen from becoming the 4th heir to the emperor, so they sent Jiang Chen out. Now that Jiang Chen said this, didn't he intentionally make his assessment more difficult? The middle-aged scholar's eyes flickered slightly. If he is not ranting. Jiang Chen was taken aback, and immediately smiled confidently. Mister's hypothesis is absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is very clear about what kind of existence Jiang Chen is. Even if he makes a full shot, it will never be possible to defeat Jiang Chen with one move. How could Jiang Chen do something that he couldn't even do? The middle-aged scholar sighed slightly. Although this one was very talented, he was a bit overconfident after all. There is no absolute in anything. There are always people in this world who can't use common sense at all to describe them, they can make the impossible possible. When the middle-aged scholar first saw Jiang Chen, he had already felt that Jiang Chen was probably this type of person. Ji Wuxuang had no expression on her face. Although Jiang Chen's words seemed arrogant, she believed that her son would not be aimless. She naturally knew that when Jiang Wuyu left Shenwu continent, he left the human emperor's seal to Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen mastered the 2nd seal of the human emperor seal, it was not impossible to defeat Jiang Chen with one seal. Son of the emperor, you are more mad than I thought. I want to see how you can defeat me. Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh, and his whole body was skyrocketed with lightning. The space of thousands of feet was full of wind and thunder. The silver thunder was mixed with terrifying silver storms and came to oppress Jiang Chen with overwhelming power. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and a thunder-light fist shadow pierced through the heavens and the earth, which also instantly shattered the void and whizzed towards Jiang Chen. Tisk tusk. deserves to be a rare genius of the Jiang clan. One shot is the law of the two great emperors. You are wrong, there are three. In addition to the law of thunder and wind, there is also the law of strength in Jiang Zhen's punch. Jiang Zhen's three laws are applied at the same time, then Jiang Chen is afraid it is dangerous. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help shaking their heads in awe. Seeing Jiang Zhen's move, the three heirs to the emperor couldn't help but change slightly. This guy is really a man born for martial arts. Even if they have been confined for 10 years, their strength is still not inferior to them. If it weren't for this guy's hot and impulsive personality, and his unrestrained behavior, which triggered the Jiang family rules, I'm afraid they would have another powerful opponent in their fight for the throne. Three powers of laws, this guy is indeed a rare genius of the Jiang clan. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Zhen in surprise. An invisible force of law also spread from Jiang Chen's body in an instant. I saw that the silver thunderstorms that were oppressing Jiang Chen in the void changed from extremely fast to still, and then the space was distorted for a while, and those silver thunderstorms disappeared into the distorted space instantly. Only the Lei Guang Quan Ying on Jiang Zhen's fist paused for a moment, then under the control of Jiang Zhen, it shattered the distorted space and shot at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked indifferent, raised his head and pointed out lightly, as if a heavenly sword fell down in the void, instantly smashing the thunder light fist shadow. Hi, how could it be possible that Jiang Zhen's powerful blow was so easily blocked by Jiang Chen? Nothing is impossible. We all look down upon the son of the imperial man. He just displayed the three laws of time, space, time, and kendo. His strength is probably not weaker than Jiang Zhen. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so strong. This time there is a good show. In the square, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the scene before them. That's not bad. Just with this hand, His Highness Jiang Chen is still qualified to be the heir to the emperor. Some Jiang clan elders who supported Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. However, the expressions of the heirs of the three emperors and the rest of the elders were not so good. It seems that even if they summon Jiang Zhen out, I am afraid it will be difficult to prevent Jiang Chen from passing this test. Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the son of the emperor. If you were born in the Jiang clan since you were a child, you will definitely have a place in the fight for the emperor. Jiang Zhen stared at Jiang Chen tightly. It's a pity. You returned to the Jiang clan too late, and you met me again today in the assessment. The throne of the emperor is destined to miss you. Jiang Zhen, you can't help but value yourself too much. No one in this world can stop me on the way Jiang Chen is going. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and a burst of bright golden light burst out of his palm. I saw his palm surrounded by golden light turned over and shot out. A gold seal the size of a palm rose into the sky, and then rapidly enlarged in the void. In the blink of an eye, the golden seal turned into a giant seal with the word Zhu carved on one side, crashing down towards Jiang Zhen below. Above and below, everyone was staring at the golden square seal. Their expressions were extremely shocking. Chapter 1459. Who else is not convinced, despite the fight? This time, the people who came to watch Jiang Chen's assessment, except for the Jiang clan, were also big figures with extraordinary human status. Almost no one is unfamiliar with this huge golden seal with the character Zhu, the Emperor seal of Terran warriors. And it's the second seal of the Emperor's seal, the seal of Zhu Shen. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen could actually display the second seal of the Emperor's seal. Zhu Shen Yin, how is this possible? Looking at the seal displayed by Jiang Chen, even Jiang Zhen, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but scream out in shock. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan on the side also showed incredible horror in their eyes. As the heirs of the emperor of the Jiang clan generation who passed all the assessments, all three of them have the qualifications of a cultivator. The three of them are very knowledgeable about Ren Huang Yin. They know better than anyone how difficult it is to cultivate with the seal of the emperor. Even with the talents of the three of them, it took several years to master the first seal of the human emperor seal. But Jiang Chen had successfully cultivated the second seal of the god of punishment. How could this be possible? Chenur really has mastered the mark of Zhu Shen. Ji Wuxuang looked at the situation in front of him, and a rare smile appeared on the beautiful face. It is no exaggeration to be called the most powerful martial arts in the Xuanling continent, and the power of one seal is even greater. Since Jiang Chen had mastered the mark of Zhu Shen, almost no one could stop him in the same realm. Even if Jiang Zhen is not weak, he is bound to lose. This guy, actually cultivated into the mark of Zhu Shen. Jiang Chen looked at the imprint of Zhu Shen that was suppressed with overwhelming divine power. His expression also changed drastically. He let out a low growl in his throat, and the power of the silver wind and thunder swept across the world, and the Qianzhong Emperor's body instantly condensed, like the Optimus Pillar, and slammed into the mark of the censored of death. The void shook, the sun and the moon trembled. The terrifying storm of destruction instantly centered on the two of them, turning into a black hole of vitality, rapidly zooming in on the square. Zhang Xingbai's face changed, and he quickly stretched out a hand to draw a barrier, covering the thousands of meters in the center of the square. But in the center of the battle between the two, Jiang Chen relied on the Qianzhong Emperor's body to block the suppressed Zhu Shen seal. Such a stalemate did not last long, and a crisp click suddenly resounded in the quiet square. Everyone's gazes also gathered at the place where the two were fighting. I saw that Jiang Chen Qianzhong Emperor's body was pressured by the divine power of Zhu Shenyin, and finally small cracks appeared. This tiny crack, although in Jiang Zhen's huge emperor body, was not very obvious. However, many people with very high eyesight saw this scene clearly, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Zhen's emperor body really couldn't stop the power of Zhu Shen's seal. Under everyone's gaze, the slight clicking sound in the void sounded again. Gradually, this kind of sound became more and more dense, and finally it almost became a piece. But in Jiang Zhen's emperor body, the originally tiny cracks spread quickly like a spider web. The cracks spread rapidly, and in just a moment, Jiang Zhen's Qianzhong Emperor's body was covered. Only heard a bang, Jiang Zhen's Qianzhong Emperor body finally couldn't bear the divine power of Zhu Shen's seal, and it collapsed. The emperor body shattered, and Jiang Zhen couldn't help but let out a slight muffled hum. I saw that his whole person was suppressed by the power of Zhu Shenyin, and finally he kneeled heavily in the middle of the square. Even the square that can withstand the full blow of the strong in the middle of the ruins is a huge pit that Jiang Zhen smashed, and blood is pouring out of his mouth like a fountain. The shocking scene in front of me immediately caused the entire square to fall into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze at Jiang Chen revealed the only horror before. The son of the emperor who has been living in the outside world is so powerful. Even the top geniuses of Jiang Zhen, like Jiang Zhen, were suppressed by the first seal. Yiyan suppressed Jiang Zhen. Jiang Chen ignored the shocked expressions of everyone, and his proud voice resounded directly over the square. Who else is dissatisfied with my heir to the emperor? Just come up. As long as one of the Jiang clan peers can beat me, I will give up the identity of the heir of the emperor, Jiang Chen. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the square was silent, and many Jiang disciples looked at each other, and no one dared to challenge them. Jiang Zhen is already the strongest existence of the young generation, excluding the three heirs of the emperor. Even Jiang Zhen was suppressed by Jiang Chenyin. What is the difference between them going up and looking for death? Although the heirs of the three kings didn't look good, they didn't even want to make a move. The combat power that Jiang Chen showed was too terrifying. Even if they shot, they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen. If this shot not only failed to defeat Jiang Chen, but instead was defeated by Jiang Chen, it would undoubtedly be a very unfavorable thing for them to compete for the throne of the emperor. Elder Star White, can you announce the results of the assessment? Seeing that Jiang Chenyin suppressed Jiang Zhen, so that no one of the young Jiang people dared to come forward to challenge, Ji Wuxuang couldn't help but chuckled lightly, breaking the silence in the square. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is so talented that he should be the heir to the emperor. Jiang Xingbai returned to his senses, and immediately took a deep breath and said, "Now I announce that His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is the fourth heir to the human emperor of my human race and is eligible to participate in the human emperor trial." I didn't expect Jiang Chen to pass this test so soon. After hearing Jiang Xingbai's announcement of the results, many faces were filled with surprises that could not be concealed. In today's battle, Jiang Chen almost overwhelmed the entire young generation of Jiang clan with one person. As the son of the emperor of others, he is bound to be shocked next. The human emperor's trial half a month later, I am afraid it will become even more confusing. As Jiang Xingbai announced the result, Jiang Chen and Ji Wuxuang slowly disappeared into the square under shocked gazes. Young Master Jiang, now you should know how extraordinary this man's son is. In the void, the middle-aged scholar next to Jiang Zhen looked at the direction Jiang Chen was leaving, with a serious expression on his face. The human emperor's trial can win the position of the human emperor not only by personal courage. Even if there is an additional opponent, after half a month's trial of the emperor, the one who wins in the end will only be me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and immediately disappeared in the void with a flash. Chapter 1460. Yi Wuji, the first genius of the Yi clan. People Palace. Ji Wuxuang looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his beautiful face. Chener, in today's assessment, your performance far exceeded my expectations. With today's battle, as you will surely gain the support of many people in the human race. In the next half-month, you will be in contact with the young talents in the Human Emperor City to prepare for the next Human Emperor trial. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Mother, how did this Emperor's trial go on? The Human Emperor trial will be conducted in the Beast Spirit secret realm controlled by the human race. In that space, countless Emperor-level beast spirits containing dragon energy have been bred. The rules for your trial are also very simple, that is, hunt down Emperor-level beast spirits in the secret realm to obtain dragon energy. Who can gather the 99 dragon energy in one body, can succeed to the throne of the Emperor. Ji Wuxuang said here, with a slight pause in his tone, but although it is the Human Emperor's trial, it is not only you 4 heirs who can enter the secret realm. Jiang Chen said with a surprised look, could there be other people who can enter the secret realm? Yes, as long as the young geniuses of the returning market realm under the age of 100 of human race are eligible to enter the Beast Spirit secret realm. And the Beast Spirit secret realm is another place of opportunity. Once opened, the young talents of the human race will not miss the opportunity to enter it. Although only the 4 of you are participating in the human sovereign trial, these young geniuses are not allowed to participate. Ji Wuxuang said solemnly, that's why I let you get in touch with the young geniuses who come into contact with the human race during this time, and it's best to let them enter the secret realm to help you acquire dragon energy. As the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. If Jiang Chen could not get the support of some young geniuses, it would not be easy to gather the 99 dragon energy on his own. For this, Ji Wuxuang is actually quite worried. Although in terms of personal strength, Jiang Chen is definitely not inferior to the other 3 imperial heirs. But Jiang Chen returned to the Jiang clan too late. In terms of relationship and influence, he was far from being comparable to the other 3 heirs of the emperor. Even many of the young geniuses of the Ji clan were closer to the other 3 heirs to the emperor. Although she was the queen of Ji, she couldn't control the thoughts of the young geniuses of the Ji clan and forced them to help Jiang Chen. How much support Jiang Chen can get in this half-month, everything can only rely on himself. Mother, don't worry, I know what to do. Although the rules of the Human Emperor's trial are indeed a bit unfavorable for the newcomer, Jiang Chen didn't care too much. Jiang Chen didn't plan to contact the young talents of human race according to his mother's will. Regarding the rules of the Human Emperor's trial, the other 3 heirs of the Human Emperor are naturally very clear, and they are probably thinking of trying to win over the young talents of the human race. At this time, I am afraid that many young geniuses have been drawn to the 3 heirs to the Emperor. Even if he comes into contact with these young geniuses, it probably doesn't make much sense. Rather than wasting this time, he might as well practice in retreat and break through the middle of the ruins before the Emperor's trial. At that time, hunting down the beast spirits below the end of the ruins is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. In the face of absolute power, everything is false. Even if he is alone, he may not be the first to gather 99 dragons in one. After enlightening Ji, there is a Yi clan disciple named Yi Chengjun outside the Jiang clan, saying that he wants to see His Royal Highness Jiang Chen for something important. At this moment, a maid hurried to report. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxuang couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. Mother, this is a descendant of the Yi clan I met on the Shenwu continent. It might not be easy for him to come to me. I will meet him. When Jiang Chen spoke, his brows were twisted tightly. He came to the imperial city for the first time, and the whole imperial city didn't deserve his attention. Yi Chengjun came to him in such a hurry. Could it be that Meng Qingxie had some trouble with the Yi clan? Ji Wuxuang nodded and said, Go, you will stop by the Yi clan, and see Yi Wuji, the first day of the Yi clan. This person has not come with any heir to the emperor. If you can get his help, the chances of victory in the trial of the emperor will definitely increase. Jiang Chen replied, and then bid farewell to Ji Wuxuang and walked away. All the way out of the Jiang clan temple, Jiang Chen soon saw Yi Chengjun, who was waiting anxiously at the door of the temple. Yi Chengjun looked at Jiang Chen coming out of Tiangong and couldn't help but greeted him quickly. His Royal Highness, you are finally here. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly, you came to me in such a hurry, did Xianxia have trouble with your Yi clan? His Royal Highness really expected things like a god. Yi Chengjun gave a wry smile and quickly explained to Jiang Chen. After Meng Xianxia came to the Yi clan with the silence of the night, she kept staying simple, very low-key, and did not encounter any trouble. When Jiang Chen was evaluating the heir to the emperor, Meng Xianxia broke through the Emperor Guishu realm in the Yi clan. Because of the great movement of the breakthrough, it attracted the Yi clan's attention, and even Yi Wuji, the first genius of the Yi clan, was attracted. Unexpectedly, the first time Yi Wuji saw Meng Xianxia, he fell in love with Meng Xianxia and asked Meng Xianxia to be his woman. Now Yi Wuji only gave Meng Xianxia 3 days, and 3 days later he would marry Meng Xianxia. When Jiang Chen heard the words of Lord Yecheng, he couldn't help but stunned. His mother Ji Wuxuang had just asked him to go to Yejia to meet Yi Wuji, but she didn't expect that Yi Wuji would even have Meng Xianxui's idea. It seems that he and Yi Wuji are destined to be enemies and not friends. Let's go to Yejia, I want to see what Yi Wuji is capable of. Even my Jiang Chen people dare to move. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Yi clan. After a while, Jiang Chen's figure appeared above the Night clan. He was condescending to look down at the Night clan, and his faint voice slowly echoed over the Night clan. Jiang Chen, Jiang clan, specially came to visit Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji, please show up quickly. Jiang Chen, the son of the emperor, didn't he just pass the assessment of the heir to the emperor? Why did he suddenly come to the Yi clan? Many Yi clan disciples heard the sudden voice from the sky, and they couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. In a palace in the center of the Night clan, a black figure suddenly stepped up into the air, and the unruly voice instantly resounded through the world. Jiang Chen, you finally came, and I have been waiting for you for a long time, Yi Wuji. Chapter 1461. To deal with you, there is no need to display the human seal. A faint voice spread slowly across the sky. A black-clothed young man standing holding his hand also appeared above the Night clan in an instant. He looked calmly at Jiang Chen thousands of feet away, and a strand of black and white hair fluttered gently on his forehead, and his whole body exuded a powerful and unruly aura. Yi Wuji, where's Meng Xianxia? Hand her over. Jiang Chen stared at Yi Wuji with cold eyes, without talking nonsense, straight to the door. Meng Xianxia will be my Yi Wuji woman 3 days later, why should I leave it to you? Yi Wuji sneered and said, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, now this man's imperial city, this son is one of the few people who can help you. If you want to win the trial of the imperial man in half a month, you'd better don't treat me with this attitude. An icy glow suddenly shot from Jiang Chen's eyes, are you threatening me? What this son says is true. The corner of Yi Wuji's mouth raised a slight arc. The young talents of the human race, at least 90% of the young talents of the human race are drawn by the heirs of the other 3 emperors. And is your only chance in the trial of the emperor. Humph, you can't help but value yourself too much. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and a sudden murderous intent filled his body. Yi Wuji, whether I can win in the human sovereign trial, it's not your turn to worry about it. Give Meng Xianxia over, no one in this world can threaten me. In the trial of the emperor, Jiang Chen had never thought of relying on anyone, so how could he care about Yi Wuji's threat? Over the years, even though Jiang Chen hadn't said anything on his lips, Meng Xianxia already had a place in his heart. Now that Yi Wuji dared to hit Meng Xianxui's idea, how could it not make him angry? Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen and this young man are actually the same kind of people, and they are also masters who love beauty but not Zhongshan. Yi Wuji looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. I wonder if His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is interested in playing. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. How do you want to play? It's very simple, we two fight a game. You lose, Meng Xianxia stays. You win, Meng Xianxia, you take it away, the Emperor tries to help you free of charge, how about? Yi Wuji downplayed authentically. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. A boring trick, I'm not in the mood to waste time with you here. Why? His Royal Highness Jiang Chen defeated Jiang Zhen in the assessment today, and the younger generation of the Jiang clan is Megatron. Doesn't he even have the courage to fight me? Yi Wuji's jealous eyes could not help showing a provocative look. Jiang Chen, fight him. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from below the Night clan. Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw Meng Qingshui's figure slowly appearing in his sight. Qingshui, there is no need, let's go. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Qingshui, a soft smile appeared in his eyes. I want to take you away, no one can stop me. Meng Qingshui stared at Jiang Chen with beautiful eyes. If I have to let you fight him. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled faintly. Okay, let's fight. When I clean up this guy, I will take you away. Meng Qingshui has always been a bad word. She acted like this because Yi Wuji wanted to make herself a helper in the trial of the emperor. Since it is the love of the beautiful woman, why should Jiang Chen refuse? Yi Wuji, don't you want to fight a game? Let's do it. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, looking directly at the opposite Yi Wuji and said lightly. Yi Wuji heard that. On that unruly face, it also became full of warfare in an instant. Okay. My son will learn about the power of your imperial seal today. Jiang Chen expressionlessly. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. To deal with you, I don't need to use the human seal at all. I always felt that Yi Wuji was crazy enough, but I didn't expect to meet someone more crazy than me today. If you can defeat me without using the seal of human emperor, I will be willing to surrender to you, Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji laughed. A strange space law also filled the void in an instant, making the space of thousands of square meters become distorted. Jiang Chen gently raised his hand, a space was also swept out, and the twisted space around him was restored in the blink of an eye. Hey, I didn't expect you to master the law of space, Lei Lai. Yi Wuji glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, and immediately the surrounding wind and thunder were surging, and a thunderclaw containing the power of space came directly towards Jiang Chen to suppress it. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and he also merged the laws of space and the laws of thunder, and slammed the thunder claws like a thunder. A terrifying thunder and lightning storm swept across the Night Clan, and the surrounding space became nothingness. Yi Wuji stepped back on the ground 2 or 3 steps in the void. He looked at Jiang Chen who had only stepped back half a step, his eyes condensed slightly. It's interesting, I want to see how many laws you can master. The wind comes. Yi Wuji screamed, and the law of wind was also directly displayed. The 3 laws of power interweave and fuse in the void, and finally turned into a thunder and lightning dragon, carrying a storm capable of destroying everything, directly penetrating the space and roaring towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't panic, he also instantly displayed the law of the wind path, fused together with the 3 same law powers, and understatement blocked Yi Wuji's attack. Yi Wuji roared, and the overwhelming laws of killing turned into a monster blood blade. The thunderstorm above the blood blade lingered, and finally penetrated the space of thousands of meters silently, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pointed his finger into a sword, and a 4-color sword slammed on the oncoming blood blade, smashing the blood blade to pieces. Standing with his hands in his hands, he looked at Yi Wuji faintly. Do you have any means? Just use it. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is worthy of being the son of the emperor. He didn't expect to have the 4 laws of power. Yi Wuji sneered coldly. But, now you and I both master the 4 laws of power. It is impossible for you to defeat me by this. If you display the human emperor seal, there may be a chance. My ability, how can you imagine it? Jiang Chen sneered and glanced at Yi Wuji, his proud voice also resounded directly in the air. Yi Wuji, open my eyes and look forward to seeing how I can defeat you without the seal of the emperor. The cold voice fell, and a fire law that seemed to burn the entire sky into nothingness was also slowly spreading out of Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 1462, Yi Wuji Surrender. The Law of Fire, the 5th Law of Power. Yi Wuji looked at the fiery power of the law in the surrounding space, and finally there was a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes. Yi Wuji, as the first genius of the Yi clan, has always been rebellious. In terms of martial arts talent, Yi Wuji never felt that he would lose to anyone. Even the 3 heirs of the emperor of the Jiang clan, Yi Wuji had never taken it seriously. Even the heirs of the 3 emperors, whether it is cultivation level or the understanding of martial arts principles, it is difficult to surpass it. Yi Wuji never thought of it. Jiang Chen's comprehension of the laws of martial arts has reached as many as 5 kinds. Just when Yi Wuji was horrified, Jiang Chen merged with the demon flames condensed by the 5 laws, and instantly burned thousands of feet of the void, and whistled out at Yi Wuji. Yi Wuji's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly urged the 4 laws to the extreme. Each time the power of law merges, the power of the explosion will increase exponentially. How can Yi Wuji's 4 laws of power stop Jiang Chen's fusion of the 5 laws of power? I saw that Yi Wuji's 4 laws of power were directly burned into nothingness at the moment it touched the 5-color flame. Yi Wuji's figure trembled, and immediately his face was pale and he retreated hundreds of feet away, and a trace of red blood couldn't help but spill from the corner of his mouth. Is this the son of the emperor who has just returned to the Jiang clan? It is as scary as the rumors are. Yes, I didn't expect that even young Master Wuji would be easily defeated by him. The scene where many Yi clan disciples looked at the sky couldn't help but wonder. Yi Wuji, you lost. In the void, Jiang Chen looked down at Yi Wuji and said lightly. Yi Wuji's complexion was pale. Regarding the cultivation base, he and Jiang Chen are both at the peak of the initial stage of returning to the ruins, almost on par. Regarding the martial arts law, Jiang Chen mastered a martial arts law more than him, and his combat power was stronger than him. In terms of martial arts, Jiang Chen even mastered the human seal, and he was even more incomparable with Jiang Chen. Over the years, Yi Wuji has never been so crushed by a young man of his generation in all aspects. It seems that you are unconvinced in losing. If so, then I will convince you. Seeing that Yi Wuji didn't speak, Jiang Chen moved his palm, and a law of time condensed from the void again, making the time within a radius of thousands of meters stopped at this moment. Time. The law of time, how is this possible? Yi Wuji's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mouth couldn't help screaming. The 6th law of power. Yi Wuji did not expect that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was so terrifying that he had mastered the 6 laws of power. Yi Wuji, who has always been awkward, first had an unprecedented sense of frustration. The talent of the son of the emperor in front of him is indeed far beyond comparison. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen's talent is inferior to Yemu. In the Beast Spirit secret realm half a month later, Yemu should fulfill his commitment and help the Royal Highness. After Yi Wuji finished speaking, he immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak. Patriarch, what do you think? In the middle of the Night Clan, above a huge palace, an old man with white hair looked at the situation in the sky, and couldn't help but face a deep-eyed middle-aged Dao in brocade. The middle-aged Jinpao pondered slightly and said, "This son has the best talent in the world, and the entire human race may not be able to compare with it. If Wuji follows him, it would be a good choice." The white-haired old man looked surprised and said, "It seems that the patriarch is very optimistic about him. In this world, some people are destined to be born emperors. Zhang Wuya was back then, and so is Jiang Chen now. Not surprisingly, he should be the next emperor of human race." The middle-aged Jinpao's voice fell, and his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. This guy is also a person. Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the place where Yi Wuji disappeared, and immediately disappeared over the Yi clan with Meng Qingshe. Back to the palace of the Jiang people, Jiang Chen took Meng Qingshe to see his mother Ji Wushuang. After seeing Meng Qingshe, Ji Wushuang was naturally overjoyed, and quickly pulled Meng Qingshe to ask questions, but left Jiang Chen to the side. Jiang Chen shook his head, greeted Ji Wushuang directly, and then went back to his residence to practice in seclusion. In the next period of time, Jiang Chen could hardly step out, making full use of the resources in his hand to gain the experience of cultivation base frantically. Jiang Chen's cultivation experience finally broke through the limit of the initial stage of returning to the market, and successfully reached the middle stage of returning to the market. On the 3rd day after Jiang Chen broke through, Ji Wushuang finally sent someone to find Jiang Chen. Because the day of the emperor's trial is here. On this day, many powerful human races and young talents in the Xuanling continent gathered on a huge square 100 miles in the sky above the imperial city. When Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshe came here, they found that thousands of people had gathered here. The breath of these people is extremely powerful, and the weakest are all reaching the divine embryo realm. There are even hundreds of strong people returning to the market realm. The emperor-level powerhouses of the entire profound spirit continent human race, except for some who are really unable to get away, almost 90% of them gathered here. Today is the day when the emperor's trial begins. Everyone wants to know who can win the human sovereign trial and become the new generation of human sovereign of the profound spirit continent human race. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and finally fell on the 20 or 30 young people in the center of the square. Each of these youths has reached the realm of returning to the market. Including the heirs of the 3 emperors of the Jiang tribe, they are all impressively listed. These young people are the young talents of the human race who have reached the state of returning to the market. They are centered on the heirs of the three emperors, and are divided into three camps without the emperor. Only Yi Wuji and the 2 or 3 geniuses with few digits are independent of each other, and they are incompatible with the group of the heirs of the 3 emperors. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and walked directly towards the place where Yi Wuji was. "You are here. I tried to persuade some guys to help you, but I failed. Those guys, obviously have already taken advantage of the heirs of the 3 emperors." Yi Wuji looked up at Jiang Chen and couldn't help shrugging. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay. Although these guys are all young talents of human race, they may be in my eyes, but there are not many. I have never placed hope on them." Looking at Jiang Chen and Yi Wuji who were talking and laughing, Jiang Jun and the others couldn't help but sink slightly. This guy really came together with Yi Wuji. Chapter 1463, The Emperor Trial is on. Yi Wuji, the first genius of the younger generation of Yi clan, is rebellious and never puts anyone in the eyes. Almost all of their 3 heirs to the emperor have won Yi Wuji more than once, but unfortunately none of them ended in failure. Jiang Chen returned to the Jiang clan in less than half a month, but he got Yi Wuji's help. This undoubtedly made the face of the heirs of the 3 emperors unbearable. Yi Wuji's martial arts talent, even if it looked at the entire human race, it was one of the best. Jiang Chen received Yi Wuji's help, and the threat to them this time the human emperor's trial will undoubtedly increase greatly. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that our young master Yi Wuji, who is not interested in the trial of the human emperor, would still participate. Zhang Yi glanced at Yi Wuji and couldn't help but sneered. When he wooed Yi Wuji, he was devalued by Yi Wuji. Now that Yi Wuji and Jiang Chen have come together, Zhang Yi is naturally very upset. Yi Wuji said indifferently, "What the sun wants, it's not your turn to interfere. At least you Zhang Yi doesn't have the ability yet, so I am willing to help you fight for the throne of the king." When Zhang Yi heard Yi Wuji's words, he was furious. Just as he was about to attack, there was a violent spatial fluctuation in the void. I saw a graceful and luxurious woman with a golden wind and jade crown on her head and a brilliantly embroidered phoenix robe slowly emerging from the void. It was the human Ji Huji. Wuxia. "Everyone, the human emperor trial is about to begin, and you are welcome to join me in witnessing the birth of the new human emperor." With this cold and coercive voice resounding across the sky, Ji Wuxia waved his palm, and a simple golden token flew out directly from his palm. Around the golden token, about 20 or 30 golden light clusters quickly scattered and fell in front of every young Tianzhao. Jiang Chen took a clear look, and suddenly found that in the golden light group in front of him, there was a white seal with 99 mysterious dragon patterns. And beside Jiang Chen, Meng Qingxie and Yi Wuji, in the golden light group in front of them, was a white dragon-patterned jade pendant with 10 dragon patterns. After Jiang Chen broke through the middle of returning to the ruins, he has been learning about the human emperor's trial in recent days. He naturally knew that the white seal in his hand was called the pseudo-emperor seal, which was a token held by every heir to the emperor who entered the secret realm of beast spirits. Every time they get a dragon chi in the beast spirit secret realm, they can light up a dragon pattern on the seal of the pseudo-emperor. As long as you gather 99 dragon chi in the secret realm of beast spirits, and completely light up the 99 dragon patterns of the false emperor seal, you can transform into a real emperor seal and become a new generation of human emperor. But in Yi Wuji's hands, it was dragon jade. Each piece of dragon jade can hold up to 10 dragon energy. The dragon spirit in the dragon jade can be directly transferred to the false emperor seal of the heir to the emperor. This is also why the heirs of the 3 emperors of the Jiang clan will do whatever it takes to win over young geniuses who have entered the secret realm of beast spirits. The secret realm of beast spirits is extremely vast. Although there are many emperor-level beast spirits born in it, it is not easy to gather 99 dragon energy. As the saying goes, people are powerful. If there are enough helpers to separately obtain the dragon energy in the beast spirit secret realm, this will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. After handing out the pseudo-imperial seal and dragon print jade to the hands of the young geniuses, Ji Wuxia urged the golden token again. Many mysterious and obscure runes gradually lighted up on the token, and a breath of ancient and wildness spread out from it, forming a chaotic and twisted light curtain in the void. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yi took the lead with the 7 or 8 young geniuses behind him and jumped up and shot towards the light curtain. "The position of the emperor must belong to me, Zhang Jun." The light exploded in Zhang Jun's eyes, and immediately rushed towards the light curtain with a group of people behind him. The remaining Jiang Yan was not to be outdone, and soared directly. After Jiang Chen disappeared into the light curtain led by the heirs of the three emperors, he took Meng Qingxie and Yi Wuji without a hassle and stepped into the secret realm. After passing through the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Chen and the others only felt a flower in front of them, and then appeared in an old ancient forest. The endless pressure from the ancient times, overwhelming the sky, caused Jiang Chen's body and soul to sink slightly. Jiang Chen looked shocked and said, "Is this the beast spirit's secret realm? It's so pressured." With such a powerful pressure bondage, even if it is a strong emperor, the combat power will be weakened by more than 20%. In this way, it would be even more difficult to hunt an emperor-level beast spirit in this beast spirit's secret realm. It is said that the human imperial city was built from the censored city that fell from the gods, and the beast spirit's secret realm appeared along with the censored city that fell. The heaven and earth here are under strong pressure, and it is naturally reasonable. Yi Wuji said indifferently, and then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and said, "What are you going to do now? Are we separate or together?" To be honest, if you get Dragon Qi in a normal way, your chances of winning are not great. The other three heirs to the emperor had gathered at least 7 or 8 helpers. But there were only 3 of them. Whether it was looking for or hunting the emperor-level beast spirits, the efficiency and horror were not comparable to the other 3 emperor heirs. Let's act separately. You leave a breath on my seal, and you can establish contact with me through the dragon pattern jade. They are not sufficiently manpowered, and if they act together, their efficiency will be even lower. Yi Wuji is one of the few invaluable geniuses in the human race. No one should easily get him in this secret space. Although Meng Qingxie broke through the ruins realm not long ago, she possessed the Taiyan destiny body, and his combat power was far surpassing the average rumor realm powerhouse. The two act alone and both have the ability to protect themselves. Jiang Chen also knew that to obtain dragon energy in such a normal way, it would be very difficult for him to take the lead in gathering 99 dragon energy. In addition to hunting down the emperor-level beast spirits, Jiang Chen decided to implement the robbery plan alone. If he had expected it well, the other 3 heirs to the emperor would let his helpers separately hunt the emperor-level beast spirits to obtain dragon energy. And the pseudo-imperial seal in his hand can almost sense any piece of dragon-patterned jade that has acquired dragon energy within a radius of 1,000 miles. If you rob these guys who have acquired dragon energy, not only can you quickly acquire dragon energy, but it can also slow down the speed at which the 3 emperor heirs acquire dragon energy in a disguised form. Chapter 1464, A Genius from God's Domain. After separating from Meng Qingye Wuji, Jiang Chen began to explore the mysterious realm of beast spirits alone. Jiang Chen soon encountered a few beast spirits, but they were all ordinary beast spirits that did not reach the emperor rank, and there was no dragon energy in his body. After exploring a distance of thousands of miles, Jiang Chen didn't even find an emperor-level beast spirit. Jiang Chen finally found an emperor-level beast spirit who was practicing spiritual energy on the top of a small hill. This beast spirit is as high as 100 meters, and its size is somewhat similar to that of the dragon scale beast. Except the body is a slightly illusory spirit body, it is almost a living emperor-level dragon scale beast. The beast spirits in this beast spirit secret realm are somewhat similar to the energy bodies of the ancient Kunsu sect in the Yuanling reincarnation formation. Looking at the dragon scale beast on the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. But the power to create this beast spirit secret realm is obviously more than 1 level higher than that of the original spirit reincarnation formation, and even the imperial monster beast can transform into this beast spirit body. His thoughts flashed. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and appeared above the hill in a flash. "Human, why bother to my practice?" The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen also aroused the alertness of this dragon scale beast. It raised its huge head and looked at Jiang Chen, with an icy chill in its eyes. "I'm here to borrow the dragon qi in you." Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "If you want to survive, just hand over the dragon qi." "Human, you are looking for death." The dragon scale beast was furious, and opened his mouth. A burning flame vomited at Jiang Chen. In the secret realm of beast spirits, a spiritual core is born in every beast spirit. The spiritual core contains a lot of energy, which can be used as a spiritual stone for cultivation. In the emperor-level beast spirit, the spirit core can give birth to dragon energy. The origin of the dragon qi of the emperor-level beast spirit is extremely mysterious, and it is said to be related to the birth of the beast spirit secret realm. These emperor-level beast spirits with dragon aura can continuously evolve by virtue of this dragon aura, so as to get rid of the shackles of the beast spirit secret realm and the beast spirit zone, and become true god-level beasts. Without dragon energy, although the emperor-level beast spirit will not die, it is equivalent to losing the chance of evolution forever. Now that Jiang Chen wants to fight the dragon in its body, how can this make the dragon scale beast not angry? Since you don't want to, then I can only kill you and take it myself. Jiang Chen's faint words fell, and he stretched out his hand to face the void with a move. A sword of emptiness penetrated time and space, instantly extinguishing all the burning flames spit out by the fire scale beast. Before the fire scale beast could react, the sword of nothingness had already fallen on its huge body. The fire scale beast didn't even have time to scream, and its huge body had already exploded under Jiang Chen's sword. Although the secret realm of beast spirits oppresses the limit and the strength of the strong of the return to the ruins realm will be weakened by 20%, Jiang Chen's current combat strength is no longer inferior to any strong of the late return to the ruins. Even if it is oppressed and restrained by the secret realm, it is still easy to kill a beast spirit in the early stage of emperor grade. One sword killed the dragon scale beast. Jiang Chen moved his palm and directly put a fist-sized spiritual core into his bag. Jiang Chen could feel the golden light exuding a faint dragon, as if to overflow from the spiritual core. Jiang Chen took out the seal and directly sucked the golden light into the seal. Jiang Chen discovered that one of the 99 dragon patterns on the seal had already emitted a faint golden light. A dragon gas illuminates the dragon pattern of Jiang Chen's false emperor's seal. As long as he can be the first to light up the 99 dragon patterns on the false emperor's seal, he can condense the real emperor's seal and become the new emperor of the Xuanling continent human race. Jiang Chen is looking for traces of emperor-level beast spirits in the secret realm of beast spirits. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Chen also found 7 imperial-grade beast spirits in the beast spirit secret realm, and obtained 7 dragon energy. You can get 2 or 3 dragon energy in one day. This efficiency is too low. Jiang Chen had a headache. Although hunting the emperor-level beast spirits is very simple for him, the space in this beast spirit secret realm is too large, and many emperor-level beast spirits are extremely hidden, and it is not easy to find out. In the past 3 days, Jiang Chen didn't feel any breath of dragon jade around him. This made his dragon chi robbery plan impossible to use at all. Just when Jiang Chen felt helpless, there was a faint vibration and the roar of beasts in front of him. There seems to be more than one emperor-level beast spirit. Jiang Chen was overjoyed at once, and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the sound. Jiang Chen's figure floated onto a towering tree, staring at the direction of the movement. 10 miles away, there were 2 giant black-scale crocodiles with a length of 100 meters. The giant crocodile was like black steel, surrounded by strange black electric glows. Wherever the electric glows passed, the ground instantly turned into a piece of scorched earth, and thick black smoke appeared. Although these 2 black-scale giant crocodiles were also the beast spirits of the early emperor level, their strength was obviously much stronger than the emperor-level beast spirits he had hunted in the last 2 days. I am afraid that among the many young geniuses in the profound spirit continent, there will never be more than 10 who can single-handedly defeat them in this beast spirit secret realm. What shocked Jiang Chen most was not the 2 giant black crocodiles. Because behind the 2 giant black-scale crocodiles, there were 3 men and 1 woman 4 figures, chasing these 2 giant black-scale crocodiles and fleeing in embarrassment. These 3 men and 1 woman did not seem to be very old, but they were obviously not geniuses from the profound spirit mainland human race, and they were extremely powerful. The cultivation bases of the 3 of them almost all reached the peak of the initial stage of returning to the ruins, and they would not be inferior in the slightest to the top talents of the profound spirit continent like Yi Wuji. Especially the young man with Jianmei in the lead, the strength has reached the stage of the middle stage of returning to the ruins. There are even outsiders in this beast spirit secret realm. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over the 4 of them, and his gaze became a lot more serious in an instant. The 4 with the weakest cultivation base can almost be comparable to the strongest genius of the profound spirit continent human race, which is extremely enchanting. Like the human imperial city, the beast spirit secret realm comes from the realm of God. In the secret space, it is generally impossible for humans to live here. Doesn't this mean that the 4 young people in front of you are likely to be geniuses from a certain force in God's domain? It's rare that this beast spirit secret realm came to the profound spirit continent by accident, but a certain force in the God realm still has a way to enter the beast spirit's secret realm. Rao is Jiang Chen, who has always been indifferent. At this moment, he couldn't help taking a breath. A genius from God's domain. If it is as he expected, the danger level of their beast spirit's secret realm will increase greatly this time. Chapter 1465, Dragon Qi Robbery Plan. Jiang Chen hurriedly passed the false emperor seal to Meng Qingshe and Yi Wuji, and told them to be careful of these geniuses from God's domain. At this moment, the 3 men and 1 woman also besieged and killed 2 giant black crocodiles again. The strength of the 4 of them is not weaker than that of the black scale giant crocodile, especially the young man with sword eyebrows headed by them. The 2 black scale giant crocodile fleeing hurriedly shot into serious injuries with just the light palms. If it weren't for the extremely strong defense of the black scale giant crocodile, it would have been directly slapped to death by the Janmei youth. Even if the Janmei youth didn't slap the 2 black scale giant crocodiles with his palm, it left them with only half their lives and almost lost their combat power. The remaining 3 people rushed forward and quickly ended the lives of the 2 black scale giant crocodiles, and then collected the spiritual cores of the 2 black scale giant crocodiles. 2 more 9th grade spiritual cores were obtained. Brother Lu, it seems we are lucky. A thin young man collected the spiritual cores of 2 black scale giant crocodiles, and said to the sword eyebrow young man. The young man Janmei was about to speak, but he suddenly sensed the mystery, and his sharp gaze shot directly at where Jiang Chen was. Who? Get out of me! When Jiang Chen heard the sharp shout of the sword eyebrow youth, he felt helpless. The strength of the 4 people in front of them is extremely strong. If the 4 people join forces, even if he manages them, it will not be an easy task. Originally, Jiang Chen did not intend to show up, and had a head-on conflict with these 4 people. But who knew that after the 4 people killed the 2 black-scaled giant crocodiles, the dragon energy in the spiritual core caused the pseudo-emperor's seal. Although Jiang Chen quickly suppressed the movement of the false imperial seal, he still did not escape the sharp perception of the young man with sword eyebrows. Jiang Chen wasn't hiding at all, and his figure flashed directly, appearing in the void 4,000 feet away from the young man with Janmei. Seeing Jiang Chen who suddenly appeared in front of them, the other 2 men and 1 woman were shocked. The black-clothed youth in front of him was obviously not from their Xuanyu sect. They obviously didn't expect that there would be people outside of their Xuanyu sect in this secret realm. It seems that the elders expected it well. Although this secret realm was reopened by my Xuanyu sect, it has undergone a lot of changes. The gaze of Janmei youth seemed very calm. The beast spirit secret realm was originally a trial place for the disciples of the Xuanyu sect. For tens of thousands of years, due to a great battle, Zan Yuzong's vitality was greatly injured, and he lost the elders of the secret realm of beast spirits. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, the strength of the Xuanyu sect gradually recovered, so he tried to reopen the beast spirit secret realm, and finally opened the entrance to the beast spirit secret realm here. Before entering the secret realm, the elders of the Xuanyu sect reminded them that a lot of changes have probably taken place in the secret realm of beast spirits today, and there are many uncertain and unknown factors. Seeing the young man in black now, the young man with Janmei knew that what the elders expected had indeed happened. This beast spirit secret realm is not only controlled by their Xuanyu sect. Boy, who are you? This beast spirit secret realm is the trial ground of our Xuanyu sect. How did you get in here? The thin young man stared at Jiang Chen with a bad expression and shouted sharply. Xuanling continent human race Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently, who are you guys? Xuanling continent. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 4 of them couldn't help but froze slightly. Hey! It turned out to be trash from the lower realm. The censored from the lower realm even dared to get involved in the secret realm of my profound feather sect, so let me die. The skinny young man suddenly sneered in disdain, and immediately raised his head and patted Jiang Chen with a silver storm of thousands of feet. Seeing that the thin young man started directly, a cold light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. He flipped his palm, and a black square seal exuding terrifying power, suddenly fell from the void. Seeing Jiang Chen's imprint, the face of the young man with sword eyebrows suddenly changed. His reminder was obviously too late. Only heard a loud bang in the void, the black square seal instantly annihilated the silver storm, and then hit the skinny young man's body. The thin young man had no time to react, and his body and soul were wiped out under this seal. With Jiang Chen's current strength in the middle of the ruins, the display of the Emperor's seal. Even the powerhouses of the later ruins of the ruins may not be able to easily resist. Although the strength of this thin young man was not much worse than Yi Wuji, it was not worth mentioning in front of Jiang Chen. If these four people join forces, he might have to spend some effort to solve it. But if it is one-on-one, except for the sword-browed young man who can barely make him face it, the other three are no different from the ants. Seeing Jiang Chen's understatement killing the thin young man, the other three were furious. Although they also sensed that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was not weak, as a genius in the gods, how could they put a lower realm martial artist in their eyes? But they never expected that the fighting power of the lower realm warrior in front of them was so terrifying, and he would kill the thin young man to the town with a single seal. Boy, you are so courageous, you dare to kill my disciple of Xuanyu sect. The headed Jianmei youth stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, and a cold killing intent filled his body. He had already reached the middle stage of returning to the ruins, and he was even stronger than Jiang Chengdu. Even the mere aura that came out was enough to make the warriors in the early days of returning to the market panic. Why, does he act on me, and I have to stand here and wait for him to kill me? Since you want to kill me, you must be conscious of being killed. I didn't intend to pay attention to you, but you have to come and provoke me. If that's the case, then give me all the 9th-ranked spiritual cores in your body. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a ghostly arc. In Jiang Chen's original plan, his Dragon Chi plundering plan should be implemented for young geniuses from the Profound Spirit Continent. Now Jiang Chen, the young genius of the Profound Spirit Continent, has not met one, but has met these young geniuses from his own God's domain. In that case, why didn't he add these young geniuses from God's domain to his Dragon Chi plunder plan? These people are more powerful than the geniuses of the Profound Spirit Continent, and it is easier to hunt down Emperor-level beast spirits. If you can rob these geniuses from God's domain, you may have unexpected gains. The gaze of the Jianmei youth looking at Jiang Chen also became more and more cold. Boy, what are you talking about? It means literally, don't you understand human words? Jiang Chen said indifferently. I said one last time, if you want to survive, please hand over all the 9th stage spirit cores in your body. Chapter 1466. God's Domain Genius, but so. Since my birth, Lu Guanyu, no one has dared to be so wild in front of me like you. A small ant from the lower realm dared to plunder me. Since you have to die, then I will fulfill you. Lu Guanyu smiled angrily. This time the beast spirit's secret realm trial was also an assessment for them. Because of Lu Guanyu, as the top genius of Xuanyu sect, how many 9th-ranked spiritual cores he can obtain, but it is a big matter whether he can become the first true disciple of Xuanyu sect. Now that Jiang Chen wants to rob his spiritual core, how can Lu Guanyu not be angry? He didn't have the slightest reservation. The aura in the middle of the ruins exploded with all his strength, and a black space shrouded thousands of meters in the void, violently suppressing Jiang Chen. This black space not only has terrifying destruction power, but also has countless sword aura and thunder power surge. The Lu Guanyu in front of him is indeed a genius from God's domain. Not only has this guy's cultivation reached the middle stage of returning to the ruins, but his attainments in destruction, kendo, and the laws of thunder have reached a very high level. Even if the warriors in the early days of the ordinary return to the ruins fell into it, they would be completely destroyed in this black space. Jiang Chen stretched out his palm expressionlessly, and a 6-color beam of light instantly rose up into the sky, like a giant pillar, directly penetrated into the black space in the void, and instantly pierced the black space into a huge hole. Only a loud noise was heard, and the black space burst apart under the power of the 6-color beam of light. An unbelievable horror finally appeared on the face of Jianmei youth Lu Guanyu. The two companions behind him looked even more shocked. Their Xuanyu sect, even though they weren't a big deal in God's realm, they were also a true God power anyway. Lu Guanyu was one of the few invaluable geniuses of the Xuanyu sect, even in the realm where they were located, that could be regarded as a number one existence. The lower realm plane does not allow the existence of the true gods, but their Xuanyu sect is the power of the real gods of the gods, and both inheritance and resources are not comparable to the lower realms. But the young man in black from the lower realm was able to suppress all the top geniuses of the Xuanyu sect. Seeing that he was suppressed by the black-clothed youth in the lower realm in front of him, Lu Guanyu's face also showed a look of anger. He shouted sharply, and the black space in the void condensed again. The black space was compressed sharply in the void, and the left back turned into a strange long sword surrounded by black thunder and lightning, and it flew into Lu Guanyu's palm. Starting with the long sword, countless destroying thunder swords agitated, causing the surrounding space to annihilate a series of dark cracks visible to the naked eye. World-destroying thunder sword, kill. Lu Guanyu stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and swung his sword directly. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the horrible sword that seemed to be able to destroy the world was suddenly cut down at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the sword cut by Lu Guanyu, and there was also a look of surprise in his eyes. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see the strange long sword in Lu Guanyu's hand. This long sword turned out to be a substantive weapon condensed by Lu Guanyu's secret technique to mobilize the three laws of power. This guy in front of him is worthy of being a genius from God's domain, and the use of the power of the law is obviously not comparable to the lower realm. While Jiang Chen was amazed, there was no slightest slack in the movements of his hands. He directly urged the power of the 6 laws to the limit, and then raised his hand to point out. A sword finger containing the power of 6 laws directly penetrated Lu Guanyu's sword of destruction. In the end, the sword finger directly landed on the black long sword in Lu Guanyu's hand and interrupted the long sword with a bang. Even Lu Guanyu's entire arm holding the long sword was shattered by the shock. And Lu Guanyu himself, with a pale face, flew hundreds of feet away. A mere martial artist in the lower realm has mastered the 6 laws of power. How is this possible? Lu Guanyu disheveled his head, and was extremely embarrassed, covering that severed arm with his hand. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were all shocked and incredible. Lu Guanyu never thought of it. The magic weapon that he condensed with 3 laws will be broken by a middle-level warrior of the ruins of a lower realm plane with 6 laws. A genius who understands the power of the 6 laws. Even in the realm of God, that is a superb existence that is enough to make a world famous. How could such a character appear in the lower realm? God's realm genius, it seems that. It is nothing more than that. Since you don't want to hand over the spiritual core, then go to death for me. Jiang Chen stared at Lu Guanyu indifferently, flipping his hand and pressing down at Lu Guanyu. In the void, a gleam of golden light illuminates all directions, and finally turned into a supernatural golden seal to suppress it. This is a true martial art. Lu Guanyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and finally an unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. The young man in black on this lower realm plane not only comprehended the 6 powers of the law, but also mastered the terrifying existence of true, censored martial arts. Even in their Xuanyu sect, few people can master real martial arts. This Nima is still a person from the lower realm. I am afraid that even if it is the power of the gods on the side of the gods, the enchanting genius may not be so terrible. Lu Guanyu was in horror in his heart, but at this moment, he could only quickly condense the Emperor Chenzhong's body and face the Zhu Shen Yin suppressed by the void. The golden seal was suppressed with invincible divine power. Lu Guanyu's emperor body collapsed suddenly, and countless emperor blood was spilled into the void. What? Lu Guanyu let out a miserable scream. The soul escaped from the broken body, and then fled towards the void in a panic. Do you still want to escape? Jiang Chen shook the void in front of him and directly imprisoned Lu Guanyu's spirit, and then reached out and grabbed Lu Guanyu's spirit in his own hands. Senior brother Lu just died like this. Seeing that Lu Guanyu was killed by Jiang Chen within a short while, the eyes of the remaining man and woman were dull, and their complexion instantly turned pale. They looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly like a killing god, and they only felt the souls of the dead in their hearts. Boy, you kill my disciple of Zanyu sect, my Zanyu sect will definitely not let you go. The man and the woman were in horror, and they didn't care about Lu Guanyu's soul in Jiang Chen's hand, directly took out a jade medallion, crushed it, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1467, Crazy Growth of Dragon Pattern. Jiang Chen looked at the place where the 2 men disappeared, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. These gods' geniuses seem to have life-saving trump cards on their bodies, and they can directly teleport out from the secret realm when they encounter danger. It seems that in the future, to rob these geniuses in God's domain, they must be a bit sturdy and not give them any chance to play their life-saving whole cards. Asshole, hurry, let me go. I am a true disciple of the true, censored, of God's domain Xuanyu sect. If you dare to move me, my Xuanyu sect will definitely not let you go. Lu Guanyu's spirit struggled wildly in Jiang Chen's hands, and his mouth also let out a stern roar. Okay, this is not God's domain, don't threaten me with your so-called Xuanyu sect. Jiang Chen squeezed the palm of Lu Guanyu's soul, and said coldly, "If you want to survive, then it's better to be honest. God's realm and lower realm are two completely different worlds, and true God powerhouses will not be accommodated by lower realm. Even if the Xuanyu sect has a true God, it is impossible to come to the Xuanling continent to find him in trouble. How can he take Lu Guanyu's threat to his heart?" "Ah, stop, how on earth are you willing to let me go?" Lu Guanyu let out a scream, his whole person became much more honest in an instant. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Answer me a few questions first. How many of you have entered the secret realm of beast spirits, and what is the approximate level of yours?" The most important reason why he left Lu Guanyu's spirit is to understand the situation of these geniuses in the beast spirit secret realm from this guy. My Xuanyu sect opened the beast spirit secret realm this time, and a total of 13 disciples entered it. There were only 3 people in the middle of the ruins, and the rest were the cultivation base of the early ruins. Lu Guanyu answered honestly. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. "So, you are the strongest of your Xuanyu sect?" "Zhan Yuzong has 3 major disciples in the middle of the ruins. I rank second among them, and there is one who is better than me. The cultivation base has reached the peak of the middle of the ruins." Hearing Lu Guanyu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The genius in the middle of the 3 major ruins is indeed very strong, but it is not too threatening to him. After learning about the geniuses of God's domain in the beast spirit secret realm, Jiang Chen asked Lu Guanyu about the situation of God's domain. God's domain, known as the main world of the universe, is vast and boundless. The entire God realm was divided into 3,000 small realms, known as the 3,000 realms of God realm. The Xuanyu sect where Lu Guanyu and the others belonged is a true, censored, power in the ancient dragon realm in the 3,000 realms of the gods. The power of true gods is the most common power in the realm of gods. On top of the true, censored power, there are also the heaven, censored power in the heavenly, censored realm, and the world, censored power in the realm, censored realm. The realm, censored power sits on one side and controls the next realm, and is the true hegemonic power of God's domain. And above the power of the world God, it is said that there is also the power of the censored king who sits in the kingdom of the censored king. The censored king and censored king level power are supreme, and they are truly capable of overlooking the entire gods. True God, heaven God, realm God, God King. After hearing Lu Guanyu's introduction, Jiang Chen also looked forward to God's domain. After the matter of the Xuanling continent was resolved, it was time for him to fulfill his agreement and go to Hualongcheng to follow Pang Qingyuan to God's domain. When he left Shenglong City, Pang Qingyuan gave him 3 years. It's just that after he returned to Shenwu continent, he found that the time ratio of Hualongcheng was completely different. He always regarded the 3 years Pang Qingyuan said as the 3 years of Hualongcheng. Calculated according to the time of the lower realm, he has timed out now. At present, the most important thing for him is to gather 99 dragon energy in this beast spirit secret realm to become the emperor of the profound spirit mainland and suppress the blood spirit race. This friend, what you want to know, I have told you everything, can you let me go now? At this moment, Lu Guanyu's weak voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and then used a spirit restraint on Lu Guanyu's spirit before releasing it. You turned back in math, physics and chemistry. Feeling the restraint in his soul, Lu Guanyu's illusory figure floated in the void, his expression furious. I just said to spare your life, but I didn't seem to say that I would let you go. Jiang Chen said indifferently, if you want to leave, then do things for me honestly. As long as my purpose in the beast spirit secret realm is achieved, you can leave. What do you want me to do for you? Lu Guanyu took a deep breath. He is now controlled by Jiang Chen, and the opponent can easily obliterate him with a single thought. He wants to live, the only option is to yield. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I need to collect the dragon chi in the 9th rank spiritual core. How about you let you contact the other disciples of Xuanyu sect and ask them to bring 29th rank spiritual cores, and I will let you go. Quote, you think too much. The teams of me and the other 2 true disciples are in competition. How can they care about my life and death? Lu Guanyu laughed at himself. Their Xuanyu sect disciple, this trial of the beast spirit secret realm, is also an assessment. Especially the 3 true inheritance disciples, who eventually obtained the most 9th rank spiritual cores, will become the chief disciple of the Xuanyu sect, who will succeed the sect master Xuanyu in the future. There are 2 true disciples left. I am afraid that he will fall in this beast spirit secret realm. How can he use the spiritual core to save him? If this is the case, then you can follow me first. When it is suitable, you will find a way to attract them and I will rob them myself. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately began to clean the battlefield. Jiang Chen found the storage ring carried by the thin young man and Lu Guanyu in the open space below. In the storage ring of the thin young man, there are a total of 5 9th-ranked spiritual cores, plus the spiritual cores of the 2 black scale giant crocodiles just now, there are a total of 7. In Lu Guanyu's storage ring, the number of 9-tier spiritual cores reached 19. There are also 3 spiritual cores, which have reached the middle stage of the 9th stage. In addition to these spiritual cores, Jiang Chen scraped away the thousands of censored crystals in the storage ring of the 2, and the miscellaneous resources. After the resources were scraped, Jiang Chen began to use the pseudo-emperor seal to absorb the dragon energy of the spiritual core. 26 9th-ranked spiritual cores, 23 of which were in the early stage of 9th rank, which made Jiang Chen light up 23 dragon patterns. What shocked Jiang Chen most was that of the 3 mid-level 9th level spiritual nuclei, one was worth the 3 early level 9th level spiritual nuclei. The 3 mid-level 9th grade spiritual cores directly let him light up the 9 dragon patterns. In addition to the 7 dragon patterns that Jiang Chen had already lit, the number of lighted dragon patterns on Jiang Chen's pseudo-emperor's imprint increased crazily to 39. Chapter 1468, Nothing, Just a Robbery. Tisk Tusk. 39 dragon chi in one shot, it seems that the efficiency of robbery is still high. Seeing the 39 dragon spirits printed on the pseudo-emperor, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. According to Lu Guanyu's introduction, the 3 true disciples of Zhan Yuzong divided into 3 teams to enter this beast spirit secret realm. He has only robbed Lu Guanyu's team and has gained more than 30 dragon spirits. If the 2 remaining teams of Xuanyu sect were robbed, wouldn't he be able to gather 99 dragons easily? While Jiang Chen was thinking about how to rob the 2 remaining teams of Zhan Yuzong's plan, the pseudo-emperor's seal was a wave of energy in vain. A piece of news came through the mark left by Meng Qingshui's puppet emperor's seal. Jiang Chen, I found a gathering place for the emperor-level beast spirits. Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan's people seem to be ready to join forces to hunt down the emperor-level beast spirits here. Is the emperor-level spirit beast gathering place? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, although he didn't quite believe that the other 3 heirs to the emperor could hunt dragon energy faster than he robbed the disciples of Xuanyu sect. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case. In case these human emperor heirs have any whole cards, directly at the place where the emperor-level beast spirits gather, they will use their whole cards to wipe out a large piece, maybe he will really capsize in the gutter. Now that he got the news, Jiang Chen had to check everything he said. Slightly sensing the direction where Meng Qingshe was, Jiang Chen directly greeted Lu Guanyu and hurried towards where Meng Qingshe was. While he was on the way, he also sent a message to Yi Wuji. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Yi Wuji and Meng Qingshe separately hunt and kill the emperor-level beast spirits. If it was the place where the beast spirits gathered as mentioned by Meng Qingshe, it would be best if there were enough emperor-level beast spirits for him to gather 99 dragons. If he couldn't achieve his goal, Jiang Chen decided to use Lu Guanyu to draw the 2 remaining teams of Zhan Yuzong and continued to implement his own Dragon Chi raid plan. Jiang Chen walked all the way towards where Meng Qingshe was. Jiang Chen, who was hurrying on his way, sensed the aura of Dragon Jade within thousands of miles through the false imperial seal. Finally, I encountered the target of the robbery. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, and immediately rushed to the place where the dragon pattern jade was located. Jiang Chen found 2 young geniuses from the profound spirit continent just 800 miles ahead. The direction of these 2 people was almost the same as the direction Jiang Chen was going to. Obviously, they should have been summoned by a certain heir to the emperor to go to the place where the beast spirits gathered that Meng Qingshe said. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance also quickly attracted the attention of the 2 young geniuses. They turned their heads abruptly and saw Jiang Chen, who was flying towards them quickly, and his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? One of the young men calmed down, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen showed an extremely alert look. In the evaluation of the heir to the emperor, Jiang Chen suppressed Jiang Zhen with one move, and his fame is almost unknown to the human race. Now that they met Jiang Chen in this beast spirit secret realm, how dare they be careless? Don't do anything, just want to fight a robbery. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the two men and said, hand over all the dragon energy in your dragon jade. This guy is going to rob their dragon spirit. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the complexions of the two human youth geniuses suddenly became unsightly. Jiang Chen, fighting for the throne of the emperor, everyone is fighting for the dragon chi by their own ability. Your son of a majestic emperor, using this method to obtain the dragon chi is too disgusting. In the fight for the throne of the emperor, is there a rule that stipulates that I cannot rob someone else's dragon spirit? Jiang Chen glanced at the two of them faintly, and said impatiently, stop talking nonsense, do you want to pay or not? HMPH, if we don't hand it over, what can you do, can you still kill us? One of them smiled coldly and said, if you really dare to do it, once the news spreads, even if you gather 99 dragons, you may not be able to inherit the throne. Don't worry, you are all young geniuses of the human race on the profound spirit continent. It is the future of the human race. How could I kill you? I said, I was just a robbery today. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and then stretched out his hand to hold the place where the two young people were, and instantly confined the two of them. One move imprisoned the two of them, and Jiang Chen took the dragon pattern jade from the two of them calmly. Among the two dragon jade pieces, one had 3 dragon chi and the other had 4 dragon chi. Jiang Chen quickly transferred all the 7 dragon chi to his pseudo-emperor seal. After transferring the dragon chi, Jiang Chen threw the dragon pattern jade directly to the two of them, ignoring the extremely angry expressions of the two of them, and disappeared without a trace in front of them in a flash. After robbing the two young geniuses, Jiang Chen moved on. Before long, Jiang Chen encountered the second wave of young human geniuses from the profound spirit continent. He didn't care which heir to the emperor these young geniuses belonged to, so he directly robbed the two of them in the same way, adding 8 dragon spirits to his false emperor seal. And Jiang Chen's total amount of dragon energy has reached 54. Yes, it's already more than half. If I can rob a few more waves, maybe I can gather 99 dragon chi directly. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, and while searching for the target of the robbery, he continued to walk towards the place where Meng Qingxie was. And while Jiang Chen robbed and rushed along, in front of a gloomy valley in the secret realm of beast spirits, the two heirs of the Emperor Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan, as well as 5 or 6 geniuses of the profound spirit mainland human race, have gathered here. Zhang Yi, don't waste time, let's go into the valley. Zhang Yan led the 4 geniuses and looked at Zhang Yi not far away, and couldn't help but frown slightly. He now has 4 helpers next to him, who have an advantage over Zhang Yi, so naturally he doesn't want to wait here any longer. Zhang Yan, what are you anxious about? There are so many emperor-level beast spirits here, so let's wait for everyone to get in before entering. Zhang Yi said indifferently, if you want to go in first, I won't stop you, but at your own risk. Zhang Yi naturally knew what Zhang Yan's idea was, how could he follow Zhang Yan's will? Zhang Yi was the first to discover the valley in front of him. He knew the danger in the valley better than anyone else. Before gathering his power, he wouldn't enter it easily. Zhang Yan frowned. He was about to speak, but suddenly he sensed something, his face suddenly changed. An icy killing intent also burst out from Zhang Yan. Chapter 1469, 3 Angry Heirs to the Emperor. Zhang Yan's murderous intent broke out, and the 3 Zhang Yi, who were too weak to defend, couldn't help but step back 2 steps. Zhang Yan, why are you crazy? Zhang Yi raised his head to look at Zhang Yan, and an angry expression passed through his eyes. Damn Jiang Chen, someone who dared to rob me and snatched my 7 dragon spirits, I am at odds with him. Zhang Yan didn't pay attention to Zhang Yi at all, and he let out a roar of anger. The heirs of the 4 great emperors, except for Jiang Chen who has just returned to the Jiang clan, Jiang Zhen is the strongest, and his strength is almost the same as Zhang Yi. In order to be able to compete with Jiang Zhen, Zhang Yangkai and Zhang Yi reached a principle of fair competition and jointly explored the valley where a group of beast spirits gathered. Originally, after Zhang Yan transferred the dragon chi of the 4 young geniuses beside him, the number of dragon chi he obtained had reached more than 20. At this speed, Zhang Yan felt that he might not be the first to gather the 99 dragon chi to succeed the emperor. But just now, Zhang Yan's other 2 helpers suddenly heard news that they were robbed by Jiang Chen. The 7 dragons that belonged to him were taken away by Jiang Chen. How could Zhang Yan not be angry? What are you talking about? Jiang Chen robbed your person and robbed your dragon spirit. Zhang Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help showing a gloating look in his eyes. Although he chose to cooperate with Zhang Yan temporarily in order to capture the valley in front of him this time, he still had only one purpose for each other, and that was to fight for the throne of the emperor. Now that Zhang Yan's dragon spirit was robbed by Jiang Chen, it was naturally something Zhang Yi had suggested. Zhang Yi's schadenfreude did not last long, and a piece of news was also passed on through the pseudo-emperor seal on his body. Zhang Yi's complexion became stiff, and he couldn't help but angrily cursed, "Jiang Chen, this bastard, is really horrible. He even robbed my people." This guy's person was also robbed by Jiang Chen. Looking at Zhang Yi's desperate appearance, Zhang Yan felt a lot of balance in an instant. After a while, another news came from Zhang Yi's pseudo-emperor, and his other two-person team was also robbed by Jiang Chen. Zhang Yi suddenly jumped into thunder. The two teams, 15 dragon spirits, were all taken away by Jiang Chen. If he knew where Jiang Chen was at this moment, Zhang Yi could not wait to rush to fight Jiang Chen desperately. "Okay, even if you are angry now, it won't help. We still believe in how to hunt more dragon energy quickly." Zhang Yan took a deep breath, and suppressed his anger. The dragon energy in the dragon jade can be transferred, but once it is transferred to the pseudo-emperor seal, it cannot be transferred again. Even if they find Jiang Chen now, it is of no use at all. The only way to win in this human emperor's trial is to speed up the hunt for dragon energy. Have you ever thought about a problem? Jiang Chen robbed you of your 7 dragon auras and robbed me of my 15 dragon auras. If he robs Zhang Zhen's people, plus what he and Yi Wuji have hunted, how terrible will the dragon aura he possess? How far? Zhang Yi's eyes were faint and authentic. When Zhang Yan heard these words, he couldn't help being taken aback. Jiang Chen had already robbed them 22 dragon qi, and if he robbed a dozen dragon qi from Zhang Zhen's people, he would have 30 or 40 dragon qi. And Jiang Chen's own strength is extremely strong, plus a Yi Wuji, it is completely fine for the two to hunt a dozen or so dragons. In this way, didn't the dragon energy in Jiang Chen's hand reach 50 or 60? Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's face also became extremely gloomy. If this continues, I'm afraid Jiang Chen will really become the first person to gather 99 dragons. Zhang Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately raised his head to look at Zhang Yi and said, "Jiang Yi, you should have a secret technique. Can you contact Zhang Zhen?" Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" "Yes, tell Zhang Zhen about this. Zhang Zhen has always been in the position of the emperor, so how can he sit back and watch Jiang Chen take the lead in gathering 99 dragons?" Zhang Yannian smiled. "Let Zhang Zhen go to fight Jiang Chen, we can just take advantage of the fisherman." "This is a good idea, I will contact Zhang Zhen now." Zhang Yi's words fell, and immediately moved his hands, silver winds filled his palms, and finally turned into a palm-sized silver bird, flying towards the distant sky. In front of a weird waterfall in the beast spirit secret realm. With 8 young geniuses, Zhang Zhen surrounded the 2 emperor-level beast spirits with snake heads and turtle bodies in the center. Under the continuous attacks of the 9 people, even these 2 extremely powerful emperor-level beast spirits could hardly resist. The 2 beast spirits turned into nothingness under the joint attack of the 9 people. Zhang Zhen directly took out the pseudo-emperor seal and inhaled the dragon gas in the 2 beast spirit cores. Congratulations to young Master Jiang for adding 2 more dragon spirits. Upon seeing this, a young genius couldn't help but congratulate Zhang Zhen. At present, I have gathered 40 dragon spirits. Everyone will work harder to help me win the throne of the emperor. Jiang will be grateful then. When Zhang Zhen spoke, a confident smile appeared on his face. Many young geniuses vowed and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhen, I will do my best to help you ascend to the throne of the emperor." For this human emperor's trial, Jiang Chen spent a lot of money in exchange for a secret technique. Through this secret technique, he can easily find any emperor-level creature within 1,000 miles. Precisely because of possessing this secret technique, he did not disperse his team, but gathered everyone together to hunt the emperor-level beast spirits. The 9 of them acted together, and whenever they encountered any beast spirit in the early emperor level, they were solved with one move, and the efficiency was extremely high. The number of dragon energy that Zhang Zhen has obtained has reached 40. At this speed, Zhang Zhen has absolute self-confidence surpassing the other 3 heirs. "Let's go, let's continue to the next place." Zhang Zhen smiled slightly. Just as he was about to use the secret method to investigate the surrounding emperor-level creatures, a silver light from the sky suddenly flew towards him. Jiang Chen was shocked and reached out to grab the silver light in his hand. I saw that silver light had already turned into a message and directly passed into his mind. And Jiang Chen's face also didn't look so good at this moment. A young genius noticed Jiang Chen's strangeness and couldn't help but quickly asked, "Young Master Chen, what's wrong?" That fellow Jiang Chen actually robbed Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan's people, and stole them 22 dragons in total. Jiang Chen's eyes were so gloomy that water was almost dripping. The dragon energy that guy has now, I am afraid it will not be less than mine. Chapter 1470. Each has its own way. It's still possible to rob Dragon Chi. When many young geniuses heard the words, they couldn't help showing a look of amazement. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy and authentic. The Emperor's trial does not stipulate that you can't censor others' dragon energy. Although Jiang Chen's behavior is shameful, it falls within the scope of the rules. Although as a competitor, Jiang Chen had to admire Jiang Chen's choice. Their sole purpose in this trial of the human emperor was to gather the 99 dragon chi first and succeed as the emperor of the profound spirit continent. As for the process, it doesn't really matter. As long as the rules allow, any means can be used. Although Jiang Chen's extraordinary strength is no longer under the heirs of the three emperors, the young geniuses who have been drawn in are completely incomparable with them. If he hunts down beast spirits to obtain dragon energy in a normal way, it is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to win. But Jiang Chen now robbed Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan's dragon chi, which not only greatly slowed the speed of the two of them acquiring dragon chi, but also added more than 20 dragon chi to himself, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. With the strength of Jiang Chen and Yi Wuji, it is completely fine for the two to hunt together 10 or 20 auras. In this way, the dragon energy that Jiang Chen now possesses is probably only a lot more than that of him. Fortunately, because he mastered a secret technique, he gathered everyone around him. Otherwise, once his people were robbed by Jiang Chen, the situation would be even more unoptimistic. Young Master Jiang Chen plunders dragon chi everywhere. It seems that he must be punished, otherwise he might be the first to gather the 99 dragon chi. One of the young geniuses looked solemn and authentic. Do you think that Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan were really thinking about me? When they revealed this news to me, Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, "They just want to borrow my hand to deal with Jiang Chen, and then take advantage of the fisherman." The young genius was taken aback for a moment. So what does young Master Jiang plan to do now? Although Jiang Chen has robbed a lot of dragon energy, it has already aroused the vigilance of Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan. It is impossible to rob the dragon energy next. Even if his dragon chi surpasses me temporarily, as long as we acquire dragon chi at the current rate, he should still be fast. I am worried about Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan. Those two guys may have joined forces. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Fortunately, I left a hand and can trace the whereabouts of the two guys. I want to see what the two guys want to do. The news just now came from Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi knew everything about Zhang Yan. The two are absolutely in close contact with each other, and they may even reach some kind of agreement, temporarily uniting together. If so, he might have to treat it with caution. Joining hands, isn't it possible? Many young geniuses are incredulous. Both Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan are competing for the throne of the emperor. How could they both go together? Jiang Chen smiled coldly and said, "Nothing is impossible. If I were them, I might choose to do this too." Except for the newcomer Jiang Chen, he is the strongest among the three old heirs. If they were to hunt down beast spirits to obtain dragon energy, he would undoubtedly have the greatest chance of winning. Regarding this, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan couldn't be clear about this. Therefore, in order for the two of them to overcome him, it is not impossible for them to reach some kind of cooperation first. Zhang Yi told him that Jiang Chen had robbed a lot of dragon chi, but he wanted to divert his attention and let him focus on Jiang Chen. But the dragon energy that Jiang Chen robbed, once transferred to the pseudo-emperor seal, it could not be transferred out. If he focused on Jiang Chen now, it would only make the two of Zhang Yi cheaper. But Jiang Chen is not a fool, so how could he be easily fooled? In his eyes, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan joined forces, and the threat to him is undoubtedly much greater than that of a Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly used a secret method to track Zhang Yi's whereabouts, and then led a group of people to the place where Zhang Yi was. And while Jiang Chen secretly planned, 1,000 miles away from Zhang Yi and the others, Jiang Chen finally reunited with Meng Qingshe after robbing 3 waves in a row. Qingshe, where are they? Jiang Chen landed in front of Meng Qingshe, and asked directly with curiosity. In a valley thousands of miles away from here. I discovered the valley first, but after Zhang Yi brought someone here, I retreated thousands of miles away. The pseudo-imperial seal can sense the dragon energy in the dragon jade within thousands of miles, and only a distance of thousands of miles is a relatively safe distance. As Meng Qingshe said, she directly took out the dragon pattern jade and handed it to Jiang Chen. There were already 6 dragon chi in it. For Meng Qingshe, who had just broken through and returned to the market realm, it was obviously very good to be able to obtain 7 dragon chi in such a short time. Jiang Chen had good luck when he was on his way. He encountered 3 teams of young geniuses from the profound spirit continent. He robbed a total of 22 dragon chi, bringing his number of dragon chi to 61. Now plus the 6 Dao Meng Qingshe obtained, the number of dragon chi has reached a full 67 Dao. He only needs to obtain another 32 dragon chi to be able to win this human emperor trial and succeed his father's human emperor. When he robbed Lu Guanyu and his group, he gained 32 dragon energy in one go. Now he only needs to rob a group of Xuanyu sect disciples to obtain 99 dragon energy, which is almost a proper thing. Lu Guanyu, you should be able to contact your Xuanyu sect companion. Send a message to tell them that there are a large number of 9th rank beast spirits here, and ask them to come quickly. As long as you can attract a team of Xuanyu sect, I will unblock you and let you go unconditionally. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he raised his head to face Lu Guanyu in the void and said lightly. Lu Guanyu's eyes flickered. For the other 2 true disciples of Zhan Yuzong, Lu Guanyu did not actually have a cold in his heart. He can't protect himself now, so naturally he doesn't care about the lives of the other 2. If you can use Jiang Chen's hand to get rid of the other 2 true disciples of Xuanyu sect. When he returns to Zhan Yu sect, the chief disciple of Zhan Yu sect will be him. This is not an unacceptable thing for Lu Guanyu. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Don't worry, as long as you can attract them, I will definitely let you go. Hearing this, Lu Guanyu no longer hesitated immediately, and immediately began to use the technique of interrogation, and began to interrogate the other 2 true disciples of Xuanyu sect. Chapter 1471, The Sacred Genius Comes. Let's go, let's take a look at that valley. Jiang Chen smiled and glanced at Lu Guanyu, who was sending a message, and then headed directly towards the valley ahead with Meng Qingshe. The distance of thousands of miles, to Jiang Chen and their current speed, is just a moment's matter. They came to a towering old tree 10 miles away on the left side of the valley. I saw Taniguchi in the valley, Zhang Yi, Zhang Yan, and 5 or 6 young geniuses, still waiting quietly in Taniguchi. These guys haven't even gone in to hunt the beast spirits. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. They should still be waiting for people to gather. In this valley, there is a huge group of beast spirits. When I explored the edge of the valley, I felt a lot of powerful emperor-level beast spirits. I am afraid that there are many of them in the middle of the return to the market, so they dare not enter it easily. Meng Qingshe whispered, shall we do it now? They want to wait, so let's wait with them. Jiang Chen smiled and said, when their people gather, I'm afraid the Xuanyu sect people should almost be here. Jiang Chen's purpose was not to enter the valley to hunt beast spirits to obtain dragon energy, so why bother to conflict with Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan at this time? When the people of Xuanyu sect arrived, he could just use the hands of the people of Xuanyu sect to force these guys out of the mysterious realm of beast spirits. He went out to solve the Xuanyu sect's people again, robbed their spiritual cores, and gathered 99 dragon energy as just a breeze. Do you want to use the power of these geniuses in the gods to drive Zhang Yi and the others into a desperate situation, and let them smash the Emperor Seal and Dragon Pattern Jade to leave the Beast Spirit secret realm? But you don't have to look forward to another Zhang Jun. He should be your biggest enemy in this trial of the Emperor. Meng Qingshe couldn't help but reminded him beside Jiang Chen. Among the 3 opponents Jiang Chen faced in the Human Emperor trial, Zhang Jun was the strongest. If Jiang Chen procrastinated here for too long and allowed Zhang Jun to gather the 99 dragon chi first, then it would be more than worthwhile. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, don't worry, if I guess right, Zhang Jun will bring people here. Soon, the 3 heirs to the emperor were able to come out in the heavy examination of the Jiang clan, and naturally they were not simple generations. He robbed Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan's dragon chi, and these two would definitely not let him go easily. For these two guys, the best way is to tell Jiang Chen the news and use Jiang Chen to deal with him. But Jiang Chen was not stupid either. If he knew that Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan were united, he would still regard these two as his greatest enemy. Jiang Chen had no doubt that Jiang Chen would also be here. Maybe even came here, hiding somewhere, waiting to reap the benefits of the fisherman. After waiting like this, an hour passed in a flash. I saw that the young geniuses who were robbed by Jiang Chen all came to the valley mouth and joined Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, now that we are all here, let's start. I said the ugly thing in front. According to the way we negotiated, everyone will help each other and compete fairly. If you dare to play any tricks, even if I don't compete for the throne, I will definitely not make you feel better. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said solemnly to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan snorted coldly, "Humph. You should take care of yourself, you don't need to remind you, this son also knows what to do." Such the best. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he was about to lead the team towards the valley. But at this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound from the distant sky, causing Jiang Yi and the others to change their faces suddenly. They suddenly looked up and saw 5 surging human figures rolling towards them. 5 human figures have already appeared in the void of Jiang Yi and the others. How come there are other humans in this beast spirit secret realm? Who are they? Jiang Yi looked at the 5 figures that suddenly appeared in midair, and his face couldn't help but show horror. The aura of these 5 people almost all reached the peak of the early stage of Guishu, and none of them was much inferior to him and Jiang Yan. Especially the young man with a slender body and agile body and white hair, the breath exuding from his body is even more unfathomable. Even Jiang Yi and Jiang Yan felt a sense of horror. The middle of the ruins. This young man in white is probably at least a strong person above the middle of the ruins. Jiang Yi and the others were frightened. They obviously did not expect that besides the people of their profound spirit continent, there should be such a terrifying young genius in this beast spirit secret realm. I didn't expect that there are still some indigenous humans in this beast spirit secret realm. The white-clothed youth gave Jiang Yi and the others a surprised look. Then his eyes swept around slightly and frowned. "Why didn't you see Lu Guanyu? Did he bring me here on purpose?" Senior brother Bai, although I don't know exactly what Lu Guanyu's intentions are, there are indeed many 9th-rank beast spirits in the valley in front of him. If these beast spirits can be hunted down, the position of the chief true biography of the Xuanyu sect, I am afraid it would be the senior brother. Behind the young man in white, a young man with thick eyebrows said with a smile. "You are right, no matter what Lu Guanyu's idea is, all conspiracies and weirdness are futile in the face of absolute power." After finishing speaking, the white-clothed youth directly glanced at Jiang Yi and others indifferently. "Hands, let's solve these indigenous humans first." The 4 young men with thick eyebrows responded, and there was no nonsense right away, and they directly killed Jiang Yi's group of people aggressively. Jiang Yi's complexion changed drastically, and he exploded with all his strength. He slapped the headed young man with thick eyebrows, and said in anger, "Who are you guys and why do you want to do it to us?" The disciples of the true god power of the god realm Xuanyu sect, and a few indigenous people in the secret realm, dare to resist me and wait, not to die for me. The young man with thick eyebrows smiled contemptuously, and immediately with a move of his palm, a Thor's hammer flashed out of thin air. He lifted the thunder god's great hammer in his hand, directly brought a piece of broken void power, and smashed it towards Jiang Yi. God, people from God's domain. These guys in front of them turned out to be geniuses from God's domain. Hearing the words of the young man with thick eyebrows, an incredible horror finally appeared on the faces of Jiang Yi and others. As members of the Jiang clan of the profound spirit continent, Jiang Yi naturally knew what kind of existence God's domain was. They never thought that this time in the beast spirit secret realm, they would encounter these geniuses from the gods' realm. Chapter 1472. For you, I am enough. Jiang Yi and the others finally understood why these guys in front of them were even more enchanting than the geniuses of the profound spirit continent. Because these guys are geniuses from God's domain. As a mid-level plane with not weak strength, Xuanling continent has always had a channel to God's domain. As long as the warrior above the ruins realm can go to the gods through the plane channel. But on the Xuanling continent, almost no warrior would choose to directly enter the god realm when he returned to the ruins realm or the void god realm. As a result, the profound spirit continent human race and the blood spirit race have been fighting endlessly. Returning to the market realm and the void god realm are the main forces in the battle between the two races, and naturally they will not leave easily. In addition, there is a more important willingness, that is, the return to the market realm and the virtual, censored, realm are too weak in the gods. Holy area, as the name suggests, this is a place where god-level powerhouses gather. Even the true, censored, of the true god realm can only be regarded as the most ordinary powerhouse in the god realm, while the Guishu realm and the void god realm are almost like ants in the god realm. For the return to the ruins realm and even the virtual, censored, realm of the lower realm, it is almost impossible to survive in the realm of God if it enters the realm of God through the passage of the plane. Although these young people are only disciples of a true God power in God's domain, they are definitely not capable of dealing with them. Jiang Yi suppressed the horror in his heart and directly displayed the first seal of the human emperor seal. The soul destruction imprint slammed heavily on the thunder god's hammer of the thick-browed youth, and finally blocked the blow of the thick-browed youth. Hey, I didn't expect you as an aboriginal to master such martial arts, come again. The young man with thick eyebrows glanced at Jiang Yi in amazement. On top of the thunder god's hammer, 1,000 Jiang divine thunder containing terrifying power was also whistling at Jiang Yi again. Jiang Yi strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, his face became extremely difficult to look. This young man with thick eyebrows is not under him, and his natural bloodline and martial skills are extremely not weak. Especially the Thor's hammer in his hand is a very powerful artifact. Even if he broke out with all his strength, I am afraid he is definitely not the opponent of this thick-brow youth. And beside this young man with thick eyebrows, there are not only 3 existences with similar strengths, but also a white-clothed young man who is stronger than these people. If it continues, I am afraid he will really fall into the hands of these gods' geniuses. Zhang Yan, this time the beast spirit secret realm has changed. These gods' realm geniuses cannot be beaten. Let's go back to the profound spirit continent first. After Jiang Yi's voice fell, he didn't hesitate anymore, he directly shattered the pseudo-imperial seal on his body with a palm, and quickly disappeared in front of the young man with thick eyebrows. And behind Jiang Yi, the young geniuses also crushed the dragon pattern jade one after another, and left the beast spirit secret realm directly. Let's go too. Jiang Yan's complexion changed, and he gritted his teeth and shattered the false emperor seal on his body. Now that God realm geniuses appear in this beast spirit secret realm, it must be difficult for Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen to gather 99 dragon energy. This time the human emperor trial is invalidated, they still have the opportunity to compete for the human emperor's position. Senior brother Bai, these human youths don't seem to be natives in the secret realm, but disciples from other forces entering the secret realm. The young man with thick eyebrows looked at the place where Jiang Yi and others had disappeared, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Before entering the secret realm, the elder said that the beast spirit secret realm has changed, and it is not surprising that people from other forces have entered it. Let's go ahead and hunt down the 9th-ranked spirit beasts in the valley. The young man in white said lightly, and he was about to take the 4 of them towards the valley. The young man in white had just taken a few steps, but suddenly felt something. His footsteps suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with endless chills, he couldn't help but suddenly look towards the left side, his cold voice resounded through the world. Lu Guanyu, I have sensed your existence, won't you get out of me? Following the icy voice of the white-clothed youth, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations on a towering old tree 10 miles away on the left. 3 figures flashed out from the ancient tree, and then slowly stepped into the air towards them. A man and a woman, plus a dark figure with a slightly illusory figure. When the white-clothed youth saw the illusory dark shadow, he was taken aback for a moment. Because this shadow is not someone else, it is Lu Guanyu who brought him here by the transmission. Lu Guanyu looked at the white-clothed youth in front of him, and couldn't help but sneered, "Hey! Bai Chohan, you really are not ordinary self-confidence, you really dare to bring people here." Bai Chohan looked at Lu Guanyu's appearance, and a sneer of contempt appeared on his face. Lu Guanyu, the true disciple of the dignified Xuanyu sect, has fallen into this appearance, and you have completely lost the face of my Xuanyu sect. The corner of Lu Guanyu's mouth made a slight arc. Bai Chohan, don't worry, your fate may not be any better than me. Bai Chohan glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain, and said lightly, do you think that with the 2 guys behind you, you can deal with me? With Bai Chohan's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see the strength of the 2 Jiang Chen. Although these 2 are not weak in strength, especially the black-clothed youth, whose cultivation has reached the middle stage of returning to the ruins. How can Bai Chohan take it seriously? No, you are wrong, not the two of us, but me alone. I will be enough to deal with you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly at Bai Chohan. Stop talking nonsense. I let Lu Guanyu attract you, mainly because I want to kill you. If you want to survive, you can hand over the 9th-ranked spirit core in your body. Where did the hairy boy come from, so not long-eyed, dare to rob us on our heads? Since you have to send it to your door to find death, then I will fulfill you. The young man with thick eyebrows roared, and immediately picked up the Thor's hammer and slammed it towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He directly lifted the golden glow of his hand, and then suddenly flipped in the void. A golden giant seal containing terrifying power, like a divine stone outside the sky, suppressed the young man with thick eyebrows. The young man with thick eyebrows didn't have any resistance at all, so he was shot directly into the ground from the void by the golden giant seal, smashing a huge hole in the ground. In the huge pit, except for the thunder god's great hammer, which he didn't know what material he used for casting, the thick eyebrow youth was completely reduced to ashes under Jiang Chen's seal. Taking Jiang Chen's cultivation base in the middle of his return to the ruins, and suppressing the existence of the young men with thick eyebrows with the mark of Zhu Shen in the early days of his return to the ruins, was just a breeze. Seeing that Jiang Chen was just an understatement, he instantly killed the young man with thick eyebrows. Bai Chohan and the remaining 3 geniuses of God's domain were like hell, revealing an incredible look of horror. Chapter 1473, Fight against Bai Chohan. Who are you? On earth. Bai Chohan returned to his senses, his expression instantly furious to the extreme. The thick eyebrow youth is one of their most powerful disciples under the 3 true biography of Xuanyu sect. Even with his strength, he couldn't be easily killed by a single move. But the guy in front of him with his cultivation base in the middle of returning to the ruins, actually mastered a terrifying true martial arts, and he killed the young man with thick eyebrows with one move. This kid, could it be that a young genius from a certain celestial power has failed? Jiang Chen ignored Bai Chohan at all. His gaze swept slightly in the huge hole below, and immediately with a move of his palm, he directly grabbed the storage ring of the young man with thick eyebrows and began to scrape the resources in the storage ring. Yes, there are actually 10 9th-stage spirit cores. After checking the storage ring of the young man with thick eyebrows, Jiang Chen was also quite satisfied. He collected the dragon chi in the 10 spiritual cores into the pseudo-emperor seal, instantly causing the dragon chi in the pseudo-emperor seal to reach the 77 realms. Boy, I don't care who you are, dare to kill my disciple of the Xuanyu sect in front of me, you will only die today. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, treated him as a murderer in front of him, and took the things stored by the thick brow youth as his own, Bai Chohan's face also showed a chill of anger. When his voice fell, a majestic icy power filled the void, causing the temperature within a radius of 10 miles to drop suddenly. The terrifying cold air, as if to freeze the entire void. What a strong ice road law. The law power this guy masters seems to be stronger than the normal law power. Although Jiang Chen is not very clear about the division of the power of the law, but Jiang Chen could still clearly feel that Bai Chohan's ice road law should surpass the ordinary ice road law and reach a higher level. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and used the 3 laws of wind, thunder, fire, and the powers of the 3 laws in succession, forming a 3-color enchantment around him, which offset the surrounding ice power. Are there 3 martial arts laws? Bai Chohan's eyes condensed slightly, and then he shook his palm abruptly. In the surrounding ice Dao law space, blocks of ice crystals exuding bone-chilling chills also appeared in the void, gleaming with a crystal luster. Ice divine bow, condensate. Bai Chohan shouted angrily, stretched out his hand to grab the ice crystals in the void. These ice crystals quickly compressed and condensed, turning into an ice crystal divine bow in his palm. As soon as this ice crystal divine bow appeared, the cold air between this heaven and earth skyrocketed again. Bai Chohan looked indifferent, holding the ice crystal divine bow in one hand, and pulling the bowstring with the other. A crisp crunch came from the ice crystal divine bow, and the terrifying cold air gathered around it. On the bowstring of the ice crystal divine bow, a blue icy arrow of about 5 feet long appeared slowly. Frozen arrows emerged, and the hundreds of feet of void where the arrow pointed were quietly separated by an extremely dark space crack. It seems that in God's domain, there should be special methods for using the power of law. Looking at the ice crystal divine bow in Bai Chouhan's hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The original Lu Guanyu, condensing the sword with the law, exploded with a very powerful blow. Today's Bai Chouhan, also with the power of law, condensed a cold ice bow. Although Bai Chouhan only mastered one ice Dao law, he had extremely high attainments in the ice Dao law, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the middle of Guishu. His arrow is stronger than Lu Guanyu's original sword with 3 rules. Even with Jiang Chen's strength, he felt a hint of danger from the arrow. It's worthy of being the top genius of the true God power in God's domain, it's really extraordinary. Jiang Chen took a breath. God's domain is worthy of being the only main world in the universe. A top genius of true, censored, power has reached such a level. Jiang Chen could no longer imagine how terrifying the genius is cultivated by the power of the heavenly gods and the forces of the real gods, which are stronger than the true gods. While the thoughts flashed in his mind, Jiang Chen did not hesitate in the movement of his hands. He was full of vitality, and the 6 laws of power burst out at the same time. The power of the 6 laws permeated the void of Jiang Chen's body, and finally, with the wave of Jiang Chen's palm, it turned into a 6-color flame, instantly burning the 1000 Jiang void into nothingness. This kid actually mastered the 6 laws of power. Looking at the flames of destruction condensed by Jiang Chen, Bai Chouhan's pupils couldn't help but suddenly shrink. He didn't hesitate anymore. The fingers that were drawn into the full bow, with a bang, loosened the bowstring of the ice crystal divine bow. The finger was loosened, and the blue ice arrow rushed out violently, and then rapidly enlarged in the void, turning into a huge pillar of ice that pierced through the sky and the earth. The coldness between the sky and the earth was strong, and even the hot temperature emitted by the 6-color flames in the void dropped a lot in an instant. Looking at the thousands of feet of cold ice that penetrates the sky and the earth, Jiang Chen's expression is cold, and he shot it like lightning with a palm. 6-colored flames and thousands of feet of icicles, like meteorites across the sky, crashed together in the void. In that moment of contact, the 6-colored flames and the ice giant pillars each occupy half of the sky, and they are madly swallowed and interwoven. A terrible storm of destruction instantly swept across the world, turning the entire sky into a purgatory space intertwined with ice and fire. The 2 figures flew upside down into the purgatory space. Jiang Chen's complexion was slightly pale, and he stepped back in the void, and then he slowly stopped his figure after he stepped back 100 feet. On the opposite side of Jiang Chen, Bai Chouhan flew upside down like a broken kite. His white robe had been dyed a coquettish red, and the blood in his mouth was pouring out like a fountain. After flying upside down hundreds of feet in a row, Bai Chouhan finally stabilized his figure with a pale face. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was also an unconcealable panic in his eyes. The strongest blow he condensed with the double heavens ice road law was also defeated by Jiang Chen's 6 laws of fusion. Even suffered heavy losses in the previous confrontation. If you continue with this kid in front of you, I'm afraid he is really in danger of falling. The thoughts in Bai Chouhan's mind flashed, and he did not hesitate at the moment. When he moved his palm, a jade metal appeared out of thin air in his palm. Want to go? Leave the things for me. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he reached out his hand to point out Bai Chouhan. Chapter 1474. The praying mantis thumps the cicada, the oriole is behind. Jiang Chen's finger penetrated time and space, appeared in front of Bai Chouhan in the blink of an eye, and slashed at Bai Chouhan's arm. The jade card in Bai Chouhan's hand was also crushed by him, and a majestic space power instantly wrapped his body, trying to transport his body out of the beast spirit's secret realm. Jiang Chen's sword fingers also whizzed at this time. Only heard a sound of breaking through the air. The sword finger fell on Bai Chouhan, who was about to be teleported away, and he slashed one of his arms from the void. Looking at the arm that fell from the void, Jiang Chen moved his palm and directly put Bai Chouhan's storage ring into his bag. Bai Chouhan's strength was more than that of Lu Guanyu. The attack just now was only slightly weaker than the attack of his full strength of the 6 laws. If Bai Chouhan really wanted to fight his life, Jiang Chen would have to pay some price if he wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen didn't choose to leave Bai Chouhan with this blow, but directly targeted Bai Chouhan's arm with the storage ring. As long as Bai Chouhan's storage ring is left, his goal will be achieved. It was seen that Jiang Chen defeated Bai Chouhan with one move, forcing Bai Chouhan to escape from the beast spirit's secret realm in embarrassment, and the remaining 3 profound Yuzong geniuses were like frightened birds. Where did they dare to hesitate for a while? They quickly smashed the jade metals on their bodies, and quickly disappeared into the beast spirit's secret realm. Why don't you keep them all? Seeing Bai Chohan and the remaining 3 Xuanyu sect disciples fleeing back to God's domain, Lu Guanyu's complexion suddenly became unsightly. Originally, he wanted to use Jiang Chen's hand to keep Bai Chohan and others in this beast spirit's secret realm, and get rid of one of his biggest competitors. Even if he returned to Zanyu sect could not doubt him. But now Jiang Chen made Bai Chohan escape back to God's domain. Once Bai Chohan returns to Xuanyu sect to report the matter, how can he return to Xuanyu sect? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Why do I have to leave them all? Although with Jiang Chen's power, if he did his best to make a shot, Bai Chohan and the others would not be given any chance to crush the jade metals, they would indeed have the opportunity to stay. But Jiang Chen now only had 22 dragon auras, and he could light up all the 99 dragon patterns of the Pseudo-Emperor Seal, thereby evolving the Pseudo-Emperor Seal into the Emperor Seal and succeeding the Emperor of the Profound Spirit Mainlander. With Bai Chohan's strength, the spirit core he hunted should be a lot more than Lu Guanyu, so that he could obtain 22 dragon energy, which was more than enough. That being the case, why should he bother to keep Bai Chohan and others behind? Lu Guanyu, according to our agreement, you can leave now. As Jiang Chen said, he directly unblocked Lu Guanyu's spirit. Although Jiang Chen released Lu Guanyu's prohibition, Lu Guanyu had no intention of leaving at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen helplessly and said, "Can I follow you temporarily now?" Bai Chohan and the others have now fled back to God's domain. Xuanyu sect will never have a place for him. If he returns directly to Xuanyu sect, he will probably end up very miserably. Now, he can only follow Jiang Chen and leave the beast spirit secret realm with Jiang Chen to make plans. Whatever. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately ignored Lu Guanyu, and directly explored Bai Chohan's storage ring. As the strongest true disciple of Xuanyu sect, Bai Chohan is indeed much richer than Lu Guanyu. The number of Shenjing alone is enough to reach 5,000. In addition to the God crystals, the number of 9th stage spirit cores has also reached 20, of which there are 5 spiritual cores, all reaching the middle stage of the 9th stage. These 20 spiritual cores were enough for Jiang Chen to obtain 30 dragon energy, which had completely exceeded Jiang Chen's needs. This time the Emperor human trial is over. Jiang Chen looked at the spiritual core in Bai Chohan's storage ring, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This time the human Emperor's trial, the sudden appearance of a genius in God's domain, it actually fulfilled him. If it weren't for these God's geniuses to rob him, he wanted to obtain 99 dragon chi so quickly, I am afraid it would be really not an easy task. His thoughts flashed, just as Jiang Chen was about to absorb the dragon energy of the spiritual core and light up all the dragon patterns in the Pseudo-Emperor's Seal, a sound of breaking through the sky suddenly came from the sky on the left. Jiang Chen looked up at the 8 or 9 quick resolved breath fluctuations in the void, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight arc. Jiang Jun was finally willing to show up. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Jiang Jun brought 8 young geniuses into the air, and soon appeared in the void thousands of feet away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Jun, can you finally give it up? Jiang Chen stood with his head, and looked at Jiang Jun in front of him lightly, his expression extremely calm. Jiang Jun stared at Jiang Chen for a while, then slowly said, Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that your strength has reached such a level that you can easily defeat these geniuses from God's domain. Since you have seen my strength, you still don't give up the fight for the throne. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Jun faintly. Do you think you have the qualifications to compete with me for the throne? Jiang Chen, although your strength is tyrannical, the person who won in the human emperor's trial may not necessarily be you. Have you never heard of a saying Caldemontis fights cicada, Oriole is behind? Jiang Jun smiled coldly and said, you just fought with that God's domain genius, it should be a lot of consumption, I don't know how much combat power you still have. Previously in the dark, Jiang Jun had witnessed Jiang Chen's battle with that God domain genius. Although Jiang Chen defeated the God realm genius, he consumed a lot. But he waited for work with ease, and there was still an unused whole card in his hand, and he could completely fight Jiang Chen. Now that both Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan have been forced to leave the secret realm of beast spirits, as long as Jiang Chen is defeated, he will be the only winner of this trial of the human emperor. No matter how much combat power I have left, it is more than enough to deal with you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold arc, if you want to be the Oriole behind you, it depends on whether you have that ability. Really? Then we can see the real chapter under our hands. The cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and he shouted directly, "Do it." As Jiang Chen's shout fell, 4 of the young talents split into 2 teams and killed Meng Qingxie and Lu Guanyu respectively. And Jiang Chen himself, with the other 4 young geniuses, approached Jiang Chen directly. Chapter 1475. Sorry, you have no chance. The 5 Jiang Chen were located in 5 different directions, and they immediately surrounded Jiang Chen in the center. The 5 people formed a handprint at the same time and struck out towards the void above Jiang Chen's head. The 5 handprints quickly turned into a 5-element pattern glowing with dazzling light in the void. The dazzling light is like the sun shining on the earth, scattered down from the 5-element pattern, covering all the space with a radius of thousands of meters. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. This is the formation. Jiang Chen, this 5-element trapped dragon formation is a combined attack method that I have spent a lot of effort to get. Once the 5-element trapped dragon formation is deployed, unless the emperor who returns to the peak of the ruins comes in person, even those who return to the late ruins will not be easy. Get out of trouble. I want to see how you can break through my 5-element trapped dragon formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gloomy sneer sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and immediately condensed a 6-color sword light with 6 laws of power, and slashed at the surrounding formation enchantment. The 6-color sword light cut on the formation barrier, and suddenly burst into a loud noise. After seeing the formation trembling slightly, the formation became calm again. Jiang Chen's brows suddenly couldn't help but twisted together tightly. This 5-element trapped dragon formation, under the display of Jiang Chen's 5 powerhouses in the early days of returning to the market, the defense is indeed strong to the point of terrifying. Even with his combat power, it is not easy to forcibly break through the 5-element trapped dragon formation. Although he has a system, he can comprehend the 5-element trapped dragon formation, find the weakness of the formation, and it is not difficult to break the 5-element trapped dragon formation. It takes a certain amount of time to comprehend the 5 elements trapped in the dragon formation. But Jiang Chen was a little worried. Under the siege of 2 geniuses returning to the market, Meng Qingxie might not last long. Jiang Chen, don't waste your energy anymore. Although your combat power is very strong, it is impossible to break through the 5 elements trapped dragon formation. Seeing Jiang Chen's behavior, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lifted a smug smile. Jiang Chen said indifferently, although your formation can trap me, it can't kill me. You don't seem to have the energy to hunt down beast spirits to gain dragon energy if you spend such a high price to trap me here. I can't kill you, but my people can kill this woman named Meng Qingxie. Jiang Junyan smiled sadly. Jiang Chen, if you want her to survive, now take the initiative to give up fighting for the throne, maybe it's still too late. As the son of the emperor, Jiang Chen was backed by Ji Wuxuang, a strong imaginary realm. Even if he had the strength to kill Jiang Chen, he would not dare to kill Jiang Chen easily. Once Ji Wuxuang knew about it, his fate would be very miserable. His plan from the beginning was to use the 5 elements trapped dragon formation to trap Jiang Chen, and then use Meng Qingxie to force Jiang Chen to submit. At the beginning, Jiang Chen had a battle with Yi Wu at Yejia for Meng Qingxie. This shows that Meng Qingxie must have a pivotal position in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen was able to watch Meng Qingxie die without caring. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Chen's face suddenly became unsightly. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so insidious that he would do everything in order to get the position of the emperor. Now Meng Qingxie is at stake under the joint attack of the 2 young geniuses, and even has no chance to crush the dragon jade and leave. On the other side, Lu Guanyu, even though he had the strength of the middle stage of returning to the ruins, now only has the soul, whose strength is greatly reduced. With his ability, he could only barely protect himself under the attack of 2 young geniuses, and it was impossible to help Meng Qingxie. Now, he can only find a way to delay time and wait for Yi Wuji to arrive. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Just as he was about to speak, the pseudo-imperial seal on his body suddenly fluctuated. Jiang Chen sensed the breath of dragon jade, and was quickly approaching them. Now in this beast spirit secret realm, apart from the people present, only Yi Wuji was the young genius of the profound spirit continent. How could the dragon jade master who had appeared within thousands of miles be someone else? Jiang Chen burst into laughter suddenly. Ha ha. Jiang Chen, people are not as good as heaven. It seems that your conspiracy may not succeed. At this moment, Jiang Chen naturally sensed the approach of the dragon-patterned jade, and his face suddenly sank. Damn it. That fellow Yi Wuji came over so quickly. He hurriedly shouted to the two young geniuses who besieged Meng Qingxie, "Shoot with all my strength, and take that woman for me at all costs." Meng Qingxie has the bloodline of the Taiyan destiny body, and also bears the inheritance of the great emperor. Although the two young geniuses could suppress Meng Qingxie, they couldn't completely defeat him in a short time. The distance of thousands of miles is just a matter of breathing for the Guishu realm powerhouse. Yi Wuji's figure also turned into a stream of light in an instant. Looking at Yi Wuji, who had arrived in time, Jiang Chen's expression was also extremely gloomy for an instant. Jiang Chen naturally knew the strength of the first genius of the Yi family. In his team, apart from him, only the first day in the Ji family, Ji Yun, was able to block Yi Wuji. But now the two of them used these 5 elements to trap the dragon formation, and they couldn't make any move. And with Yi Wuji's help, Meng Qingxie might soon be able to defeat the two young geniuses he sent. At that time, their situation may become extremely disadvantaged instead. Yi Wuji, what benefits did Jiang Chen give you? It's worth your life for him. Don't you like Meng Qingxie very much? If you are willing to help me, not only will Meng Qingxie be yours in the future, I can agree to any conditions you have. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and now the best way for him is undoubtedly to draw Yi Wuji over at all costs. Jiang Chen, like you such a villain, I am Yi Wuji, disdain to be with you. If you want me to help you, do you deserve it? Yi Wuji sneered in disdain, and immediately joined the battlefield, and joined forces with Meng Qingxie to fight the two young geniuses. Jiang Chen's face suddenly became hard to see the extreme. He took a deep breath, and his gaze fell directly on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, now that the battle between you and me is going on, the final result will only hurt both sides. You told Yi Wuji to stop, and I removed the 5-element trapped dragon formation. Everyone hunted down beast spirits to obtain dragon energy. How about fair competition? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly raised, and the faint laughter resounded instantly. Fair competition? It's not necessary. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you have no chance. Chapter 1476. The Baptism of the Emperor Seal, Return to the Middle of the Market. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and immediately ignored Jiang Chen, and directly took out the spiritual core from Bai Chohan's storage ring, and inhaled the dragon gas into the pseudo-emperor seal. Now that Yi Wuji has arrived, Jiang Chen no longer needs to worry about Meng Qingxui's safety. Although Jiang Chen trapped him with these 5-element trapped dragon formations, he could still absorb the dragon energy with confidence and light up the dragon pattern in the pseudo-imperial seal. As long as all the 99 dragon patterns of the pseudo-emperor's seal are illuminated, he has already won the trial of the emperor, so why not compete fairly with Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's sudden behavior also caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. Is this guy already gathering 99 dragons? Under the gaze of Jiang Chen and others, Jiang Chen methodically inhaled the dragon gas into the pseudo-emperor seal. The remaining 22 dragon patterns in the pseudo-emperor's seal had been illuminated by Jiang Chen. And at the moment when all the 99 dragon patterns were lit, a bright golden light burst out from the pseudo-emperor's seal like a dragon roaring 9 days, and enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body. Looking from a distance, Jiang Chen's body was surrounded by dragon energy, like a censored and dust, and his whole body exuded an unstoppable breath. He actually gathered 99 dragons. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's eyes were dull, and there was also an unbelievable look in his eyes. For this trial of the emperor, Jiang Chen had planned for a long time and was fully prepared. But even so, the dragon energy he has now is only 40, and the dragon pattern in the pseudo-emperor's seal has not been half lit. But Jiang Chen in front of him, with only Yi Wuji and Meng Qingxie at the top of the list, gathered 99 dragon spirits in such a short time. It is naturally impossible for Jiang Chen to know that before Jiang Chen robbed the team of Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan, he had already robbed a wave of God's domain geniuses. Now with the spirit core in Bai Chohan's storage ring, the total number of dragon chi that Jiang Chen has robbed is at least 80 or 90. Isn't it easy to gather 99 dragon chi? This guy unexpectedly gathered 99 dragon spirits. Looking at the situation on Jiang Chen's body, Yi Wuji also had a dull expression, and he could not recover from the shock for a while. Yi Wuji originally thought that even if Jiang Chen had his help, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to win this trial of the Emperor. Who knew that Jiang Chen had gathered 99 dragon cheese so quickly with his own power? His greatest helper has become a soy sauce maker instead. Yi Wuji has an unruly nature and has almost never admired anyone in this life. But this time, he was completely convinced by Jiang Chen. Isn't this guy really an ordinary guard? Under the shocking gaze of everyone, the pseudo-imperial seal in Jiang Chen's hand was directly evolved and upgraded and became the true imperial seal of one party. Whether it was the pseudo-imperial seal in Jiang Jun's hand, or the dragon pattern jade in the hands of other people, they were all shattering. Everyone was forcibly expelled from the mysterious realm of beast spirits almost instantly by a mysterious force. A series of pleasant reminders also sounded in Jiang Chen's ear continuously. Ding! You get the baptism of the god-level treasure, the Emperor's seal, and gain 500 million * 100 cultivation experience. Ding! You successfully broke through the end of the ruins. Ding! You get the baptism of the god-level treasure, the Emperor's seal, and the law of Kendo gains 500 million * 100 experience. Ding! Your Kendo law successfully promoted to the second heaven. With the sound of these system prompts, one after another, Jiang Chen's strength is also growing at an extremely terrifying speed. It was Jiang Chen that Rao did not expect that this time the human emperor's trial would be able to give him such a huge benefit. This time, not only did his cultivation base break through the later stage of Guishu, but even the martial arts laws have been comprehensively improved. His strongest Kendo law has been successfully promoted to the second heaven. As for other laws, although they have not broken the border, they have also become much stronger. In addition, Jiang Chen also successfully comprehended the seventh law, the law of life. Comprehending the law of life, Jiang Chen's resilience directly increased more than 10 times. If he was able to comprehend the law of life when he came to Xuanling continent, why would he spend close to 1 time healing his wounds? I am afraid that he can fully recover in 3 days at most. I didn't expect this trial of the Emperor human to be able to achieve such a level of strength. It seems that the matter of the profound spirit continent should be ended early. Now not only has his cultivation base broken through the late stage of returning to the ruins, but the power of martial arts law has also reached a new level. With his current strength, even facing the great emperor at the pinnacle of the ruins, he was completely fearless. Unless a strong void god realm takes action, almost no one in the profound spirit continent can pose any threat to him. While his thoughts flickered, Jiang Chen directly urged the emperor's seal in his hand, and then quickly disappeared into the beast spirit secret realm under a bright golden glow. On the Xuanling continent, on the empty square in the center of human imperial city. Since Jiang Chen and the others entered the beast spirit secret realm, many human experts have been quietly standing around the square, waiting for the result of this human emperor's trial. After waiting like this, a few days passed in a flash. On this day, the void square, which had been unusually calm, finally heard a violent spatial fluctuation. Look at it, there is movement. Everyone lifted their spirits, and their eyes all landed in the center of the void square. I saw that the spatial fluctuation in the center of the square became more and more intense, and the shadows of the people were tearing apart the space, slowly emerging in the sight of everyone. More than a dozen figures, including Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan, the heirs of the emperor, all appeared in the center of the square. What's the matter? Why did Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan also come out? Could it be someone has gathered 99 dragon qi in the beast spirit secret realm? How is this possible? It is said that in the last trial of human emperor Zhang Wuyu took 10 days to win. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the many strong human races on the square were incredibly shocked. They originally thought that this time the spatial fluctuation would be the danger of individual young geniuses, and they chose to leave the beast spirit secret realm. Who knew that Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan, the 2 heirs to the emperor, had all come out of the beast spirit secret realm? Looking at the situation in front of him, the elder Zhang clan frowned slightly. Zhang Yi, Zhang Yan, what's the matter with you? Chapter 1477. When Jiang Chen returned, the audience was shocked. As the great elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xingbai naturally understood the emperor's trial very well. In Xuanling continent's previous human emperor trials, generally it took nearly half a month to get results. The last trial of the emperor of humanity, Zhang Wuyu won in 10 days, which was the fastest in history. Now that it hasn't been 5 days since the trial of the human emperor started, how could someone gather the 99 dragon energy? If someone gathers the 99 dragon qi, all young talents, including the other 3 heirs to the emperor, will be directly expelled from the beast spirit secret realm. Now only Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan appeared, and it was obvious that none of them had won the human emperor trial. It seems that there must be something unexpected in the beast spirit secret realm, forcing these 2 people to quit the beast spirit secret realm. Great Elder, the secret realm of beast spirits has changed, and God's domain genius has come to it. Zhang Yi hurriedly smiled bitterly and said, "It is precisely because we encountered God's domain geniuses that we had to withdraw from the beast spirit secret realm." God's domain genius actually appeared in the beast spirit secret realm. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhang Xingbai and the others couldn't help but change slightly. The beast spirit secret realm appeared on the profound spirit continent together with the human imperial city. They also knew very well that this secret realm was a secret realm belonging to a certain force in the God's realm, and its entrance in the human imperial city had descended on the profound spirit continent. Their profound spirit continent has mastered this secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years, but there has been no change. This time the beast spirit secret realm actually appeared in the God realm genius. Could it be that a certain force in the God realm has once again controlled the beast spirit secret realm and failed? Elder Xingbai, since the secret realm of the beast spirit has changed, I think the trial of the human emperor will end here for now. Yes, I also think this trial of the human emperor should be abolished, and the trial of the human emperor should be repeated at a later date. At this time, many strong human races couldn't help but talk. Especially those who supported Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan. They saw that they had lost the opportunity, and they didn't want the trial of the emperor to continue. Zhang Xingbai frowned slightly, and immediately looked up at Ji Wuxuang in the void. Queen Ji, the beast spirit secret realm has changed, which has affected the normal progress of the human emperor's trial. I wonder if you think you want to terminate the human emperor's trial. Ji Wuxuang said indifferently, the emperor's trial is not a trifling matter. Does it mean that it can be terminated by stopping it? Queen Ji, it's not that we want to terminate the human emperor's trial. This is not because an accident happened in the beast spirit secret realm, which affected the smooth progress of the human emperor's trial. An elder of the Jiang clan spoke. The human emperor's trial is to select a new emperor for the profound spirit continent human race. If you want to succeed the emperor and lead the human race against the blood spirit race, you should not be afraid of any challenges and accidents. If you can win in an unexpected situation in the secret realm of beast spirits, shouldn't you be more qualified to inherit the throne? Ji Wuxuang snorted coldly. No need to say more. Unless the 4 heirs of the emperor are unable to win the trial of the emperor. This time, there is no possibility of invalidation. Many human experts heard Ji Wuxuang's words, and they stopped saying much. After all, Ji Wuxuang's words are extremely reasonable. If someone can really resist the pressure and win this trial of the emperor, it will be more convincing than the winner of any previous trial of the emperor. They also believed that neither Jiang Chen nor Jiang Chen could gather the 99 dragon qi in the mysterious realm of beast spirits, which was a genius in God's domain, and become the only winner of the human emperor's trial. Just after everyone's discussion, there was another violent spatial fluctuation in the center of the square. Everyone looked around quickly. I saw another 10 figures in succession, directly emerging out of thin air in the center of the square. It's Jiang Chen, he also came out of the beast spirit secret realm. Seeing Jiang Chen appearing in the center of the square, exclamations suddenly sounded all around. Could it be that Jiang Chen and others also encountered the genius of God's domain? No. Have you noticed that for the 30 young geniuses who entered the beast spirit secret realm this time, except for Jiang Chen, the remaining 29 have already emerged from the beast spirit secret realm? At this moment, a sharp-eyed middle-aged warrior suddenly whispered. As soon as the middle-aged warrior said this, everyone around him couldn't help taking a breath. Could it be that Jiang Chen has gathered 99 dragon qi in the beast spirit secret realm, becoming the only winner of this human emperor's trial? Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. It seems that you have also been attacked by God's domain geniuses. Zhang Yi looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared not far in front of him, and a gloating look appeared on his face. Even Jiang Chen was driven out of the beast spirit secret realm by the God realm genius, and Jiang Chen must not stay in the beast spirit secret realm for long. It seems that in this trial of the emperor, all 4 of them will end in failure. Emperor Ji, now that none of the 3 heirs of the human emperor can win the human emperor trial, it seems that we are destined to hold another human emperor trial. Seeing that Jiang Chen and others had also returned from the beast spirit secret realm, a Jiang clan elder couldn't help but smile at Ji Wuxuang. Ji Wuxuang said indifferently, "The elders seem to have forgotten, this time the human emperor's trial, my Jiang clan has 4 heirs to the emperor." The Jiang clan elder smiled and said, "Although Jiang Chen is good at strength, but now the beast spirit secret realm god realm genius haunts Ji, who thinks he can use his own power to gather the dragon energy under the eyes of the god realm genius." Ji Wuxuang frowned. Just as he was about to speak, there was another spatial fluctuation in the center of the square. I saw a figure covered with golden glow, slowly stepping out of the cracks in nothingness. Looking at the figure stepping out of the void in the void, the eyes of the many human experts on the square couldn't help but freeze in vain. "Chen'er, have you gathered 99 dragons?" Feeling the breath of Jiang Chen, Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared. Rao is that she has always had confidence in Jiang Chen, but she still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could gather 99 dragon cheese so quickly in the secret realm of beast spirits with the appearance of God's domain genius. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Mother, luckily it's not as good as life, I didn't let it down." Ji Wuxuang smiled and said, "As expected, I'm Ji Wuxuang's son, it really looks good." On the square, many human experts heard Jiang Chen's conversation, and they didn't recover from the shock for a while. Jiang Chen, this guy, actually won the trial of the emperor. Chapter 1478, I am the emperor. He managed to gather 99 dragon chi, how is this possible? Zhang Yi and Zhang Yan looked at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by golden light in the sky. They were like a ghost and couldn't believe their eyes. The emperor-level spiritual core in the beast spirit secret realm is not easy to hunt. After a few days, they didn't get much dragon energy. Although Jiang Chen's strength is not weak, the dragon energy he hunted should be much more than them. Even if Jiang Chen robbed their team and plundered 22 dragon chi, it is impossible to gather 99 dragon chi so quickly, right? In the sky, many Jiang clan elders looked at Jiang Chen with incredible expressions. Although Jiang Chen showed strong personal strength half a month ago, he became the 4th heir to participate in the trial of the emperor. But the time he came back was too short, almost without any foundation. In this trial of the emperor, Jiang Chen's power was undoubtedly the weakest among the 4 heirs of the emperor. This heir to the weakest human emperor was able to gather 99 dragon chi in such a short time and became the only winner. After hundreds of thousands of years, the human race of the Xuanling continent has given birth to 10 human emperors. Except for the first human emperor, the other 9 human emperors were selected through the human emperor trial. In the past 9 trials of the human emperor, no one has ever been able to win the trial of the human emperor in less than 5 days like Jiang Chen. And it's still in the situation that the secret realm of the beast spirit has changed, and the genius of the gods has come. Ha! His Royal Highness Jiang Chen is really extraordinary, so he can win the trial of the emperor. Yes, the 11th emperor of this human race is none other than His Highness Jiang Chen. Some human experts who supported Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing. These strong human races were all cultivated by Jiang Wuya, and they naturally hoped that Jiang Chen can succeed to the throne. Jiang Chen's return to the Jiang clan was too short, and it was not easy to win this trial of the emperor. However, Jiang Chen reversed his life when facing him in an extremely unfavorable situation, and became the winner of this trial of the emperor. If such a character can't become the new emperor of the human race, who else can do it? This is impossible. How did you gather 99 dragons in just 5 days? An elder of the Jiang clan finally came back to his senses after being dull for a while. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was also a look of doubt. Jiang Chen said lightly, "It's very simple, I just robbed some of the Emperor Spirit cores hunted by God's domain geniuses, and then accidentally gathered 99 dragon energy." Rob the genius of God's domain. When everyone heard Jiang Chen's words, they couldn't help taking a breath. Zhang Yi Zhang Yan, the 2 heirs to the Emperor, were forced to leave the beast spirit secret realm in embarrassment after encountering the genius of the gods. But this guy was good, he actually robbed God's domain geniuses in turn. The gods, realm geniuses in the beast spirit secret realm are powerful, and the weakest ones are at the peak of the initial stage of the return to the market, and even exist in the middle stage of the return to the market, and their combat power is invincible in the realm. You said that you robbed God's domain geniuses, how is this possible? Zhang Yi on the side looked incredibly authentic. Zhang Yi has personally experienced the power of those geniuses in God's domain. Even if Jiang Chen's combat power is stronger than them, he must never defeat those God's domain geniuses and rob their spiritual cores, right? Jiang Chen glanced across the square and said indifferently, no matter how I gather the 99 dragon chi, now I am the winner of this human emperor's trial, and I should become the 11th human emperor of the human race. Any of you have an opinion? His Royal Highness Jiang Chen, since you said you defeated the God's domain genius, the spirit core robbed from the God's domain genius. You must let everyone see that you have the strength to defeat the God's domain genius, right? Otherwise, how can you convince everyone just by your own words? At this moment, an elder of the Jiang clan in the late return to the ruins came out directly, staring straight at Jiang Chendao. Okay, since you want to know, then I will let you know. A sneer rose from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, and he stretched out his hand to face the void in front of him. An invisible sword force between heaven and earth instantly locked the Jiang clan elder. The Jiang clan elder's complexion changed drastically, and the aura of the late return to the ruins burst out with all his strength, condensing a series of airtight defensive enchantments around his body. His defensive enchantment, under Jiang Chen's invisible sword of heaven and earth, was like a piece of paper, and it collapsed when touched. The invisible sword force had already smashed all the defensive strength of the Jiang clan elder, and then hit his body with a heavy sword. The elder of the Jiang clan had a sweet throat, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His whole person was pale and retreated hundreds of feet in the void. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who was opposite, and finally there was a look of horror in his old eyes. Around, many human race powerhouses were equally horrified. The elders of the Jiang clan in the later stage of returning to the ruins were unable to take even Jiang Chen's move. The strength of this guy is too terrifying. Standing with the head, Jiang Chen glanced at the elder of the Jiang clan lightly. This elder, I don't know if my strength can meet your eyes. The elder of the Jiang clan turned red and said, the emperor's trial gathers the 99 dragon chi, and will be baptized by the emperor's seal, which will greatly increase your strength. You are clearly cheating. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I know you would say that, so I only used 70% of my strength just now. Otherwise, you probably have no chance to stand here now. Okay, His Royal Highness Jiang Chen really only used 70% of his power just now. Jiang Wei, if you don't want to continue to be embarrassed, just retreat to me. Jiang Xingbai glanced at the Jiang clan elder and couldn't help shouting sharply. As the Supreme Emperor at the peak of the Guishu, Jiang Xingbai is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen has now broken through the late Guishu's cultivation base, but just used the power of the middle of the Guishu. With Jiang Chen's current strength, if he did his best to make a move, the powerhouses who would normally return to the ruins of the late stage would really only have to be killed by a single shot. The Jiang clan elder named Jiang Wei heard Jiang Xingbai's scolding, so he retreated unwillingly. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Wei. His gaze swept slightly in the square, and his proud voice slowly resounded across the world. From today, I am the Emperor of the profound spirit continent human race. Who else has any opinions? Chapter 1479, Blood Spirit Race Change. Jiang Chen's proud voice made the entire void square fall into a dead silence. Jiang Xingbai, the elder of the Jiang clan, took a deep breath and finally stood up slowly. His Royal Highness Jiang Chen passed the human sovereign trial, and he should be the 11th human sovereign of my profound spirit continent human race. As Jiang Xingbai said, he bowed directly to Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Xingbai, the great elder of the Jiang clan, I have seen your majesty the emperor. Although Jiang Xingbai is close to Jiang Jun, he has always supported Jiang Jun to become the next emperor of the human race. But the matter is over. Jiang Xingbai also knows that this matter is a foregone conclusion. Even if they continue to oppose it, there is no point. Jiang Chen first passed the assessment of heir to the emperor they set up, and now he won the emperor's trial. Although there were some changes in the middle of this trial of the human emperor, this has the same impact on all the heirs of the emperor who participated in the trial of the human emperor. Jiang Chen's ability to withstand the pressure and win in the trial of the emperor can highlight his ability. Behind him were Ji Wuxuang and many of Zhang Wuyu's direct descendants who supported him. They were no longer able to prevent Jiang Chen from ascending to the throne. What if you stop Jiang Chen this time? Today's Jiang Chen, the strength is comparable to the great emperor-level powerhouse returning to the pinnacle of the ruins, far behind the other three heirs of the emperor. Even if it is a reassessment of the human emperor, I am afraid that this human emperor's throne will still belong to Jiang Chen. I'm waiting to see His Majesty the Emperor. Have seen Your Majesty the Emperor. Some strong human races who supported Jiang Chen also led many strong human races on the square to salute Jiang Chen. The rest of the people also knew that Jiang Chen's successor to the emperor was inevitable, so they had to silently bow to Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen had made many human experts surrender by virtue of his own ability, Ji Wuxuang could not help but nodded secretly. This little guy is not weaker than his father Jiang Wuya in terms of talent or temperament. With Jiang Chen's ability, I am afraid that it won't take long before he can shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the human race of the Xuanling continent. At that time, she can go to God's domain without worry. Since everyone has no opinion, I now announce that Jiang Chen is the 11th human emperor of the Xuanling mainland human race, and the human emperor's ascension ceremony will be held 3 days later. Ji Wuxuang's eyes swept slightly across the void square, and the cold voice resounded directly in everyone's ears. Many elders of the Jiang clan, under the leadership of Jiang Xingbai, began to make full preparations for the enthronement ceremony of the emperor. 3 days passed in a flash, and the ceremony of the Emperor Xuanling Mainland's ascension to the throne was finally about to begin. On this day, the entire imperial city was full of people. In the entire profound spirit continent, the many forces headed by the Yi clan and the Ji clan, as well as the 8th commanders of the human race, have all sent heavyweights to come to the Jiang clan's heavenly palace to observe the ceremony and witness the birth of the new human race emperor. Wearing a golden dragon-patterned robe, Jiang Chen officially became the emperor of the Xuanling mainland human race after a series of tedious etiquette. After the enthronement ceremony of the emperor, Jiang Chen was not idle either. It took him several days to gain a comprehensive understanding of the strength of the profound spirit continent human race and blood spirit race. After hundreds of thousands of years of struggle between the profound spirit continent human race and the blood spirit race, their strength is less than 1/10 of their peak period. Nowadays, there is only Ji Wuxuang who is strong in the virtual, censored, realm of human race. There are only more than 30 great emperor-level powerhouses returning to the peak of the ruins. The blood spirit race has a special physique, and has unparalleled talent in the cultivation of the blood path, and the speed of being born and returning to the ruins realm is much faster than the human race. The overall strength of the blood spirit race has always been slightly stronger than that of the human race. In the last 10,000 years, human race has given birth to a peerless emperor like Jiang Wuya, leading the human race to rise strongly. Especially when Emperor Jiang Wuya returned a few decades ago, he killed a void god realm powerhouse of the blood spirit race and several great emperors who returned to the pinnacle of the market in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of Jiang Wuya's move that he angered the emperor of the blood spirit clan who broke the barrier not long ago. The blood emperor led the blood spirit tribe army, forced Jiang Wuya to lead the human race powerhouse to a decisive battle, and then directly broke through the realm to become a true god, intending to kill Jiang Wuya and the human race powerhouse before ascending to the gods. The blood emperor counted thousands of things, but he didn't know that Jiang Wuya had already broken the realm and became a true god. The two fought a battle, and finally the two sides ascended to God's domain together. In this decisive battle between the human race and the blood spirit race ended without any disease because of their ascension. Now the blood spirit race also has a void god realm powerhouse sitting in town, and the great emperor level powerhouse returning to the peak of the ruins is almost the same as the human race. Only the number of ordinary ruins realm powerhouses, the blood spirit race is much larger than the human race. The ordinary Guishu realm expert, with Jiang Chen's current strength, did not care too much. On the whole, the strength of the human race today is completely capable of fighting the blood spirit race. After understanding the strength of the human blood spirit clan, Jiang Chen directly found his mother Ji Wuxuang and proposed a war with the blood spirit clan. "Chener, are you going to fight the blood spirit race now?" When Ji Wuxuang heard Jiang Chen's words, he was shocked. She obviously did not expect that Jiang Chen would directly go to war with the blood spirit race after he succeeded to the throne. Blood spirit races are uniquely endowed. If you talk about cultivation and vitality, the human race's recovery speed is far from that of the blood spirit races, and the gap between them will increase. Instead of this, it is better to start the war directly now. Jiang Chen nodded and said what was in his heart. Ji Wuxuang pondered slightly. "What you said may not be unreasonable, but this matter is of great importance. I will call the strong human race to discuss it tomorrow." Enlightened to the emperor, Nan Gongling, the commander of Nanwu Prefecture, has an urgent report. At this moment, I thought that the Yinjia guard suddenly came forward and reported to Jiang Chen. Nanbushu emergency report. When Jiang Chen and Ji Wushuang heard this, their complexions couldn't help but change slightly. Nanwu Prefecture, the southernmost state among the 8 human races, borders the blood-silver domain of the blood-spirit race, and is the central area of the entire profound spirit continent. For many years, the battle between the human race and the blood-spirit race has almost always been on the battlefield of Nanbuzhou in the censored silver domain. Now there is an emergency report from Nanwu Prefecture. It seems that the blood-spirit race has changed in all likelihood. With a move of Jiang Chen's hand, he directly grabbed the jade slip from the silver armor guard's hand, and a message came into his mind instantly. Chen'er, what news is coming from Nanwu Prefecture? On Ji Wushuang's beautiful face, he couldn't help but show a solemn look. The new blood emperor of the blood-spirit race has taken the throne, and the blood-silver domain is ready to move. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Mother, it seems that we don't want to go to war this time. I am afraid it will not be done. Chapter 1480. Take the initiative to attack the wasteland. It seems that the blood-spirit race wants to repeat the old tricks again, and wants to fight against the human race while the human race has no emperor. Ji Wushuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, 10,000 years ago, the blood-spirit race took this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the human race. If it weren't for your father to turn the tide, I'm afraid the profound spirit continent human race would no longer exist. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, unfortunately, this time they are probably going to be disappointed. Yes, I am afraid that the blood-spirit race never expected that you would inherit your father's throne in such a short period of time. Ji Wushuang also smiled. Fortunately, Jiang Chen returned to the Jiang clan and passed the human sovereign trial in less than 5 days. If according to the past progress, their human emperor trial has just been halfway. If the blood-spirit race suddenly went to war at this time, the human race would have to repeat the mistakes of thousands of years ago. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and directly passed that many great emperor-level powerhouses of the clan came to the palace to discuss matters. Nearly 20 great emperor-level powerhouses in the human imperial city, all gathered together in the main hall of the human imperial palace. Your Majesty, I wonder why you suddenly summoned me to wait for me. A Terran emperor looked at Jiang Chen and Ji Wushuang sitting high in the middle of the hall, and asked straightforwardly. Jiang Chen said indifferently, there is an urgent report from Nanwu Prefecture. The new blood emperor of the blood clan has taken the throne, and the blood silver domain is also about to move, and there seems to be signs of attacking the human race. With these words, there was an uproar in the hall. The blood spirit race really does not kill my human heart. I took advantage of my human race to have no emperor and launched an offensive thousands of years ago, and now I want to do the same thing again. If you want to fight, you will fight. My human race can still be afraid that their blood spirit race will fail. I also ask the human emperor to give an order. I am willing to follow His Majesty the human emperor and fight the blood spirit race to the death. Many great emperor-level powerhouses all said in indignation. These human race powerhouses, although they will also argue in order to take advantage, they are surprisingly consistent in their attitude towards the blood spirit race. Everyone wants to fight the blood spirit race, this emperor understands. But the strength of the blood spirit race is only stronger than our human race. If you fight hard with the blood spirit race, the end result will only be both sides. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, now, it is not the time for us to fight the blood spirit race to the death. Many human emperors were taken aback for a moment, and one of them quickly asked, then I don't know what your Majesty's plan is. The emperor had already captured the Blood River region, one of the 9 regions of the blood spirit race, before returning to the human imperial city. This time, the emperor intends to let your mother lead you to Nanbu Prefecture, just to contain the main force of the blood spirit race. And I will continue to attack the other areas of the blood spirit race and weaken the strength of the blood spirit race. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his plan. It's absolutely impossible. His Majesty Human Emperor has just become the new emperor of my human race. How can he take risks so easily? Yes, if your Majesty really wants to attack the blood spirit race from the Blood River region, he only needs to send a few great emperors, so why not go there himself? Many human race great emperors heard Jiang Chen's words and couldn't help but persuade them. Human sovereign is the key to uniting the hearts of the strong human race. Now the blood spirit race is ready to move. If something happens to Jiang Chen at this time, the human race will surely become scattered in order to compete for the position of the human emperor. At that time, their human race will probably fall into a dilemma for thousands of years again. Such a situation is obviously not what many human experts want to see. If the great emperor is sent, and the blood spirit race also sends the great emperor, it doesn't make any sense at all. Now the blood spirit clan knows nothing about the emperor's affairs, only the blood river area in front of me can achieve unexpected results. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. You can rest assured, with my current strength, unless the blood spirit race sends a strong void god realm, no one can help me. Queen Ji, I don't know what you mean. Everyone saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be determined to go to the blood river region alone, and couldn't help looking at Ji Wuxuang, who was aside. Just follow Chener's plan, Ji Wuxuang said indifferently. You go down and prepare, and you will leave Nanwu State ahead with me tomorrow to contain the blood spirit race. All the discussions were finalized, and Jiang Chen and Meng Qingshe bid farewell to Ji Wuxuang, and then he left the imperial city and embarked on the journey to the blood river region. Jiang Chen first arrived at the Yunzhou commander's mansion and ordered Yunzhou commander Yun Yu to assemble Yunzhou's human army, and he and Meng Qingshe returned to the blood river region first. Return to the blood river region King City. Jiang Chen discovered that under the leadership of Kang Yuanlong, the strength of the human emperor palace had been greatly improved. Among these human warriors from the Scarlet Desolate region, there are many outstanding talents among them. Because of resource constraints, they have been trapped in the divine embryo realm and cannot break through. Now as Jiang Chen kills the censored wasteland and occupy the blood river area, he has obtained a lot of training resources. Therefore, there are almost 4 or 5 martial artists of the divine embryo realm in the human emperor palace, all of whom have accumulated a lot of accumulation and broke through to the quasi-emperor realm in one fell swoop. And Kang Yuanlong has directly become an emperor-level powerhouse in the returning market realm. In addition to Kang Yuanlong, Ji Yufeng'er, who possessed the heavenly phoenix divine body, was also promoted to the realm of returning ruins. Just less than a month. From the situation where there was no quasi-emperor, the palace of human emperor gave birth to several quasi-emperors and 2 powerful emperors. Today's human emperor palace is probably not much inferior to Yunzhou's strength. Elder Kang, now the battle between the human race and the blood spirit race is imminent. I want to take the initiative from the blood river region to attack the blood baron region. During the time you controlled the blood river region, how much did you know about the blood emperor region? Jiang Chen returned to the royal city of the blood imperial territory without wasting time. He directly recruited Kang Yuanlong and began to discuss the attack on the blood baron territory. Hall Master, because of the change 10,000 years ago, the strength of the blood river territory has long been out of 10. And the strength of the blood baron territory is undoubtedly much stronger than the blood river territory. Kang Yuanlong looked respectful and authentic. Kang Yuanlong naturally knew at this moment that Jiang Chen had already become the 11th human emperor of the human race in the profound spirit continent when he went to the human imperial city this time. In any case, he did not expect that the person who suddenly came to the Scarlet Desolate region would be the son of human emperor Zhang Wuya. Thinking about it now, Kang Yuanlong finally found out how lucky he was to be able to follow Jiang Chen. The palace of the human emperor was a force established by Jiang Chen. Now that he is in charge of the palace of the emperor for Jiang Chen, he is almost equivalent to becoming a Kron of the emperor. In just a few months, he went from a small tribal leader of the Scarlet Desolation to a Kron of the emperor. At this moment, Kang Yuanlong seemed to have a dreamlike feeling. Chapter 1481, Soared the Two Emperors. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Tell me what you learned. The strength of the blood baron territory was far stronger than that of the blood river territory, but it was also in Jiang Chen's expectation. The blood river region is located at the border of the human race. 10,000 years ago, the blood spirit king Li Juyu took more than 90% of the powerful in the blood river region to attack the Shenwu continent. He was able to destroy the blood river so easily at the beginning. According to what I have found, the strength of the blood desolate region in the entire 9 regions of the blood spirit race is not weak. Today, the blood desolate territory has no fewer than 10 powerful experts of the ruins realm. Among them, the blood spirit king who is in charge of the blood desolate territory is uninhibited, and he is also a great emperor who has returned to the peak of the ruins. Kang Yuanlong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, if the Lord wants to attack the blood desolate territory, I am afraid that he will have to make a long-term plan. More than a dozen emperor realm powerhouses, and a great emperor who returned to the pinnacle of the ruins, plus some hidden cards in the Blood Baron realm, so the strength is indeed several times stronger than the Blood River realm. Rao Jiang Chen's strength is now soaring, and he can't help but frown slightly. There are currently 2 emperor-level powerhouses in the Palace of Human Emperors, and Yunzhou, under Yunyu, has only 3 emperor-level powerhouses in total. In addition to him and Meng Qingxie, there are only 7 emperor-level powerhouses in total, which is half less than the emperor-level powerhouses in the Blood Desolate region. If he does it directly, once he can't solve the uninhibited quickly, the situation may be very unfavorable for them. You send someone to keep an eye on the movement of the Blood Baron territory, and once there is a change in the Blood Baron territory, leave and report to me. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he directly ordered Kang Yuanlong. After all, the Blood Spirit King of the Blood Desolate territory is a great emperor who has returned to the pinnacle of the ruins. Although Jiang Chen is confident to fight the great emperor, he cannot guarantee that he can be defeated in a short time. For the sake of safety, Jiang Chen decided to wait and do it. As long as the mother brings the strong human race to Nanbu Prefecture, the blood spirit race is bound to summon the strong from all regions to meet the enemy. At that time, the Blood Baron territory will definitely also transfer some of the strong, maybe even Baron Wuji will be attracted to the frontal battlefield. In this way, he can take the opportunity to launch an attack and flatten the Blood Wasteland in one fell swoop. Kang Yuanlong responded, and hurriedly followed Jiang Chen's instructions to arrange. In the next few days, Jiang Chen stayed silently in the royal city of the Blood River region, waiting for the movement of the Blood Baron region. Yunyu also brought thousands of powerhouses to join Jiang Chen in the royal city of the Blood River region. Kang Yunlong also heard news very quickly, and Huang Wuji took a few experts from the ruins realm and headed north. After Jiang Chen got the news, he quickly gathered thousands of warriors and killed them towards the Blood River region. Jiang Chen, Yunyu and others brought thousands of celebrities and warriors to conquer the border cities of the Blood Desolate territory, and then smashed their way towards the royal city of the Blood Desolate territory. Along the way, all the Blood Spirit tribe warriors encountered were killed by thunder, and they were not given any chance to spread the news. Jiang Chen finally led everyone to kill under the royal city in the censored wasteland. Thousands of human warriors suddenly came to the royal city of the wasteland, which also attracted the attention of the blood spirit guards of the royal city, and they quickly sounded the alarm bell of the royal city. As the alarm bell rang over the royal city, the silhouettes of tyrannical aura shot out from the royal city of the blood wasteland in an instant. In just the blink of an eye, thousands of blood spirit clan warriors appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. The first person was a cold young man wearing a blood-colored dragon-patterned robe. Beside this young man, there were 10 censored figures staring at Jiang Chen and them murderously. These 10 people are all emperor-level powerhouses who have reached the realm of the ruins. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but shudder. The power of the Blood Baron territory is indeed stronger than the Blood River territory by more than one level. Even if Huang Wuji took away a few strong people, there are still 11 strong people who return to the market in the Blood Desolate Kingdom City. You are the man's palace that has captured the Blood River territory. You are so daring. My Blood Desolate territory hasn't bothered you yet. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to kill the door. The blood-robed youth stared at Jiang Chen indifferently. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. The Blood Desolate territory is not as close to the borders of any forces as the human race, and the only person who can directly kill the Blood Desolate territory is the human palace that has occupied the Blood River territory. He did not expect that after occupying the Blood River region, this man's palace would still have the guts to do something against them. Yes, I am the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the blood-robed youth, and said faintly, "Don't talk nonsense, there will be no blood wasteland in the profound spirit continent after today. You can surrender or die, choose one of the two." "Ha ha, I'm not afraid of getting a snake's head when you speak big words. Boy, do you really think that our Blood Baron region is the same as the Blood River region? You can destroy it if you want. My son wants to see, what can you do to destroy my blood shortage?" The blood-robed youth laughed disdainfully. Among these people led by Jiang Chen, there are only 7 strong people in the ruins realm. And in his Blood Desolate territory, even though his father had taken away several strong men to support the frontline battlefield, there were still 11 strong men who returned to the market. Among them, one person was in the late Guishu period, 3 were in the middle Guishu period, and 7 were in the early Guishu period. He still has the whole cards his father gave him. It can be said that unless the emperor who returns to the peak of the ruins comes in person, no one can shake that censored wasteland at all. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he did not continue to talk nonsense with the blood-robed youth. A terrifying sword force covering 10 miles of void also burst from him in an instant. Feeling the terrifying sword force emanating from Jiang Chen, the blood-robed youth's face changed slightly. Do it, kill him for me. As the blood-robed youth's order came down, 2 strong men from the middle of the ruins next to him rushed out at the same time. 2 extremely terrifying laws of the blood path instantly filled the void, the monstrous blood, with a horrible suction, as if to swallow everything around. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, directly referring to the sword, and lightly stroked in the void. 2 invisible sword auras that crossed time and space appeared directly and silently in front of the 2 Blood Spirit clan powerhouses. The 2 Blood Spirit clan powerhouses hadn't reacted at all. Their eyebrows had been pierced by the invisible sword chi, and immediately the entire body burst open in the void. Soared the 2 emperors. The 2 Blood Spirit clan powerhouses in the middle of returning to the ruins were completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's sword in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1482. In the later period of Guishu, no more ants. Seeing this scene, the Blood Spirit clan powerhouse headed by the blood-robed youth couldn't believe his eyes. Although the human emperor palace destroyed the Blood River region, it showed an extremely strong strength. But the blood-robed youth and others still didn't expect that the lord of the human sovereign palace in front of him was so powerful. These are the 2 emperor-level powerhouses in the middle of the ruins. They were killed by a sword like this. Young master, this child is very strong. I am afraid that he is no longer under me. I will contain him, and you will quickly lead others to destroy these invading enemies. The Blood Spirit clan powerhouse in the late Guishu period took a deep breath and said solemnly to the blood-robed youth. The eyes of the blood-robed youth flashed, and the blood sword in his hand pointed at Yun Yu and the others below, and shouted sharply, "Do it, kill them for me." Before the words were over, the blood-robed youth directly took the lead, bringing many powerful blood spirit races out. Kang Yuanlong's killing intent skyrocketed, and the warriors in the palace of human emperors greeted the people of the blood spirit race. Haha! The soldiers of Yunzhou, follow this commander to kill all these blood spirit race people, and destroy the blood wasteland, just today. Yunyu was also commanding the generals of Yunzhou, and Kang Yuanlong slew towards the blood spirit race from left to right. Yunzhou. The blood-robed youth looked at Yunyu who was on the way. His face suddenly changed. Are you Yunyu, the commander of human Yunzhou? Although the blood shortage area is separated from Yunzhou by a blood river area, as the young master of the blood shortage area, Huang Jinglong has naturally heard of the name of the commander of Yunzhou. Yunyu will bring Yunzhou's human forces and human emperor Hall to join forces to attack the wasteland. Yes, I am Yunyu, the commander of Terran Yunzhou. By the order of His Majesty the Emperor, I will level down your censored wasteland today. Yunyu laughed and waved a long sword in his palm. The sharp sword aura ran across the void, slashing away at the blood-robed youth and the strong blood spirit clan in the middle of the ruins next to him. And Kang Yunlong, Meng Qingshe and others also faced a blood spirit clan emperor-level powerhouse. The earth-shattering battle between more than a dozen imperial-level powerhouses is about to start. Jiang Chen swept across the battlefield slightly. His gaze fell directly on the blood spirit clan powerhouse at the end of Guishu's opposite, and said lightly, "Aren't you going to do it? If you don't do it, you probably won't have a chance." The blood spirit clan powerhouse smiled coldly and said, "Although you are very strong, Huang Yao is not sure to beat you, but I have to hold you back for a moment and wait for the young master to solve your subordinates, but it is more than enough." Although Jiang Chen killed 2 imperial-level powerhouses in the middle of the blood-desolate realm with a single sword, they still have 2 more imperial-level powerhouses than the opponent. Young Master Huang Jinglong still has a powerful trump card inferior to him. As long as he holds the boy in front of him for a moment, and waits for the young master to solve the rest, even if the boy is strong, he will probably be destined to fly hard. You can't help but value yourself too much. If your blood spirit king is here in the wild, you may still be qualified to say this. Jiang Chen glanced at Huang Yao faintly. With the strength of this area in the late stage of the ruins, it is no more than ants in my eyes. The faint voice fell. Jiang Chen raised his head directly at the void where Huang Yao was, and pointed out lightly. Huang Yao only felt that the surrounding space seemed to have turned into a chaotic prison, and time had fallen into eternal stillness. This is the law of time and the law of space. Huang Yao was terrified, and his blood qi and blood laws burst to the extreme in an instant, and he wanted to struggle out of Jiang Chen's space anyway. Jiang Chen accepted the baptism of the Emperor's seal, and now his cultivation has reached the late stage of guishu. Although the law of time and space have not reached the double heaven, they are extremely advanced. How can Huang Yao be able to get rid of the ordinary late stage of the guishu? And just when Huang Yao struggled to get a needle, with a wave of Jiang Chen's palm, a wave of invisible sword energy in the void, like a 10,000 arrow piercing through the heart, penetrated through Huang Yao's body, leaving hundreds of transparent holes in Huang Yao's body. Huang Yao looked at Jiang Chen in horror, but before he could say anything, his whole body burst into the void with a bang. Huang Yao, seeing that Huang Yao was killed by Jiang Chen in a flash, the face of Huang Jinglong who was fighting Yunyu finally changed drastically. Huang Yao, this is one of the few late guishu powerhouses in their blood-desolate region. Huang Jinglong never thought that even with Huang Yao's strength, he would be killed by an understatement by the opponent. Huang Jinglong raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his expression frightened. This man, the Emperor Palace Master, looks similar to his age, but has the ability to destroy the young and return to the ruins later. Such a character, even if you look at the entire profound spirit continent, he is definitely one of the best. Huang Jinglong really couldn't understand how such an enchanting figure suddenly appeared in Xuanling continent. Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at Huang Jinglong, and said lightly, I am the Lord of the Human Emperor Palace and the 11th Human Emperor of the profound spirit continent human race, Jiang Chen. You are the new Human Emperor. Huang Jinglong's complexion changed drastically, and finally an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. The Lord of the Human Emperor Palace is actually the new Human Emperor. He now finally understands why Yunyu will join forces with the Human Emperor Palace to attack the blood-desolate territory. It turned out that it was because of the new human race emperor in front of him. How could this human new emperor appear in their censored territories? Now the human race has concentrated its forces in Nanbu State, and there is a tendency to fight the blood-spirit race to the death. It is precisely because of this that his father Huang Wuji was ordered to lead the censored wasteland powerhouse to the frontline battlefield to support. According to normal circumstances, the new human race emperor shouldn't be the commander of the human race powerhouse in Nanbu Prefecture. How could he suddenly lead people to attack the wasteland? The timing Jiang Chen chose was too coincidental. His father had just led the powerhouses of the blood-desolate territory to support the front line, and this guy brought someone to the door. The human race's concentration on fighting the blood-spirit race is just a cover, just to attract the blood-spirit race's attention. Their real purpose is to let this human race new emperor open a gap from the wasteland and conquer the power of the blood-spirit race. Okay, what a Mingshou plank road, Dark Chen Kang. Unexpectedly, your human race put on a posture of a decisive battle with my blood-spirit race, but secretly let you, the new human race emperor, come and attack my blood-barren land. But, with my Huang Jinglong here today, you don't want a conspiracy to succeed. When Huang Jinglong's voice fell, a strange token of blood flow appeared in his palm instantly. Chapter 1483, The Old Monster in the Wasteland. Huang Jinglong held the blood token in his hand and directly forced a drop of blood into the token. I saw a strange energy fluctuation spread out from the blood token, causing the entire blood-barren territory to tremble slightly. A slight sigh also came slowly from the depths of the blood-desolate kingdom. Oh, I didn't expect that the human race had already invaded my censored wasteland, and the blood-spirit race had fallen to this point. This sigh seemed extremely ancient, as if it had gone through endless years, with the vicissitudes and longevity of the years, penetrating the eternal time and space. Tian Lin ancestors, today the human race has committed my blood-desolate land, not showing off descendants of Huang Jinglong, and sure ancestors will help me. Huang Jinglong heard the sigh from the depths of the king city, and could not help hurriedly shouted respectfully. With Huang Jinglong's words, a monstrous blood rushed into the sky from the depths of the king's city, and the terrifying power filled the void of the king's city and pressed down. Even the many ruins returning realm powerhouses present, under the pressure of that terrifying aura, felt a sense of trembling in their hearts. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, I saw a hall in the center of the blood-desolate king city, surrounded by mysterious laws of light. The bronze gate of the hall that had been confined suddenly opened, and a ghostly figure covered in blood-colored armor also slowly walked out of the hall. As soon as this blood-colored figure appeared, a cloud of blood surged over the entire blood-desolate king city, and the world was filled with a breath of killing. This is an ancient emperor-level powerhouse. Jiang looked at the blood-armored general who came slowly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that the trump card that Huang Jinglong sacrificed should be the same as the original Blood River region, a means left by a certain Void God Realm powerhouse. Who knew that Huang Jinglong had summoned an old monster from the Great Emperor Realm? Boy, you committed my censored wasteland and forced me to live in this world, and today I will destroy you when I come to the desert. The words of the blood armor warlord fell, and a pair of blood pupils suddenly looked towards Jiang Chen. In the void, two censored lightnings tore through the space, with a terror of suppressing everything, overwhelmingly oppressing Jiang Chen. This guy turned out to be a ridiculous sky. How could it be possible? Hearing the harsh words of the blood armor general, Yun Yu's face finally showed an unprecedented horror. Yun Yu was born in the Yun clan, whose human strength is not weak, and is now the commander-in-chief of Yunzhou. Naturally, his understanding of the blood spirit clan far exceeds that of ordinary people. Desolate sky is coming. This is the name of a blood spirit king in the blood shortage realm. Over 30,000 years ago, this guy was already a great emperor-level powerhouse in the famous profound spirit continent. The emperor-level powerhouse will have a lifespan of no more than 30,000 years. According to normal circumstances, as long as Wang Tianlin did not break through the Void God realm, it should be impossible to live in this world. But now, this great emperor-level powerhouse, who shouldn't exist, stood in front of him alive. Yun Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and quickly said to Jiang Chen, "Your Majesty, be careful, this is the arrival of the previous Blood Spirit King in the Blood Baron territory, a great emperor-level powerhouse more than 30,000 years ago." Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his palm was lightly lifted, and the sharp sword power rose to the sky, smashing the oppressive, censored, electric light into nothingness. Unexpectedly, there is an old monster like you alive in the Blood Baron region. The emperor who has returned to the peak of the ruins has a lifespan of only 30,000 years. But you have been able to live until now, and you must have paid a lot of money. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking at Wang Tian approaching faintly. So what, as long as I can break through the Void God realm, all the efforts are worthwhile. Huang Tianlin smiled coldly, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen. Someone called you Your Majesty the Human Emperor just now. It seems that you are the human emperor of the human race. Jiang Chen nodded lightly and said, "Yes, I am the 11th emperor of the human race. A little boy from the late end of the ruins, who can become a human emperor. Has your human race fallen to the point? Since you dare to come to my censored wasteland to go wild, today I will kill you, the emperor of the human race." Huang Tianlin smiled grimly, and the murderous intent of Senran also spread from his body in an instant. "Heaven is coming. The hall where you live should be made of special materials, and it has the power of the law of time and the law of life. If what I expected is good, you should be able to survive till now with the help of that hall. In your current situation, you can't leave that hall for too long, and in order to slow the passage of life, you don't dare to exert too much power." Jiang Chen glanced at Huang Tianlin indifferently. "If you were at the peak state tens of thousands of years ago, the emperor might still look at you a bit. But with your current appearance, you can still be far away from killing me, not qualified." Even though I am not in the peak state, Wang Tianlin is more than enough to kill you, a little boy who is in the late stage of returning to the market. Huang Tianlin's voice fell, and a long knife flashing with blood thunder in his palm flashed out of thin air. He held a long knife in his hand and slashed directly at Jiang Chen. This knife seemed plain, without any energy fluctuations, but the void in front of Huang Tianlin was divided into two by a strange force. A monster blood-colored space crack instantly spread from Huang Tianlin's face to the sky above Jiang Chen's head, like an ancient fierce beast with a mouth wide open, and would swallow Jiang Chen below. "Heaven is coming. With your level of power, you can't kill me." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, reached out his hand to point out the crack in the blood-colored space, and saw that the crack in the blood-colored space instantly disappeared above his head. Second Heaven's Kendo Law. Wang Tian's eyes shrank suddenly. At such an age, you can understand the law of swordsmanship of the Second Heaven. No wonder you can become the emperor of the human race. What I have learned is far more than the double-stranded kendo law. If you come and go without being indecent, you can also take my sword." Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and he stretched out his hand to face the void, and the sword power of the world 10 miles around instantly condensed into a transparent long sword on his head. The power of the silver wind and thunder, the power of the mysterious flame, the power of emptiness of time and space, are all continuously integrated in the transparent long sword. Jiang Chen didn't have the heart to entangle with Wang Tianlin this time. He directly used the double heavens kendo law and merged the 5 laws to form a strong sword, and cut it out against Wang Tianlin with one sword. Chapter 1484. No one can stop, destroy another domain. Looking at the strong sword that Jiang Chen condensed, Huang Tianlin's heart was suddenly broken, and a touch of unconcealed panic appeared on his face. It is too enchanting. Huang Tianlin did not expect that the new human emperor in front of him would be so enchanting. The boy in front of him not only comprehended Zongtian's kendo law, but also mastered 5 different law powers. The power of these 6 laws merged together, how terrifying is the power! Not to mention that his current strength is not at the peak, and the power that can be used is better than the late Guishu. Even at his peak, facing the sword Jiang Chen displayed, I am afraid he would have to go all out. Huang Tianlin didn't hesitate at all. It turned into a censored electric light, and fled towards the main hall in the center of the city in a panic. The hall where he lived was made of special materials, and surrounded by extremely powerful defensive forces. Even the emperor who returned to the peak of the ruins could not easily enter it. Now he has to escape into that hall, maybe he can get a chance. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneered. His kendo law is double heaven, and he can control the world in a radius of 10 miles. As long as it is locked by this sword, no matter where Wang Tian is in this 10-mile space, there is nowhere to hide. When Huang Tian came to the sky for a few kilometers, and when he was about to reach the hall where he lived, a sword light pierced his body. Huang Tianlin looked down and saw that a huge blood hole had appeared in his chest. Above the blood hole, there were fierce 6-color sword glows that were unsteady. And Huang Tianlin's body, also under the ravages of the 6-color sword light, began to crack gradually, and finally burst open with a bang. The old monster in the blood-desolate territory tens of thousands of years ago, the last blood spirit king desolate, was finally completely wiped out by Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, His Majesty Human Emperor's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Yun Yu and the others stared at this scene blankly, and there was also a shock that could not be concealed in their eyes. No wonder Jiang Chen dared to lead them to attack the wasteland alone. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even facing a great emperor-level powerhouse in his peak state, he definitely has the power to fight. Ancestor Tianlin was also defeated. How could it be possible? Huang Jinglong's eyes were dull, his whole person was like a ghost, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Tianlin ancestor, this is his blood spirit king in the blood shortage realm. Although due to physical reasons, the ancestor Tianlin could not exert the power of the peak emperor, but that was an invincible existence under the emperor. But the new human emperor in front of him killed the Tianlin ancestor with a single sword. The face of the deserted dragon is as gray as death. Today, they are really going to follow in the Blood River region. Sovereign, in today's battle, I was admitted to the Blood Baron area. But you wait for me. Sooner or later, my Blood Baron territory will surely make your human race pay 10 times the price. Huang Jinglong suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted loudly, "Everyone, kill with this sun." The human new emperor in front of him is no less powerful than a great emperor-level powerhouse. Now that his father is not in the Blood Baron area, the Blood Baron area is gone. Now he can only do his best to break a blood path and report the matter to his father. He will definitely make a comeback and take back from Jiang Chen 10 times today. Don't worry, even if you really have a chance to make me pay the price, at least you will never see it. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, 10 miles of void sword power surged, and the space solidified. The invisible sword energy spread out from the void space, and instantly formed an invisible sword net in front of Huang Jinglong and other emperor-level powerhouses. Huang Jinglong and other powerful experts in the blood desolate realm returned to the ruins realm were all strangled into nothingness by that invisible sword net. Yunyu, Kanggunlong, you two quickly control the Blood Baron territory. If anyone refuses to accept it, kill them without mercy. Resolving Huang Jinglong and the others in an understatement, Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, and his proud voice resounded instantly. "Follow the orders of His Majesty the Emperor." The two replied respectfully, and immediately led the team directly into the blood-desolate kingdom city. An hour later, after the two of them went through a thorough cleaning, they also let the blood-desolate kingdom city surrender to the feet of the human race. After Yunyu and Kang Dunlong took control of the wasteland, they directly came to a central hall together and returned to Jiang Chen. "Your Majesty, the blood-desolate kingdom city is now completely under the control of my human race. I wonder what your next orders are?" Yun Yu asked respectfully. When he was speaking, he felt very emotional. Jiang Chen's appearance is simply the destiny emperor of their human race. Before returning to the Jiang clan and becoming the human emperor, Jiang Chen gathered the human forces from the Scarlet Desolate territory, built the human emperor palace and entered the Blood River territory, destroying the Blood River territory in one fell swoop. Now that they have become the queen of humans, Jiang Chen led them into the Blood Desolate territory again, with an unstoppable force, once again destroying the Blood Spirit race territory. The 9 regions of the Blood Spirit race have been destroyed by Jiang Chen unknowingly. As far as Yun Yu knows, even in the peak of the human race, in the battle with the Blood Spirit race, he has never achieved such an amazing record. Perhaps this time, Jiang Chen could really lead their human race and completely suppress the Blood Spirit race. His Majesty, now the powerhouses of the Blood Spirit race 9 realms are attracted to the frontal battlefield, and the rear guards against emptiness. Why should we take this opportunity to continue to attack and move on to the next realm? Kang Yuanlong quickly put forward his own opinions. When I killed Huang Jinglong, I felt a trace of the soul of the great emperor from his body, which should have been left by Huang Wuji. Now Huang Wuji already knows that something has happened in the Blood Desolate territory, and I must fight back soon. To attack the next domain of the Blood Spirit race, don't think about it for now. Although they are now directly launching an offensive, they may not be able to take down the Blood Spirit clan territory. But their strength is limited, it is difficult to cope with the counterattack in the 2 domains. At that time, once the Blood Spirit race gathers the forces of the 2 domains to kill, their situation will become very dangerous. For the sake of safety, Jiang Chen still decided to break them one by one. First wait for Huang Wuji to counterattack in this blood shortage area, and then decide the next move after the Huang Wuji and others are resolved. Yun Yu nodded and said, "Your Majesty is very worried, our current strength, it is better not to provoke the 2 domains of the Blood Spirit race at the same time. You continue to strengthen your control of the Blood Baron territory and inquire about the other 7 regions." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and his proud voice resounded directly in the hall. "Next, we will be in this censored wasteland, waiting for Huang Wuju to be sent to the door to lead death." Chapter 1485, The Unrestrained Rage. One of the 9 domains of the Blood Spirit race, the Blood Silver domain. This place is located in the center of the Xuanling continent, across the river from the human race Nanwuzhou, and has always been the center of the battle between the 2 races. Since the new Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit tribe took the throne, the Blood Spirit tribe has been ready to attack the human race. The Blood Spirit race did not expect that this time they had just changed, and the human race was the first to gather in Nanwu Prefecture, and there was a tendency to fight their Blood Spirit race to the death. Therefore, the Blood Spirit race also had to immediately summon the 9 domain powerhouses to come to the Blood Silver domain. After the strong Blood Spirit race gathered in the Blood Silver domain, the human race never intended to fight directly against the Blood Spirit race, but gathered the strong human race in Nanwu Prefecture to face the Blood Spirit race across the river. "Everyone, the human race gathers the strong to confront our race, but avoids fighting. What do you think of this?" In the central hall of the Bloody Silver Territory King City, a handsome young man in a dragon print blood robe sat high, and a faint voice resounded directly in the hall. This blood-robed youth is exactly the new generation of Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit tribe. "Your Majesty, the strong human races have gathered in Nanwuzhou, but they have never confronted my Blood Spirit race. There must be some tricks in this," an old man of the Blood Spirit tribe said solemnly. Regardless of his tricks, let's just kill him directly. Could it be that my Blood Spirit race will still be afraid that the human race will fail?" Another Blood Spirit clan emperor coldly snorted, as if he didn't put the human race in his eyes. "Never." The old man who had spoken before quickly said, "Now my Blood Spirit race does not have the strength to crush the human race. The human race's move is really abnormal. It is better not to act rashly until the purpose of the human race is understood. Your Majesty, the subordinates also think that this move of the human race must have a conspiracy. In the hall, many blood spirit tribe great emperors all expressed their opinions. You guys are justified. Since human race does not intend to fight decisively with ours, we will watch the changes and pay close attention to human race's movements. Shui Haogan's eyes flickered slightly. Now their blood spirit race is in the process of building a great emperor. Once the plan is successful, the blood spirit race will create at least 10 more powerful emperors out of thin air. Originally, Shui Haochen planned to launch an attack on the human race after the emperor's forging plan was successful. Now for the blood spirit race, all it takes is time. The human race is not fighting with them at this time. This is also Shui Hao's opinion. After Shui Hao finished speaking, when he was about to let everyone go away, he noticed that the blood spirit king who was sitting on the side did not speak. His expression changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up from his seat. His whole body was filled. A terrible killing intent. These changes in the wild and unruly also caused everyone in the hall to gather their eyes on him. Shui Haogan suddenly looked at Huang Wuji with a surprised look. Blood Huang Wang, you are. Your Majesty, before I left a soul mark on my son, but now this soul mark is suddenly destroyed. Huang Wuji suppressed the anger in his heart. His face was ugly to the extreme. I'm in the blood barren region, I'm afraid something is wrong. As soon as Huang Wuji said this, there was an uproar in the hall. Blood desolate king, this is unlikely. Your blood imperial domain is not bordered anywhere with human race, how could something happen suddenly? Wang Han Jingxuan, the censored spirit of the cold blood region, was startled, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. The blood cold region is adjacent to the blood barren region. If something happens to the blood barren region, does it mean that the blood cold region is also in danger? Huang Wuji took a deep breath and said, Blood cold king, you seem to have forgotten that the current blood river region has been controlled by a human force named Human Emperor Palace. Human Palace? How is this possible? With the strength of the blood desolate territory, even if you bring people to the blood emperor territory, it is impossible for the emperor who has not returned to the peak of the ruins to make a threat to the blood desolate territory. Han Jingxuan's expression was incredibly authentic. How is it possible that there is a great emperor-level powerhouse in that man's palace? The emperor-level powerhouse who returned to the peak of the ruins was the top combat power of the profound spirit continent. Whether it is a human race or a blood spirit race, every great emperor-level powerhouse, that is the existence of the famous move. Although the man's palace is mysterious, it shouldn't be possible for an emperor-level powerhouse to come out of thin air. You said, is it possible that the human palace was built by the human race? The human race first established the human emperor palace and destroyed the blood river region, and then let the powerful people of the race gather in Nanwu State to put on a posture of a decisive battle with our race, just to paralyze us. At this moment, a blood spirit tribe great emperor said suddenly, Your Majesty, I also think that the human emperor palace is probably made by the human race. This matter of the human race's massive offensive from Nanwu Prefecture is false, but it is true to use the human emperor palace to enter the hinterland of my blood spirit race. Please also Your Majesty allow me to return to the blood barren territory and step down the palace of human emperor. Huang Wuji bowed and bowed to Shui Hao, and a cold chill appeared in his eyes. No matter who did it, he dared to move his censored wasteland and kill his son, he must make the other party pay 10 times or even 100 times the heavy price. Your Majesty, I agree with the speculation of the blood desolate king, we have to guard against this. Han Jingxuan also quickly agreed. There is no war here now, and his subordinates are also willing to return to the censored cold region to help the blood desolate king destroy the imperial palace. Your Majesty must not. Although this matter may be as the blood desolate king said, it is also very likely the human race's plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. Once the blood desolate king and the blood cold king all leave and the human race suddenly launches an attack at this time, what should my blood spirit race do? At this time, an elder hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Wuji snorted coldly. What the elder meant, do we want to let the people's palace be left alone and let them wreak havoc on the territory of my blood spirit race? Shui Haogan listened to the dispute, and couldn't help but twist his brows together. The blood spirit race now has gathered no more emperor-level powerhouses than the human race. If the two blood spirit kings, Wushu and Han Jingxuan, leave, once the human race suddenly launches an attack, the situation will probably be extremely unfavorable for them. But the situation in the Blood Baron territory, the Blood Spirit race naturally couldn't ignore it. Okay, don't make any noise. Shui Hao Chenkin waved his hand and said indifferently, Blood Desolate King will quickly return to the Blood Desolate region to find out. Other people should not act rashly for now. Subordinates take orders. Huang Wuji hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Blood Desolate King, you return to the Blood Desolate territory on this trip. It is best to solve the Human Emperor Palace. If the Human Emperor Palace is too strong to be the enemy, then drag the Human Emperor Palace for a month. A cold light flashed in Shui Hao's dry eyes. A month later, when my Blood Spirit Clan Emperor's creation plan is completed, this emperor will fight the human race to the death. Chapter 1486. The Law Condenses Military Skills. Blood Baron Territory King City, in a quiet hall. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, with a simple golden scroll in front of him. He stared closely at the golden scroll in front of him, and the system prompts in his mind continued to reverberate. Ding! You can comprehend the magic of the God-level secret technique, condensing military skills, and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! Your comprehension of the law of condensing weapons has increased by 100,000th. After Jiang Chen captured the Blood Desolate Kingdom city, he handed everything over to Yun Yu, Kang Yunlong and others, and he continued to practice in retreat. Jiang Chen's next plan is to prepare to understand the third seal of the Emperor's seal, the seal of open heaven. But when counting Bai Chohan's storage rings, Jiang Chen found a golden scroll that he didn't care much about. It turned out to be a god-level secret technique. Condensing weapons. The law condenses military skills, using the power of the law of heaven and earth to turn into a magic weapon, condensing the strongest blow. When fighting against Lu Guanyu and Bai Chohan, Jiang Chen had already experienced the power of this trick. Now that he obtained this secret technique from Bai Chohan's storage ring, Jiang Chen naturally understood it without hesitation. The enlightenment of the law of condensed military skills is not too difficult, and the difficulty is almost the same as that of the enlightenment of the soul seal. According to the normal speed, if Jiang Chen fully comprehends, it will take at least half a month to fully master this law of condensing weapons. Jiang Chen is now in the hall where Wang Tianlin was originally located. The material used for the construction of this hall is extremely special. The entire hall is constructed into a bipolar formation based on the laws of time and space. The hall is divided into two, which can change the speed of time in the hall up to 3 times. In order to survive, Wang Tianlin has been living in an area that is 3 times slower than the outside time. And on the other side of this hall, there is an area where time is accelerating, and time is 3 times faster than the outside world. Jiang Chen is now in this space that accelerates the passage of time. 1 day in this place is equivalent to 3 days outside. Originally, it took Jiang Chen more than half a month to comprehend the law of condensing military skills, but now only 5 or 6 days are enough. Ding! You successfully comprehended the god-level secret art law of condensing weapon art. With the blessing of 3 times the flow rate of time, Jiang Chen spent 6 full days and finally successfully mastered this law of condensed weapons. Yes, with this law of condensing weapons, now my combat power has improved a lot. After successfully mastering the law of condensing weapons, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He now comprehends the power of the 7 laws, and the combination of the power of the 7 laws is no less inferior to the great emperor-level powerhouse at the peak of the ruins. And this law condensing military technique is enough to increase the power of his law power by at least 30%. Even in the face of a great emperor-level powerhouse, he may not be able to easily kill Jiang Chen. There is news from Kangdunlong that the Blood Desolate King Huang Wuji has returned to the Blood Desolate territory and should soon arrive at the Blood Desolate King city. Soon after Jiang Chen understood the law of condensing military skills, Meng Qingshui's figure hurriedly walked in from outside. Oh, is it finally coming? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. How many Blood Spirit clan powerhouses did Huang Wuji return this time? 1 person in the late stage of the ruins, and 3 in the middle stage of the ruins, should all be strong in the Blood Baron realm. Meng Qingshui's face could not help showing a solemn look. Although Huang Wuji did not return with the other strong, censored areas, he only brought back his subordinates in the censored areas. But a great emperor at the peak of the ruins, 1 in the late ruins, and 3 in the middle ruins, this kind of power is already very powerful for them. There are a total of 7 experts in the ruins realm in the palace of Human Emperor and Yunzhou. Except for Jiang Chen, only Yunyu has reached the middle stage of returning to the ruins, and the other 5 people are only in the early stage of returning to the ruins. Once Jiang Chen is dragged by Wushu, they will have to deal with 1 late Guishu and 3 mid Guishu. Fortunately, the 3 mid-term Guishu ruins, but the strong ones in the late Guirui ruin are definitely not something they can handle. Unless Jiang Chen can quickly defeat Wujian, I am afraid that none of them can stop the strong man in the late stage of Guishu. Hall of the Palace of Human Emperors, you kill my son and destroy my blood-barren realm. You don't have to get out of this king to die. At this moment, a sound of awe-inspiring anger that contained monstrous anger also exploded in the sky above the blood-desolate kingdom city. Are you here? Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the void, and immediately his figure shook, and he appeared directly above the Chenjiang void of the king's city out of thin air. In the distant sky, a few gleaming silhouettes of blood, also with monstrous blood, rolled towards the royal city of the blood wasteland. The first burly middle-aged man appeared in a place 1,000 feet away from Jiang Chen, and a burst of cold murderous intent burst out of the twinkling, censored eyes. Boy, are you the lord of the human sovereign palace? Yes, I am the lord of the human sovereign palace and the human sovereign Jiang Chen of the human race of the profound spirit continent. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand and said indifferently, Desolate Wuji, you have finally come, but I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, are you the new human sovereign? Huang Wuji's eyes shrank slightly, and his eyes were cold and authentic. Human Emperor Palace, it really was made by your human race. No wonder the human Emperor Palace was able to break through his blood-barren territories so easily. All this was indeed manipulated by the human race, and even the human race sent a new generation of human emperors over. Your human race really played a good game. On the bright side, I attracted the powerful blood spirit race to the blood silver domain, but secretly let you, the new human race emperor, attack the hinterland of my blood spirit race. Since they dared to let you come to my censored wasteland, don't blame this king for letting your human race lose another human emperor. The unrestrained words fell, and the terrifying aura of returning to the pinnacle of the ruins instantly filled the void within a radius of 10 miles. If you want to kill the emperor, it depends on whether you, the blood shortage king, have the ability. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and a sword light that pierced the sky rose into the sky. The splendid sword light illuminates the world for 10 miles, and above the 9 heavens, it seems that a heavenly gate that spans time and space has been opened. A sword, censored, stepped out, slashed with a sword, and cracked the sky with a sword. Chapter 1487, The Great Emperor of the Peak Realm. Jiang Chen slashed out with a sword, and hundreds of meters of pitch-black cracks appeared out of thin air in the void, countless kendo laws intertwined, and even the sun's rays in the sky were covered by this sword. For the entire 10 li, the sky was dark and chaotic, and only a sword light that pierced the sun and the moon and slashed through the sky was left. What a powerful sword! His Majesty Human Emperor's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Yun Yu and the others flew out, and they all secretly smacked their tongues as they watched Jiang Chen's horrible sword cutting the sun and the moon. Although they have not seen the great emperor at the peak of the returning market realm make a move, such a sword, even the great emperor-level powerhouse, might not be able to shake its edge, right? Looking at Jiang Chen's powerful sword, a look of surprise flashed across Wushu's eyes. He still stood motionless in the spot, and when the sword light invaded the range of his body, a blood-colored light curtain finally slowly emerged. Zhangguang cut on the blood-colored light curtain, and there was a loud noise that broke out. I saw the blood-colored light curtain suddenly shattered like a mirror that had been hit. And at the moment when the blood-colored light curtain shattered, countless blood-colored fragments also instantly turned into monster blood-colored sword lights, shooting out in all directions. Wanjian Dao's blood-colored sword light instantly turned the 10-mile void into a blood-colored sword domain storm. Jiang Chen's sword that slashed the sky and the earth was instantly destroyed by this censored sword domain. Looking at the scene in front of them, Yun Yu and the others couldn't help but take a breath. Jiang Chen's powerful blow that smashed through the 10 miles of void with this sword had not had time to get close to Wang Wuji, and was completely destroyed by Wang Wuji. Is this the great emperor-level powerhouse at the peak of the ruins? It is really terrifying. It deserves to be a new generation of human sovereigns selected by the human race. It is indeed extremely enchanting, and has actually realized the sword intent of the second heaven. If it's an ordinary great emperor-level powerhouse, maybe it can't help you. But, as the king of blood desolation, how can an ordinary emperor compare to this king? desolately said indifferently. His eyes were as cold as the coldest glacier under the 9 netherworlds, staring at Jiang Chen without a trace of emotion. This son is less than 30 years old, but his cultivation has reached the late stage of guishu, and his comprehension of the sword principles of the second heaven is no less inferior than the original Emperor Zhang Wuya. Huang Wuji, as the king of blood desolation, has never heard of that human race has such a heaven-defying heir to the emperor. If this kid is allowed to grow up, the threat this kid poses to their blood spirit race is probably not under Zhang Wuya. Blood desolate king is barren and unrestrained, returning to the pinnacle of the ruins, mastering the law of kendo and law of blood, and the law of blood has reached the second heaven. Such power is indeed not comparable to the average great emperor. Jiang Chen looked at the barrenness in front of him, his eyes calm and authentic. Huang Wuji snorted coldly. Since you already know the strength of this king, don't you want to catch it? I already know your strength, but how do you know the emperor's methods? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. Do you think you can deal with me with your strength? It's really ridiculous. A sneer of disdain rose from the corner of Huang Wuji's mouth. You do it. This king wants to see, you, the new human race emperor, what other methods can you use? In the eyes of Huang Wuji, the only powerful method Jiang Chen could come up with was probably the emperor seal of the human divine warrior. If Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of guishu, he might still be afraid of 3 points. But Jiang Chen now only has the cultivation base of the later stage of guishu. Even if he displays the human seal, it is difficult to cause too much threat to him. If that's the case, then so be it. Jiang Chen looked at Huang Wuji indifferently, and immediately closed his eyes gently. A dazzling golden light rose from Jiang Chen to the sky. Jiang Chen's figure also rose 1,000 feet in an instant, turning into a giant with glittering golden light, standing between the sky and the earth. The Chenjiang Emperor's body was condensed, and Jiang Chen waved like a huge palm of a 5-fingered sacred mountain, and the radiant power of the law also appeared in Jiang Chen's body. Kendo, wind, fire, thunder, time, space, life. The power of the 7 laws condensed in an instant, and finally turned into a dazzling 7-color sword light that penetrates the world. This sword was several times more terrifying than the sword Jiang Chen used just now. The 7-color sword light stretched across the universe, as if to cut through the sun and moon void and destroy everything around it. Looking at Jiang Chen's even more terrifying Xianxia, Huang Wuji's Ji Jing Wubo face finally showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. The power of the 7 laws. The new human emperor in front of him actually mastered the 7 laws of power, and the laws of kendo reached the stage of the double heaven. Now Jiang Chen's sword condensed from the law, even with unrestrained strength, feels a dangerous breath from this sword. Huang Wuji didn't dare to hesitate at all, but saw him roar, and his blood energy instantly penetrated through the world, and then condensed into a censored emperor body. A horrible blood glow surging crazily in the 10-mile void, carrying power that surpasses all, like the eternal blood sword across the sky, and the 7-color sword light blasted together. 2 terrifying forces collided in midair. That moment, the entire space above the king city of the blood desolate territory suddenly darkened, and everything turned into a chaotic dark world. In this world, only a dazzling 7-colored sword light and a monster blood-colored giant sword were in fierce encounter. 2 different aftermaths of sword chi spread out, the void burst, and the chaos churned. At the beginning, the blood-colored giant sword could barely hold back with the 7-colored sword light. But with the passage of time, the light on the blood-colored giant sword became weaker and weaker, and finally was completely crushed by the 7-color sword light. The 7-color sword light only saw that the blood-colored giant sword was crushed by the force of crushing the sky. The 7-color sword light not only crushed the blood-colored giant sword, but the remaining power instantly penetrated the vast void and slashed on the barren body. Huang Wuji screamed. Chenjiang Emperor directly stepped back into the void, backing hundreds of meters. I saw that on his Chenjiang Emperor's body, a huge bloodstain of 100 meters long, like a stream, spread from his shoulders to under his chest. The fascinating emperor's blood also spilled from the void like raindrops. Huang Wuji raised his head to look at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. The emperor who was defeated by 1 sword and returned to the pinnacle of the ruins even almost broke his emperor body with 1 sword. The human new emperor in front of him is so terrifying. Chapter 1488, The Great Fall. His Majesty Human Emperor, it is like a reincarnation of a god. Yun Yu and the others stared at the situation in front of them in a daze, and it took a long time before they recovered. On their faces, There was a look of wonder. With the cultivation base of the late stage of Guishu, the emperor who defeated the peak of Guishu's peak can be defeated by one sword. Such a person who is against the sky, although it cannot be said that there is no one before, but it is also unique. How could it be possible that the king was defeated like this? On the other side, a strong blood spirit clan in the middle of returning to the ruins looked at this scene, almost unable to believe his eyes. Their blood desolate king is one of the few ancient emperors of the blood spirit clan, and has been a great emperor-level expert on the famous profound spirit continent thousands of years ago. Even if you look at the entire profound spirit continent and can beat the uninhibited, there will never be more than 10 people. But the new human emperor in front of him, whose cultivation level could not be reached in the late stage of Guishu, defeated their blood desolate king with just one sword. Do it, let me kill these human emperor-level powerhouses, and share the pressure for the king. The censored glow in the eyes of the blood spirit clan powerhouse in the late Guishu period was surging, and he took the lead, killing Yunyu and the others with monstrous blood. The martial arts laws of this human race new emperor reach the sky, and the 7 laws of power are all out, even the great emperor-level powerhouse can hardly resist. Now they can only kill these strong human races, distract the new human race emperor, and share the pressure for their blood shortage king. Get ready to fight. I'm here to contain the strong man who returned to the market in the later stage, and you can deal with the other 3. No matter what, we have to hold these guys back and give His Majesty the time to solve the barrenness. Yunyu took a deep breath, and then his figure flashed, and he blasted out directly at the strong man in the late Guishu period. What a man, Emperor Jiang Chen, your human race hides so deeply. I didn't expect that there is an heir to the emperor like you in secret. In the void, Huang Wuji stared at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely gloomy. This sun is so much less than the cultivation base of the late Guishu, it can easily suppress the great emperor-level powerhouse at the peak of the Guishu. If it is to break through and return to the peak of the ruins, what kind of terrifying strength will it reach? Under the void god realm, this kid is probably an absolutely invincible existence. Jiang Chen said faintly, my appearance was just an accident. Baron, less nonsense, surrender to me, the emperor will spare you not to die. Ha ha, as the blood desolate king, how can I succumb to you humans? Human sovereign Jiang Chen, although this king has to admit that you are very strong, it is impossible for you to kill me in a short time. Even if this king dies today, all the people here will be buried with me. Huang Wuji said with a ferocious smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glanced at Yunyu and others who were fighting with the 4 powerful blood spirit tribes. The strength of these 4 blood spirit clan powerhouses is not weak, and 3 of them are in the middle of the ruins. With the special physique of Meng Qingshe and Ji Yufeng'er, and the other 3, they can deal with it without much problem. Only Yunyu faced the strong man in the late Guishu period alone, and the situation seemed very dangerous. If there is no one to help, I am afraid that Yunyu will be completely defeated without 10 moves. Blood desolate king, you two value yourself too much. Do you really think you can delay me and let your men kill my human warriors? Killing you, to me, is just a matter of one sword. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the power of the 7 laws once again filled the void. The power of the 7 laws, centered on Xianxia Jianwei, began to spin and compress crazily. In the end, the 7 powers of the law were directly transformed into a sacred ancient sword exuding colorful rays in Jiang Chen's hands. Wuji, I gave you a chance, but you have to go to death. In that case, today I will use the law to condense my soldiers and kill you with one sword. Jiang Chen's words fell proudly, and the 7-colored ancient sword in his hand slammed a sword at Wushu. A 7-color sword light with a length of 5 feet, cut through the sky from the ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment, the sky and the earth faded, and the sun and the moon were dark. Even an emperor-level powerhouse as strong as Huang Wuji could feel the breath of death from Jiang Chen's sword. This sword can be returned to the pinnacle of the ruins. At the moment when Jiang Chen swung this sword, Huang Wuji was already dead in his heart. Where did he dare to stay the slightest? Zhenjiang Emperor's body directly turned into a huge, censored tornado, heading towards the sky. Although Huang Wuji's speed is fast, the 7-color sword light is faster, and it pierces through the void in the blink of an eye. A sword smashes Huang Wuji's body into the soul, and splits it in half from the beginning. Just a sword, the blood spirit race, the king of the blood desolate territory, was a great emperor-level expert on the Xuanling continent thousands of years ago, and he has completely fallen. There was a dead silence in the sky and the earth. Whether it is Yunyu and others, or the few blood spirit clan powerhouses, they are a little bit unbelievable. The emperor-level powerhouse who returned to the peak of the ruins, in the Xuanling continent where the powerhouse of the Void God realm is about to disappear, this is already the top powerhouse. But now, such a great emperor was killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword. With one sword, the emperor falls. What a terrifying method is this! Even if you look at the entire profound spirit continent, you can achieve this step. I am afraid it is one of the few. The new human emperor is invincible, everyone flees separately, we must find a way to report the news here to the Blood Emperor. The Blood Spirit clan powerhouse in the late Guishu stage returned to his senses, and immediately screamed in anger, turned into a censored light to escape. The new human emperor in front of him is indeed extremely enchanting. Even their blood desolate king was beheaded with a single sword. Even if its combat power is not comparable to the Void God realm, it is already an invincible existence among the great emperor. The human race has produced such an enchanting human emperor, which is definitely not good news for their blood spirit race. They have to inform the blood spirit tribe's senior leaders of this matter, otherwise the blood spirit tribe may really be destroyed this time. In front of the emperor, can you escape? Looking at the four powerful blood spirit tribes who were fleeing separately, Jiang Chen smiled coldly, waving the seven-colored ancient sword in his hand continuously, and the four seven-colored sword lights flew out in four different directions. In the face of Jiang Chen, a sword that even the great emperor could kill, the four blood spirit clan powerhouses had no resistance at all. Their bodies were instantly hit by the seven-color sword light, and then burst open in the void with a bang, and finally turned into a blood mist and completely dissipated between the heaven and the earth. It took less than half an hour. The five powerful blood spirit races headed by the blood desolate king were slain by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1489. The Shock of the Blood Emperor. Bloody Silver Domain King City, in a magnificent palace. The two figures sat in the hall and played against each other. One of the men in the blood-robed robe was the Blood Emperor of the Blood Spirit tribe. Opposite Shui Haugen was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wears a white robe with a mysterious blood pattern painted on it. He has fair skin and delicate appearance, and looks like a weak, white-faced scholar. As long as the Blood Spirit clan knew a little bit about this middle-aged man, he knew how terrifying this man was in the Blood Spirit clan. The middle-aged man is no one else, he is the only virtual, censored, realm powerhouse of the Blood Spirit clan today, the Weeping Blood King Shui Yusheng. Hao Qian, you seem to be a little absent-minded today, and you will lose again in this round. Shui Yusheng looked at Shui Haugen with a worried expression on his face, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Are you worried about the situation in the blood shortage area? Uncle Wang, since I became the Blood Emperor, the blood spirit race has been captured by the human race in two regions. Such a situation, even in the history of my blood spirit race, has never happened before, so I can't help but worry about it. Shui Hao grinned bitterly. I don't know what happened to Huang Wuju's return to the blood shortage territory. The Blood Desolate King is the ancient emperor of the Megatron Profound Spirit Continent for thousands of years. How the entire human race can get him is one of the few. As long as Ji Wuxuang and the old fellows of the human race do not move in Nanwuzhou, no one can pose a threat to Wang Wuji. Don't worry, with the Blood Desolate King, human race can't make any waves. Shui Yusheng said lightly, apparently having absolute confidence in Huang Wuji. I hope I'm worrying too much. Shui Hao sighed lightly. According to normal circumstances, Shui Yusheng's speculation is completely without any problems. But for some reason, since Zhang Wuji left, Shui Haoqin has always had a bad premonition in his heart, as if something big would happen. His Majesty, please see the Bloody King. At this moment, a guard hurriedly walked into the hall and reported to Shui Hao. Hearing the words, Shui Hao suddenly got up from his seat and said quickly, let him in right away. Seeing Shuihan Wang Han Jingshuan walked in from outside with a panic expression on his face. Seeing Han Jingshuan's expression, Shui Hao Chenkin's expression suddenly sank. Blood Cold King, I asked you to send someone to pay attention to the situation of the Blood King. What news is coming? Your Majesty, the big thing is not good. Han Jingshuan took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and hurriedly said, I just got the news from the Bloody Cold territory that the Blood Desolate King and others have fallen in the Bloody Waste territory. Following Han Jingshuan's words, not only Shui Haogan's face changed drastically, but also an incredible look appeared on Shui Yusheng's Ji Jing Wubo face. This is impossible. The strong human race gathered in Nanwuzhou, even though the human palace is really the power of the human race, how could someone kill him easily as the king of blood desolation is a great emperor? Shui Yusheng stared at Han Jingxuan with an incredulous expression. King Shuihan, are you sure that your news is not wrong? Shui Yusheng's expression was extremely gloomy. He was still vowing to say that there would be nothing wrong with Wuji, who knew that in a flash of fright, he told him that Wuji had fallen. This is what I saw with my own eyes by the spies in the cold domain of blood, how can there be fakes? Han Jingxuan said solemnly. The Blood Desolate King took the 4 Ruins Realm experts back to the Blood Desolate Kingdom City, and within a few moments, he was all killed by a human expert. A great emperor who returned to the peak of the market, plus 4 strong people who returned to the market, was all beheaded. Rao is Shui Haogan and Shui Yusheng. At this moment, there is an unconcealable horror in the eyes. Naturally, the two of them are very clear about the strength of the Blood Desolate King. Unless the queen of the human race takes the initiative, or several top human race great emperors join forces to besiege, almost no one can kill Wushu in such a short time. Now these powerful human races are clearly under their noses, how could the human race still have such terrifying power? Blood Cold King, can you find out the identity of those human races? Where did the Blood Cold King fall? Shui Haogan returned to his senses and couldn't help but ask with a solemn expression. The thing he worries the most, really happened. Now the situation is undoubtedly getting worse and worse for their blood spirit race. My people are just watching from far away from the royal city of the Blood Desolate territory. They dare not get too close, and don't know who that person is. When Han Jingxuan said this, he paused slightly and said slowly, but that spy seems to have vaguely heard someone call him the Emperor. The Emperor? Shui Hao's dry eyes narrowed. The new human Emperor Jiang Chen is said to be the lost son of the previous generation Huang Zhongwuya. No wonder this emperor has never appeared in Nanwu Prefecture. He had led the crowd to attack the wasteland. It's him. It should be more than that. These things are definitely not something that the new human race emperor can do. Shui Yusheng's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. According to the news they received, the new human emperor was nothing more than the strength of the late ruins. Even if this human race new emperor can attack his deficiencies and win the Blood Desolate territory, he will never have the ability to kill the Blood Desolate King in a flash. Your Majesty, no matter how the new human emperor manages it. Now that the Blood Baron territory has been destroyed, and my Blood Cold territory is at stake, please send your Majesty the Bloody Spirit race powerhouse to help me guard the Blood Cold territory. At this moment, Han Jingxuan said quickly, the Bloody Cold territory is already the hinterland of my Blood Spirit race. It is close to the Imperial City, so naturally there is no room for loss. But my Blood Spirit race and human race are facing each other here. I really can't send too many powerful people to help you. Shui Haogan took a deep breath, and then looked at Han Jingxuan solemnly. Blood Cold King, I beg you for guarding the Blood Cold domain. Han Jingxuan smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty Blood Emperor, the human race is coming so fiercely that even the Blood Desolate King is easily beheaded by them. I am afraid, you don't need to fight with them, just defend the Blood Cold domain. As far as I know, your censored Cold King, the first generation of Blood Cold domain, not only martial arts, but also has an unparalleled formation skill. He once deployed a very powerful divine formation in the Blood Cold domain. Shui Haogan's eyes flickered slightly. You can defend the Bloody Cold territory for a month with the magical formation of the Bloody Cold territory King City, and I will defeat the human race in one fell swoop. When Han Jingxuan heard Shui Hao's words, he was slightly relieved. His Bloody Cold territory King City does have a divine rank formation. Once opened, it is difficult to easily break below the Void God realm. If you want to use this formation to defend the censored Cold territory for January, there shouldn't be much problem. Okay, it's not too late. I will go back to guard the censored Cold region. Han Jingxuan said, immediately bid farewell to the two of Shui Haogan, turned around and hurried away. Chapter 1490. The censored Cold King who can't shrink. The abnormal behavior of the blood spirits naturally attracted the attention of the strong people of the Nanwuzhou human race. Nanbu State Commander's Mansion. Queen Dowager, there has just been news that after the Blood Shortage King left the Blood Silver domain, the Blood Cold King also left with the people of the Blood Cold domain. Zhang Xingbai, the elder of the Jiang clan, reported this to Ji Wuxuang for the first time. Oh, a blood spirit king left again. Ji Wuxuang smiled and said, it seems that Chen'er's results are good. Zhang Xingbai's face flashed a solemn expression. Emperor Ji, the blood spirit race has successively sent 2 blood spirit kings to the pinnacle of the ruins. Are we going to send a strong person to the wasteland to help? Queen Dowager, the great news is that His Majesty Human Sovereign has broken through the wasteland, and even the bloody desolate king has been beheaded by His Majesty. At this moment, a strong human race reported excitedly. Okay, Chen'er really didn't disappoint me. Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes flashed. Elder Xingbai, pass the order on, and put on a position to attack the blood silver domain. Once the blood spirit race dares to send another strong, we will immediately attack the blood spirit race. Now Jiang Chen has wiped out the blood famine territory, and the blood cold king has returned to the blood cold territory. Ji Wuxuang put on an offensive posture, naturally to deter the blood spirit race, not to give the blood spirit race more opportunities to deal with Jiang Chen. In this way, Jiang Chen could erode the strength of the blood spirit race bit by bit. If the blood spirit tribe dared to continue sending strong people, the positive strength of the blood spirit tribe would be further weakened. She directly led the crowd to launch an attack, and in one fell swoop, the blood spirit race was hit hard. Blood Baron Kingdom City. Jiang Chen did not rush to lead the crowd to attack the bloody cold territory after killing Huang Wuji, but waited for the blood spirit race's reaction in the bloody waste territory. This time he wiped out the blood desolate territory and slayed the blood desolate king Huang Wuji, which is bound to arouse the anger of the blood spirit race. Jiang Chen did not act rashly when he had not figured out what kind of power the blood spirit race would send to deal with him. Jiang Chen took a rare leisurely time, and took Meng Qingxie and Ji Yufeng'er to wander around the royal city of the blood baron territory for a while, but Kang Yunlong suddenly found him. Your Majesty, the spies are here to report that the censored cold king is shocked and has returned to the censored cold territory. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, is it just the king of cold blood, but there are other great emperor-level powerhouses? No, it's just that the blood cold king returned to the blood cold territory with his subordinates. Kang Yunlong shook his head and said, after returning to the bloody frost territory, Han Jingxuan directly recalled the forces from all parts of the bloody frost territory to the bloody frost territory king city. It seems that she wants to gather all the power of the bloody frost territory to defend the bloody river region king city. Oh, I want to see how his bloody cold king can defend the bloody cold territory king city on his own. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go and prepare. Tomorrow we will go to the bloody cold territory and attack the bloody cold territory king city. He originally thought that the blood spirit race would send more great emperor-level powerhouses in his anger after he killed Wushu. Unexpectedly, the blood spirit race only sent the blood cold king back to guard the blood cold region. It seems that the blood spirit race is held in the blood silver territory by his mother, and they obviously dare not send too many great emperor-level powerhouses to deal with him. Since there is only one great emperor-level powerhouse, why does Jiang Chen fear him? In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Chen asked Yunyu to guard the wasteland of blood, while he took Kangdunlong and others to kill towards the cold region of blood. Because the bloody cold king shrank the defense line and concentrated the censored cold domain's power in the bloody cold domain king city, Jiang Chen and the others were unimpeded along the way, almost without any hindrance. In less than 3 days, Jiang Chen and the others had already arrived under the royal city of the censored cold region. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, you are finally here. This king has been waiting for a long time. Shui Han Wang Han Jingxuan was condescending, staring closely at Jiang Chen and his group below, and his cold voice instantly resounded in the air. Jiang Chen looked up at Han Jingxuan on the wall of Aoli, and said lightly, Blood Cold King, your blood spirit race, will you send you to die? Han Jingxuan snorted coldly. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, although I don't know what you used to kill the Bloodlord King, as long as this king is here, you will never want to step into my censored cold realm king city. Jiang Chen was expressionless. He raised his hand and pointed out, and his sharp sword aura instantly turned into a sky-shattering rainbow, and he slashed at Han Jingxuan. Just when the sword energy appeared 100 meters away from the censored cold domain king city, a ghostly censored enchantment emerged out of thin air around the censored cold domain king city, easily resisting the sword energy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. King Bloody Cold, it seems that you dare to come back alone to guard the bloody cold territory. Do you rely on the formation of the bloody desolate kingdom city? The guardian formation of the bloody frost territory king city is a divine rank formation deployed by the first censored frost king, which cannot be broken by those who are not strong in the void god realm. Han Jingxuan sneered uncontrollably. As long as you are not a real void god realm powerhouse, you will never want to break it. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm. Blood cold king, do you really think that you can stop me with a divine rank formation? Can you stop it? Try to find out soon. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, this king is waiting for you in the city. If you have the ability, just come to me. Han Jingxuan's cold voice fell, and immediately ignored Jiang Chen, and disappeared above the city wall in a flash. Seeing this, Kang Yunlong couldn't help taking a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, let me try to attack the formation. I don't believe that the formation in front of me will be so strong. No, what the Shuihan king said is indeed true. This is a magical formation. Unless a strong void god realm makes a move, even the great emperor at the peak of the ruins will be hard to shake. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see that the strength of the formation in front of him is not something that can be broken by force below the void god realm. Then what shall we do now? Kang Yuanlong's complexion suddenly turned not so good. If the bloody cold king stayed in the formation, wouldn't they never want to break through the bloody cold territory? Relax, the emperor has his own way. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but lifted up a ghostly arc. This bloody cold king actually wanted to shrink the bloody cold territory king city and use this magical formation to stop him. It was too whimsical. If it is a general return to the market realm, facing this divine rank guardian formation method, perhaps it will indeed be at a loss. But who is Jiang Chen? He is a person with a system, which can directly trigger a hundredfold comprehension and comprehend this magical formation. Even if the king of blood cold had counts, he probably wouldn't count it anyway. He would have a cheating device like the system. Chapter 1491, How can the mere formation of the inferior products stop me? You protect the law for me, I will find a way to break the formation. Jiang Chen said lightly, and immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, his gaze locked tightly on the formation of the censored cold domain king city. Ding! You can comprehend the divine blood forbidden sky formation of the remnant grade god level formation, triggering a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the essence of the formation of the 1/10,000th censored blood forbidden air formation. And when Jiang Chen fully comprehended the divine blood forbidden sky formation, the guard of the bloody cold region king city also quickly reported this strange situation to Han Jingxuan. The corner of Han Jingxuan's mouth raised a sneer. It seems that this new human emperor should be proficient in some formations and want to crack my censored cold realm guardian formation. The guardian of the royal city quickly said, My lord, shall we take advantage of our mobile hand to kill them by surprise and prevent them from breaking the guardian formation? Don't worry about it, just keep staring. If there is any abnormality, please report it at any time. Han Jingxuan's eyes flickered slightly, and finally shook his head. Han Jingxuan did not intend to take the initiative to attack when Jiang Chen cracked the formation. He also couldn't be sure if this was Jiang Chen's strategy to lure the enemy, and wanted to use this to trick him out of the area guarded by the royal city formation. Han Jingxuan was quite confident about the guardian formation of the bloody cold region king city. This guardian formation, but their first generation of blood cold king, was improved based on a remnant god level formation. Although the power of the formation is not as powerful as the true god level formation, it is not comparable to the general formation. Even the 9th stage emperor formation master, who wants to crack the formation within a month, is simply impossible. Even if that person Huang Jiang Chen is proficient in some formations, how can he be comparable to the 9th stage emperor formation master? Anyway, he now only needs to follow the instructions of the blood emperor and use the formation to hold the blood cold region for a month, and there is no need to go out for adventure. Han Jingxuan's tortoise couldn't shrink. Naturally, it also gave Jiang Chen a good opportunity to comprehend the divine blood forbidden sky formation. This divine blood forbidden sky formation is only a remnant god level formation. Jiang Chen is not too difficult to comprehend. It is much easier than when he first comprehended the Shenwu Jiatian formation. 9 days after comprehending the Shenzhou forbidden sky formation, the system's melodious prompt sound finally sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You succeeded in comprehending the divine blood forbidden air battle array. Following the sound of the prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the whole person suddenly stood up from the ground. He had completely controlled the divine blood forbidden sky formation in front of him. Crack this array and destroy that censored, cold territory, just today. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. With a move, he appeared directly above the sky. Sweeping his gaze on the god blood forbidden space in front of him, Jiang Chen began to change his hands with profound gestures, and then pointed out the surrounding area of the bloody cold region King City. Upon seeing this, the guard of the city quickly reported the matter to Han Jingxuan. Lord Qizhang, the Emperor Jiang Chen has already begun to break the battle. Han Jingxuan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly smiled with disdain. He really thought he could break through the guardian formation of my bloody cold King City. The guardian formation of the bloody frost territory King City, even if the 9th stage Emperor formation master concentrates on researching for 3 to 5 months, it may not be easy to find a way to break the formation. And Jiang Chen only spent less than 10 days, wanting to break the formation. It is a wishful thinking. Just as Han Jingxuan's words fell, there was a loud rumbling noise over the royal city in the censored cold region. The huge bloody frost territory King City suddenly became trembling violently as if an earthquake had occurred. No, the guardian formation of the royal city is showing signs of breaking open. Han Jingxuan's expression changed drastically, and a look of anger that could not be concealed appeared on his face. He just vowed to say that Jiang Chen could not break the formation. Who knew that Jiang Chen would break the formation in an instant? How could this be possible? Han Jingxuan suppressed the horror in his heart, and his figure appeared above the royal city in a flash. He raised his head and looked towards the void, and saw that Jiang Chen's hands were constantly changing, making handprints towards the surroundings of the royal city. As Jiang Chen's handprints fell, the guardian formation of the royal city began to tremble and twist violently. I saw that the formation enchantment that enveloped the entire bloody frost territory King City all made a shattered sound like a mirror, and it blasted apart. Impossible! How can you easily break through the guardian formation of my royal city? Han Jingxuan stared blankly at the scene before him, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. This is an improved guardian formation based on the broken god level formation. Han Jingxuan never thought of it. Jiang Chen was able to completely break the formation in less than 10 days. It's rare that the new human emperor in front of him not only has the martial arts strength, but even his formation skills have surpassed that of the 9th rank emperor. It's just a broken god level formation. How difficult is it to break it? Jiang Chen smiled proudly. I'm not even afraid of the true god level formation. How can you stop me with the residual god level formation in this area of the bloody cold territory King City? Human Emperor Jiang Chen, you can break my royal city guardian formation in such a short period of time, which really surprised this king. But even if you break the formation, this king's censored, cold domain, it will not be destroyed if you want to. Han Jingxuan stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, and couldn't help but let out a faint cold snort. Jiang Chen only has the cultivation base of the late Guishu period, and there is no other great emperor-level power beside him. Even if Jiang Chen is talented and enchanting, he can never be able to kill the emperor easily in the later stage of the Guishu battle. Although Han Jingxuan didn't know how the blood-desolate King Huang Wuji fell. But it must have been a careless moment that gave Jiang Chen the chance to succeed. As long as he is more cautious, Jiang Chen will never be able to kill him. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and then he slowly stepped out toward Han Jingxuan with a calm expression. Since this is the case, today I will learn about the strength of your bloody cold king. With Jiang Chen taking this step, a terrifying sword appeared from the endless void within a radius of 10 miles. The terrifying sword power formed a sky-wide sword shadow in the void, like a sword immortal, with the power of overwhelming the world, oppressing Han Jingxuan. Chapter 1492. Bloody Cold King's Trump Card, the Power of the Imaginary God. The cold light in Han Jingxuan's eyes skyrocketed, and a monstrous blood glow exuding icy chill, also instantly surged out of his body. The monstrous blood light directly turned into a sea of blood in the void, exuding a terrifying chill, as if to freeze everything around it. Han Jingxuan let out a cold anger, and in the sea of blood, censored sword energy tore through the void, like a censored sword rain, and instantly swept out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind, still walking towards Han Jingxuan calmly. He didn't move anything with Ben, but there were invisible kendo laws surging around him. The censored sword rain in the void that seemed to be terrifying, did not even get close to Jiang Chen's full body, and it was completely annihilated. The bloody cold king, compared to the bloody wild king, you are more than a star or a half away. If you only have this strength, you can go to death. Jiang Chen glanced at Han Jingxuan indifferently, and immediately stretched out his hand, and a bright 7-color sword light directly slashed away at the Shuihan king. With one sword, the quartet shattered. He only heard a loud bang, and Han Jingxuan's body was instantly hit by the 7-colored sword light, and he flew back hundreds of feet away. His face was pale, and the blood in his mouth kept vomiting wildly. In the eyes that looked towards Jiang Chen, there was finally a look of horror that could not be concealed. Han Jingxuan never thought that the new human emperor's combat power had reached such a terrifying point. With his strength at the pinnacle of the ruins, he couldn't even stop the opponent with a sword. Han Jingxuan finally understood why the blood-desolate King Huang Wuji had fallen. The new human emperor in front of him really has the terrifying power of fighting against the emperor of the peak of Guishu based on his later cultivation base. Han Jingxuan strongly suppressed the anger in his heart, and a majestic force of yin and cold qi and blood also burst out of him instantly. Jiang Chen's strength completely surpassed Han Jingxuan's imagination. Han Jingxuan was also the only one who broke out with all his strength, ready to fight Jiang Chen desperately, otherwise he would really fall into Jiang Chen's hands today. Han Jingxuan did not hesitate to use the supreme secret technique that stimulated the power of qi and blood, raising his own combat power to the peak state. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, even if this king dies today, he will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Han Jingxuan's eyes were dark, his complexion was squalid, and his blood vessels and blue veins were exposed. The whole person instantly turned into a giant of thousands of feet, like a blood demon from the 9 nethers, and rushed towards Jiang Chen. The law of condensing military skills. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and the power of the 7 laws revolved and compressed on the top of his head, instantly turning into a 7-colored ancient sword and falling into his palm. Jiang Chen held a 7-color ancient sword, and raised his hand to swing a light sword. The bright 7-color sword light shattered the void, with the terrifying power to kill everything, and fell on Han Jingxuan's Chenjiang Emperor's body in the blink of an eye. There was a loud noise from the sky and the earth, and the body of the Chenjiang Emperor of Han Jingxuan, under the 7-color sword light, did not have any resistance at all, and it broke directly. And Han Jingxuan's body, like a kite with a broken line, once again flew upside down in embarrassment for hundreds of feet. His clothes were shattered, and his body was also cracked out of cracks, and the blood of the emperor was scattered from the void like raindrops. Han Jingxuan's face was pale, and there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Although he broke through the peak of the ruins for only 2,000 to 3,000 years, with the supreme mystery handed down by the blood-cold king. From generation to generation, even if he faced the ancient emperor of the blood-desolate king who was 10,000 years ago, he was eligible to fight. But the new human emperor in front of him was based on the cultivation base of the late Guishu period, and with the condensed blow of 7 martial arts laws, he was severely injured by the sword. Although this son has only the cultivation base of the late Guishu period, he already possesses the fighting power of the invincible emperor. Under the void god, I am afraid that no one will be Jiang Chen's opponent. I underestimated you, but I didn't expect you to block my sword. Looking at Han Jingxuan, who was escaping from the body, Jiang Chen couldn't help passing a look of surprise in his eyes. He used 7 laws to condense the divine weapons. At the beginning, the blood-desolate king was barren and unrestrained, and his deity was destroyed under this sword. Han Jingxuan was able to save his life under this sword after using the secret technique. But this guy is second only to this. Jiang Chen didn't intend to give Han Jingxuan any chance. On top of the 7-colored ancient sword in his hand, there was another 7-colored sword light that made the heavens and the earth whizzing out. Looking at Jiang Chen's unstoppable peerless sword, Han Jingxuan's expression changed drastically. With a move of his palm, he directly took out a strange blood-colored jade card, and then suddenly poured his body's vitality into it. A weird blood-colored light curtain burst out from the jade card, and Han Jingxuan's whole person was enveloped in an instant. The 7-color sword light in the void suddenly fell, slashing on the blood-colored light curtain of Han Jingxuan's body, and there was a loud noise. Suddenly, a surprising scene happened. I saw that the 7-color sword light that could split the world with a single sword was actually blocked by the blood-colored light curtain of Han Jingxuan's body. This is the power of the void god. Looking at the censored light curtain of Han Jingxuan's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. The blood-colored light curtain that Han Jingxuan urged the jade card to issue was not only formed by the condensing of the original force, but also contained a force that was above the original force. This kind of power is undoubtedly the divine power that only the strong of the virtual, censored realm possess. On the way to martial arts, the return to the ruins realm is called the Emperor realm by mortals, which is the highest realm among mortals. In the Void God realm is a realm where the warrior transitions from fan to god. The great Emperor-level powerhouse who has returned to the peak of the ruins can perceive the world, refine the divine power from his own vitality, and become the virtual, censored, realm powerhouse who has mastered the divine power. In the cultivation process of the strong in the virtual, censored, realm is actually the transformation of Yuan Li to divine power. Once the power of the strong person in the virtual, censored, realm is fully transformed into the censored power, he can trigger the divine calamity, accept the baptism of the god, and become the real, censored, realm strong. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Han Jingxuan actually still had the shelter of the imaginary, censored, left by the strong of the imaginary, censored realm, blocking the attack of his law of condensed military skills. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, this king is not what you want to kill. Today you destroy my, censored, cold domain, sooner or later, this king will make you pay 10 times the price for this. Han Jingxuan gave Jiang Chen a cold look, then turned around and left. Today, the censored cold realm king city formation has been broken. Jiang Chen's combat power is too shocking, he can't handle it at all. Now he can only escape from the cold blood territory first, report the matter to the Blood Emperor, and then make plans. Chapter 1493, Essence and Blood, Divine Power is Born. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and with a move of his palm, a law of space instantly banned Han Jingxuan's entire body in the vast void. Han Jingxuan's expression changed, and immediately raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a sneer on his face and said, "Why, do you still want to keep me behind?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "King Shuihan, you really think that with the protection of the power of this imaginary god, I can't help you? Human sovereign Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that your power is shocking, you can be invincible among the emperor. But the shelter of the strong in the virtual gods is not something you can break." Han Jingxuan smiled coldly. The divine power born in the body of the strong virtual, censored realm, this is the power that completely surpasses the original power, and it is completely different. Although Jiang Chen's combat power was enough to scorn the return of the market realm, he would never shake the power of the void god. Although I can't break the shelter of the void god that you urged, you may not be able to block my attack. Because I can control time and life. When Jiang Chen's voice fell, the special space condensed by the law of time and the law of life directly enveloped Han Jingxuan's whole person. Although Han Jingxuan urged the defense of the void god's shelter and could block any powerful attack under the void god, it could not stop the illusory power of the law of time and the law of life. This time Jiang Chen did not use any other power with a physical attack, but instead condensed a space with the law of time and the law of life. The law of time, control time. The law of life, one thought of life and death. In the space where these two kinds of law forces intersect, two different invisible forces are circulating in Han Jingxuan's body, causing Han Jingxuan's lifespan to disappear at an extremely terrifying speed every second. Although the law of time and the law of life are not strong, as long as you have enough time, you can still consume the life of the great emperor. Unless this great emperor-level powerhouse can quickly make a move and break his law space. Jiang Chen was not at all worried about Han Jingxuan's move. As long as Han Jingxuan's move broke through his law space, there would be no way to urge the power of the imaginary, censored, to protect himself. Once Han Jingxuan withdrew from the shelter of the power of the imaginary god, he could take the opportunity to make an all-out effort to kill him in one move. Damn it, it is the law of time and the law of life. Feeling that his longevity was fading faster under the power of Jiang Chen's law, Han Jingxuan's expression instantly became frightened. Although he is a great emperor-level powerhouse at the peak of the ruins, he can't be immune from the influence of Jiang Chen's law. If this continues, I am afraid that he will really be consumed by the power of Jiang Chen's law. Han Jingxuan naturally didn't want to just sit and wait for death. He quickly stopped urging the blood-colored jade card in his hand, dissipated the shelter of the power of the virtual god, and the monstrous blood instantly turned into a sea of blood exuding a chill. The sea of blood is like a tsunami, rolling up hundreds of feet of waves, and endless ice and blood swords fly out from the waves, shattering the surrounding law space into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Just when Han Jingxuan had just defeated the Law Space, a power in the void contained a monstrous mighty power, but it was suppressed like Mount Tai, which made Han Jingxuan feel inexplicably cold. He suddenly raised his head, and saw a giant golden seal with the character Zhu engraved on one side, rapidly expanding in his pupils. Han Jingxuan looked desperate and horrified. He quickly urged the blood-colored jade card in his hand to protect himself with the power of the imaginary god. It's just, Han Jingxuan's move is obviously too late. At the moment he just urged the blood-colored jade card, the huge golden seal on his head was suppressed. 10 miles of void, trembling. Even the walls of the royal city of the blood-cold territory collapsed by half under the suppression of the golden giant seal. In the end, the 1,000-foot-long city wall was raised to the ground by a huge golden seal, and a huge pit with a depth of 10 feet was smashed out of the ground. Han Jingxuan was directly crushed into a cloud of blood, and his whole person, including his soul, turned into powder. There is only a storage ring that exudes primitive light, and a censored jade metal, which is particularly conspicuous in the huge pit. With a move in the palm of his hand, Jiang Chen directly put Han Jingxuan's storage ring and censored jade metal into his pocket. The bloody cold king is dead. Everyone follow me into the bloody king city and destroy the bloody cold realm. Seeing this, Kang Yunlong pointed the long knife in his hand at the bloody frost territory king city and slammed out with the human army behind him like a rainbow. And the blood spirit clan warriors of the censored cold region king city, they are all like a concubine after seeing the censored cold king beheaded by Jiang Chen. The bloody cold king is dead, the bloody cold domain is over, everyone run away. Some warriors who were forcibly gathered in the censored city by the censored cold king, at this moment, where there is still the mind to protect the city, quickly fled in panic. And some royal families who wanted to resist were quickly beheaded by Jiang Chen. The third largest of the blood spirit clan's 9 regions, the blood cold region, also surrendered to Jiang Chen's feet. In less than half a year, after Jiang Chen came to the profound spirit continent, he broke through the 3 major areas of the blood spirit race. Such a record can be described as extremely impressive. Even with the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the profound spirit continent human race, the war between humans and the blood spirit race has never occupied such a huge advantage. After destroying the bloody frost territory, Jiang Chen once again gave everything to Kang Yunlong to deal with, and he acted as the shopkeeper and began to count the spoils of the battle. This time killing Han Jingxuan, Jiang Chen's harvest is extremely rich. Not only did he get a piece of void god asylum that could withstand a blow from a powerful void god realm, but he also found a drop of blood containing divine power in Han Jingxuan's storage ring. If he guessed correctly, this should be the blood of a strong void god realm. A drop of the essence and blood of a powerful person in the void god realm, I don't know what effect it will have after taking it. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand that contained the essence and blood of the void god, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur. In the past, swallowing the blood of the strong increased bloodline power. But now Jiang Chen has already broken through the Guishu Emperor realm, and his bloodline has almost reached the limit of a mortal. Unless it breaks the realm and transforms the world into a god, the bloodline power should not have much change. With a bit of expectation, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to open the jade bottle and swallow the essence and blood of the virtual spirit in one mouthful. Ding! You swallow the essence and blood of the void god and get 100*100 supernatural power. Is this the birth of supernatural power? Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen was stunned. Divine power, isn't this power that can be born only when the strong of the virtual, censored realm is born? Now that divine power is born in his body, doesn't this mean that he is now a strong man in the virtual, censored realm? Chapter 1494, The Blood Spirit Tribe Shakes. Only after reaching the limit of the Guishu pinnacle can the Guishu realm powerhouse be able to gain divine power in the body and become the void god realm powerhouse through practice. But Jiang Chen is still in the late stage of returning to the ruins, and the divine power is already born in his body. Jiang Chen couldn't be sure now whether his current situation was returning to the market realm or void god realm. In fact, what Jiang Chen didn't know was that in the earliest martial arts cultivation system, the void god realm did not exist. The next great realm after returning to the market realm was originally the true, censored, realm where the right path becomes a god. It is a very long process from returning to the ruins realm to the true, censored realm. With the development of martial arts, Some people gradually separated the strong people of the ruins realm who had borne divine power in their bodies, and gave them the title of Void God. The Void God slowly evolved into a realm between the Guishu realm and the True God realm. Although the Void God realm was separated into a big realm, it was actually returned to the ruins realm in essence, but divine power was born in the body and possessed a part of the power of the True God. In the prosperous realm of martial arts, there are many peerless geniuses in the late stage of the return to the ruins and even the middle of the return to the ruins. When they return to the market realm for cultivation, they can simultaneously transform the vitality in their bodies into divine power. There are even some talented generations. When their cultivation reached the peak of Guishu's ruins, their body's vitality had been completely transformed into divine power, thus inducing the divine calamity in one move and transcending the calamity into a true god. For the supreme genius of God's domain, the Void God realm was actually a realm that didn't exist. No matter what, it is worth celebrating to be able to obtain the essence and blood of the Void God this time, and to give birth to the divine power in the body. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and there was also an expression of excitement on his face. All beginnings are hard. The only difference between the strong in the virtual, censored, realm and the strong in the return to the ruin realm is that divine power is born in the body. It is not a simple matter for the strong of the returnable market realm to be born with divine power. Countless great emperors who had returned to the peak of the ruins were all stuck at this step, and none of them had been able to produce divine power in their bodies and stepped into the virtual, censored realm. Just like the ancient Kunsu emperor of the Shenwu continent. No matter how amazing he is, he has been trapped at the peak of Guishu for tens of thousands of years. He has never been able to cultivate his supernatural power. In the end, he has to take the risk and steal the god-like cauldron of the god-grade sect of Thunder God sect. It is so difficult for the return to the market realm to cultivate divine power. Although Jiang Chen didn't know whether he was considered a virtual, censored realm, but now he has divine power in his body, even in the face of the real virtual, censored realm, he may not have the power to fight. The news that Jiang Chen killed the censored cold king Han Jingxuan, and destroyed the censored cold domain, was also like a hurricane, and quickly spread to the entire blood spirit race. In the blood silver domain, all blood spirit clan powerhouses, including the blood emperor, blood Haugen, were shaken after they disappeared. With horror, Shui Hao hurriedly summoned many powerful blood spirit clan to discuss countermeasures. In a hall in the royal city of Bloody Silver territory, many powerful blood spirit tribes gathered here quickly under the call of Shui Haugen, and the atmosphere of the hall was solemn. Everyone, Human Emperor Jiang Chen led the human race to attack my blood spirit race. Now that the blood barren territory and the blood cold territory have been breached by the human race, the two blood spirit kings have also fallen. Do you have a countermeasure? I don't know how long it took. Shui Hao Qian, who was sitting high in the first place, finally broke the silence in the hall. Your Majesty the Blood King, the human race breaks through the cold blood territory to enter the hinterland of my blood spirit race. It must be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. A blood spirit tribe great emperor said quickly. The emperor naturally knows to stop them. It's just that my blood spirit clan has been unable to send strong people to suppress it for the time being. I wonder if you can have a way to stop the Emperor Jiang Chen for a while. Shui Hao's gaze swept slightly in the hall, and asked with a gloomy expression. That human race's new Emperor Jiang Chen is powerful and possesses the terrifying power to easily kill a great emperor-level powerhouse. If he wants to suppress Jiang Chen, he has to send at least 2 great emperor-level experts to the censored cold region. Now that they are losing 2 blood spirit kings, they are already stretched to face the strength of the human race. If at this time 2 or 3 great emperor-level powerhouses were sent away, once the human race launched an offensive from the front, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Hearing what Shui Hao said, many blood spirit clan powerhouses looked at each other, not knowing what to do. It is simply impossible to stop the Emperor Jiang Chen without sending a strong person to suppress it. Seeing that everyone in the hall fell silent again, Shui Hao's dry face became more and more difficult to look. According to Shui Hao's plan, as long as Shuihan Wanghan Jingxuan delays Jiang Chen for a month and buys him enough time, the blood spirit race can get rid of the predicament and reverse the situation in one fell swoop. But Shui Hao didn't think of anything. With the help of the divine rank formation, the Bloody Cold King defended the Bloody Cold Region King City, and in less than half a month, he was defeated by the Emperor Jiang Chen. Now that the blood spirit race has lost 3 domains in a row, the frontal battlefield is also at a disadvantage, and the situation is precarious. Since the birth of the blood spirit race, there has never been such an embarrassing situation in their war with the human race. Blood King, you can't let people continue to wreak havoc on the blood spirit race. Why don't I leave a clone to sit in the bloody silver territory, and then go to the bloody cold territory secretly to punish the new human emperor? As long as you kill the new human emperor, everything will be solved. At this moment, the weeping blood king Shui Yusheng, who was sitting beside Shui Haogan, suddenly broke the silence in the hall. Shui Hao's expression changed, and he shook his head quickly and refused. No, this is too risky. Shui Yusheng is the only virtual, censored, realm of the blood spirit race today, and it is difficult to escape the eyes of the human race with every move. It is almost impossible for Shui Yusheng to cross the sea to the censored cold region without hiding. Once detected by the human race, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Enjoy your majesty the Blood Emperor. Great news. There was news from the Blood Imperial City just now that the 10 people in the ancestral blood pool have been promoted smoothly and left the customs ahead of schedule. At this moment, a Blood Spirit Clan Emperor who was in charge of intelligence finally stood up with a look of excitement. Shui Hao stood up from his seat dryly, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face involuntarily. He was worried that the situation in front of him could not be dealt with, who knew that the 10 of the ancestral blood pool had come out ahead of schedule. God helped me too. Now that the 10 great emperors of my blood spirit race have successfully exited the customs, why are the human races afraid? Shui Haogan laughed, and immediately ordered, let them rush to the bloody silver territory immediately, the emperor will fight the human race to the death. Chapter 1495, The Decisive Battle Begins. Your Majesty the Blood King, never do it. An emperor of the blood spirit race quickly persuaded, now that the censored cold region has missed, the human emperor Jiang Chen can lead the human race to the blood emperor city, we can't do it. I have decided, no need to say more. Shui Haogan waved his hand, his face resolutely said, when the 10 emperor-level powerhouses who have been promoted in the ancestral blood pool arrive, the emperor will fight the human race to the death. Go down and prepare. Even if the emperor Jiang Chen could directly threaten the blood imperial city, what about it? Now the blood spirit race had 10 more powerful emperors in an instant, and he happened to be caught off guard by taking advantage of the human race's unawareness. As long as the human race can be defeated on the frontal battlefield, human sovereign Jiang Chen is not a concern. The 10 powerful men of the blood spirit race who were promoted to the great emperor realm in the ancestral blood pool finally reached the blood silver realm in secret. Shui Haogan no longer hesitated, and directly summoned the blood spirit clan powerhouses and killed him directly towards the human race Nanwuzhou. After Ji Wuxuang got the news, he was also unwilling to show weakness, leading many strong human races to confront the blood spirit race on a vast plain in Nanwu Prefecture. Shui Yusheng, I didn't expect you to have the courage to lead the blood spirit race to attack the human race. Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes looked at Shui Yusheng and Shui Haogan thousands of feet away, and the cold voice resounded instantly. Shui Yusheng said indifferently, Ji Wuxuang, you and I have been confronted for so long, it's time to fight to the death. Ji Wuxuang sneered coldly, my human race's new emperor has successively destroyed your blood spirit tribe's 3 domains, and is approaching your blood spirit race imperial city, so you can't sit still. Huh, Ji Wuxuang, even if the emperor Jiang Chen destroys my blood spirit tribe, what will happen? Shui Hao said with cold eyes, as long as I can lead the blood spirit race to defeat you today, this emperor will naturally take it back from your human race 10 times. Ji Wuxuang snorted coldly, do you think that with the current strength of your blood spirit race, do you still have that ability to defeat us? Since Zhang Wuya returned to the profound spirit continent and unexpectedly killed several emperor-level powerhouses of the blood spirit clan, the number of emperor-level powerhouses of the blood spirit clan and human clan has been almost the same. Now that the blood spirit clan has 2 blood spirit kings destroyed by Jiang Chen, their strength is already at a disadvantage. The blood spirit race now wants to defeat their human race, it is basically impossible. Ji Wuxuang, do you think that your human race has hidden the hand of human emperor Jiang Chen, but my blood spirit race is really unprepared? Next, let you see what the emperor has prepared for you. Shui Haoqian looked up to the sky with a laugh, and immediately moved his palm, and a cloud of blood shot into the sky directly from his palm. With this censored light rushing straight into the sky, there was a sudden loud noise from the rear of Shui Haogan and others. In the distant sky, 10 censored figures, all with a very terrifying aura, rolled towards the place where Ji Wuxuang and the others were. This scene suddenly changed the complexion of Ji Wuxuang and others. Great Emperor-level powerhouse. The blood-colored figures that suddenly appeared in the world were all Great Emperor-level powerhouses who had reached the peak of Guishu. How is it possible? How could the blood spirit race produce 10 more powerful emperors out of thin air? Xiao Xingbai and the others looked at the situation in front of them, and there was incredible horror in their eyes. Ancestral blood pool. Ji Wuxuang's eyes were gloomy, and he slowly said, "We are careless, but we forgot that the blood spirit race also has an ancestral blood pool that can build a great emperor." When many human experts heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. It is said that the ancestral blood pool of the blood spirit tribe can give birth to extremely mysterious powers, and can create an emperor-level powerhouse for the blood spirit tribe every once in a while. This is also one of the biggest reasons why the human race and the blood spirit race have always been at a disadvantage. "It's impossible," Xiao Xingbai murmured. "Although the ancestral blood pool of the blood spirit race can create a great emperor-level powerhouse, it is impossible to create 10 great emperor-level powerhouses at once. If the ancestral blood pool of the blood spirit race can create so many great emperor-level powerhouses at one time, their human race may have been destroyed by the blood spirit race long ago. How can they compete with the blood spirit race until now? The blood spirit race can only create a great emperor-level powerhouse every once in a while. That's because the energy of the ancestral blood pool is limited." Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath and said, "But you don't want to think, how long has the blood spirit race not given birth to a new great emperor?" When everyone heard this, their minds couldn't help but suddenly shake. The blood spirit race has not used the ancestral blood pool to create a great emperor-level powerhouse. Is it to accumulate enough energy to create a large number of great emperor-level powerhouses at one time, and thus severely inflict their human race in one fell swoop? Conspiracy. This is simply a conspiracy that the blood spirit race has planned for a long time. Ji Wuxuang, this big gift I prepared, shouldn't let you down. The emperor has been planning for a long time, just to kill me at this moment." Shui Hao gave a triumphant laugh, then shouted loudly, directing many blood spirit clan powerhouses to kill Ji Wuxuang and the others. Seeing this, Ji Wuxuang couldn't help but decisively gave an order: "Don't fall in love with the battle, and retreat from the battle, return to Nanwu City to defend, and immediately send someone to inform Jiang Chen." After the Blood Shortage King and the Blood Cold King were killed by Jiang Chen one after another. Although the human race has a temporary advantage in the frontal battlefield, it only has 2 more emperor-level powerhouses than the blood spirit race. Now the blood spirit race has 10 more powerful emperors out of thin air. Ji Wuxuang knew very well that if they used their current strength to fight the blood spirit race, they would undoubtedly lose. Now he can only retreat to Nanwu City, rely on Nanwu City's defensive power, and then gather all human forces to defend. This time, their human race will probably be defeated again. Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath, and immediately stopped the Shui Yusheng who was the first to kill, and led the human army to fight and retreat. The blood spirit race suddenly had 10 great emperor-level powerhouses descending, and the impact on the human race was too great. Many human race great emperors were besieged by 2 or 3 blood spirit race great emperors. Even if they were fighting desperately to defend, the human race great emperor was under the siege of several blood spirit race great emperors. The human race finally withdrew to Nanwu City at the price of the fall of 2 of the ruined peak emperors and more than a dozen of the ruined realm experts. The blood spirit tribe secretly planned and used the ancestral blood pool to create 10 great emperor-level powerhouses in one breath. They caught the human race by surprise, and the human race was defeated and returned. Many powerful human races were besieged in Nanwu City by the blood spirit race. Fortunately, due to the perennial war, Nanwu City has been built by the human race into a strong fortress, and it is difficult for the blood spirit race to conquer it for a while. Even so, the human situation is still precarious. Chapter 1496, The Terran Defeat, Nanbu Prefecture is in danger. The king city of the blood-cold region. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged quietly in the center of a large hall, with a dazzling crystal in his palm, shrinking sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shenjing had disappeared without a trace in Jiang Chen's palm. The prompt tones of the 2 systems also resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. You absorb a piece of God crystal for cultivation and gain 800,000 *100 experience. Ding. You practice for a minute, and part of your vitality is transformed into divine power. After swallowing the essence and blood of the virtual gods, the divine power was born. Jiang Chen didn't rush to take the next move either. Instead, he was practicing in the cold blood territory while paying attention to the movement of the blood spirit race. Now that Jiang Chen cultivates, he can not only gain experience points and continue to improve his cultivation base, but he can also continuously transform the vitality in his body into divine power. After Jiang Chen's unremitting efforts, his cultivation base has not only improved a lot, he is one step closer to the peak of returning ruins, and even the transformation of Yuanli has also completed close to 1/10. At this rate, just give him 2 or 3 months, he can almost completely transform the vitality in his body into divine power. Jiang Chen, Yi Wuji is here. It seems that there is something very important to see you. At this moment, Meng Qingshui's cold voice suddenly came in from outside the hall. Yi Wuji, shouldn't this guy be in the frontal battlefield of Nanbuzhou? Why did he suddenly come to the censored cold area? He stood up suddenly, appeared at the door of the main hall, and asked Meng Qingshui, "What's wrong with that guy looking for me?" I didn't have time to ask. Meng Qingshui shook her head and said with a solemn expression, but looking at his expression, I'm afraid something happened to Nanwu Prefecture. He killed 2 blood spirit kings of the blood spirit clan one after another. The mother and the others should have an advantage in Nanwu state. Why did something happen instead? Go and meet Yi Wuji. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately walked out mostly towards the outside. Jiang Chen and the other 2 came to the outer hall and saw Yi Wuji, who was waiting anxiously in the hall. His Majesty the Emperor. Seeing Jiang Chen and 2 of them walking out of it, Yi Wuji was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said straight to the point, "Let's say, you are here to find me in the censored cold region. What is the so-called? Is there something wrong with Nanwu Prefecture?" Yes, something happened to Nanbu State. Originally, Your Majesty even killed the 2 blood spirit kings of the blood spirit race. Our human race has already taken advantage. Who knows that a few days ago, the blood spirit race suddenly entered Nanwu Prefecture to fight our decisive battle, and there were 10 more emperor-level powerhouses, and the human race was defeated. Yi Wuji gave a wry smile. What are you talking about? The blood spirit race actually has 10 more powerful emperors. When Jiang Chen heard Yi Wuji's words, an unbelievable shock appeared in his eyes. A great emperor-level powerhouse, this is not a cat or a dog, but the top combat power of the profound spirit continent human race and blood spirit race. No matter how deep the blood spirit tribe hides, it is absolutely impossible to hide 10 great emperor-level powerhouses under the eyelids of the human race. Your Majesty does not know that the blood spirit race has an ancestor of blood pool, and every once in a while, he can create a great emperor-level powerhouse for the blood spirit race. This time, the blood spirit race allowed the ancestral blood pool to accumulate enough energy to create 10 powerful emperors at once. Our human race didn't check it for a while, and then was caught off guard by the blood spirit race. Yi Wuji quickly explained the blood spirit tribe's conspiracy. I didn't expect the blood spirit race to hide such a hand. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "How is the situation in Nanwu Prefecture now? Blood spirit race has already besieged our strong human race in Nanwu City. With Nanbu Castle's defense, there is no problem blocking the attack of the blood spirit in a short time. But once it is delayed too long, it may be dangerous." Yi Wuji looked extremely solemn. Suddenly, there were 10 more powerful emperors in the blood spirit clan, but the human clan had fallen into 2 great emperor-level powerhouses in the battle. The situation is undoubtedly getting worse and worse for the human race. As long as the blood spirit clan can't break Nanbuzhou temporarily. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then smiled faintly. Let's go to Nanwu Prefecture immediately. Yi Wuji was startled slightly. Shall we go directly to Nanbuzhou? Although Jiang Chen possesses the strength to kill a great emperor-level powerhouse, the strength of the human race and the blood spirit race is too far apart. Even if Jiang Chen went to Nanbuzhou, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to change the situation. The blood-cold region is located in the hinterland of the blood spirit realm and can directly enter the blood spirit clan imperial city. If they are now attacking the blood spirit clan imperial city and forcing the blood spirit clan powerhouses to return to defense, perhaps they will just resolve the danger in Nanwu Prefecture. I know what you want to say, it's useless. The blood spirit race knew that I had already captured the bloody Frost territory, but they still sent out the 10 great emperor-level powerhouses created by the ancestral blood pool. They never thought about defending the blood spirit race imperial city. Obviously, they have only one purpose, to destroy the strong human race at all costs. Destroying the strong human race means winning the war. Even if the imperial city is destroyed, the big deal is to rebuild one. An imperial city, in exchange for victory in the war between the two races, is undoubtedly very worthwhile. If Jiang Chen were in the position of the blood spirit race, he would not hesitate to make such a choice. Yi Wuji said with a solemn expression, "The blood spirit race now has 11 more powerful emperors than our human race. If it is a head-on fight, we have almost no chance of winning. If it were placed a few days ago, the blood spirit race suddenly added 10 more powerful emperors, maybe it would be really troublesome. It's a pity, I am no longer the me who I was a few days ago. There are 10 new emperor-level powerhouses, what fear does this emperor have?" Jiang Chen's words fell proudly, and a divine power containing the mighty power of the sky also surged out of his body in an instant. This is the divine power that can only be cultivated by the strong of the void god realm. Feeling the divine power erupting from Jiang Chen, Yi Wuji's pupils suddenly shrank, and an incredible horror appeared on his face. Jiang Chen has already broken through the void god realm. When Jiang Chen became the emperor not long ago, although he had a combat power comparable to the peak of Guishu, his cultivation was only in the late Guishu. How long has passed since then? Jiang Chen actually changed his body and became a master of the virtual, censored, realm with divine power. Yi Wuji was horrified, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Comparing the powerhouse of the virtual, censored, realm with the powerhouse of the emperor level, it is totally different. Now that the human race has more of a virtual, censored, like Jiang Chen, they will suppress the blood spirit race, and it will be just around the corner. Chapter 1497. 1 Seal 3 Kills. The west gate of Nanwu City is 100 miles away. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm, and he stepped away towards Nanwu City. Beside him, 2 peerless girls, one large and one small, were separated from each other, one as cold as xianxia and the other as sun as fire. Behind the 3 of them was Yi Wuji, who followed respectfully. In an open place ahead, a group of powerful blood spirit clan guarding the west gate of Nanwu City appeared directly in Jiang Chen's sight. With his hands on his back, Jiang Chen approached the blood spirit race step by step, and soon came to a place less than 10 miles away from the blood spirit race. He has no joy or sorrow in his eyes, no trace of emotion, and he looks like a grass and mustard to many powerful blood spirit clan emperors. Where did the few human race boys dare to come to Nanbuzhou to die? Yin Tiantuo, the blood and silver king who was in charge of guarding the west gate of Nanwu City, was the first to sense the presence of Jiang Chen. His eyes glowing with silver light flashed with a cold light, and his killing intent was clear. Silver Maple, quickly solve these humans. Yes, Lord, the middle-aged man named Yin Feng responded, and immediately stepped out, and the powerful aura of the late Guishu period directly pressed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, as he raised his head and shook his palm. The invisible palm strength instantly crossed thousands of feet of void and hit Yin Feng's body, causing Yin Feng's body to burst directly in the void. Countless fascinating emperor blood spurted out, and the blood filled the sky, falling down from the void like a rain of blood. The ants in the late stage of the ruins would dare to do something against the emperor. Killing the blood spirit race called Yinfeng with one move, he looked down at the blood and silver king and others on the opposite side blankly, just like the ancient gods facing the mortal world, without the slightest fear, but the pressure of the whole audience. The king is coming for 9 days. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, the censored silver king Yintian's eyes suddenly shrank. Beside him, hundreds of blood spirit clan powerhouses are like hell, almost unable to believe their eyes. Yin Feng, the first general under the bloody silver king, an almost invincible existence under the great emperor. Such a strong man in the late return to the market was slapped to death by the opponent. Such a method, even some great emperor-level powerhouses may not be able to do it. They never thought that the human youth in front of them would be a great emperor-level powerhouse. Are you human Emperor Jiang Chen? After Yin Tiantuo was horrified for a moment, he finally thought of something, and his look at Jiang Chen could not help but change drastically. Nowadays, the great emperor-level powerhouses of the human race are almost all trapped in Nanwu City by them. The black-clothed young man in front of him was so old, and he had a fighting power that was not inferior to a great emperor rank powerhouse. Apart from the new human emperor who killed the two blood spirit kings of his blood spirit clan, who else can there be? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. The mere blood spirit race, dare to run wild on the place of my human race, and be destroyed. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to really dare to send it to your door to die. Now that your human race is over, do you think you can turn the tide on your own? Two generals, kill him with me. Yintian Tuosin smiled, and immediately greeted the two great emperor-level powerhouses beside him, and together they besieged and killed Jiang Chen. The new human emperor can kill the blood-desolate king and the blood-cold king successively. How can Yintian Tuo foolishly fight Jiang Chen alone? It's you who live and die. With a move of his palm, a bright golden glow in the sky expanded rapidly like a lotus flower, and finally turned into a golden square seal that covered the sky and sun. The golden square seal is condensed, and the dazzling, Zhu, character shakes the void for 10 miles. Zhu Shengyin, punish me. Following Jiang Chen's cold snort, with impenetrable supernatural power, he suppressed the three of Yin Tiantuo. Be careful, it's the imperial seal of the human divine warrior. Yin Tiantuo's complexion changed drastically, and immediately his whole body skyrocketed, and the whole sky was transformed into a censored purgatory flashing thunderously. In the censored purgatory, a blood dragon exuding a sharp chill suddenly emerged. Around the blood dragon, the mysterious blood-colored electric glow flickered, causing the surrounding void to appear a series of pitch-black space cracks. On both sides of Yin Tiantuo, the two blood spirit tribe great emperors also did not keep the slightest hand, and they fought against the Zhu Shen seal from the suppression of their heads. The space within a radius of 10 miles completely collapsed, turning into a terrifying storm of destruction. Even the strong of the ruins realm, under the impact of the devastating storm, awkwardly withdrew from a distance of thousands of feet. Some blood spirit warriors whose strength is only in the realm of the fetus, almost have no time to dodge, and are reduced to ashes under the impact of the destruction. Storm, and the three Yin Tiantuo in the center of the battlefield, when they touched the golden square seal on the top of their heads with all their strength, they seemed to be crushed by the golden square seal in an instant. The human emperor seal is a martial art of martial arts, which needs to be displayed with divine power in order to exert the true power of the human emperor seal. Before Jiang Chen broke through, he could use this seal to shake the great emperor-level powerhouse. Now that Jiang Chen is lucky enough to be born with a divine power, he displays the power of the divine punishment seal. I don't know how strong it is. How can the three of Yin Tiantuo be able to resist it? After Yin Tiantuo's three people joined forces and was crushed by the golden square seal, their figure was stiff, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt out wildly. Void God realm, how is it possible? They looked up at the golden seal that was rapidly expanding in their pupils, their eyes full of unprecedented horror. Supernatural power. They felt the real divine power from Jiang Chen's seal, the divine power that can only be cultivated by the strong of the virtual, censored realm. The three of Yin Tiantuo didn't expect it. This human new emperor is already a strong man in the virtual, censored realm. The three of Yin Tiantuo's blood and energy were mobilized to the extreme in an instant, and they wanted to use the body of the great emperor to counter the mark of Zhu Shen on their heads. Before they could show it in the future, the mark of Zhu Shen was suppressed from the top of their heads. On the bodies of the three of Yin Tiantuo, there were cracks visible to the naked eye that spread quickly like a spider web. The bodies and souls of the three of them all shattered into countless blood-colored powder at the same time, and they scattered orders in the sky. 3 kills with 1 seal, 3 great emperor-level powerhouses have fallen. The shocking scene in front of me immediately caused a dead silence all around. The 10 or 20 blood spirit clan powerhouses who fled in embarrassment from the storm of destruction could not help but show horror in their eyes. The 3 great emperor-level powerhouses, in front of the new human race emperor, are like fragile ants that can be crushed with a finger. The new human emperor is so terrifying. Chapter 1498. The battle between the two races is coming to an end. Jiang Chen in town killed Yin Tiantuo and other 3 great emperor-level powerhouses, and his power shook 100 miles into the sky. Whether it was the strong human race in Nanwu City, or the strong blood spirit race that besieged Nanwu City, they were all shocked instantly. Ji Wuxuang led a group of human experts and appeared on the wall of the west gate of Nanwu City in the blink of an eye. When they saw the situation below, they couldn't help but take a breath. I saw that 20 or 30 miles away from the west of the city, There were hundreds of powerful blood spirit tribes who were guarded here, but now there are only more than 20. Even the 3 emperor-level powerhouses headed by the blood silver king Yintiantuo have disappeared. Only the emperor on the ground that was stained red by the emperor's blood was particularly dazzling in everyone's sight. Yin Tiantuo and other 3 emperor-level powerhouses have fallen here in all likelihood. As for the remaining 20-odd blood spirit clan powerhouses, they all looked at a black-clothed youth on the opposite side with a pale face. Their expressions looked terrified. His Majesty the Human Emperor, it is the Human Emperor who has come down. Many human experts looked at the black-clothed youth who stood proudly in the void, and they couldn't help showing a touch of excitement. Now their human race was greatly defeated by the blood spirit race and trapped in Nanwu City. Suddenly Jiang Chen killed the 3 great emperor-level powerhouses of the blood spirit race. This is undoubtedly a very exciting thing. Looking at Jiang Chen in his sight, a rare smile appeared in Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes. The blood spirit tribe secretly planned to create 10 great emperor-level powerhouses at one time, causing their human race to be defeated, and they could only defend this Nanwu City. Jiang Chen's ability to kill the 3 emperor-level powerhouses of the blood spirit race will undoubtedly weaken the blood spirit race's strength a lot. Jiang Chen's ability to kill 3 great emperor-level powerhouses so easily means that his combat power is almost invincible among the great emperor-level powerhouses. Even facing a great emperor-level powerhouse, Jiang Chen at least has the ability to fight 1 against 3. In this way, the strength gap between them and the blood spirit race was instantly reduced by half, and it was not without the power of a battle. Just as Ji Wuxuang's mind was turning, the east side of Nanwu City, a monstrous blood energy that shook Bailei's emptiness was also rolling toward the west of the city. Everyone, follow the emperor with me. Ji Wuxuang's complexion changed, and immediately with many human experts, he quickly flew out of Nanwu City and set off in the direction where Jiang Chen was. People, the strong human race is out of the city, report to the Blood Emperor as soon as possible. The 20 blood spirit clan powerhouses saw Ji Wuxuang and the others slay out, and they immediately fled to the east of Nanwu City like a frightened bird. They had just escaped a distance of less than a few miles, and a censored shadow exuding the breath of the weather had already surged from the east. Your Majesty, the Blood Emperor, something is not good. Human Emperor Jiang Chen suddenly attacked, and the Blood Silver King and other 3 great emperor-level powerhouses were all killed by one move. The 20 blood spirit clan powerhouses saw the oncoming Shui Haochen and the others, and they were overjoyed and hurried forward to report. The Blood King is dead. The 3 emperor-level powerhouses were killed by Emperor Jiang Chen with a single move. Rao Shishui Haugen had long known that Emperor Jiang Chen had the terrifying power to kill great emperor-level powerhouses, but he was still terribly shocked. Kill 3 emperor-level powerhouses with one move. One of them is the Blood and Silver King, who is enough to rank in the top 5 among the great emperor-level powerhouses of the blood spirit race. Even the invincible emperor who claims to be invincible in the return to the market realm may not be able to do it easily, right? Blood Sovereign, human sovereign Jiang Chen is too enchanting to continue to let him grow. Today the human race has already left Nanwu City in order to meet Jiang Chen, then fight the human race to the death. Even at all costs, we must kill the new human emperor. Shui Yusheng's eyes were gloomy and authentic. With the cultivation base in the later stage of Guishu, you can have the power of the invincible emperor and kill 3 emperor-level powerhouses in one move. With such an enchanting talent, even Shui Yusheng couldn't help being frightened. In the later period of Guishu, it was already so against the sky. Once it breaks through the peak of Guishu, maybe this new human emperor has the terrifying power of fighting against the virtual gods. At that time, their blood spirit race might be really dangerous. Uncle Wang, I understand. Shui Haugen took a deep breath, and immediately brought dozens of great emperor-level experts from the blood spirit race towards Jiang Chen and the others. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, you are finally here. My emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. Shui Haugen led the crowd to stop on the void 10 miles away, his censored eyes flashing tightly locked on Jiang Chen's body. Blood Emperor, there is no need to talk nonsense. Originally, I planned to let your blood spirit race stay in the profound spirit continent for a while, but I didn't expect you to lead the crowd to attack my human race's territory. In that case, the battle between the 2 clans that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years in the profound spirit continent will be ended by the Emperor. Today, the Emperor will flatten your blood spirit race. Let your blood spirit race, from now on, surrender to the feet of the human race. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and his proud voice instantly resounded through the world. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, you were right, the battle between the blood spirit race and the human race, it is time for a result. But, after today, it is your human race, my blood spirit race, that will be the only master of this continent. Shui Haugen laughed and swept all over the place with a monstrous, censored, evil spirit. Kill them for me and destroy the human race, just today. As the words of Shui Haoqian fell, dozens of blood spirit clan great emperors all brought a burst of blood to the sky, and rushed out together. The emptiness for hundreds of miles around was enveloped by a horrible, censored spirit. Chen'er, Shui Yusheng, the weeping blood king of the blood spirit race, is not much weaker than me. I can't defeat him in a short time. How many emperor-level powerhouses can you handle? Looking at the situation in front of him, Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. In addition to Jiang Chen, there were originally 30 great emperor-level powerhouses. In the battle a few days ago, the human race had fallen to 2 great emperor-level powerhouses, and now there are only 28 left. The Blood Spirit tribe originally had 31 great emperor-level powerhouses, but 2 Blood Spirit queens were killed by Jiang Chen, leaving only 29. But the Blood Spirit tribe relied on the ancestral blood pool to create 10 great emperor-level powerhouses, and the Blood Spirit tribe great emperor-level powerhouse directly reached 39. Even if Jiang Chen killed 3 people today, the Blood Spirit race's great emperor-level powerhouse is still 8 more than the human race. In this battle, they are still at an absolute disadvantage. Mother, you can deal with the Void God realm of the Blood Spirit race at ease, leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Isn't it just a few more great emperor-level experts, the Blood Spirit tribe's great emperor-level experts, I can kill as many as they come. Chapter 1499, Emperor 2 is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Many human experts could not help taking a breath when they heard Jiang Chen's proud words. Even Ji Wuxuang, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Great emperor-level powerhouse, kill as many as you come. How domineering and arrogant is this? If Jiang Chen could really treat a great emperor-level powerhouse as nothing, then their human race might really be able to defeat the Blood Spirit race. Well, I'm relieved with your words. Although Ji Wuxuang didn't know why Jiang Chen had such a strong self-confidence, she believed that her son was definitely not the kind of person who spoke wildly. She no longer hesitated at the moment, her figure flickered and stood in front of Shui Yusheng, confronting Shui Yusheng on the vast void. Ji Wuxuang, if I were you, I would take these strong human races and huddle in Nanwu City instead of letting them come out to find their way to death. Shui Yusheng's eyes locked on Ji Wuxuang, and he couldn't help but smile coldly. Shui Yusheng was not in a hurry to start with Ji Wuxuang. Ji Wuxuang's strength is only stronger than him, but if he really wants to start, he can't ask for any advantage. Now that the overall strength of the Blood Spirit race has the upper hand, he only needs to hold Ji Wuxuang, and the human race will definitely lose in this battle. Blood Yusheng, I think it should be your Blood Spirit race who is seeking his own way. Ji Wuxuang stared at Shui Yusheng indifferently, and also had no intention of making a move. Although she is slightly better than Shui Yusheng in strength, but if she really wants to fight, even if she fights one day and night, she may not be able to completely distinguish the winner. It's better to watch the changes than to do it directly. In the event of an accident, she might be able to get out to remedy it. When Ji Wuxuang and Shui Yusheng faced each other in the sky, the battle below was also on the verge. Of the 36 great emperor-level powerhouses of the Blood Spirit race, 28 of them killed the 28 great emperor-level powerhouses of the human race, and the remaining 8 people, all led by Shui Haugen, moved towards Jiang Chenwei. Kill it. Shui Hao's purpose is to gather all the power for the first time to kill Jiang Chen, the new human emperor. Jiang Chen, 8 great emperor-level powerhouses, Sister Feng'er and I should be able to stop one for you. Looking at the 8 great emperor-level powerhouses who had directly besieged, Meng Qingshui's pretty face couldn't help changing slightly. Meng Qingshui and Ji Yufeng'er have extraordinary physiques, and their cultivation speeds are extremely fast. Now their cultivation bases have reached the middle stage of returning to the ruins, and their combat power is extraordinary. The two joined forces, although they could contend with an emperor-level powerhouse, it was also extremely dangerous. For today's Jiang Chen, there is not much difference between having one more emperor-level powerhouse to besiege and one less. Naturally, there is no need for them to take risks. No, you stay aside, just watch me slaughter them. To me, 2 The great is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Jiang Chen shook his head, but his faint voice seemed domineering. Human sovereign Jiang Chen, you are really not ordinary arrogant. The emperor wants to see how you can slaughter us with your own strength. Shui Hao smiled dryly, a censored halberd exuding monstrous evil aura in his hand, directly tore through the thousands of feet of the void, bursting out a strange, censored, electric light, making the world lose its color. Shui Haoqin was able to become a new generation of blood emperor of the blood spirit race, and naturally he was not a mediocre person. He has already broken through the late stage of Guishu. The comprehension of the law of the blood path has reached the realm of double heaven. Coupled with the blood emperor's inheritance of the blood halberd, the battle power is even stronger than the average emperor level powerhouse. This level of combat power is far inferior to the several blood spirit kings that Jiang Chen killed. How could Jiang Chen look at it? He just reached out and touched the void in front of him gently. A crystal clear finger appeared out of thin air, a finger at Hengtian, instantly destroying the blood-colored electric glow around it, and then pressing on the blood halberd dried by Shui Hao. The voice resounded like Hong Zhang Dalu. Seeing Shui Hao's body trembled, a mouthful of emperor blood spouted out of his mouth. His 3-foot-long great desolate blood halberd was bent by Jiang Chen. And its figure, as if being oppressed by an ancient sacred mountain, pressed down from the void one by one. Even if Shui Hao broke out with all his strength, it was still difficult to shake that finger. Looking at the shocking finger that Jiang Chen condensed from the sky, Shui Yusheng couldn't help but suddenly shrink. This is the power of the void god. How is it possible? Shui Yusheng looked at the crystal clear finger with an incredulous expression. His expression was extremely shocked, and his mouth couldn't help but scream. As a strong virtual god, Shui Yusheng has such a keen perception of divine power. He could naturally feel that the finger Jiang Chen displayed was not condensed by pure primal power anymore, it already contained a touch of divine power. Enter the void god realm, divine power regenerates. This is the power that can only be mastered by the strong of the void god realm. Jiang Chen's cultivation in the late stage of the return to the ruins, how could the divine power that can be born by the strong of the virtual gods be born in his body? Ha ha, Shui Yusheng, it seems that your blood spirit tribe has been defeated in this battle. Looking at Jiang Chen's magical blow, Ji Wuxuang was shocked for a while, and a rare smile appeared on the beautiful face. This own son really gave her a big surprise. Although she didn't know why Jiang Chen could use the cultivation base of the late Guishu period, the divine power that can only be possessed by the strong of the eternal void god realm. But now that there is divine power in Jiang Chen's body, it is equivalent to possessing the power of a strong virtual god. As long as she restrains Shui Yusheng, who else in the blood spirit race can stop Jiang Chen? Ha, Ji Wuxuang, don't you be too happy too soon. Shui Yusheng coldly snorted with a gloomy expression. Jiang Chen's cultivation base only returned to the late stage of the ruin, and he could not be a strong person in the virtual, censored realm. He must have had a chance, and luckily received a trace of the power of the virtual god. As long as the divine power in Jiang Chen's body is consumed, even if Jiang Chen possesses the fighting power of the invincible Great Emperor, under the siege of 8 or 9 Great Emperor-level powerhouses, Jiang Chen would never want to make waves. Blood Emperor, I will come to help you. Below, the 8 Blood Spirit Tribe Great Emperors saw that Shui Hao was in danger, and they couldn't help but burst out loudly, and they all went up into the air, each displaying a terrifying attack, banging on that crystal-clear finger. 8 Blood Spirit Tribe Great Emperors joined forces, and the power can be described as earth-shaking. That crystal-clear finger was finally unable to withstand such a terrifying attack, and it exploded directly in the void. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, this emperor has to admit that your talent is unprecedented and unmatched. But, no matter how evil you are destined to fall here today. Let's do it together and kill me. Shui Hao let out a cold stern cry, and immediately shot at the same time with 8 great emperor-level powerhouses, and came towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 1500. The Law Condenses Soldiers, Superb Sword. Shui Haogan brought 8 great emperor-level powerhouses to kill at the same time. A variety of blood law and martial arts instantly filled the sky. The space of tens of miles around was transformed into a sea of monsters and blood full of destruction at this moment. Jiang Chen is in the sea of blood, like a lone boat in the sea, and he may be annihilated by the sea of blood at any time. 9 great emperor-level powerhouses joined forces. This power is indeed extraordinary. But with the 9 of you, if you want to deal with me, there is still not enough. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the golden light all over his body rose up into the sky like a pillar of light, and the whole person instantly transformed into a Qianzhong emperor. The power of 7 different laws filled Jiang Chen's body almost at the same time, and finally turned into a colorful divine light that swept all around. With Jiang Chen as the center, the vast sky with a radius of thousands of feet, the monstrous sea of blood is quickly annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bodies of the 9 Shui Hao Qian were shocked by the colorful divine light and flew upside down hundreds of feet away. Don't keep your hands, and burst out with all your strength, kill him at all costs. Seeing that his 9 people joined forces and was so easily blocked by Jiang Chen, Shui Haogan's heart was horrified, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. The new human emperor in front of him, the combat power is really enchanting. With the cultivation base in the later period of Guishu, he could easily contend with the cooperation between him and 8 great emperor-level powerhouses, and he did not lose the wind. If he can't be destroyed today, once he is given some more opportunities to grow, I am afraid that no one in the entire profound spirit continent will have any help to get him. This guy will definitely bring disaster to their blood spirit race. Shui Hao screamed. Qianzhong Emperor's body also condensed instantly. Holding the great desolate blood halberd, he was covered with blood and light, like an ancient blood demon, with a powerful destructive power. He once again killed Jiang Chen. And around Shui Haogan, the 8 great emperor-level powerhouses also gathered the body of the great emperor one after another, displaying the strongest blow to kill Jiang Chen. How can the light of rice grains compete with Haoyu? The emperor doesn't bother to waste time with you. This battle is also over. Hunyuan sword, give me condensate. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he immediately moved his palm to directly cast the law of condensing weapons. The power of the 7 laws revolved and compressed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 7-color ancient sword and fell into Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen used the 7 laws of strength to condense the magic weapon, all-inclusive, and pointed directly at Hunyuan Avenue. This condensed magic weapon was also named Hunyuan sword by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was holding the Hunyuan sword, staring flatly at the blood shadow of Qianzhong, who was the first to kill, and he raised his hand as a sword. A 7-color sword light that eclipsed the heavens and the earth, across time and space, pierced through all obstacles, and slashed on the emperor body of the blood spirit clan emperor in the blink of an eye. Hearing only a loud and clear noise, the emperor body of this blood spirit clan great emperor had already shattered under the 7-color sword light. The emperor body collapsed, and the body of the blood spirit tribe great emperor also appeared embarrassed in the void. He looked up at the 7-color sword light that had not yet dissipated, and his eyes also showed unprecedented despair and horror. As soon as the blood spirit tribe great emperor spit out a no word, the 7-color sword light crashed down, strangling his body and spirit into powder together. The law condenses soldiers, superb sword. Jiang Chen used 7 laws to condense his troops, and he could have killed the emperor. Now it is even more powerful than the sword with divine power, which is several times more powerful, enough to threaten the strong of the virtual gods. How can the peak of the ruins be able to resist it? Kill the emperor with 1 sword. Seeing that the great, emperor-level powerhouse was instantly killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword, and the 8 people besieging Jiang Chen, including Shui Haogan, their hearts were inexplicably cold, and their expressions were horrified. When the matter reached this point, they were already on the line at the moment and had to send it out, so they had to bite the bullet and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. His palm-blending yuan sword continuously swung. 8 extremely bright 7-color sword lights flew toward the 8 people of Shui Haogan. Suddenly, there was a series of shocking explosions in the void. I saw that the 8-person Qianzhong Emperor Shui Hao's body was like a mountain collapse and the ground cracked, crashing under the 7-color sword light. Even their bodies, before even screaming, were crushed by the 7-color sword light. Except for Shui Hao, at the last moment, he urged a virtual, censored, shelter to block the 7-color sword light. The other great emperor-level powerhouses are almost completely destroyed. 7 or 8 great emperors fell at the same time. In the void, the red emperor's blood poured down like raindrops, dyeing the world in a radius of 10 miles into blood red. There was a dead silence above and below. Even the strong men of the 2 races in the original war stopped by coincidence. They looked at the emperor blood that spilled from the void, and it has been a long time for them to recover from the shock. Is this the strength of His Majesty human emperor? It's too terrifying. Ha ha. There is someone the emperor is sitting on. Today's battle, my human race will win. After many human experts were stunned for a while, they couldn't help showing ecstatic expressions on their faces. The 9 powerful blood spirits besieged Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen beheaded 8 of them in just a moment. If it hadn't been for the Blood Emperor who had the power of the imaginary censored to protect him, he would have fallen under Jiang Chen's sword. With such a new emperor in their human race, why worry about the immortality of the blood and spirit race? Compared with the thrilled human race powerhouses, those blood spirit race powerhouses, their complexion became extremely pale. Their blood spirit race and the human race this time, the biggest reliance is the 10 great emperor-level powerhouses created by the ancestral blood pool. These great emperor-level powerhouses were so easily killed by the new human emperor in front of them, like cutting melons and vegetables. Emperor 2 is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now their blood spirit race, I am afraid that no one can stop this new human race emperor. Ji Wuxhuang looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Shui Yusheng, it seems that this time, your blood spirit race has lost. Shui Yusheng's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that this human race new emperor was just lucky enough to get a trace of the power of the imaginary god, and once the power of the imaginary censored was exhausted, it was not a concern. But now he discovered that Jiang Chen's body was really born with the divine power that was only possessed by the strong of the virtual gods. Jiang Chenggong's move, condensing his troops by law and using his divine power to guard his sword, was not a method of the lower realm at all. This human new emperor has definitely obtained the inheritance of a certain power in God's domain. Chapter 1501. The True God Projection is here. This is also a magical power displayed by a heaven-defying monster who has mastered the 7 martial arts laws. Even if Jiang Chen only has the cultivation base of the late stage of Guishu, it is enough to use this trick to contend against the powerhouse of the Void God realm. Except for him, no one in the entire blood spirit race could help Jiang Chen. But the human race also has Ji Wuxhuang, a veteran powerhouse in the late stage of the Void God, and he has no chance to deal with Jiang Chen. This time, their blood spirit race is really dangerous. Jiang Chen looked at the shelter of the imaginary censored, urged by Shui Haugen, and the corner of his mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. As expected of the Blood Emperor, there are a lot of cards in his hand. But I want to see, your phantom censored shelter can block the Emperor's swords. The faint voice fell. Jiang Chen raised his hand and wanted to swing his sword again. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, your human race has won this battle. But, my blood spirit race, it's not your human race that can be destroyed if you want to. As long as you are willing to stop the war here, the Emperor is willing to coexist peacefully with the human race, and guarantee that the blood spirit race will never step into the territory of your human race again. Seeing that Jiang Chen wanted to take out the sword again, Shui Hao's dry complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't help but hurriedly called to Jiang Chen. Shui Haugen, the new emperor of the blood spirit clan, also had to lower his head in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's combat power is too enchanting. Just now resisting that sword, the power of the Void God sheltered by the Void God has already consumed half of it. If he continues, he will block Jiang Chen's sword at most, and I am afraid that he will be easily killed by Jiang Chen just like the previous 8 great emperor-level powerhouses. As for the great emperor-level powerhouse of the entire blood spirit race, I am afraid that no one can escape Jiang Chen's poisonous hand. Their blood spirit race, I'm afraid they are going to be devastated in the profound spirit continent. Only when he takes the initiative to lower his head to seek peace and pay some price can he find a chance for the blood spirit race. Peaceful coexistence. Jiang Chen glanced at Shui Hao dryly. It's not bad for you to pay attention to the fight, but unfortunately, this emperor won't give you a chance. The blood spirit race is not only blessed in the cultivation of the blood path, but also has such treasures as the ancestral blood pool. The speed of birth of the strong is much faster than the human race. How could Jiang Chen give the blood spirit race a chance to recuperate? This time he came to the profound spirit continent with the main purpose of suppressing the blood spirit race, solving the troubles of the lower realm plane, and then he could travel to the god realm with peace of mind. Now is the perfect time to solve the blood spirit race. How can Jiang Chen miss it easily? Shui Hao's dry face sank slightly. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, if you insist on destroying the blood spirit race, this emperor promises that your human race will also pay a heavy price for this. The emperor wants to see what price you can make my human race pay. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the 7-color sword light on the Hunyuan sword flashed. like a chaotic sword light that broke through the world, and the sword was cut at Shui Hao. Shui Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. He hurriedly urged the shelter of the void god with all his strength, forming an enchantment around him, blocking the seven-color sword light that broke through. Seven-color sword light cut on the divine power barrier, and suddenly burst into a loud noise. Seeing Shui Hao's body trembled, his whole body flew upside down like a kite with a broken line, a distance of kilometers. His face was pale, blood was vomiting wildly in his mouth, and his whole person looked extremely embarrassed. In the virtual, censored shelter in his hand, after blocking Jiang Chen's strong sword, the power of the virtual, censored, was also exhausted. The cracks visible to the naked eye suddenly spread from the shelter of the void god, and finally banged directly in the palm of Shui Hao's dry palm. Seeing that Shui Hao Qian's shelter from the void god was also broken, Shui Yusheng's face sank, and he was about to help him. He had just made a move, and Ji Wuxuang in front of him immediately followed, giving him no chance to get out. Shui Yusheng's face was gloomy, and he shouted coldly. Ji Wuxuang smiled faintly. Hee, if you want me to get away, then you have to see if you have the ability. Human Emperor Jiang Chen, this is what you forced me. Even if the Emperor is dead today, he will definitely ask you to pay a heavy price. Uncle Wang, I will sacrifice the world with my body to help you break through the barriers of the two worlds. Since the human race wants to destroy my blood spirit race, let them bury me together. When Shui Yusheng was entangled with Ji Wuxuang, Shui Hao below fiercely let out a fierce roar. I saw a mysterious seal in his hand changed, and the whole person was turning into a sky-reaching blood rushing straight into the sky. Suddenly, the void blood cloud surging 100 miles around, a strange spatial fluctuation also filled the endless void. My blood jade is incompetent, I can't protect the blood spirit race, and I have no face to face the blood spirit race ancestors. Ji Wuxuang, since you want to destroy the blood spirit race. Today, I will break through the barriers of the two realms and ask my ancestor true, censored ancestors to lower realms, so that all the races will be destroyed together. Shui Yusheng laughed, and immediately used the blood spirit clan secret technique, turning into a censored glow into the void blood cloud. The power of the monster blood in the sky is intertwined, turning into a strange blood-colored black hole. In the blood-colored black hole, it seemed that there was the power to break through the taboo of the world, and finally formed a mysterious blood-colored gate in the void. Behind the scarlet gate, it seemed that it had already reached the other world. Vaguely, a divine might that contained monstrous blood, slowly diffused from behind that censored door. Chen'er, be careful. The two men of Shui Yusheng sacrificed themselves to heaven and earth, and forcibly opened the barrier between the profound spirit continent and God's domain. The true God realm powerhouse of the blood spirit race is coming soon. Ji Wuxuang's figure flashed, and he appeared directly beside Jiang Chen, and a solemn expression could not help appearing on the beautiful face. Ji Wuxuang obviously didn't expect it either. The two of Shui Yusheng would be so decisive, and they sacrificed themselves without hesitation, and invited the powerful blood spirit tribe to come. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. The true gods are not tolerated by the lower realm. Can the true gods of the blood spirit race descend to the profound spirit continent? It is naturally impossible for the body of a true, censored, realm powerhouse to appear on the lower realm plane, and it is only the true, censored projection that descends. Ji Wuxuang said solemnly. But the true, censored, realm powerhouse crosses the divine calamity. He is already a real, censored, and regards mortals as ants. Even if it is a projection, it cannot be dealt with by the virtual, censored realm. Just as the two were talking, a mighty, censored, glow suddenly surged out of the censored gate in the void. The blood glow instantly filled the void, and finally turned into a censored figure with a face like jade. Proudly walking into the world. With the appearance of this blood shadow, the monstrous power swept the world, causing the world to tremble constantly. Chapter 1502, Mortals are ants to me. The blood in the sky is overwhelming, and the power is overwhelming. Under the pressure of the terrifying divine might, all the powerful people in the ruins realm below couldn't help but trembled, and felt like they wanted to worship. The last blood emperor of the blood spirit tribe, blood is heavy. Ji Wuxuang looked at the true, censored, projection condensed in the void, his eyes condensed in vain. This true god projection was the censored heavy who fought Zhang Wuyu not long ago and then flew into the gods at the same time. Not only Ji Wuxuang recognized the true god projection in front of him, but the many powerful humans in the human race are naturally no stranger to the previous blood emperor of this blood spirit race. Their expressions turned pale instantly. True God, even if it's just a projection, it's an extraordinary person. I am afraid that their human race can only ask the true censored to come before they can face the blood in front of them. Hey, soon after the emperor ascended to God's domain, the blood spirit race has already fallen to this point. Shui Zongtian's eyes swept from below, and he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Old blood emperor, it is the old blood emperor who has come. Blood spirit race, welcome the arrival of Lord Blood Emperor. Human race wants to destroy my blood spirit race, and ask Master Blood Lord to help me. A strong blood spirit clan knelt down with excitement. The Blood King and the Weeping Blood King sacrificed themselves to the sky, and the old Blood King descended from God's domain. Their blood spirit race is finally saved. Don't worry, since the Emperor has arrived, he will naturally smooth the human race for you. Shui Zongtian's faint voice fell, and immediately his eyes fell directly on Ji Wuxuang and Jiang Chen. Ji Wuxuang, you are a good method. The Emperor and Jiang Wuya have only soared to the divine realm for a few days. I didn't expect you to push my blood spirit race to this point. The vast Tianian, at this moment, shakes the world. The world in a radius of 100 miles shook loudly in this sound, revealing a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Ji Wuxuang and Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and their entire bodies exploded with all their strength. The two of them still groaned under the impact of the vast sound of heaven, and then stepped on the void and withdrew from a distance of thousands of meters. There is actually a void god Tianzhao who has cultivated divine power in the later stage of returning to the market. No wonder your human race can push my blood spirit race to such a point. Shui Zongtian looked at Jiang Chen below, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the later stage of Guishu, he cultivated divine power, which is already a very rare existence in God's domain. Bloody Heaven obviously didn't expect it. Soon after he ascended to God's realm, such a stunning figure of the arrogance appeared in the human race of the profound spirit continent. Chenur, the true, censored projection, mortals are invincible. Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath and said directly to Jiang Chen, you step back, I will open the channel between the two realms and invite the true, censored, of human race to come. Mother, leave it to me to deal with it. Jiang Chen's face changed slightly, and he quickly stopped. From the situation where the Blood Spirit clan opened the two-world channel just now, Jiang Chen has already seen that it will cost a great price to invite the true God to descend. How could Jiang Chen let Ji Wuxuang sacrifice himself and invite the true, censored, of human race to come? Can you deal with the true God projection? Ji Wuxuang was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said with a serious expression, Chenur, this is the projection of the true God, don't be foolish. Mother, don't worry. Although this true God projection is very powerful, it is only a piece of energy projected by the true God realm powerhouse onto the lower realm plane. Every time he uses a bit of power, the energy will dissipate. Just delay it for a while. And, I still have the means to save my life, even if I lose, I can leave by myself. Ji Wuxuang was silent for a while. Just as he was about to speak, the censored voice rang in their ears. Are you two discussing who will sacrifice to the sky and open the interface channel? After discussing, let's get started quickly. At the beginning, the Emperor and Jiang Wuya fought, and the winner has not yet been determined. Today I will wait for the projection of his true, censored, to come and fight him. When Jiang Chen heard the words, Chenjiang Emperor's body stepped into the air, directly leveling with the blood in the sky. He looked at the blood in front of him, and said lightly, blood in the sky, to deal with you a true, censored projection, I am enough. Jiang Chen, why invite my father to come? You are actually Jiang Wuya's son. No wonder you have such an evil talent. It's a pity. You will never know the gap between mortals and gods. Shui Zongtian shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Even though your talent is good, the end is immortal. Even if I'm just a true, censored projection, mortals are ants to me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Then you can keep your eyes open today, and see how a mortal like me can destroy your true, censored projection. Presumptuous. The mere mortals and ants dare to violate my supernatural power. Since you have to seek death, this emperor will fulfill you. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Shui Zongtian's eyes suddenly showed anger. He is the true, censored, who sheds the world and breaks the calamity. A little boy from the lower realm, dare to despise him. Immediately, the blood moved. With a move of his palm, a huge blood-colored palm that shattered 10 miles of void, with great power, suddenly suppressed from the top of Jiang Chen's head. With the movement of Jiang Chen's palm, the first seal of the human emperor's seal directly turned into 1,000 Jiang black square seal, colliding with the blood-colored giant palm. The shocking energy shook Bailey void. I saw Jiang Chen's soul destruction imprint stalemate with the blood-colored giant palm for a moment, and then crashed directly under the suppression of the blood-colored giant palm. The palm of his hand was turned over, the bright golden light shining on the world, and the second seal of punishment was also condensed again, and once again collided with the blood-colored giant palm in midair. In the void, a loud explosion resounded throughout the world. The void in a radius of 100 miles was filled with a storm of destruction in gold and red. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and retreated a distance of thousands of feet after kicking the ground. He suppressed the tumbling aura in his heart, and looked up at the censored heaven standing motionless on the opposite side. His expression also looked extremely solemn. True God Realm Powerhouse, as expected, extraordinary people can rival. Even if this censored heaven is just a projection of a true censored descending, he has displayed 2 seals of the human emperor's seal one after another, and barely blocked a blow. If faced with the true censored realm powerhouse's body, he might not have any resistance at all. The seal of the human divine warrior is indeed very strong. With your cultivation base, it is not bad to be able to block my blow with the first 2 seals of the emperor's seal. If you can master the 3rd seal of the human emperor's seal, you might be able to block my blow. Otherwise, then that's it. Shui Zongtian glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently, and reached out to point at Jiang Chen. A huge, censored finger that pierced through 10 miles of heaven and earth, instantly emerged from the top of Jiang Chen's head. Chapter 1503, I will come to you to settle this account. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and the 7 laws of power once again condensed the Hunyuan sword, and then slashed out with a sword against the censored fingers above the sky. 1 sword and 1 finger crashed in the void, and an invisible storm of destruction surged out. 10 miles of the void is like the sky and the earth cracking, turning into a huge space crack in pitch black. When the 2 touched each other, Jiang Chen's body was shocked again by the terrifying aura and flew back thousands of meters away. True God Realm Powerhouse is really terrifying. Although His Majesty Human Sovereign is powerful, I am afraid that he is not the opponent of the projection of the bloody innocent God. Seeing that Jiang Chen, who had shocked the power to the sky, was not at all an opponent of the true innocent God projection, many powerful human races couldn't help showing a panic expression. Why panic? If Chenur loses, I will break through the barriers of the 2 realms. Please come to the true, censored, of human race. Ji Wuxuang sternly shouted expressionlessly. Jiang Chen is her only son. She hasn't done anything because of trust in her son. If Jiang Chen is really in danger, she will naturally sacrifice herself without hesitation. 7 laws of condensing soldiers, of which the laws of Kendo have reached the 2nd heaven. Boy, your talent is really maddeningly enviable. Looking at Jiang Chen, who used the 7 laws to consolidate his troops and once again blocked his own blow, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of Blood Chongtian. Standing proud of his sword, Jiang Chen said coldly, True God Realm Powerhouse is indeed very strong. It's a pity. You are just a true God projection. A projection is more than enough to kill you, a mortal ant. The voice of Shui Zongtian fell, and a monstrous killing intent also spread from his body in an instant. This kid's martial arts talent is no less inferior to the peerless Tianzhao of God's realm, and it is difficult to suppress even the power of the virtual, censored, realm on the lower realm plane. If you don't get rid of this today, the blood spirit race of the Xuanling continent will really be destroyed in the hands of this child. Blood Rain Town World. The blood screamed coldly from the sky, and the blood glowed between the palms soared. In the blink of an eye, under the traction of his palms, a thick cloud of blood condensed in the sky for 10 miles, rendering the whole world a strange red. The blood cloud was surging, and the big, censored, raindrops also slammed down from the blood cloud. Each drop of blood rain seemed to have enough power to break through the space, causing a violent spatial ripple in the void. Jiang Chen dissipated the Hunyuan sword, taking the law of space as the leading factor, fusing the power of the 7 laws, and condensing a bright space enchantment above his head. Ticking. The rain of blood in the sky dripped continuously on Jiang Chen's space barrier. Every drop of blood left a mysterious blood hole in the space barrier. The space barrier was turned into a sieve by the rain of blood, and it became riddled with holes. The entire space barrier was a powerful force that could not bear the blood rain, and it burst into the void with a bang. The space barrier shattered, but the blood rain in the void continued to drip down. Chen, seeing that Jiang Chen was about to be enveloped in the rain of blood, Ji Wuxuang's complexion changed. Just as she was about to take a shot, there was a crash like Hong Zongdalu, but it swayed quickly in the void. Ji Wuxuang was taken aback. When she looked around again, she realized that Jiang Chen was no longer in the void, and there was only a huge bronze cauldron several feet high, suspended where Jiang Chen had been before. The rain of blood in the sky dripped continuously on the giant bronze cauldron, and the sound of metal crashing from the sky resounded continuously through the world. This situation continued until the rain of blood in the void dissipated. I saw Jiang Chen flying out of the giant bronze cauldron, and stood proudly on top of the giant bronze cauldron unharmed. He looked up at the blood in the void, and said lightly, "Blood in the sky," I said, "with your true censored projection, but I can't help it. This is a real artifact." Ji Wuxuang stared at the giant bronze cauldron at Jiang Chen's feet with a look of surprise, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Jiang Chen really has some trump cards in his hand that can compete with the projection of the virtual god. True artifact, boy, I didn't expect you to be in the lower realm, and you could get such a treasure. It's a pity. You are not the master of this true artifact, and you don't know how to activate it. Otherwise, with my projection, you might be really helpless. Seeing that Jiang Chen once again offered a real artifact to block his own blow, the censored eyes narrowed slightly. Can't delay with this kid anymore. This kid is not only a talented evildoer, but also an endless stream of cards. The true censored projection that he descended on the lower realm plane had limited power, and 1 point was less than 1 point spent. Once the delay continues, I am afraid that his true censored projection will really be exhausted by Jiang Chen like this. Blood is heavy, you don't want to bluff in front of me. You just performed 3 moves in a row. I am afraid that the power of this true censored projection has already been consumed a lot, right? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Even if I can't control this censored transformation cauldron, with your remaining power, what can I do? There is not much power, but it is still more than enough to kill you with 1 move. The faint voice of Shui Zhangtian fell, and the monstrous divine power and blood law surging out of him, and then converged in the void. These laws and divine powers directly condensed into a small, censored, world of heaven and earth, shrouded in the void of 10 miles. And at the moment when Scarlet World was formed, the projection of the true god of bloody heaven also instantly became extremely illusory. Jiang Chen, I use all the power of this projection to condense the small world of true god. Now in this world, I am the true god. Even if you escape into the giant bronze cauldron, you are destined to die. Shui Zongtian looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently, icy chills all over his body. Blood heaven, after your move, this true censored projection should also dissipate. Jiang Chen looked at the increasingly illusory, censored sky, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a ghostly smile. Even if you kill me, with my mother, your blood spirit race will still cease to exist. Even if this emperor cannot prevent the destruction of the blood spirit race, he will destroy you today. The censored voice fell, and the whole small world was surging. The power of the blood-colored world, with the aura of suppressing everything, came surging toward Jiang Chen from all sides of the small world. Blood in the sky, you can't kill me with your half-hearted little world of true gods. You wait for me in God's domain, and I will come to you to settle the account today. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and immediately with a thought, a mysterious jade slip appeared out of thin air in his palm. Chapter 1504. Return to Hualongcheng and enter the realm of God. Jiang Chen shook his palm abruptly, crushing it without hesitation. Countless dreamlike rays of light condensed in Jiang Chen's body, and finally turned into a strange light cocoon, enclosing Jiang Chen's whole person. Mother, I'm going to God's domain first to find my father. Take care of Xianxia and the others for me, and we will meet again in God's domain. Jiang Chen spoke to Ji Wuxuang below, and immediately the whole person was wrapped in the strange light cocoon and escaped into the endless void. The power of the world of the blood-heavy innocent real God's small world is also surging, quickly obliterating the space Jiang Chen is in. Jiang Chen, the complexions of Meng Xianxia and Ji Yufeng'er changed drastically, and they were about to rush away into the annihilated space in the void. Don't worry, Chen is fine, just went to God's domain ahead of time. After the matter in the profound spirit continent is over, I will take you to God's domain to find him. Seeing this, Ji Wuxuang couldn't help hurriedly stopping. Good. What a Jiang Chen. My blood is heavy, I am waiting for you in God's domain. In the void, Shui Zongtian looked at the place where Jiang Chen's figure disappeared, and the illusory figure also disappeared abruptly, leaving only an angry voice, slowly echoing between the heaven and the earth. The projection of the true, censored, of blood is gone. Many strong human races looked at this scene, and finally couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in their eyes. The Blood Spirit clan powerhouse on the opposite side looked desperate, like a concubine. How could it be that the previous generation of the Blood Emperor true, censored, projection of my Blood Spirit race descended? How could it just disappear like this? Impossible. This is impossible. This must be an illusion, an illusion. It's over, our Blood Spirit race is completely over. Flee, run away. Many powerful Blood Spirit tribes looked horrified and fled frantically. Everyone, my human race and the Blood Spirit race have been stalemate for hundreds of thousands of years, and now the Blood Spirit race is destroyed, just before my eyes, kill with me. A cold light flashed in Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes, and he immediately took the lead and killed the strong Blood Spirit clan. While Ji Wuxuang led the human race to destroy the Blood Spirit race. After Jiang Chen experienced a round of spinning, his figure finally broke out of the endless void. A city that made Jiang Chen quite familiar also emerged in Jiang Chen's sight. Hualongchang finally came back. Jiang Chen looked up at the huge plaque above the city gate, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This time he used the jade slip that Pang Qingyuan gave him, and finally there was no error, and he came to Hualong City smoothly. Who dares to break into the Dragon City without authorization? When Jiang Chen looked up at Hualongchang, a cold stern shout at the city gate suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen followed the voice and watched two golden armor guards slowly approaching him at the gate of Hualong City. The two of them looked at Jiang Chen, and both showed extremely vigilant expressions. He crushed the jade slip that Pang Qingyuan gave him and directly sent it back to the door of the Dragon City, causing a misunderstanding between the two guards. You two don't need to panic. Please also inform the elder Pang Qingyuan of the Shenglong Pagoda that Jiang Chen is back for the appointment. Jiang Chen couldn't help explaining with a smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the two guards couldn't help but stun slightly. Pang Qingyuan is a famous elder in the Shenglong Tower, and these two guards have naturally heard of Pang Qingyuan's name. Wait a minute, I will report to Elder Pang. One of the guards finished speaking, and immediately turned around and walked into the Dragon City. Jiang Chen saw a very familiar old man with a green robe, who quickly flashed out of Hualong City. It was Pang Qingyuan, the elder in the Shenglong Tower. Pang Qingyuan looked at Jiang Chen who appeared in his sight, and there was a look of joy in his old eyes. I, Jiang Chen, are not an unbelieving person. The affairs of the lower realm have already been dealt with, so naturally I will come to the appointment. The power of the Blood Spirit clan of the Profound Spirit Continent, as a powerless, censored realm, has been exhausted by him. With his mother Ji Wuxuang, human race can sit back and relax, and he can go to God's domain with peace of mind. When Jiang Chen spoke, his gaze swept across Pang Qingyuan's body, and his heart was suddenly shocked. When he came to Hualong City last time, his cultivation was still in the Divine Soul realm, and he never knew Pang Qingyuan's cultivation. As a 7th rank alchemist, Pang Qingyuan's cultivation is only in the Divine Embryo realm. But Jiang Chen realized only now that even if he had returned to the later stage of the market forever, he still couldn't see Pang Qingyuan's details. The identity of this old guy is not simple. Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but shudder. With the status of this old fellow, how could he stay in this little dragon city? Okay, kid, the situation of the old man is a bit special now. When you go to God's domain, you will have a chance to know in the future. Pang Qingyuan seemed to have guessed what Jiang Chen was thinking and couldn't help but smile faintly. He glanced at Chen, and couldn't help but exclaim for a while. Little guy, you really surprised me. You can cultivate divine power outside the lower realm in such a short period of time, and become a vain, censored Tianzhao. He wanted Jiang Chen to go to God's domain as soon as possible, but he didn't want Jiang Chen to waste time on the lower realm. Who knows that the speed of this guy's cultivation in the lower realm is no worse than some of the gods, domain geniuses with top resources. How long has passed since then? This kid unexpectedly crossed the divine embryo realm and the returning market realm all the way, and became the false god Tianzhao. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. With the existence of this kid, maybe Pang Qingyuan could really change his fate against the sky and return to the top. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's a fluke. If he were not fortunate enough to have a hundredfold cultivation system, how could he reach a level comparable to the Void God realm in less than 10 years? Let's go, I will take you into the realm of God. The old man has not stepped into the realm of God for decades, so it is time to go back and take a look. Pang Qingyuan shook his head, his old eyes couldn't help passing a complex look, and immediately led Jiang Chen towards the inside of Dragon Wancheng. Pang Qingyuan and Jiang Chen went directly to the 9th floor of the Shenglong Tower. The 9th floor of the Shenglong Tower is an altar exuding ancient aura, with countless array runes carved on the top of the altar. The complexity of these formation runes is more complicated than the formation he used to legend from Shenwu continent to Hualongcheng. Let's go. Pang Qingyuan took Jiang Chen into the formation and directly activated the teleportation formation. Standing in the center of the formation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. God's domain, the only main plane of the universe. I am Jiang Chen, here comes. Chapter 1505, The Ancient Dragon World, the Ancient Dragon. In the endless dark space, Jiang Chen and Pang Qingyuan stood in the same passage, as if they had sneaked for infinite distance, and they didn't seem to move at all. The dark and eternal space channel suddenly trembled. Jiang Chen found himself in the center of a huge formation. In the void, boundless pressure came instantly. With Jiang Chen's current strength, Rao felt his body sank slightly in the face of this sudden pressure. What a powerful oppressive force! Jiang Chen was suddenly surprised. God's domain, this is the main plane of the universe, and naturally has a deeper suppression of power. Only the strong above the true, censored, level can completely get rid of the shackles of the power of heaven and earth and fly in the air. With your current strength, at most you can volley for 10 breaths of time. Only the real gods can fly in the air. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. This god realm is worthy of being the main plane of the universe. Slightly calming his mood, Jiang Chen began to look up at the surroundings. His gaze swept slightly, and soon landed on a city in front of him. This is a huge city. Even compared to the human imperial city of the profound spirit continent human race, it was many times larger and magnificent. On the top of the city gate, which is thousands of meters high, there are still 3 large characters inlaid with golden light: Earth Dragon City. Earth Dragon City. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but turn his head to look at Pang Qingyuan and said, Senior Pang, where is this place? Here, one of the 3,000 realms of God's domain, the center of the ancient dragon realm, is also the location of the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon tribe is mainly composed of 3 cities. This dragon city is one of them. It is a gathering place for endless geniuses in the universe. Heaven Dragon City, located above the Earth Dragon City, is the residence of the official disciple of the ancient dragon tribe. Above the Heavenly Dragon City, there is also a Shenlong City, where the people living there are all the great figures of the ancient dragon clan's powerful side, at least the powerhouses above the heavenly god realm. Naturally, Pang Qingyuan didn't hide it, and introduced Jiang Chen to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up and found that there was a vaguely looming huge outline above the sky of Earth Dragon City. It must be the Sky Dragon City that Pang Qingyuan had said. Gulong tribe, what kind of power is in God's domain? This ancient dragon tribe can occupy the center of the ancient dragon world and build such a magnificent 3 cities. The Shenlong City at the top is actually at least the strongest of the gods. Pang Qingyuan smiled faintly. This ancient dragon world is named after the ancient dragon clan and is under the control of the ancient dragon clan. What kind of power do you think the ancient dragon clan is? Take charge of a region. Doesn't this mean that the ancient dragon clan is a realm god level power with strong realm gods? Jiang Chen was amazed. Unexpectedly, the ancient dragon clan is so strong, it turned out to be the top power second only to the power of the gods. As soon as he entered God's domain, he actually joined such a huge force. As ancient dragon city, top level power, you can't help but value the ancient dragons too much. The 3,000 realms of God's realm does not mean that there are 3,000 realms, but that there are so many realms like 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 times. In every realm, there is almost a realm, censored, sitting on the ground. What is the realm god's potential? Pang Qingyuan shook his head and said, the situation in God's domain is far more terrifying than you think. You will understand it later. Jiang Chen was shocked when he heard the words. Listening to Pang Qingyuan's words, How do you feel that the realm god level forces are like the 1 and 2 star forces on the Shenwu continent, almost everywhere? Little guy, don't think about it so much. These things seem to be far away to you. The only thing you need to do now is to keep practicing here and keep getting stronger. When you are qualified to step into Shenlong City, you are truly qualified to go outside to see the world of God's domain. Pang Qingyuan dusted his clothes and walked forward. Let's go, I'll take you to the door. You will need to go on the road after that. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. Gate of Earth Dragon City. A middle-aged man in a loose purple gold robe sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The whole door was deserted, surrounded by black walls, and below it was a light-arched door with white light. Old man Pang, you have spent so many years in the trial land of the lower realms, and now you are finally willing to come back. Suddenly, the middle-aged man with his eyes shut tightly opened his eyes suddenly. He glanced at Jiang Chen slightly, and then looked at Pang Qingyuan with a smile. This is the little guy you brought. It's really not bad. This middle-aged man in front of me is so strong. Jiang Chen was terrified, although the middle-aged man just glanced at him casually. But with just such a glance, Jiang Chen only felt that he had been seen through all over his body, and he even had a feeling of difficulty in breathing. True God realm, it is very likely that it is even the heaven god realm above the true God realm. Pang Qingyuan said lightly. The old man has waited for decades before he waited for such a little guy. Naturally, he won't be much worse. Unfortunately, the time you brought him here is a bit wrong. There are only less than 2 years left before the Tianlong trial held every 10 years in Tianlong City. It is difficult for him to break through the realm of God. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed slightly. Pang Qingyuan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, he can wait until the next Tianlong trial before participating. That's true, with your recommendation, he can indeed have one more chance. The middle-aged man nodded, and immediately moved his palm, throwing a golden dragon token directly at Jiang Chen. Boy, go to town. With the recommendation of old man Pang, you can participate in the 2 heavenly dragon trials in Earth Dragon City. If you fail the 2 heavenly dragon trials, you can only leave Earth Dragon City. Old man Pang placed great expectations on you, and I hope you don't let him down. Pang Qingyuan patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, go, your talent, even in this genius, Earth Dragon City, is one of the few. I believe you can stand out from the crowd. Jiang Chen bowed slightly to bow to Pang Qingyuan, then walked straight to the golden light gate and stepped inside like a meteor. Although he vaguely felt that Pang Qingyuan should have a certain purpose in bringing him into the realm of God, Jiang Chen didn't ask much now. In 2 years, it is not difficult for him to break through the realm of true gods. At that time, he passed the Tianlong trial and became an official disciple of the Gulong tribe, and Pang Qingyuan would naturally look for him. Stepping into the golden light door, Jiang Chen only felt his body tremble slightly. Jiang Chen felt the golden light dissipate in front of him, and a huge bluestone square appeared in his sight. Chapter 1506, Shui Qinru. Bluestone Square is extremely large, covering an area of 10 miles. In the center of the square, there is a stone platform about 100 meters in size, with some complicated formations carved on the stone platform. Above these formations, there is a vague flow of divine power. The formation patterns around the stone platform are at least portrayed by strong people above the realm of true gods. Looking away from the central stone platform, Jiang Chen quickly found dozens of young men and women with extraordinary auras around the square. These dozens of people either sat cross-legged, stood and stared, or talked in groups in small groups. Jiang Chen glanced at these young men and women, and found that the cultivation base of these young men and women had at least reached the realm of returning to the market. There are a few of them whose breath is stronger than him. Jiang Chen was immediately astonished. Is it possible that the conditions for entering the city of Dragon City must reach the market return? Jiang Chen's cultivation base in the later stage of his return to the ruins was not conspicuous among the dozens of people. His appearance did not arouse much attention. Many people just glanced at Jiang Chen and ignored it. Jiang Chen ignored these young men and women, but his brows were tightly twisted together. When he first entered God's domain, Pang Qingyuan didn't tell him too much about the Dragon City. Now he doesn't know anything about the situation here, which is really a headache. A woman standing not far from Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Chen, her eyes flickered, and then she walked straight over. The woman has icy muscles and bones, bright eyes and white teeth, and her long black hair is almost dazzling, and her whole body exudes a dusty breath that does not eat human fireworks. This son, I am Shui Qinru from Luoxue City in the northern region of the ancient dragon realm, how about you? This woman named Shui Qinru stepped forward, and her sweet voice instantly resounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Under Jiang Chen, from the lower realm plane, Jiang Chen glanced at Shui Qinru, and then asked curiously, you geniuses in the realm of gods are also coming to Earth Dragon City? This Shui Qinru cultivation base is only in the early stage of returning to the ruins, and among the young men and women in this square, it is almost the bottom of existence. But Jiang Chen didn't care about it. Since Shui Qinru came from God's domain, she must have a better understanding of Earth Dragon City. He now needs to understand the situation in Earth Dragon City, and Shui Qinru in front of him is undoubtedly a good choice. The ancient dragon tribe is the power of the world gods in charge of the ancient dragon world, and most of the ancient dragon world geniuses are naturally extremely yearning. If you can pass the Tianlong trial, enter Tianlong City, and become an official disciple of the ancient dragon tribe, then you will truly fly into the sky. Any official disciple of the ancient dragon tribe, even the many god-level forces in the ancient dragon world, must be treated politely. Shui Qinru raised her head to look at the outline of Sky Dragon City in the sky, her beautiful eyes also showed a look of longing. With her talent, it is almost impossible for her to break through the true censored realm in less than 2 years and then pass that 1 in a million Tianlong trial. At this time, the family sent her to Earth Dragon City, just wanting her to recruit some geniuses who failed the Tianlong trial to join their family after the Tianlong trial is over. It is also for this purpose. Shui Qinru's senses for Jiang Chen were good, so she took the initiative to step forward and greet Jiang Chen. An official disciple of the ancient dragon clan can be treated politely by the gods. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he was shocked, but also quickly relieved. The ancient dragon clan is in charge of the ancient dragon realm, and its position in the ancient dragon realm is more than that of the Haoshan Holy Land in the Shenwu continent. At the beginning, an ordinary disciple in the Haoshan Holy Land, wouldn't it make any 3-star power in Shenwu continent be polite? This can be imagined. The status of the disciple of the ancient dragon clan is so detached in this ancient dragon world. Qian Ru, it's nothing more than a warrior from the lower realm, and it's still here at this time. Do you still expect him to be a genius? At this moment, a voice of disdain suddenly came from behind Shui Qinru. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a young man with purple hair and pupils in Jinyi slowly walking towards them. The aura of this purple-haired youth was extremely extraordinary, and it was one of the most powerful auras in the square, and his strength had at least reached the peak of Guishu. Zi Yunfei, you don't need to take care of my business, you can go away. Shui Qinru looked at the purple-haired youth who came from behind, her pretty face changed slightly. Qian Ru, I know what your idea of coming to Earth Dragon City is. But, you can't escape my palm. As long as I break through the true god realm in 2 years and pass the Tianlong trial, your Shui family will obediently send you to me. Zi Yunfei stared straight at Shui Qinru, confident and authentic. Shui Qinru coldly snorted. Wait until you pass the ancient dragon tribe's Tianlong trial. The ancient dragon tribe's Tianlong trial is opened every 10 years. Over the past 10 years, countless geniuses from the lower realm and the ancient dragon realm have come here every day in Earth Dragon City. It can be described as genius like a cloud. Although Zi Yunfei's talent is not weak, it is not an easy task to pass the Tianlong trial. Don't worry, I will pass the Tianlong trial. Zi Yunfei smiled faintly. He turned his gaze, looked directly at Jiang Chen on the side, and said coldly, Boy, no matter who you are, it's better to leave Qian Ru for me. Jiang Chen was too lazy to watch Zi Yunfei, and continued to ask Shui Qinru about Earth Dragon City. Zi Yunfei's face sank, and he was about to attack, but a faint voice rang in the sky above the square. Little guys, come to the center to test. As this faint voice fell, I saw a black-robed man with a cold face, who had appeared in front of the stone platform in the center of the square. You are lucky. Zi Yunfei gave Jiang Chen a cold look, and then quickly leaned towards the center of the square. Let's go over too. This is a test for the entrance of the Earth Dragon City. According to the talent level obtained by the test, the corresponding residence will be allocated. Seeing this, Shui Qinru couldn't help but quickly said. Jiang Chen nodded, and then walked forward with Shui Qinru, standing at the back of the line. The black-robed man looked at Jiang Chen and others in a row, and said lightly, Give me the tokens you got when you entered the city, and then enter the formation on the stone platform one by one. The young man in blue hurriedly took out a silver token and gave it to the black-robed man, and then walked into the formation on the stone platform. The formation runes on the stone platform kept flashing. I saw a line of dazzling golden handwriting, also gradually condensing above the formation. Guishu Peak Cultivation Base, bone age 36 years old, comprehend the laws of wind and ice. You can stay in room 9257 in the middle area. Chapter 1507, The Evil Character Recommended by the Elders. Shui Qinru looked at the test ahead and knew that Jiang Chen knew nothing about the situation in Earth Dragon City, so she couldn't help but introduce Jiang Chen in a low voice. From the periphery to the center, Earth Dragon City is divided into 5 areas. The outermost area is the ordinary area, covering an extremely large area. Most of the new talents from Earth Dragon City gather in this area. A genius in an ordinary area can only be allocated a room of less than 100 square meters in Earth Dragon City. Next is the intermediate area, where the geniuses live in a small courtyard covering an area of several hundred square meters and can receive 100 Earth Dragon points every month. And the genius in the advanced area has a large courtyard with a vast area, which has an exclusive training ground that can accelerate the training, and can receive 500 Earth Dragon points every month. As for the core area, which is more central than the high-level area, it is a very luxurious manor with an area of more than 10 miles. The geniuses in the core area enjoy countless privileges in Earth Dragon City. It is not easy to stay in the core area. It is said that in Earth Dragon City, apart from the geniuses recommended by the elders of the Gulong clan, only a few peerless talents with talents against the sky are eligible to stay in the core area. In addition to these 4 residential areas, the most central area of Earth Dragon City is a public area. It provides various services such as leisure and entertainment, goods trading, martial arts exchange, etc. All people in the Earth Dragon City can enter it. I think these geniuses who came to Earth Dragon City are at least the return to Market Realm Cultivation Base. Does Earth Dragon City only accept geniuses above the return Market Realm? Jiang Chen looked at the numerous geniuses who were testing in turn, and asked curiously. At the beginning of Hualongchang, he remembered that as long as he passed the 9th floor of Shenglong Tower, he could directly enter the realm of God. Where are the people who passed the Hualong City assessment before reaching the returning Market Realm? Generally speaking, the return to the market is the threshold to enter the Dragon City, but there are some exceptions. In Earth Dragon City, there are also some top geniuses watched by the elders of the ancient dragon clan. They entered here before reaching the return to the market. It is said that there are some enchanting geniuses in the lower realm. They passed the examinations before reaching the ruins of the market and came directly to this Dragon City. These geniuses have the opportunity to participate in the Tianlong trial twice, and can stay in Hualong City for another 10 years. Shui Qinru softly explained. Jiang Chen's heart moved and suddenly thought of the conversation between Pang Qingyuan and the middle-aged man at the gate of the city. Pang Qingyuan recommended him to enter Hualong City, which seemed to give him 2 opportunities to participate in the Tianlong trial. Does this mean that Pang Qingyuan is a certain elder-level figure of the Gulong tribe? Shu Shen Tianzhao, whose bone age is 37 years old, understands the law of the double heavenly fire, and can be accommodated in room 1196 in the high-level area. Just when Jiang Chen was in a state of uncertainty, the black-robed old man announced the results of another person's test. Jiang Chen looked up and found that the person who tested it was the purple-clothed youth named Zi Yunfei. Zi Yunfei took the token back from the black-robed old man and couldn't help but glanced at the 2 Jiang Chen. A look of arrogance appeared in his eyes. Shui Qinru's pretty face turned white involuntarily. This guy is already the void god Tianzhao, and he has moved into the high-level area. Maybe he really has a chance to pass the next Tianlong trial. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, he didn't pay any attention, and waited for the test to proceed. The first 30 young men and women have completed the tests, leaving only Jiang Chen and Shui Qinru. Shui Qinru's cultivation base was only from the early days of returning to the ruins, and he only comprehended a kind of ice road law, which was naturally distributed in ordinary areas without any accident. When he took out the golden token and gave it to the black-robed old man, the black-robed old man Jiyu Jing Wubo's face finally couldn't help but change slightly. Jiang Chen, right, you have been recommended by an elder-level expert from the Gulong clan. You can move directly into residence at number 166 in the core area without testing and enjoy the privileges of Earth Dragon City. The black-robed old man returned the golden token to Jiang Chen very politely and said with a smile on his face. Following the words of the black-robed old man, the eyes of many young geniuses present all fell on Jiang Chen's body. In their eyes, there was an incredible look of shock. Xian's complexion was green and white, only feeling the burning pain on his face. This kid is just an ordinary genius of the lower realm, and his cultivation is only in the late stage of returning to the ruins. How can he be recommended by an elder-level expert of the ancient dragon clan? He actually got the genius recommended by the elder. Shui Qinru opened her small mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes widened in an instant. The geniuses recommended by the elders are all figures who enjoy privileged treatment in the core area. Almost all such characters are seed-level players in the Tianlong trial. In each Tianlong trial, most of those who can pass the Tianlong trial and move into Tianlong City are geniuses from the core area. Shui Qinru didn't expect it. She just thinks that Jiang Chen has good senses, and she intends to make friends, but she has found such a monster. Jiang Chen took the golden token and asked curiously, what privileges can the core area enjoy? Many, such as buying redemption items in Hualong City, you can enjoy discounts, you can bring 2 geniuses into your own manor and so on. The black-robed old man smiled slightly and said, I will take you to your residence first. Every manor in the core area has a dedicated butler, and he will answer any questions you have. The black-robed old man didn't talk nonsense, and directly stretched out his hand to face the void. A huge blue bird flew from the sky and stopped on the square. The law of God's domain is extremely oppressive, and those who are not strong cannot fly in the air. And the area of Hualong City is extremely large. If you only rely on walking, it is estimated that it will be difficult to walk from the outer area to the central area all day. Many blue birds have been raised in Hualongchang, which have become exclusive means of transportation in Hualongchang. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and everyone stepped on the blue bird's back. Shui Qinru moved Lianbu lightly and carefully stood behind Jiang Chen, but there was an expression of excitement in her beautiful eyes. As the enchanting genius recommended by the elders, Jiang Chen had the opportunity to participate in the Tianlong trial twice, and he was able to live in Tianlong City and become an official disciple of the ancient dragon tribe. If you can follow Jiang Chen, even if you become a little maid by Jiang Chen, the Shui family will probably treat her as a treasure. She can control her own destiny and not be used as a bargaining chip by the Shui family. She has met Jiang Chen not long ago, and her talent is really average. Jiang Chen may not be able to see her. Chapter 1508. Enter the manor, 2 rules for promotion. Shui Qinru's eyes flickered slightly. There was also a firm look in her beautiful eyes. As a genius recommended by the elders, Jiang Chen could stay in Earth Dragon City for 10 more years. If she can follow Jiang Chen into the core area, she can also have 10 more years in Earth Dragon City. Although with her talent, even if it takes more than 10 years, she may not be able to pass the Tianlong trial. But even if she couldn't pass the Tianlong trial, and could practice in Hualong City for more than 10 years, she would at least have greater hope of breaking through the realm of the true gods. As long as she breaks through the true censored realm, she can have a certain position in the Shui family and get rid of the fate of being manipulated. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she has to seize it anyway. The blue bird galloped past the Earth Dragon City. Jiang Chen almost clearly felt the different changes in Earth Dragon City from outside to inside. The energy of heaven and earth in the air in the ordinary area is 1 grade worse than the intermediate area, and the intermediate area is another grade worse than the advanced area. The situation in the Dragon City here is somewhat similar to the first ring, second ring and third ring of the city on the earth in the last life of Jiang Chen. The further the area is outside, the more remote the conditions are. And the closer the area to the center of the city, the more prosperous it is. The blue bird shook suddenly, spread its wings, and slowly landed in front of a manor. Jiang Chen looked up, and when he saw this huge manor in front of him, he was shocked. Big, it's too big, you can't see the end at a glance. 1 kilometer away from the center of the gate, is a luxurious palace. What is even more shocking is that there are magical areas such as volcanoes and glaciers around the palace. Even across a long distance, Jiang Chen could feel a faint flow of law. Jiang Chen, here is manor number 166 in the core area. The black-robed old man looked at the manor in front, couldn't help but smiled at Jiang Chen behind him. Okay, thanks a lot. Jiang Chen politely thanked the black-robed old man, and then turned his eyes to see a pair of Shui Qinru who hesitated to speak. He pondered slightly, and then smiled at Shui Qinru and said, "Miss Qinru, if you don't mind, come to my manor to practice." Jiang Chen's first impression of Shui Qinru in front of him was not bad. He just entered Earth Dragon City, and only Shui Qinru took the initiative to greet him and introduce him something about Earth Dragon City. From Zi Yunfei's attitude towards Shui Qinru just now, Jiang Chen could see that Shui Qinru's situation seemed not very good. Since they knew each other by destiny, Jiang Chen didn't mind helping her. The dozens of geniuses on the blue bird looked at Shui Qinru with a look of envy and jealousy. Shui Qinru was invited by Jiang Chen to not only stay in the core area, but also to stay in Earth Dragon City for 10 more years. How lucky is this? But Zi Yunfei, the purple-clothed young man, his face suddenly became extremely difficult to look. "Little girl, you are very lucky. Thank you, Jiang Chen." The black-robed old man glanced at Shui Qinru and couldn't help but said faintly. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen fell in love with this mediocre little girl, but this was a privilege that Jiang Chen had, and he naturally wouldn't say much. Can I really? Shui Qinru was stunned for a while before returning to her senses. Her beautiful eyes could not help but a look of joy emerged. She was thinking about how to speak to Jiang Chen, who knew that Jiang Chen actually invited her. "If you want, just follow me." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Zi Yunfei's spiteful expression and fluttered down from the blue bird. Seeing this, Shui Qinru hurriedly followed Jiang Chen down from the blue bird. Standing in front of Manor 166 in the core area. When Jiang Chen was about to knock on the door of the manor suddenly opened with a bang. I saw a middle-aged man walking out of the manor directly. The middle-aged man is slightly short in stature, but the aura on his body is extremely surging, with a vaguely powerful divine might radiating from his body. True spirit. Obviously he did not expect that the manor housekeeper in the core area would turn out to be a real God Realm powerhouse. "Your Excellency Jiang Chen, Meng Ping, the butler of Manor 166 in the lower core area, welcomes you to Manor 166. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen at the door and couldn't help but smiled and greeted him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly recovered, and said quickly, "Hello, please take care of me in the future." "This is what I should do, Jiang Chen, please follow me into the manor." Meng Ping smiled slightly, very polite and authentic. Although he is a true god, he is the true censored with the lowest status among the ancient dragons. But Jiang Chen is the top genius recommended by the elders of the ancient dragon clan. Once he breaks through the true gods and passes the Tianlong assessment, his status will be different from him. At that time, he might still rely on this one. Jiang Chen followed Meng Ping with Shui Qinru and stepped into the gate of the manor in front of him. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped into the manor, he felt that the entire manor was not only more powerful than the outside world, but also seemed to have an extremely mysterious power circulating in the void. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, and could not help but sense the mysterious power carefully. A familiar system prompt sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. "Ding! You feel the power of the world of the strong in the gods of the sky, and the law of Thunder Road gains 100,000 * 100 experience. Ding! Your thunder law is promoted to the second heaven. Ding! You feel the power of the world of the heavenly gods, the law of space gains 100,000 * 100 experience. Ding! Your space law is promoted to the second heaven." At the beginning, he participated in the human emperor trial in Xuanling continent, and Jiang Chen finally accepted the baptism of the emperor seal, and he was promoted to the second heaven in one fell swoop. There are several other laws, except for the laws of life, the rest is not far from the second heaven. Now enter the manor in the core area of Earth Dragon City. Jiang Chen realized the power of the world of the strong in the gods of the sky, and realized the power of two laws, and smoothly promoted the law and space of Thunder Dao to the second heaven. Jiang Chen's promotion of the two laws also aroused the induction of Meng Ping, a strong man in the true censored realm. When he looked back and saw Jiang Chen standing motionless, an incredible horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. Every manor in the core area has the power of the world left by a strong man in the gods, and Meng Ping is naturally very clear. But as soon as this guy entered the manor, he unexpectedly sensed the power of the world of the heavenly god realm powerhouse, and promoted the two laws to the second heaven. Chapter 1509, Choose Exercises, instantly realized the power of the world of the power of the gods. This talent, shouldn't it be so exaggerated? As the steward of manor number 166 in the core area, Meng Ping is naturally very familiar with the power of the world that covers the manor. Even with his inferior true god's cultivation base, it is not easy to comprehend it. While Meng Ping was horrified, his eyes also showed an extremely excited expression. Jiang Chen is a genius recommended by the elders of the ancient dragon clan. He has participated in the Tianlong trial twice and can practice in Hualong City for the next Tianlong trial after more than 10 years. With Jiang Chen's enchanting talent, it was only a breeze to break through the true gods in the world for more than 10 years, and he could even walk a long distance in the true gods. Jiang Chen passed the Tianlong trial, and the probability of entering the Tianlong City is probably at least 90%. Thinking of this, Meng Ping couldn't help but feel hot. It seems that his true gods like this were all chosen to stay with the ancient dragon tribe after the Tianlong trial failed. In the Gulong tribe, their status almost belongs to the lowest level of existence. The reason why they are willing to stay in this dragon city, in addition to the good training environment in the Earth Dragon City, there is another reason for their idea, because they can serve the top genius of the Earth Dragon City. Once the genius he serves can pass the Tianlong trial, become an official disciple of the ancient dragon clan, and move into Tianlong City. Then, as Jiang Chen's steward, his status will rise, and it is very possible that he will rise to Heavenly Dragon City with Jiang Chen. All aspects of cultivation conditions in Sky Dragon City are more than twice those of Earth Dragon City. If he can enter the Sky Dragon City, not only will his status rise, but he will also have the opportunity to go further in the martial arts. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that as soon as you stepped into the manor, you would be able to realize the power of the world power of the heavenly god realm. Like your talent, I am afraid that few people in the entire Earth Dragon City can compare with you. Meng Ping looked at Jiang Chen, who had awakened from his epiphany, and his expression became more respectful. The manor in this core area has the power of the world of a strong heavenly god, and Jiang Chen suddenly realized it. Hearing Meng Ping's words, Shui Qinru, who followed Jiang Chen, was shocked. The power of the world of the strong of the gods, this is the power that is extremely difficult for the strong of the true gods to comprehend. But Jiang Chen had an epiphany at the moment he touched the power of the world. No wonder Jiang Chen can be favored by the elders of the ancient dragon clan. This talent is too enchanting. After returning to his senses, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the power of the world power of the heavenly god realm? This involves the martial arts training system after the true god realm. Those who are strong in the realm of true gods can use the power of divine power and law to create a small world of true gods. When you reach the heavenly god realm, you can evolve the small real, censored world into a real world and give birth to the power of the world. Meng Ping smiled and gave Jiang Chen a general introduction to the future cultivation direction of the true god realm. The cultivation of true god realm and heaven god realm is divided into 3 levels and 6 levels. True god realm, 1 is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, still cultivates divine power and enlightens the law. Once the cultivation base reaches the superior true, censored, and comprehends the martial law of the triple heavens, you can merge the laws of divine power, give birth to the power of the world, evolve a world, and advance to the realm of heaven. And the strong of the gods are divided into ranks 1 to 6 based on the strength of the world. As for how the 6th order gods broke through the world gods, Meng Ping didn't know. Jiang Chen didn't care either. He was still just a little shrimp who hadn't even broken through the true, censored realm, and the real, censored realm was obviously still very far away from him. Now for Jiang Chen, the most important thing is undoubtedly to break through the true gods, and then pass the ancient dragon tribe's Tianlong trial to become a formal member of the ancient dragon tribe. While talking with Meng Ping, Jiang Chen walked toward the manor with Meng Ping. Jiang Chen and the others came to a hall in front of the manor, which was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. The hall was magnificent, and the level of luxury was not inferior to that of the human palace in the Xuanling continent. Comfortable reclining chairs, rare fresh fruits, and exotic drinks have already been placed, and there are 4 beautiful maids standing behind them, always waiting for orders. This place is too luxurious. Jiang Chen glanced at the hall, and couldn't help but exclaim. A genius in the core area of Earth Dragon City can already enjoy such treatment. Wouldn't it be more exaggerated that the official members of the ancient dragon clan in Dragon City that day? Most of the geniuses in the core area will be the official completion of the Gulong clan in the future, and the treatment they enjoy will naturally not be bad. Meng Ping said with a smile. Through a series of conversations, Meng Ping discovered that Jiang Chen knew nothing about the Gulong tribe, and was obviously a genius from a certain plane of the lower realm. Meng Ping did not show any contempt for Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen has the potential to pass the Tianlong trial, nothing will be a problem. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you have been recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan, and you have 2 opportunities to participate in the Tianlong trial, and you will have less than 12 years at most. Earth Dragon City participates in the Tianlong trial every time more than tens of thousands, but there are only 100 people who can really pass the Tianlong trial. So, your time is still precious, you have to step up and improve your strength. Jiang Chen had an epiphany as soon as he entered the manor. With such a terrifying talent, Meng Ping naturally didn't worry about Jiang Chen's cultivation speed at all. His only concern was that Jiang Chen was fascinated by the luxury in front of him, and slackened in his cultivation. There are some geniuses in the core area, who should have a promising future, but as a result, they lost the opportunity to pass the Tianlong trial. Therefore, Meng Ping reminded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, but he was surprised. Tens of thousands of people turned out to be only 100 people able to pass. The elimination rate of this Tianlong trial is really not generally high. Just understand. Meng Ping smiled slightly, and immediately moved his palm, and a huge book about a foot thick also appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen looked at the booklet in the palm of Meng Ping's hand, and couldn't help being stunned. What is this? The catalogue of the treasures of the Earth Dragon City, which contains various treasures of the Earth Dragon City, pill, martial arts and so on. In order to save time for the geniuses in the core area, every manor has such a catalogue of treasures. You can directly purchase the things you need through this catalogue of treasures. And the geniuses in the core area are new to Earth Dragon City and can choose 2 things from it. Meng Ping explained with a smile. Jiang Chen took the booklet and asked, Steward Meng, what do you think I need to choose now? Meng Ping groaned slightly. You can choose a secret technique for cultivating divine power, and a practice technique. Chapter 15:10. Fragment of Taishu Sacred Dragon Picture. Jiang Chen said with a look of astonishment, there is even a secret technique for cultivating divine power. In the lower realm, countless powerhouses who returned to the peak of the ruins were all trapped in the peak of the ruins of their lives because they were unable to cultivate their divine power. But now Meng Ping told him that there are secret techniques in God's domain that specialize in cultivating divine power. What makes the strong people who return to the peak of the market in the lower realm feel so embarrassing? Jiang Chen was shocked and uncertain. Since God's domain has a secret technique that specializes in cultivating divine power, why don't those old guys on the lower realm plane who are trapped at the peak of Guishu choose to come to God's domain? The secret technique of directly practicing divine power is actually not common in God's domain. After all, these secret techniques can only be created by the realm of gods, and the general forces of the gods can't produce it. You are a genius in the core area of Earth Dragon City, so you can easily get it. Even those geniuses in the higher regions will have to spend tens of thousands of Earth Dragon points to get them. As if he understood what Jiang Chen was thinking, Meng Ping couldn't help but explain with a smile. Jiang Chen felt stunned. The ordinary return to the market realm of the lower realm. It is impossible to directly join the power of a realm censored like him. How can he obtain a secret technique that specializes in cultivating divine power? Steward Meng, I don't need the secret technique of cultivating divine power anymore. You should introduce me to the practice. As Jiang Chen said, a divine power slowly circulated around him. You are already a virtual, censored, Tianjiao who has cultivated divine power. Meng Ping looked at the divine power emanating from Jiang Chen's body, and his whole body was shocked and dumbfounded. Jiang Chen is very enchanting in the understanding of martial arts laws, and his cultivation speed is slightly inferior, so he only returned to the later stage of the market. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen turned out to be the imaginary, censored, Tianjiao who cultivated his supernatural power in the later stage of Guishu. As Jiang Chen Zushan Tianjiao, who has been cultivating in this place for more than 10 years in Dragon City, isn't it a sure thing to pass the Tianlong trial? The false god Tianjiao of the late Guishu period. Shui Qian's beautiful eyes were also shocked. In the domain of God, generally, the cultivation base reaches the peak limit of the ruins first, and then the divine power is cultivated, and then it is called the virtual, censored realm. And those who first cultivated their divine power, and then reached the peak of returning to the ruins, were called Zushan Tianjiao. It is ridiculous that Zi Yunfei is still showing off his identity as the false god Tianzhao in front of Jiang Chen. Although Zi Yunfei was also considered the false god Tianzhao, it was only after returning to the pinnacle of the ruins to cultivate his supernatural power. Compared with Jiang Chen, the Xuantian in the late stage of Guishu, Zi Yunfei is a little different. Meng Ping took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and began to introduce Jiang Chen to the exercises. On the way of martial arts, the warriors who return to the market realm and below can directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth to practice, and turn into their own vitality. But when it comes to the realm of the gods, it is extremely inefficient to directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth and transform it into divine power. The cultivation of true god realm martial artist requires the help of a technique. The cultivation method is the same as the realm of cultivation, divided into different levels such as true censored level, celestial censored level, and realm censored level. Generally speaking, the level of the cultivation method is also one of the key factors that determine the level of future achievements. For example, a person who cultivates a god-level technique will not only practice much faster than a person who practices a true god-level technique, but the divine power he can condense is more majestic and pure, and his combat power in the same realm must be 3 points stronger. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. I haven't broken through the realm of the true gods yet, can I still practice exercises? Although you haven't broken through the true censored realm, you have already cultivated divine power in your body, and you can already try to practice the exercises. Meng Ping smiled and said, once you successfully practice a technique now, the speed at which your body's vitality can be transformed into divine power will be at least 30% faster. Understood? Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately opened the thick book in his hand. He directly skipped the catalog of the medicine pill and flipped directly to the part of recording exercises. I saw that every page of the book had a technique, and there were countless patterns, symbols, words, etc. on it, which gave a detailed introduction to the technique. Zion Ju, Dragon Elephant Profound Art, Tianhe Record. Jiang Chen flipped through several pages and found that the previous ones were all true god-level exercises. Jiang Chen naturally did not rush to make a choice. The choice of exercise method is a very important thing for every warrior of the true gods. If there was a better choice, Jiang Chen would naturally not choose the lowest true, censored level technique. The best way to choose a martial arts method is to match the attributes of the martial arts law you have mastered, so that you can exert a stronger combat power. Jiang Chen decided to go over the above exercises first. Jiang Chen read the exercises page by page like this, until he turned over nearly 100 pages, he finally saw the god-level exercises. The number of heavenly god-level exercises is undoubtedly much less than that of true god-level exercises. Jiang Chen roughly counted, and the total number of celestial god-level exercises recorded in the entire book was only a dozen pages. As for the world god-level exercises, it seems that this book does not include them. Jiang Chen suddenly asked with some curiosity, is there no realm censored level cultivation technique on this? The world god level exercises are very rare. The entire ancient dragon clan has only 3 realm god level exercises in total, and Earth Dragon City is not qualified to practice. If you want to obtain the realm god level cultivation technique, you only have the opportunity to enter Sky Dragon City. Although the realm censored level technique is powerful, it is not easy for the true censored realm to successfully cultivate. For the practitioners of Earth Dragon City, choosing a technique that is too powerful may not be a wise choice. Meng Ping shook his head and smiled bitterly. The man in front of him seemed to have a higher heart than the sky. He was really worried that Jiang Chen would be swayed in the choice of exercises. The trial of Earth Dragon City has a time limit. Choosing a method that is too powerful means that it takes several times more energy and time to practice successfully. In Earth Dragon City, there used to be a lot of enchanting geniuses, because they chose too powerful god-level exercises, and ultimately waste too much time in the exercises, thus losing the opportunity to pass the Tianlong trial. Even the god-level exercises are not easy to cultivate, let alone the realm god-level exercises. Regarding Meng Ping's worries, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He has a system, and no matter how difficult the exercises, give him a year and a half, it will not be difficult for him to successfully cultivate. With a slight thought in his heart, Jiang Chen carefully flipped through the celestial god-level exercises in the booklet. After flipping through 15 pages of celestial god-level exercises, except for a Hunyuan catalog that was more suitable for him, the other celestial god-level exercises seemed to be almost meaningful. Jiang Chen shook his head and turned directly to the best page of the exercise section. When his eyes fell on the last page, his eyes finally couldn't help but gleam slightly. Heavenly God-level technique. Fragment of Taishu Sacred Dragon Picture. Chapter 15:11. Within 1 year, the exercises will come by themselves. Fragment of Taishu Sacred Dragon Picture. Unknown grade skill fragment, suspected to be at or above the realm censored level. Due to incompleteness, the grade is determined to be the censored level. On the last page of the exercises, apart from such a line of small characters introducing the exercises, there are only 3 illusory and mysterious patterns left. Of these 3 patterns, except that the first pattern is complete, the second one is missing a corner, and the third one is extremely vague, and most of the content is difficult to distinguish. Jiang Chen looked at the fragment of the Taishu Sacred Dragon in front of him, and his eyes suddenly became fiery. This imaginary sacred dragon picture turned out to be a world censored level, and even surpassed the world censored level's best practice. It was only because of incompleteness that the ancient dragon tribe was divided into the god level exercises. This so-called incomplete exercise has no effect at all for Jiang Chen. Because he has the system in his body, he can use the system's anti-sky ability to successfully complete this imaginary sacred dragon map. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you must not choose this sacred dragon picture fragment. Seeing Jiang Chen staring straight at the fragment of the Taishu sacred dragon picture on the booklet, Meng Ping suddenly felt anxious and quickly spoke out to persuade him. Jiang Chen looked up at Meng Ping and said with a smile, "Why can't I choose it? I think this virtual sacred dragon picture is very suitable for me. Choosing exercises is best suited to the martial law you have understood. Except for a Hunyuan catalog, all of the previous god-level exercises are relatively simple, and at most they can integrate 3 or 4 attributes. Jiang Chen mastered the 7 powers of the law, and these exercises naturally couldn't fit perfectly with Jiang Chen. And this imaginary sacred dragon map has no attribute restrictions, it can be perfectly compatible with its 7 laws, and its grade is extremely high. In Jiang Chen's eyes, it is undoubtedly the best choice of exercises. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you should have seen it too. Not only is this imaginary sacred dragon picture incomplete, but the real grade is above the censored level, and it can be said to be more difficult to cultivate. In the history of Earth Dragon City, there used to be a total of 9 extremely enchanting void god Tianzhao who chose the fragment of Taishu sacred dragon, but they all failed. Meng Ping smiled bitterly. He was really scared. Jiang Chen felt hot for a while, and chose this technique that is impossible to cultivate successfully. That being said, I'm still more interested in this imaginary sacred dragon map. What's more, what others can't do does not mean that Jiang Chen can't do it either. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I know what you are worried about. Give me a year. If there is not much progress in the cultivation of the Taishu sacred dragon diagram, I will change to other techniques." Seeing that Jiang Chen insisted on choosing the fragmented scroll of the Taishu sacred dragon, Meng Ping couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, only feeling that the whole person was much older. When he heard the sentence behind Jiang Chen, his whole body suddenly refreshed. It seems that although Jiang Chen has taken a fancy to the fragments of the 2 void sacred dragon, he has not completely lost his mind. He continued with excitement, "Your Excellency Jiang Chen, as long as you don't waste too much time on the Taishu sacred dragon map, you can try it. Jiang Chen still has nearly 12 years in Hualongcheng. Even if 1 year is wasted, there will still be a full 10 years. With Jiang Chen's talent, it was not a difficult task to pass the Tianlong trial in 10 years. Seeing Meng Ping's excitement, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled lightly, and asked, "Then how do I get this fragmented sacred dragon picture? Geniuses in the core area don't need to go to the central area." Meng Ping smiled and said, "As long as you put your identity token on this page of the booklet, someone will send the exercises to the door immediately." Jiang Chen looked surprised. This Dragon City even has the most popular online shopping functions on the earth in the previous life. With some curiosity, Jiang Chen put his identity token on the page of the book. Jiang Chen felt that a slight fluctuation came from between the identity token and the pages of the book. This situation lasted for about 10 breaths, and a faint voice had been heard from outside the manor. "Manor 166, please sign for the jade slip of the exercise technique." Jiang Chen suddenly looked dazed. This speed of home delivery is too fast. After a slight consternation, Jiang Chen hurried to the entrance of the manor. When he signed for the fragment of the Taishu sacred dragon picture he had just selected, he found that the courier who delivered the door to his door was also a true god. Jiang Chen felt endless. A strong man in the true, censored realm, in this place of Earth Dragon City, can only be reduced to the identity of a housekeeper courier. This god realm, true god realm, is really worthless. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned and walked back to the manor while opening the jade slip of the exercise technique. The jade slip broke into pieces directly, and then turned into a stream of light, which fell directly into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen soon felt that the detailed information of the 3 patterns previously seen in the booklet had been imprinted in his memory. The successive reminders also sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You watch the fragmented scrolls of the Taishu Sacred Dragon diagram of the Divine King level cultivation technique, which will trigger a hundredfold understanding. Ding! You have completed 1/1,000,000th of the Taishu Sacred Dragon picture. Ding! You comprehend the 1/1,000,000th Taishu Sacred Dragon picture. It turned out to be a fragment of a censored king level exercise technique. This time it made a lot of money. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. This too imaginary sacred dragon picture actually surpassed the existence of realm censored level cultivation technique. This technique is directly printed into his mind, which is equivalent to watching him all the time, and the system will continue to help him complete and comprehend the Taishu sacred dragon picture. Although only 1 part per million can be understood each time, the time interval between each time is only about half a minute. After this day, I realized a few % without any problems. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, you have already felt the fragments of this imaginary sacred dragon picture. I don't know why. At this moment, Meng Ping, who came out of the palace, looked at Jiang Chen, who had already obtained the fragment of the Taishu sacred dragon, and couldn't help but ask quickly. It's okay. This is too imaginary sacred dragon map, it is not as difficult to cultivate as you imagined. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc, and he confidently said, I can assure you that within 1 year, the exercise will be done by itself. With these words, Meng Ping couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath, and the gaze looking at Jiang Chen also showed an unprecedented horror. Chapter 15:12. Central Area, Magic Dragon Palace. Meng Ping couldn't be more clear about how difficult it is to cultivate the fragments of the Taishu sacred dragon. In the history of Earth Dragon City, 9 people once chose the fragment of Taishu sacred dragon picture. None of these 9 people are not talented void god Tianzhao. Among them there are even peerless evildoers who became void god Tianzhao in the middle and early stages of Guishu. These enchanting geniuses did not accidentally fail in their cultivation of the fragmented sacred dragon figure. Although Jiang Chen could instantly understand the world power of the heavenly god realm powerhouse, this kind of comprehension was indeed extremely enchanting. However, the level of the Taishu sacred dragon figure is even higher than the censored level, and it is incomplete and complete. Even if it is a strong censored level, he dare not say that it is easy to cultivate successfully. Now, Jiang Chen dared to threaten to successfully cultivate the fragment of Taishu's sacred dragon figure within 1 year. This Nima shouldn't be so exaggerated. Meng Ping took a deep breath. If Jiang Chen could really successfully cultivate the Taishu sacred dragon diagram within a year, it would definitely be one of the few peerless evildoers in Earth Dragon City. Even becoming the top 10 true dragon level geniuses in Earth Dragon City is just around the corner. While comprehending the fragments of the Taishu sacred dragon picture, Jiang Chen read the books about the Earth Dragon City and got a detailed understanding of the Earth Dragon City and the entire ancient dragon clan. As the world god level power in charge of the ancient dragon world, the ancient dragon clan is very powerful. Among them are the patriarch of the realm gods, 4 golden robe elders of the 6th order gods, and the rest of the gods are countless. Jiang Chen didn't pay too much attention to these, but was mainly understanding the information about the trial of Earth Dragon City and Heavenly Dragon. Earth Dragon City is actually not much different from the sect force that Jiang Chen joined in the lower realm. Here, Earth Dragon City points are used as the general transaction currency. Earth Dragon City has a relatively simple way to obtain Earth Dragon points. Except that disciples in different regions can receive a certain amount of Earth Dragon points every month, the only way to get points. Rewards is to go to the Magic Dragon Palace in the central area. In Earth Dragon City, there is no mission to earn Earth Dragon points. Even the housekeeping courier and other things in Earth Dragon City have been contracted by the True God Realm Powerhouse, so naturally there is no need to issue these miscellaneous tasks to the testers. As for going out for tasks, it is even more unnecessary. When the trialists in Earth Dragon City entered the city, most of them had not broken through the true censored realm, and they couldn't even fly in the sky, making it difficult to move in the realm of God. They broke through the realm of true gods, and most of them were in the inferior true gods. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to practice well in Earth Dragon City. After having a comprehensive understanding of Earth Dragon City, Jiang Chen decided to go to the central area to receive this month's Earth Dragon points, and to go to the Magic Dragon Palace to see if he could exchange some cultivation resources. Chinru, I plan to go to the central area, do you want to come together? Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Shui Chinru, who was standing on the side like a maid, a little helpless. The reason why he let Shui Chinru stay at the beginning was only to treat Shui Chinru as the first friend he met in the realm of God, and wanted to help her. Who knew that Shui Chinru stayed in the manor, but always treated herself as a maid? Jiang Chen talked to Shui Chinru several times, so that she didn't have to, but Shui Chinru still did. In desperation, Jiang Chen could only let Shui Chinru wait on his side. Shui Chinru whispered, "Where the sun goes, Chinru will go." "Okay, let's go to the central area and take a look." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, then greeted Meng Ping, and led Meng Qingshe towards the center area. The core area where Jiang Chen and the others live is not too far away from the central area. The two came to the central area of Earth Dragon City. Compared with other areas, the central area is undoubtedly much more prosperous and lively. On the spacious bluestone streets, there is an endless stream of people coming and going. On both sides of the street, there are luxurious shops with magnificent decoration. Restaurants, inns, medicines, weapons. All kinds of shops have everything. There is an inn restaurant in this central area. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, and a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. The trialists in Earth Dragon City all have their own assigned residences, so it seems that they don't need to stay in an inn here, right? And when the cultivation base reaches their level, even if they retreat for a year and a half without eating or drinking, there will be no problem. Who would spend Earth Dragon points to go to this central area to eat? Naturally there is. Some testers living in the outer area have only one chance to come to the central area for free once a month. Other times they have to spend their own Earth Dragon points to rent flying tools, so many testers will stay in the central area. And the inn here is not so simple on the surface, it has special rooms for practicing martial arts laws. Shui Chinru explained with a smile. Jiang Chen said with a surprised look, "So, the things sold in these restaurants are not simple anymore?" Shui Chinru nodded and said, "It is said that many of them are self-made with the main ingredients of the beasts above the true gods, and the effect after eating is no less than swallowing a panacea. However, it requires a lot of Earth Dragon points, which most people can't enjoy." "Oh, when I go to the Magic Dragon Palace, I can go see it." Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows, and immediately walked with Shui Chinru in the wide street. They first went to the service center in the trial to collect the Earth Dragon points for the month, and then went straight to the Hall of Magic Dragon. Jiang Chen and two came to a towering golden hall. The main hall is as high as 100 feet, and the whole body is carved with countless exquisite and gorgeous dragon-shaped totems, which are lifelike. The hall is divided into 4 corners, each with a dragon head, and a bead emitting a strange light in the mouth, making the entire hall a dreamlike feeling. Right in front of the main hall, there was an open 10-jong gate. The inside of the gate was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. This hall is one of the most famous buildings in Earth Dragon City, the Hall of Magic Dragon. At the entrance of the Hall of Fantasy Dragon, there were hundreds of young men and women gathered here, obviously all the trialists who came to the Hall of Fantasy Dragon to break through. There are a total of 10 levels in the Magic Dragon Palace, and each level can be rewarded with 10,000 Earth Dragon points. It is one of the most important sources for trialers in Earth Dragon City. Not only that, the number of passes in the Magic Dragon Palace is also a symbol of strength. Generally return to the Market Realm, corresponding to the first 3 levels. Void God Realm and Void God Tianzhao correspond to 4 to 6 levels. Only by breaking through the realm of true gods can you have a chance to pass the 7th level. And those who can pass the 8th level can be called the seed level choice of the Tianlong trial. As for the one who passed the 9th level, it was a true dragon level genius selected from a million. A true dragon level genius, also known as a quasi-Gulong disciple, is almost 100% able to pass the Tianlong trial. Chapter 15:13. Yuanjia Road is narrow. Qianru, Illusory Dragon Palace has a total of 10 levels. If you pass the 9th level, you are a true dragon level genius. What happens if you pass the 10th level? Jiang Chen looked at the magic dragon palace in front of him, and asked curiously. Just as Shui Qinru was about to answer, a slightly familiar sneer suddenly came from behind them. Hey, Jiang Chen, you have passed the 10th level of the magic dragon palace, you are really fantastic. Jiang Chen looked back and saw that Zi Yunfei and a few extraordinary youths were walking towards the magic dragon palace. These people are extremely strong, and the weakest of them has reached the peak of the ruins. Especially one of the purple-eyed youths who walked side by side with Zi Yunfei in the forefront. His body exuded a truth-censored pressure, and he was obviously a tester who had broken through the truth-censored realm. Looking at Zi Yunfei's group of people, Shui Qinru's pretty face couldn't help but change slightly. Especially when he looked at the purple-eyed youth at the head, even the Zhao body couldn't help shaking slightly. I actually met this guy again, it's really a narrow road to the enemy. Jiang Chen shook his head, then glanced at Zi Yunfei lightly. Am I familiar with you? No one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Earth Dragon City has existed for more than 1,000,000 years from its establishment to the present, but some and only one person has passed the 10th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. It is said that the peerless evildoer who broke through the 10th level of the Magic Dragon Palace was promoted to the Sky Dragon City as soon as he exited the Magic Dragon Palace. If you can pass the 10th level of the Magic Dragon Palace, and you don't need to participate in the Tianlong trial, there will be a high-level ancient dragon clan taking you to Tianlong City. Zi Yunfei sneered with a disdainful look. With your unique cultivation in the late stage of the ruins, even if you give you 10 years, you will not be able to pass the 10th level. Isn't it a whimsical thing? Yunfei, this is the genius recommended by the ancient dragon clan elder in your mouth. At this moment, the purple-eyed youth headed up also glanced at Jiang Chen and said lightly. Zi Yunfei quickly said, yes, big brother Tianlin, he is Jiang Chen. The purple-eyed youth nodded, and then introduced himself to Jiang Chen. This friend, Zi Tianlin of the Zi family in the northern region of the lower ancient dragon realm, Zi Tianlin, is also Zi Yunfei's clan brother. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Who are you and what does it have to do with me? Hearing Jiang Chen's unceremonious words, Zi Tianlin's face suddenly sank. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly and said, Miss Shui's family, Shui Qinru, has already been married to our Zi's family, Xianfei. But you are treating Yunfei's face and accepting Shui Qinru as a maid. Put my Zi family in your eyes. Zizha of Ziji City, that is a very famous heavenly power in the northern region of the ancient dragon world. Zi Tianlin is the first genius among the young disciples of the Zi family's generation, and is also a tester recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan. He has always had a good relationship with Xianfei. Since Xian was humiliated by Jiang Chen when he flew into the city, he naturally wanted to find the place for Xianfei. Jiang Chen said lightly, I am not familiar with your Zi family, why should I put your Zi family in my eyes? Zi Tianlin was furious, and there was also a cold chill in his eyes. Boy, I only give you one chance to hand Shui Qinru out to me, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, I promise you will pay a heavy price for this. In the central area of Earth Dragon City, it is not forbidden for trialists to compete. As long as it doesn't kill people, Earth Dragon City will not interfere. Although this kid is a genius recommended by the elders of the ancient dragon clan, he has just entered the Earth Dragon City not long ago, and he only returned to the later stage of the ruins. What qualifications does an ant from the late stage of returning to the ruins have to be wild in front of him? Some onlookers looked at this scene and couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. In the central area of Dragon City, everything is respected by strength, and any background is useless. Even if it is the core area genius recommended by the elders of the ancient dragon clan, before the strength is improved, it must behave well in this central area. The guy in the late stage of Guishu in front of him actually dared to go wild in front of the realm of true gods. How is this different from being sent to the door for death? My son, Zi Tianlin is already an inferior true god, or I'll go with them. Shui Qinru heard what Zi Tianlin said, and couldn't help biting her pale lips, whispering to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was talented and enchanting, he had just entered Earth Dragon City after all, and he couldn't compete with Zi Tianlin who had broken through the true gods. Naturally Shui Qinru didn't want to hurt Jiang Chen because of her own affairs. Don't worry, since you call me the son, it is my Jiang Chen's person. My person is not someone who can take it away if he wants to. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, as if he didn't take Zi Tianlin to heart at all. After he entered the manor in the core area, the two laws were promoted to the second heaven, plus the law of Kendo that had already been broken. There were 3 powers of the second heaven. With his current combat power, even if he loses to the true god realm, he may not be unable to compete. He wants to take Shui Qinru away, and Zi Tianlin may not help him. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he didn't even bother to look at Zi Tianlin and the others again. His gaze fell directly on the Hall of Fantasy Dragon in front. Zi Tianlin's complexion was extremely gloomy, and just as he was about to use his divine power to give Jiang Chen some color to look at, a dazzling light flashed from the Hall of Fantasy Dragon. A golden aid was also condensed above the Magic Dragon Palace. A woman in white clothes fluttering like an immortal also flashed out from the gate of the Magic Dragon Palace. After a year of hard training, I still failed to pass the 9th level. This level is too difficult. When the white-clothed woman came out of the Hall of Illusion Dragon, a sigh of sigh appeared on her beautiful face. Hey, who is this beauty? It turns out to be a genius who has passed 8 levels. She is Yin Qingyan. Earth Dragon City is the only superb figure of a true dragon-level genius. It is said that she has already passed the 8th level a year ago, but she still has not been able to break through now. Even if she didn't make a breakthrough, with her talent, passing this Tianlong trial is a sure thing. Outside the Hall of Fantasy Dragon, many testers looked at the woman in white, all showing envy and jealousy. Sister Qingyan, being able to pass the 8th level of the Magic Dragon Palace is already a very remarkable existence in Dragon City here. With your strength, it is not easy to pass the Tianlong trial. At this moment, a purple-clothed woman next to him walked forward and said silently, "The Earth Dragon City that we entered together, how can you make me such a person who has not even passed the 7th level? You don't understand, what I want is more than just passing the Tianlong trial." The white-clothed woman shook her head, and immediately looked at the purple-clothed woman and said, "Zer, are you sure to pass the 7th level this time?" Chapter 15:14, Magic Dragon Palace Breakthrough. I just broke through some time ago, and I am not very familiar with the use of the power of the true gods. This time it should be fine. The woman in purple is a little guilty and authentic. That's fine. Yi Qingyan nodded. There is still more than a year before the Tianlong trial. If you pass the 7th level now, you may not have the chance to pass the Tianlong trial by then. Don't worry, Sister Qingyan, you will work hard. There was also a firm look on the little face of the purple-clothed woman. Are you still going to the Magic Dragon Palace? If you don't go in, then I will go in first. When the two were talking, a faint voice suddenly rang in their ears. Yi Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then looked up slightly and saw Jiang Chen and Shui Qinru not far away. The purple-clothed woman Lu frowned and was about to speak, but Yi Qingyan said with a chuckle, "If this friend is in a hurry to enter the Hall of Magic Dragon, please first. Thank you, please take care of my companion for me." Jiang Chen is grateful. Jiang Chen hugged Yi Qingyan and said. Yi Qingyan gave Jiang Chen a surprised look, then nodded and said, "Well, before you come out, I promise no one will hurt her hair." "Well, when I come out, please have a big meal in this central area." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then walked directly towards the gate of the Magic Dragon Palace. The reason why he rushed to go to the Magic Dragon Palace first was mainly because he was worried that after entering the Magic Dragon Palace, Zi Tianlin and others would attack Shui Qinru, so he wanted to keep Yi Qingyan here temporarily. "Sister Qingyan, this guy is just a brat who doesn't know the heights and heights of the earth. He even dared to conflict with the true gods just now. Why are you so polite to him?" The purple-clothed woman looked puzzled and authentic. "Just tell me, this guy shouldn't be easy." Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes flashed, then smiled at the woman in purple and said, "Zir, how many levels do you think he can pass?" The purple-clothed woman curled her lips and said, "It's just a guy from the late stage of returning to the ruins, and he can pass a few levels. He can pass the 3 levels and he will be the sky. Don't worry, my son will definitely not only pass 3 levels." Shui Qinru could not help but snorted softly when she heard the woman in purple look down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is not only a genius in the core area, but also a void god Tianzhao who has cultivated divine power in the later stage of Guishu. There should be no problem passing the 4 or 5 levels, and maybe even the 6 levels in one breath. Okay, don't make a noise. Yi Qingyan stopped the purple-clothed woman who wanted to continue to ridicule Jiang Chen, and a strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Big brother Tianlin, that kid has gone to the Magic Dragon Palace. Zi Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen who walked into the Hall of Illusory Dragons, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If the woman with Yi Qingyan is there, don't act rashly for the time being, otherwise I won't be able to save you if you injure that woman. Zi Tianlin glanced at Yi Qingyan with some fear, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I promise that kid and Shui Qinru will never leave the central area smoothly today." Walked into the door of the Magic Dragon Palace. What greeted Jiang Chen's eyes was an empty hall that was huge. In the center of the main hall, there is a huge stone platform made of black rock. On the stone platform, there are many weird carving patterns, branded around the stone platform, exuding a mysterious light of emptiness. Illusory Dragon Palace has a total of 10 sacred formations. Every time you pass a formation, you will pass a level and open the next formation. Passengers, please go on stage and pass the pass within 10 breaths. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the situation in the Hall of Magic Dragon, a magnificent and deep voice echoed from the upper part of the hall. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen strode directly onto the black stone platform in the center. Jiang Chen only felt that he had come to a ladder about 1,000 feet high. Around the ladder, there is a deep and endless void. Storms of destruction swept out from the endless void, and the terrifying power seemed to tear everything on the ladder. Very powerful oppression. I am afraid that the warriors in the early days of the ruins may not be able to stop it. Feeling the devastating storm sweeping around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. This kind of oppression is undoubtedly a piece of cake for Jiang Chen today. He directly ignored the existence of the destruction storm, and flashed toward the top of the ladder like a walk in the garden. In less than a moment, the Chenjiang ladder had been passed by Jiang Chen. A familiar voice resounded again in the Hall of Magic Dragon. Congratulations on passing the first level. The second level of the Magic Dragon Palace will open after 10 breaths. 10 breaths of time passed by. Jiang Chen only felt that with a flower in front of him, he had already arrived in another strange space. Jiang Chen raised his head in response, and saw a huge black dragon-shaped creature phantom that was hundreds of meters away, staring at him from 100 meters away. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The double-layered swordsmanship law condensed into a sword finger, and when he raised his hand, he pointed out the dragon-shaped creature. The strength of this dragon-shaped creature is almost the same as that of the ordinary Guishu late stage, and it was almost unsurprisingly crushed into nothingness by Jiang Chen's finger. The third level, fourth level, fifth level, Jiang Chen passed easily. With the reminder of the Magic Dragon Palace, it sounded again. After 10 breaths, Jiang Chen also directly entered the 6th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. Outside the Magic Dragon Hall, the purple-clothed woman looked at the Illusion Dragon Palace, which was still silent, and there was also a touch of incredible shock in her beautiful eyes. This guy hasn't come out yet, how is it possible? The 10 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, one level after another, will not have any rest time at all. In addition, it is impossible for a passer in each level to spend too long in the process of breaking through the level. They have to pass quickly or fail directly. Generally, those who have returned to the market realm can only pass the first 3 levels if they reach the sky. In the first 3 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, whether it was a failure or a pass, it would never take more than 10 minutes. But Jiang Chen has entered the Hall of Magic Dragon for half an hour, but he hasn't even come out yet. Could that guy really get through the 4th and 5th levels? The purple-clothed woman even doubted whether there was something wrong with the Magic Dragon Palace. Half an hour, if the speed is fast enough, I am afraid that I can pass the 6th level. Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes also showed an inconceivable exclamation. This young man named Jiang Chen is indeed a void god Tianzhao, and even in the void god Tianzhao, he is probably one of the best. Chapter 15:15. Gatekeeper of the 7th Pass. Unexpectedly, there will be such an enchanting genius in Earth Dragon City. Yi Qingyan murmured to himself, and immediately glanced at Shui Qinru on the side, and asked, "Your son, should he be the void god Tianzhao who has just entered Earth Dragon City?" "Yes, our son only entered Earth Dragon City 2 days ago." Shui Qinru's face was proud, and her beautiful eyes became brighter. She originally thought that Jiang Chen's first time through the barriers, being able to pass the 4 or 5 barriers was already great. Who knew that Jiang Chen could pass through 6 levels at once? In every genius of Earth Dragon City, it is the first time to pass through the Hall of Magic Dragon, and the Void God Tianzhao who can directly pass the 6 levels is also a very rare existence. Your son, the next Tianlong trial has the potential to become a true dragon-level genius. Yi Qingyan couldn't help but praised. With Jiang Chen's potential talent, entering Earth Dragon City at this time is obviously a core area genius recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan. The Void God Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu, far from reaching the peak of Void God, has already passed the first 6 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. Such an enchanting genius, once breaking through the true censored realm, it is almost a breeze to break through 7 or 8 levels. It would not be impossible for this guy to break through the true censored realm and practice for a few more years and pass the 9th level to become a true dragon-level genius. The purple-clothed woman on the side did not speak anymore. As an old man who has been in Earth Dragon City for 6 or 7 years, she naturally knows what it means to pass through 6 levels for the first time. Each level of the Magic Dragon Palace has to face different tests, and one level is more difficult than the other, and there is no chance to breathe. After entering the Earth Dragon City, it is difficult for many Void God Peak testers to pass through 6 levels at once. Even some testers can't get through 6 levels in the Void God realm at all, and need to break through the True God realm before they can pass smoothly. When Yi Qingyan next to her entered Earth Dragon City, he was the imaginary, censored Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. But it was the first time that Yi Qingyan broke through the Hall of Fantasy Dragon, and only then passed the 5 levels. If Jiang Chen could pass through the 6 levels, wouldn't it be even more terrifying than Yi Qingyan's potential? As they talk, 10 minutes passed in a flash. But what shocked them was that there was still no movement in the Magic Dragon Palace, and Jiang Chen still had no signs of coming out of the Magic Dragon Palace. The kid in the late Guishu period has been in the Magic Dragon Palace for so long, why haven't he come out? Maybe they are the false god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. Even the Void God Tianzhao in the late Guishu period can't stay in the Magic Dragon Palace for such a long time. In the surroundings, many testers saw Jiang Chen who hadn't come out of the Magic Dragon Palace for a long time, and they all started talking in surprise. Why the sun hasn't come out yet? Could it be that something happened in the Magic Dragon Palace? Shui Qinru heard the voices from all around her, and she couldn't help showing a panic in her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, there will be no changes in the Magic Dragon Palace. Yi Qingyan shook his head. The Magic Dragon Palace is said to be the handwriting of the ancient dragon clan realm gods. There has not been any change, and there is no danger at all. Even some testers who are physically exhausted because of the barriers will be safely sent out by the Magic Dragon Palace. At this moment, Yi Qingyan wanted to understand for nothing why Jiang Chen hadn't come out yet. Could Jiang Chen still pass the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace? The Void God Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu passed the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace in one go. Such a heaven-defying existence, even in the million-year history of Earth Dragon City, is one of the few. If Jiang Chen could really pass the 7th level, it would be too scary. Big Brother Tianlin, that kid turned out to be the false god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. Zi Yunfei stared at Illusory Dragon Palace blankly, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. Isn't this normal? How can he be recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan and become a genius in the core area if he has no abilities? Zi Tianlin was not surprised by this. Jiang Chen was able to stay in the Illusory Dragon Palace for such a long time, but it made Zi Tianlin's look more solemn. This guy, I'm afraid it is far from being as simple as the false god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. Inside the Hall of Magic Dragon, the 7th off-array space, Jiang Chen looked up at a middle-aged man in Xingyi standing with a sword in his arms thousands of meters away, and his expression instantly became more solemn. This illusory figure in front of him has a terrifying strength comparable to the real gods. Little guy, the Void God Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu, has a good talent. However, if you want to pass the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace with this level of strength, I am afraid that it is still a bit short. The middle-aged Xingyi glanced at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Jiang Chen was taken aback and looked at the middle-aged Xingyi with a look of astonishment. You can speak. The gatekeepers after the 7th pass are all self-conscious existences. What's strange about being able to speak? The middle-aged Xingyi smiled faintly. Little guy, let's do it. If you don't do it again, the Magic Dragon Palace will judge that you have failed the level. That, Junior was offended. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately sealed his palms, and directly hit the middle-aged Xingyi with a soul-killing seal. Very good martial arts, and it has the effect of restraining me. It's a pity. Your strength is a bit weak after all, this trick does not pose any threat to me. The middle-aged Xingyi commented on Jiang Chen's attack. The long sword in his arms didn't even have to be unsheathed at all, and directly tapped the scabbard against Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal. The soul destruction seal instantly changed from extremely fast to still, and then burst open in midair with a bang. Jiang Chen's complexion remained unchanged, his palms flipped again, and the second seal of the human emperor's seal was also directly suppressed against the middle-aged Xingyi. This seal is a bit beyond the imaginary, censored level. The middle-aged Xingyi smiled and looked at the golden giant seal above his head, just drew his sword gently, and a sword aura rose into the air. Jiang Chen's indestructible mark of the god of death was instantly split in half by the sword of the middle-aged Xingyi, and then turned into bright golden lights and dissipated out of thin air. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly shrank. The middle-aged man in Xingyi in front of him is indeed a real existence comparable to the true, censored powerhouse. Compared with the true, censored, projection of the censored sky, it is many times stronger. Little guy, your two tricks are really extraordinary. But your cultivation is still in the late stage of returning to the ruins, and the transformation of your body's divine power is only 1/10. Now you can't pass this 7th level. Leave quickly, wait for you to reach the peak of the void god, try again. The middle-aged Xingyi smashed the mark of Zhu Shen with a sword, and directly ordered Jiang Chen to expel the guest. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The junior has one last move, please enlighten me from the senior." Chapter 15-16. Go straight to 7 levels and break the record. Oh, do you have a stronger method than this? The middle-aged Xingyi's eyes suddenly brightened. Come on, use your strongest means to attack me, let me see how strong you can be. As the predecessors wished, Jiang Chen nodded, and the power of the law with different attributes also continuously diffused from his body. Unexpectedly, your attainments in martial arts laws can reach this level. The middle-aged Xingyi felt the power of law permeating Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but laugh 3 times in succession. The law of kendo in double heaven. The law of thunder in the 2nd heaven. The law of space in double heaven. In addition, there are 4 laws of power such as the law of wind, the law of fire, the law of time, and the law of life. A void god Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu, unexpectedly such 7 powers. Even for nearly 10,000 years, Earth Dragon City probably hasn't seen such an enchanting little guy. Hun Yuan Jian, Ning. The forces of the 7 laws gathered, Jiang Chen let out a soft drink, and directly used the laws of condensed weapons. The 7 laws quickly compressed and merged, and finally turned into a 7-color ancient sword and fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Holding the Hunyuan sword in his hand, Jiang Chen directly spurred his whole body's strength and swung a sword. Now Jiang Chen has 3 laws of power to break through the 2nd heaven, and the condensed Hunyuan sword is several times more powerful than the battle against the true blood god projection. This sword directly tore this piece of sky. The terrifying chi-color sword aura burst out, and the sword glow covered the sky and covered the sky toward the middle-aged Xingyi. The eyes of the middle-aged Xingyi skyrocketed, and he was full of supernatural power. Accompanied by the sound of a sword chant, the dazzling sword light rose into the sky. He held a long sword in his hand and swept it out, as if thunder broke through the sky. The sword light was divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and finally turned into 10,000 sword lights, like 1,000 swords coming to the court, colliding with the enveloping 7-color sword energy. The sky-shattering sword light burst into the void, and countless sword chi of different colors swept away, making the entire 7th level space turned into nothingness. Jiang Chen kicked the ground and retreated 100 feet. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and looked up at the middle-aged Xingyi standing still, with a bitter smile in his heart. The gap between the virtual, censored, state and the true, censored, state, and the gods, is indeed a heaven and an underground. Even with his current combat power, it is difficult to cross this sky chasm. Little guy, you are very good. With your current cultivation base, it is the first time in Earth Dragon City's nearly 10,000-year history that I can force me to use this sword. This 7th level, If you pass, I hope we will have a chance to see you again in the future. Xing Yi's middle-aged voice fell, his figure quickly faded, and finally disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. What's the situation? Jiang Chen suddenly looked stunned. Doesn't it mean that this 7th level can be successfully cleared without defeating this middle-aged Xing Yi? Trial person, congratulations on passing the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. The 8th level will open after 10 breaths. When Jiang Chen was uncertain, the deep voice in the Magic Dragon Palace echoed in Jiang Chen's ear again. I give up. Jiang Chen directly chose to give up and continue to break through. This 7th level, he was very lucky to pass. The difficulty of the 8th level is probably far beyond the 7th level. With his current strength, it is almost impossible to pass. Trialer Jiang Chen, it was the first time to break through the Magic Dragon Palace. He went through 7 levels and gained 70,000 Earth Dragon points. Trial Jiang Chen, through 7 levels at a time, he will get 3 extra Earth Dragon points. 100,000 Earth Dragon points have been issued to your identity token, please check. With Jiang Chen announcing to abandon the level, Magic Dragon Palace also quickly settled the reward for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen noticed that the surrounding space was changing, and he had already returned to the stone platform in the center of the hall. Jiang Chen flashed down from the stone platform and strode out towards the door of the Wanlong Palace. At the same time, outside the Magic Dragon Palace, everyone stared blankly at the dazzling golden number above the Magic Dragon Palace, and there was dead silence all around. 7. The young man who seemed to have only returned to the ruins' later stage of cultivation, actually broke through the 7 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. The 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace corresponds to the real gods. Even if that kid is the void god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period and can pass the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace, that is a very heavenly existence. 7. 7 levels. Sister Qingyan, he passed the 7th level directly. Why? How can it be impossible? The purple-clothed woman only felt her voice trembling. She has passed the 7th level once, and naturally knows how terrifying the 7th level is. At first, she had just broken through the realm of the true gods, and the 7th gatekeeper just asked her to block 3 moves to pass the level. As a result, she only blocked the opponent's move and was already defeated. But the void god Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu in front of him has directly passed the 7th level. This Nima is too scary. Before breaking through the true censored realm, it is already so against the sky. If this breaks through the true censored realm, how terrifying will it be? At that time, the 8th level and the 9th level. For him, it is not as simple as eating and drinking. It's not impossible to pass the 7th level below the true god realm. In the history of Earth Dragon City, there were 5 peerless evildoers who broke this record. And Jiang Chen is the 6th strongest genius in Earth Dragon City to break this record. Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes stared at the top of the Magic Dragon Palace, his face was also shocked. Although she sensed Jiang Chen's extraordinary from the beginning, she did not expect Jiang Chen to be such a terrifying evildoer. The last time such an evil spirit appeared in Earth Dragon City was 120,000 years ago. The record that had not been broken for 120,000 years was finally broken by Jiang Chen. The strongest genius who passed the 7th level under the 6th true censored in Earth Dragon City. The purple-clothed woman and Shui Qinru looked dull, and it took a long time to recover from the shock. My son. He is too good. Shui Qinru came back to her senses, her face flushed. She couldn't be so excited, as if she had passed the 7th level by herself. The ancient dragons have been in charge of the ancient dragon world for more than 1,000,000 years. And this dragon city has always existed since the ancient dragon clan was established. In this history of millions of people, Earth Dragon City can pass the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace with the cultivation base under the true god, only 5 have appeared. Such a genius is a rare encounter in 100,000 years. Shui Qinru even had a dreamlike feeling. Shui Qinru never expected that a small act when he entered the city would be able to meet such a peerless genius as Jiang Chen. Chapter 15-17. Beverage Shop in Earth Dragon City. Big Brother T-Online, is this Magic Dragon Palace made a mistake? How could that kid pass the 7th level? Zi Yunfei's eyes were dull, and he cried out in disbelief. Zi Yunfei naturally understood the situation of the Magic Dragon Palace. The 7th level, isn't this a level for the true god? A void god Tianzhao in the late stage of Guishu actually passed the 7th level, is this Nima too outrageous? It's impossible to go wrong in the Magic Dragon Palace. Zi Tianlin took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart. He glanced at Zi Yunfei next to him, and said solemnly, Yunfei, you will see that kid in this central area in the future. Hide as far as you can, don't provoke him. Brother Tianlin, why, even if Jiang Chen is really talented, we don't need to be so jealous, right? Zi Yunfei was startled slightly, staring at Zi Tianlin with an incredible expression. There are only 5 people who broke through the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace below the True God Realm, and Earth Dragon City broke this record. Jiang Chen is the 6th person. In other words, Jiang Chen's talent is one of the best in Earth Dragon City's million-year history. Such a character, not only you and I can't provoke me, even the Zi family can't provoke me. Zi Tianlin looked at the top of the illusory Dragon Palace and said with a look of fear. The 7th pass of the Magic Dragon Palace is guarded by the real gods. Jiang Chen's ability to pass the 7th level proves that he already has the strength to contend with the true gods. Even if he shot, he might not be able to take Jiang Chen easily. This enchanting genius, who is rare in 100,000 years, will surely arouse the attention of the Gulong clan, and it is impossible for him to win Jiang Chen. Such evildoers will definitely not be low in the Gulong tribe in the future. If you are an enemy of Jiang Chen, and you can't solve it, once Jiang Chen grows up, he will surely become an enemy that even the Zi family will be afraid of. Under the shocking gazes of everyone, Jiang Chen's figure flashed directly from the Hall of Magic Dragon, and his face calmly walked in front of the 3rd daughter of Yi Qingyan. Seeing Jiang Chen walking slowly, the purple-clothed woman and Shui Qinru obviously became more cautious. Jiang Chen, congratulations on being the 6th person who broke the limit record and passed the 7th level under the True Censored in the million years since you became the Earth Dragon City. Yi Qingyan looked calmer, congratulated Jiang Chen. Oh, only 6 in a million years, so few. Jiang Chen looked surprised. Although he knew that it would be difficult for the Void God Realm to pass the 7th level, he did not expect that Earth Dragon City would be one of the few in its million-year history. Beneath the true God and the true God is the difference between God and the mortal. This step is like a chasm. Can ordinary people be able to bridge it? Yi Qingyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Only Jiang Chen, such as heaven's darling, could be so against the sky. How can ordinary people break the limit and use a mortal body to contend with the true God? The gap is indeed quite big. I tried my best, and only managed 3 moves with the gatekeeper of the 7th pass. Jiang Chen nodded, and said helplessly, it's just a fluke to be able to pass the 7th level. This is not a fluke. The 7th pass originally only requires 3 moves by the guards to pass, even if it is the true gods. But those 3 tricks, even in the ordinary true gods, are not so easy to follow. After Zer broke through the true god realm, he didn't even block 2 moves. Yi Qingyan glanced at the purple-clothed woman on the side and explained with a smile. The purple-clothed woman said with a wry expression, the main reason is that the setting of the Magic Dragon Palace is too nasty. Every time I have to start with the 1st level, if it were not for the first 6 levels to consume too much power, how could I be unable to stop the 3 moves? Yi Qingyan gave the purple-clothed woman a white look. Okay, don't be silly, go ahead and pass the level. The purple-clothed woman took a deep breath and quickly walked towards the gate of the Magic Dragon Palace. A golden number 7 appeared above the Magic Dragon Hall, and the purple-clothed woman also walked out of the Magic Dragon Hall with joy. Sister Qingyan, I passed the 7th level. The purple-clothed woman hopped to Yi Qingyan's face, happily. Yi Qingyan looked speechless and said, I broke through the 7th level after breaking through the true gods in a year. There is nothing to be happy about, it is far worse than Jiang Chen. The purple-clothed woman's face suddenly stiffened, and she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, this guy is a pervert. How can I compare with this perverted existence? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Shui Xianjudo beside him. Qinru, do you want to go through the barrier? My son, I have the greatest strength to pass a level now, so I will come back later. Shui Qinru shook her head. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked up at Yi Qingyan and said, thank you just now for taking care of Qinru for me. You can find a place and I will invite you to dinner. Yi Qingyan smiled and said, it's just a matter of raising a hand. Yi Qingyan was not halfway through, but he was directly interrupted by the purple-clothed woman. Brother Jiang Chen, you don't have to eat. I know there is a very famous drink shop in this central area. Why don't you buy us a drink? This purple-clothed woman is obviously also a very familiar guy. She spent a while with Jiang Chen and found that this abnormal level genius was not easy to get along with. She was also much more cheerful. Beverage shop. Jiang Chen looked dumbfounded. There is such a fashionable thing as a drink shop in Longcheng. Yes, it's a drink shop, mainly selling drinks and barbecue. But the drinks and barbecues here are not ordinary. There are drinks made from the essence of fire in volcanic lava, and there are also drinks made from the essence of ice in the extreme cold. Each drink has different effects. And their barbecues are all roasted with beasts above the true god level. The woman in purple explained excitedly. Jiang Chen was immediately hooked and aroused a bit of interest. Lead the way, since there is such a drink shop, you have to see it. The purple-clothed woman quickly pulled Yi Qingyan and led the way with a smile. Yi Qingyan didn't reject the friendship with Jiang Chen, such a peerless genius, and let the purple-clothed woman pull herself forward. The group left the Hall of Magic Dragon and soon came to a drink shop called Baiwei Beverage. Inside the drink shop, the gorgeous glittering gems cast a faint soft light, making the entire beverage shop look elegant and quiet. The soft, light piano sound filled the beverage shop, like an invisible smoke spreading quiet and beautiful. Pots of exotic flowers and plants are placed on the tables and windowsills of the drink shop. The faint fragrance filled the beverage shop, and the invisible fluctuations spread out, giving people a refreshing feeling. Chapter 15:18. A cup of drink can be an epiphany. The four Jiang Chen walked into the beverage shop, and then found a private room to sit down. How many? Do you need something? At this moment, a waiter of True God Realm walked directly towards Jiang Chen and the others. We want 2 small cups of bright Jiangxin tea. Yi Xian, a woman in purple clothes, is obviously not here for the first time. She hurriedly ordered drinks for herself and Yi Qingyan, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, what do you want to drink?" Jiang Chen asked with some curiosity, "Is this lucid Jiangxin tea a drink that helps you understand Kendo?" Yes, the bright Kenshin tea is indeed a drink that helps to understand the laws of Kendo. We have hundreds of different beverages in Baiwei drinks, each of which can increase the cultivation level and help the understanding of different martial arts laws. This is our drink list, you can take a look. The waiter on the side explained with a smile, then took out a drink list and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the drink list and found that hundreds of drinks were densely arranged on the drink list. When he saw the price of the drink, he was shocked. The bright Jiangxin tea that the purple-clothed woman ordered just now is already the cheapest drink on this one, requiring a cup of 1688 Earth Dragon points. This is only a small portion. The middle portion is priced at 2688, and the larger portion requires 3688 Earth Dragon points. In addition to the clear Jiangxin tea, ice soul cold dew, Qian flow cloud syrup and other beverages that help to understand the general martial arts principles. Jiang Chen was horrified to discover that there was still a dream space on the drink list, and instant eternity was a drink that helped to understand the laws of time and space. The price of these drinks is obviously higher than that of ordinary drinks. Even the cheapest small cup requires 2188 points. The drinks here are really not affordable for ordinary people. Jiang Chen felt in his heart. In the Earth Dragon City, a tester in an ordinary area can only receive 100 Earth Dragon points a month. And the drinks here, the cheapest drink requires 1688 Dailong points. If it weren't for the Magic Dragon Palace to receive a reward, ordinary testers could not even drink a cup of drink here after staying in this place for a year. I want a small portion of ice soul cold dew, a small portion of Qian flowing cloud pulp. Jiang Chen groaned slightly and said directly to the waiter. He has broken through the law of Kendo, law of thunder, and law of space. He plans to test whether the law of red flame can make the law of fire break through the second heaven. As for Shui Qinru, she comprehended the law of ice Dao, and Jiang Chen ordered a cup of ice soul dew for her. Okay, everyone, please wait a moment. After Jiang Chen ordered the waiter, he quickly turned around and got ready. The ancient dragons are really rich and powerful, and those who are strong in the true censored realm can only become waiters in Dragon City. Jiang Chen looked at the leaving waiter and couldn't help being honest. True God Realm is in God Realm, but it's just the beginning of cultivation. It doesn't mean anything, let alone a realm god level force like the ancient dragon clan. Yi Qingyan smiled faintly. After each trial of the heavenly dragon, even those who have not passed the trial of the heavenly dragon must reach the realm of the true gods before they are eligible to stay in the Earth Dragon City. If the true God Realm tester leaves Earth Dragon City and joins other forces in the ancient dragon realm, his status should not be low, right? Although the true gods are not worth mentioning in the ancient dragon clan, if you join the true gods, at least they are elders. Even if you join the heavenly god level forces, you should still have a certain status. How can it be much better than staying in this place, right? After the trial of the heavenly dragon is over, the testers of other forces in the ancient dragon realm will return to their own clan or sect if they fail the trial of the heavenly dragon. Some testers who have no background or come from the lower realm will indeed accept invitations from other forces, but there are still many who are willing to stay in Earth Dragon City. The competition in God's domain is cruel, and the ancient dragon world alone has more than tens of millions of true gods. Some weak true gods may be destroyed if they are not careful. When Yi Qingyan said this, he couldn't help sighing. It's good to enjoy the cool under the big tree. Not only is there no danger in this place, but the training environment is also good. Even if you are a waiter, you are actually much more comfortable than joining other forces. The two chatted for a while, and it didn't take long before the waiter came over quickly with 4 drinks. Hello, 2 cups of bright Jiangchen tea, a cup of ice soul cold dew, and a cup of Qian flowing cloud slurry, please use it slowly. The waiter put down the 4 drinks and retired it respectfully. Jiang Chen stared at the cup that was about 3 inches tall and didn't know what material it was made of, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the cup, there was a cup of red liquid like magma. The magma was boiling in the cup, faintly exuding a fiery mood of fire. And Shui Qinru's ice soul cold dew was like crystal clear jelly, with a mysterious icy power flowing. As for the transparent Jiangchen tea of the 2 Yi Qingyan women, there is a slight heat mixed with invisible sword intent radiating from the cup. Tisk tusk. The maker of this drink, I'm afraid it's not easy. Jiang Chen exclaimed in his heart, and immediately couldn't help taking a sip from the cup. Although Kai Yan Lu Yunpu seemed to be boiling in the cup, it didn't feel hot at all when it was drunk in the mouth, and it turned into a stream of heat and entered Jiang Chen's belly. Ding! You drank a sip of the special spiritual liquid Qian flowing cloud pulp, and got the Yuan Li repaired to 100,000 * 100. Ding! You drank a sip of the special spiritual liquid Qian flowing cloud pulp, and the law of fire will gain experience 100,000 * 100. Ding! Your fire law is promoted to the 2nd heaven. With a mouthful of red inflammation flowing into his abdomen, Jiang Chen had already reached the law of fire at the peak of the 1st heaven, and he also entered the 2nd heaven smoothly. This guy drank a sip of Qian flowing cloud paste, and he had a direct epiphany, causing the law of fire to break through the 2nd heaven. Feeling the changes in Jiang Chen's body, Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly showed an incredible look of consternation. You can have an epiphany with a sip of a drink, should you be so exaggerated? Yi Xian's eyes were dull and speechless. As expected to be the 6th void god Tianzhao who broke the record of the magic dragon palace in Earth Dragon City, it really was not an ordinary abnormality. What's so amazing about this? When the sun entered the core area manor, he had not instantly realized the power of the world of the power of the gods. Shui Qinru said naturally, for the sun, epiphany is just a piece of cake. Chapter 15:19. The 8-pass genius of the magic dragon palace, Ji Yuling. Yi Qingyan and Yi Xian looked dull and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, for the vast majority of warriors, this is almost a state that can be met but not desired, and it is rare to encounter it a few times in a lifetime. But this guy had an epiphany, but it was as simple as eating and drinking. This person is really annoying than a person. The two of them didn't speak at this moment, fearing to disturb Jiang Chen's epiphany, but cautiously tasting the drink in front of them. Tisk tusk. The drinks here are really extraordinary. A cup of Kai Yan flowing cloud syrup directly increased his cultivation base in the law of fire. If he had a few more drinks like this, it would be easy for him to break through to the peak of the ruins and raise all the martial arts laws to the 2nd heaven. Although this drink is a bit expensive, it is worth it for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has decided that when he leaves for a while, he will pack some and drink it slowly. Jiang Chen and the 2nd daughter of Yi Qingyan talked about some things about Earth Dragon City, and then the waiter was called to check out and leave. The waiter smiled directly. You have consumed 6,752 Earth Dragon points. Excluding the fraction, you only need to pay 6,700 Earth Dragon points. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, Waiter, can you pack your drinks here? The waiter hurriedly said, if you need it, we can also deliver it directly to your residence. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Then give me another cup of Promise Storm, a cup of Instant Eternity, 2 cups of Life Essence Liquid, packaged and sent to the core area of Manor 166. Okay, a cup of Promise Storm 1688, a cup of Instant Eternity 2188, 2 cups of Large Life Essence Liquid 8376, a total of 12,252, you need to pay 18,900 Earth Dragon points in total. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and directly took out his identity token to pay for the Earth Dragon points. He now holds 100,000 Earth Dragon points, which can be described as rich and powerful. Now that he only spends 20,000 Earth Dragon points, he can upgrade the remaining 3 martial arts laws to the 2nd heaven, and the cultivation base can also reach the peak of Guishu, which is undoubtedly very worthwhile. The second daughter of Yi Qingyan saw that Jiang Chen had bought 3 drinks with different attributes, and her heart was once again shocked. In addition to the previous Qian flowing cloud paste, Jiang Chen bought a total of 4 drinks containing different martial arts powers. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen has at least mastered more than 4 martial arts laws? After paying the Dailong points, the group left the beverage shop. The second daughter of Yi Qingyan and Jiang Chen used the identity token to establish contact, and then they separated from Jiang Chen. My son, where are we going now? After the 2 of Yi Qingyan left, Shui Qinru couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled look, why, what's the matter with you? Shui Qinru whispered, my Shui family has a sister who came to Earth Dragon City several years ago. She heard that I came to Earth Dragon City. She asked me to meet him. She is now at the Resource Exchange Office of Earth Dragon City. Let's go, I am going to exchange some cultivation resources. He has 80,000 points and intends to redeem some cultivation resources. Returning to the core area this time, he will retreat and practice hard, striving to break through the true gods in one fell swoop. Although he had Pang Qingyuan's recommendation, he could stay in Earth Dragon City until the next Tianlong trial was held. Jiang Chen did not intend to waste too much time in Earth Dragon City. He wants to break through the realm of the true gods as soon as possible, and successfully cultivate the Taishu Sacred Dragon chart, as far as possible in the Tianlong trial after more than a year, directly ascend to the Tianlong city, and become an official member of the ancient dragon family. Central Region. In a luxurious, simple and magnificent hall, 10 waiters sitting at different windows are trying to exchange various treasures for the coming and going in the hall. This is the Resource Exchange Office in the central area. At the entrance of the Resource Exchange Hall, there was a sharp-eyed man with an inch hair standing proudly on one side of the hall. Next to the inch-haired man, there is a charming woman in a red dress holding the man's left arm and whispering, Ling, I have a sister in the family who will come soon, and I will let her borrow 5,000 points later, that's it. If it hadn't been for the 9th level of the Magic Dragon Palace, I wouldn't be troubled by these 5,000 Earth Dragon points. Chuhei, don't worry, as long as I redeem the Purple Pole Thunder God Pill, I will definitely be able to pass through the 9th floor of the Illusion Dragon Hall in a year and become a true dragon-level genius. The inch-haired man sighed softly, then looked at the woman in the red skirt with a gentle expression. By then, I can bring 2 or 4 servants into the Sky Dragon City, as long as you don't mind. Shui Chuhei smiled softly and held the corner of the man's mouth. Ling, you don't need to say, I understand. Being able to enter Sky Dragon City and become a servant or concubine of an official member of the ancient dragon tribe is a great honor. Even the family didn't dare to look down upon her the slightest. Thinking of using her talent and appearance to be able to get together with this genius who is most likely to pass the Tianlong trial, Shui Chuhei's heart is also extremely grateful. The tester in front of him was called Ji Yuling, and he was actually a genius in a common area. When Ji Yuling first arrived, and when he was at his worst, Shui Chuhei gave Ji Yuling some help within his capacity. Under Shui Chuhei's encouragement, Ji Yuling grew rapidly as if awakened. In just 6 years, Ji Yuling has grown into an evil genius who has passed through the 8 levels of Illusory Dragon Palace, and has become the only genius of true dragon level in Earth Dragon City. Sister Chuhei. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice suddenly rang in Shui Chuhei's ears. Shui Chuhei looked up and saw that his sister Shui Qinru had already walked towards them. Although they are far apart and don't have any blood relationship with her, they are both from the same family, and their relationship has been fairly good since childhood. Qian Ru, you are here, let me introduce you, this is Ji Yuling who has passed the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. Shui Chuhei nestled on Qing Yi's shoulder and introduced to Shui Qinru. His lord Ji Yuling, hello. After seeing Jiang Chen's evildoer, Shui Qinru was not too surprised at Ji Yuling in front of him, but he said hello politely. Not only did the other party fail to have a relationship with Chu He, but he was also a genius who was almost the same as Yi Qingyan, and was likely to pass the Tianlong trial. Shui Qinru finished greeting, then introduced Jiang Chen to the two, and then stood beside Jiang Chen. Ji Yuling just nodded slightly and didn't say much. If it weren't for Xuechuhe's face, how could he look at each other with respect to these two ants who have not yet broken through the true gods? Chapter 15:20. You are not worthy to want her to be your servant. Qian Ru, Ji Yuling has always been like this. Don't mind. Shui Chuhe knew that Ji Yuling had always been very arrogant and disdained to talk to Jiang Chen, so she had to chuckle slightly to relieve the embarrassment. It seems that Ji Yuling, such a genius, has some arrogance that is normal. If it hadn't been for Xuechuhe, such a genius would never have opened his eyes to look at her. There are not many people in this world who are as talented as Jiang Chen and get along well with each other. Shui Chuhe held Ji Yuling's arm and whispered softly, Qinru, I am looking for you this time, and there is a feeling of remorse. I hope you can agree. Shui Qinru was slightly taken aback. It has been several years since Shui Chuhe came to Earth Dragon City, and he has met a genius like Ji Yuling. Even if Ji Yuling could not pass the Tianlong trial, as long as Ji Yuling was brought to the Shui family, Shui Chuhe could satisfy the old folks in the Shui family. And she is just a little shrimp who just entered Earth Dragon City, what can help Xuechuhe? Qian Ru, we still have 5,000 Earth Dragon points to exchange for a purple pole Thunder God pill, can you lend me 5,000 Earth Dragon points? Xuechuhe pretty blushed, a little embarrassed and authentic. Earth Dragon points are very valuable in Earth Dragon City. She has been in Earth Dragon City for 7 or 8 years, and her cultivation has reached the peak of the Void God, but now she has to borrow points from Shui Qinru, who has just arrived in Earth Dragon City, which is indeed a bit difficult to tell. Sister Qinru, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I haven't broken through the Magic Dragon Palace, and now I only have the 100 Earth Dragon points I just received. Shui Qinru glanced at Shui Chuhe apologetically. She thought for a while, and then said with a serious face, Sister Qinru, do you really need these 5,000 points? Xuecho nodded heavily. In today's Earth Dragon City, there are only 10 true dragon-level geniuses who have broken through the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. There are 200 to 300 geniuses who have broken through the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. In each Tianlong trial, only 100 people can be promoted to Tianlong City. Only a true dragon-level genius who has passed 9 levels can pass the Tianlong trial with absolute certainty. However, half of those who have passed the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace will still be eliminated. Only when Ji Yuling exchanged for the Purple Pole Thunder God pill, could he hope to improve his strength in the next more than a year, pass the 9th level, and become a true dragon-level genius. Sister Chuhe, in that case, wait for me to go to the 1st level of the Magic Dragon Palace. Shui Qinru thought slightly. She has a good relationship with Xuechuhe, and she was taken care of by Xuechuhe when she was young. If possible, she is also willing to help Shui Chuhe. You want to borrow points, I can lend you points for Qinru. But with your borrowing, I'm afraid it will be the Tianlong trial in more than a year. Have you ever thought about paying her back? At this moment, Jiang Chen said suddenly, as long as she is willing to lend me 5,000 points, I can promise her one thing. Ji Yuling, who had not spoken, said lightly. Shui Chuhe heard Ji Yuling's words and couldn't help but look up at Ji Yuling, and then at Shui Qinru, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Nothing, such a genius, after all, is not something she can possess alone. If you can become his servant with Shui Qinru, it would be a good thing, so it can be regarded as a little sister. Oh, what's the matter, let's talk about it. This guy is just a genius who has broken through the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, even worse than Yi Qingyan, and dare to speak such a big tone. As long as I pass the Tianlong trial, I can make her my servant and have the opportunity to go to Tianlong City to practice with me. Ji Yuling said solemnly. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, hee. Qinru borrowed your Earth Dragon points, and you will return her as a servant. It's ridiculous. I think it's you who is ridiculous. Ji Yuling said proudly. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be my servant and enter Sky Dragon City. It is a great honor for her to get this opportunity with 5,000 Earth Dragon points. My friend of Jiang Chen, as long as she is willing, I will bring her into Sky Dragon City. Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Yuling calmly, and said lightly, "You are not worthy to want her to be your servant." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he ignored Ji Yuling's ugly face and looked directly at Shui Qinru beside him. "Qinru, do you want to lend him points?" "My son, even if I can't enter Sky Dragon City, I will only follow you, and I won't be someone else's servant." Shui Qinru shook her head and said softly, "I just want to help Sister Chuhei." Jiang Chen nodded, then took out the identity token, entered Shui Qinru's information, and transferred out 10,000 Earth Dragon points. "I transferred you 10,000 points. If you want to borrow it, just borrow it. I will go in and redeem resources." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he strode into the resource exchange hall. Shui Qinru looked at Jiang Chen's back gratefully. The sun was really kind to her. She was really lucky to meet the sun in Dragon City here. "Your son is the genius recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan." Ji Yuling stared at Jiang Chen's back as he walked into the hall, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. This young man in the late Guishu period turned out to have a golden identity token. This is the core area genius recommended by the elders of the Gulong clan, and the identity token that he has just now. Yes, the son, like me, only came to Earth Dragon City a few days ago. Not long ago, the son went to the Hall of Illusory Dragons and became the 6th genius in the history of Earth Dragon City to pass the 7th level as the Void God Tianzhao. Shui Qinru said proudly, "The genius recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon, and it's the heaven-defying monster who broke through the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace under the true god." Ji Yuling's complexion stiffened and looked embarrassing. With Jiang Chen's talent, staying in this dragon city for more than 10 years, becoming a true dragon-level genius is probably easy. It's ridiculous that he even digs Jiang Chen's corner without embarrassment just now. It's really embarrassing to throw him at Grandma's house. "Sister Chuhei, I will transfer the 5,000 points to you. I will go to the sun first, and I will talk later when I have time." Shui Qinru transferred 5,000 points to Shui Chuhei, and then quickly walked into the resource exchange hall. "Sister Qinru, thank you." Shui Chuhei repeatedly thanked him, and she felt very emotional in her heart. She thought that her luck was already very good, but who knew her sister's luck was even worse. As soon as this little girl entered Earth Dragon City, she unexpectedly encountered a peerless evildoer like Jiang Chen, who was rare in 100,000 years. Once Jiang Chen grows up, this girl is afraid that she will soar into the sky. Chapter 1521, True God Realm, Breakthrough. The core area of Earth Dragon City, Manor 166. A small island in the middle of the lake surrounded by mist. After Jiang Chen exchanged all the 70,000 Earth Dragon points in his hand for cultivation resources, he returned to the manor and began to practice in retreat. He took the lead in using the drink delivered by Byway Drinks. A cup of promise storm caused Jiang Chen's wind law to break through the double heaven, and his Yuanli cultivation base rose a lot. A cup of instant eternity allowed Jiang Chen's law of time to be promoted to the second heaven. Yuan Li's cultivation base rose again by a large amount, directly reaching the peak of Guishu. Jiang Chen continued to use life essence liquid. Ding! You took a sip of the life essence liquid and got the original strength repaired to 100,000 *100. Ding! You take a sip of life essence liquid, and the law of life will gain 100,000 *100 experience. Ding! Your law of life is promoted to the second heaven. After the 2 cups of life essence liquid were consumed, Jiang Chen's weakest law of life was also promoted to the second heaven without surprise. However, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had directly reached the limit of the peak of the ruins, and he could no longer gain any cultivation base experience. The ultimate cultivation base of Guishu Peak, 7 martial arts laws of double heaven. The light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed. After consuming the drinks purchased with more than 10,000 points, he is several times stronger than when he went through the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. Only now is he qualified to truly cross the heaven between the true, censored, and the virtual god. With his current cultivation base, it is not impossible to integrate the 7 double heaven laws to condense the soldiers, and use the void god realm to kill the lower true gods. Next, it is to transform the Yuan power into divine power, and to comprehend the Taishu sacred dragon picture. Now the divine power transformed in his body only occupies 10%, as long as the remaining 90% of the elemental power is transformed into divine power, he can smoothly break through the true divine realm. As for the so-called true god tribulation, for him, there is no such thing. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, and with a wave of his palm, a piece of blue jade with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared directly in front of him. This cyan jade is the Qianyuan divine stone that Jiang Chen exchanged for resources. It is said that sitting on it for cultivation has the effect of speeding up the transformation of the body's divine power, and Jiang Chen spent 20,000 points in exchange for one piece. After taking out the Qianyuan God Stone, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time either, and he sat cross-legged directly on the Qianyuan Divine Stone and began to transform his vitality. With the Qianyuan Divine Stone, Jiang Chen was indeed grateful that the speed of divine power conversion was much faster than before. The divine power in Jiang Chen's body has reached 30%. With more and more divine power in the body, even with Qianyuan Divine Stone, the transformation speed became slower and slower. It took Jiang Chen 3 months to go from 30% to 60% supernatural power. It took more than 5 months to go from 60% supernatural power to 90% supernatural power. It's been more than 9 months, and there are still more than 2 months to be a year. It shouldn't be a problem to transform the last 10% of the vitality into divine power, and to break through the true gods. No wonder many ordinary geniuses of Earth Dragon City are also stuck in the Void God realm, unable to break through the true God realm for 10 years. The transformation speed of this divine power is really too slow. He had a systemic speed increase of 100 times, and exchanged the Qianyuan Divine Stone. It should be more than enough to complete the transformation of divine power in half a year. Who knows that it will still take a whole year? Jiang Chen could still accept this speed. It takes 1 year to break through the realm of true gods, and the comprehension of the Taishu sacred dragon diagram is estimated to reach 2/3. There are still a few months to go. Before the Tianlong trial starts, he will successfully cultivate the Taishu sacred dragon diagram without any problems. He exploded with all his strength, and his combat power would probably not be much inferior to ordinary middle-level true gods or even upper-level true gods. To pass the Tianlong trial and enter Tianlong City, it should be more than enough. His thoughts flashed. Jiang Chen continued to practice. 2 months passed in a flash. Jiang Chen finally transformed the last trace of vitality in his body into divine power. A system prompt sound also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Your vitality is completely transformed into divine power, triggering true divine calamity. As this system prompt fell, Jiang Chen instantly felt that the sky above the manor he was in had begun to become thunderous. Could it be that the system can't ignore the true divine tribulation? He still has to overcome the tribulation to become the true divine realm. After Jiang Chen froze for a while, he quickly recovered. Just crossed the catastrophe. With his current combat power, how can he be blocked by the trivial true, censored catastrophe? Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the void. Just as he was about to cross the tribulation, the system prompt sounded once again. Ding! The system has automatically blocked the true God tribulation for you, and you have successfully broken through the true God realm. Jiang Chen felt a magical power converging from all directions, washing Jiang Chen's body and soul. A bright golden light bloomed on Jiang Chen from the inside out, making Jiang Chen dazzling like a piece of golden jade glass, exuding an eternal breath. The brilliant golden light directly condenses into a huge golden sword shadow behind Jiang Chen. The sword shadow is like the Optimus pillar, standing behind Jiang Chen, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, and full of the breath of the beginning of the world and the primordial universe. This golden sword shadow seems to be my divine body vision after breaking through the true, censored realm. Feeling the golden sword shadow behind him, a look of surprise appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Void God realm crosses the divine tribulation. After breaking through the true God realm, not only the body and soul will be transformed into the gods, but also the divine body vision can be gathered. Different martial artists have different martial arts principles due to their different bloodlines, and the final divine body visions are also different. Divine body visions are also divided into many different levels, including ordinary visions, king-level visions, emperor-level visions, holy-level visions, and so on. The divine body vision condensed by the strong in the realm of true gods is also a manifestation of potential and talent. Generally, a warrior who condenses ordinary visions may stop in the realm of true gods for a lifetime. The king-level vision represents the potential to become a censored realm. With the imperial vision, there is hope to become a realm powerhouse. As for the holy vision, it is a terrifying existence with the potential to become a censored king. Chapter 1522, God King level exercises, Taishu Holy Dragon pictured. The vision of the divine body, although to a certain extent, represents talent and potential. Nothing is absolute. In the realm of God, there are also some people who condense ordinary visions, but their luck is against the sky. They can obtain great opportunities, and eventually become gods and even realm gods. Such existence is a minority after all. The higher the martial artist with the divine body vision, the potential for promotion to a higher realm in the future is undoubtedly much greater. The high-level divine body vision can also make the warrior burst out more powerful combat power. In the same realm, a warrior who understands king-level visions can almost easily crush a warrior who understands ordinary visions. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what level of vision the golden sword phantom behind him was, he felt that it was extremely powerful. At least it should be beyond the existence of ordinary visions. Now that we have broken through the true, censored realm, the next step is to cultivate while waiting for the enlightenment of the Taishu sacred dragon diagram to succeed. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, immediately took out a large number of crystals and continued to practice. And when Jiang Chen broke through the true, censored realm, the sudden thundercloud over the manor naturally attracted the attention of Meng Ping and Shui Qinru. Both of them stopped their cultivation and went to the small island in the middle of the manor. Shui Qian's soft eyes looked at the rolling thunderclouds in the void, with a surprised expression on his face. Steward Meng, this should be the arrival of the true god's tribulation. Is this sun going to break through the true god realm? Yes, it is indeed a true miracle. I didn't expect your excellency Jiang Chen to break through so soon. Meng Ping's expression was equally excited. It would take at least 2 years for Jiang Chen to break through the true gods from the imaginary, censored, Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. In particular, Jiang Chen also received such a technique as the fragment of Taishu's sacred dragon picture. If Jiang Chen spends too much time on the enlightenment of the Taishu sacred dragon, I am afraid that he will have to delay 1 or 2 years to break through the true god realm. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would already break through the realm of true god in just 1 year. Meng Ping was relieved when he thought that Jiang Chen was the 6th in Earth Dragon City who broke the limit and passed through the 7 gates of the Magic Dragon Palace under the realm of true gods. Such evildoers are not something that can be measured by common sense. You can pass the 7th level of the illusory Dragon Palace in the realm of the true gods. Now that you break through the true gods, it should be easy for your excellency Jiang Chen to pass the 8th level. Maybe you can pass the 9th level and become a true dragon level genius. Thinking of this, Meng Ping was so excited that he couldn't help shaking. There is no need to wait until the next Tianlong trial. In the next Tianlong trial half a year later, your excellency Jiang Chen has the hope of ascending to Heavenly Dragon City. Steward Meng, look at it, the robbery cloud in the void has disappeared. What's going on? At this moment, Shui Qinru's exclamation suddenly sounded. Meng Ping was startled. He couldn't help but suddenly looked up, and he found that the robbery cloud in the sky was beginning to dissipate at a terrifying speed. The thunderclouds have completely dissipated, and the sky is clear again, and the sky is clear. Meng Ping groaned slightly. This should be because His Excellency Jiang Chen wants to deepen his own background, forcibly suppressed, and don't want to break through at this time. Many geniuses will choose to forcibly cut off the true divine calamity after the divine power in their bodies is completely transformed, and then break through at a later date. To break through the realm of true gods, the background is also a very important thing. Generally, the more powerful the martial artist, after breaking through the true, censored realm, it is possible to condense a more advanced, censored, body vision. For example, a void god realm martial artist who has completely transformed his divine power, masters the martial law of the highest level, and direct breakthroughs can only condense ordinary divine body visions. But once the martial law is promoted to the second heaven, there may be a chance to condense the king-level, censored, body vision. This is the advantage of a powerful foundation. When many geniuses in Earth Dragon City broke through the true gods, as long as time allowed, they would choose to forcibly cut off the true gods and deepen their own background. Your Excellency Jiang Chen should have his own plan, and we should not be nosy about this matter. It has only been 1 year since Jiang Chen came to Earth Dragon City. If he only participates in the Tianlong trial next year, there will still be a full 10 years. In order to make the road of cultivation smoother in the future, it is also necessary for Jiang Chen to deepen his own background and then break through the realm of true spirit. The small island in the lake. Jiang Chen naturally didn't know anything about what was happening outside. He kept absorbing the crystals for cultivation, improving the divine power in his body. Ding! You absorbed a piece of censored crystal for cultivation, and your censored power increased by 10*100. After breaking through the true gods, Jiang Chen finally understood why a true god realm powerhouse needs to use a technique to cultivate. Without the cultivation method, the efficiency of the true god realm's cultivation of absorbing the energy of the heavens and the earth is really pitifully low. If he hadn't had a 100-fold cultivation system, I'm afraid that even if he had been absorbing Shenjing's cultivation, it would be difficult to improve to a small level without 10 or 8 years. Although the cultivation efficiency is not high, the Taishu sacred dragon diagram has not yet been successfully comprehended, and he can only practice while comprehending the fragments of the Taishu true dragon diagram. The original incomplete picture of Taishu true dragon was finally completely supplemented by Jiang Chen and became a true god king level technique. After mastering the complete Taishu sacred dragon map, Jiang Chen's comprehension of the Taishu sacred dragon map had obviously become much faster. Just less than 5 months, Jiang Chen fully understood the last third of the Taishu sacred dragon picture. Ding! You successfully mastered the God King level technique, Taishu sacred dragon chart. As the system's melodious prompt sounded, Jiang Chen also felt that the operation method of the 2 virtual sacred dragon map clearly appeared in his mind. Jiang Chen ran the Taishu sacred dragon according to the method in his mind. Jiang Chen only felt that the divine power in his body was slowly circulating around him in a mysterious way. The surrounding heaven and earth energy also gathered from all directions at a terrifying speed, condensing a picture of the supreme void sacred dragon on top of Jiang Chen's head. Ding! You run the Taishu sacred dragon chart to practice, and your divine power increases by 500*100. At this moment, a system prompt sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Tisk tusk. It is dozens of times faster than cultivating with censored crystals just now. After practicing the exercises, the growth rate of the true god's divine power was indeed much faster. In particular, he was practicing extremely high-level, censored, king-level exercises, which was several times faster than ordinary true god-level exercises. With the current cultivation speed, even if he does not rely on any external force to cultivate, Jiang Chen is confident that he will break through the middle stage of the lower true, censored, within a month or 2. Chapter 1523. Magic Dragon Palace 10th level. Jiang Chen successfully cultivated the Taishu sacred dragon figure of the censored king level exercises, which attracted the energy from all directions to frantically converge on the island in the middle of the lake. Finally, above the island in the middle of the lake, a dragon-shaped pattern exuding great power was condensed. Such a vision naturally shocked Meng Ping and Shui Qinru. This is also after the Thunder Tribulation vision a few months ago. The two were once again shocked by the vision of the small island in the lake. Feeling the overwhelming pressure in the dragon-shaped pattern, Shui Qinru was horrified. Butler Meng, what the censored are you cultivating? This is too scary. This is a cultivation technique anomaly. A cultivation technique anomaly that can only be produced by cultivation techniques above the realm censored level. Meng Ping's eyes were dull, his mouth trembled, and he was almost speechless with excitement. Taishu sacred dragon picture. The vision in front of him is definitely the vision of the technique created by the successful cultivation of Taishu sacred dragon diagram. Meng Ping rubbed his eyes vigorously, almost unable to believe his eyes. My goodness, the fragmented scroll of Taishu sacred dragon picture. This is a technique that no one in Earth Dragon City has ever successfully practiced. And Your Excellency Jiang Chen, it took only more than a year to cultivate successfully. Gongfa vision. Shui Qinru was also dumbfounded by shock. When Jiang Chen selected the fragment of the Taishu sacred dragon picture, Shui Qinru was also there, and she naturally knew how difficult it was to practice this technique. But any difficult things are as simple as eating and drinking water when they arrive at Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang Chen, he is really a bit evil. When Shui Qinru and both of them were shocked by the situation in front of them, an extraordinary black shadow also sprang out of the small island in the middle of the lake. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, have you broken through the realm of the true gods? Looking at Jiang Chen, who had just stepped out of the sky, Meng Ping, who had just recovered his eyes, narrowed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Getting rid of the shackles of heaven and earth and walking in the air is a sign of breaking through the realm of true gods. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Yes, in fact, 5 months ago, I had already broken through the realm of God. Meng Ping stayed for a while. 5 months ago, wasn't this the last time Jiang Chen caused the true tribulation? But Meng Ping clearly remembered that Jiang Chen didn't directly cross the tribulation after inducing the true God tribulation last time, so why did he break through the true God realm inexplicably? After triggering the true God tribulation, let the true God tribulation disperse directly, so that it can also break through the true God realm. Meng Ping smiled bitterly in his heart. This Lord Jiang Chen is really a monster that cannot be described by common sense. Attention trialers in the Earth Dragon City, the 10-year Tianlong trial will start in 3 days. All those who participate in the Tianlong trial are requested to submit information and sign up within 3 days. At this moment, a powerful voice suddenly spread over Earth Dragon City, resounding in every corner of Earth Dragon City. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. The trial of the Heavenly Dragon, is it about to start so soon? The Tianlong trial is held every 10 years, and there is no fixed time to start it. It is normal to start 1 or 2 months in advance or 1 or 2 months later. Meng Ping took a deep breath and asked, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, do you want to participate in this Tianlong trial? Of course, I have the strength to pass the Tianlong trial, so why wait another 10 years? After a year and a half of penance, this is what I waited for. In this trial of the Heavenly Dragon, he will surely soar into the sky and reach the Heavenly Dragon City. In this case, Your Excellency Jiang Chen can go to the central area again and break into the Magic Dragon Palace. If you can pass the 9th level and become a true dragon level genius, you can save a lot of trouble in the Tianlong trial. Meng Ping's eyes also flashed with extremely excited expression. If Jiang Chen could win this Tianlong trial, his fate would probably be rewritten soon. Okay, you sign up for me, I'll go and break into the Magic Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen nodded, and immediately his figure flashed, turning into an afterimage and flashing out towards the outside of the manor. The news that the Tianlong trial opened 3 days later spread instantly, and the entire Earth Dragon City was immediately shaken. Countless talented trialists in Earth Dragon City are all gearing up, and their fighting spirit is skyrocketing, ready to show their skills in the trial of Heavenly Dragon. However, some of the weaker testers were wailing. The opening of the Tianlong trial meant that their time to practice in Earth Dragon City had ended. Once the Tianlong trial is over, they will be expelled by the Earth Dragon City. Some testers who have broken through the realm of true gods still have the opportunity to stay in Earth Dragon City to do miscellaneous tasks. But those who failed to break through the true, censored, realm had no qualifications to get down. The central area of Earth Dragon City, the Hall of Magic Dragon. Since the news of the opening of the Tianlong trial spread, countless trialists in Earth Dragon City have been busy preparing for the Tianlong trial. Obviously, few people have the intention to come to the Magic Dragon Hall to break through. When Jiang Chen came outside the Wanlong Palace, the place seemed extremely deserted, almost empty. I waited for 10 minutes. After a trespasser in the Hall of Fantasy Dragon came out, Jiang Chen plunged into the Hall of Illusion Dragon and began to break through the barriers frantically. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. In just half an hour, Jiang Chen went through the 9th level of the Magic Dragon Palace and became a true dragon-level genius. Trailer, congratulations on passing the 9th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. The last level will open after 10 breaths. A deep voice echoed in the sky above the Magic Dragon Palace. Is it the last level? I want to see how difficult the 10th level of the Magic Dragon Palace can be. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, quietly waiting for the 10th level to open. The time of 10 breaths passed in a flash. Jiang Chen only felt a flower in front of him, and the space around him changed for a while. A slightly familiar phantom figure also condensed directly in front of Jiang Chen. Why is it you again? Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged Xing Yi who was holding a sword in front of him, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Why can't it be me? Little guy, I won't take any shots in the first 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. It is your honor to let me take 2 shots. But you guy didn't disappoint me. It only took a year to get to the last floor. The middle-aged Xing Yi looked at Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but praise him. Hearing the words of the middle-aged Xing Yi, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. This middle-aged man in Xing Yi, in all likelihood, is a force left by a certain ancient dragon clan tycoon who specifically guards this Magic Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and bowed his hand to the middle-aged Xing Yi. Please also enlighten me from seniors. The middle-aged Xing Yi said with a smile, come on, let me see how far you have grown in this year or so. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, he ran the Taishu Sacred Dragon map directly, and his monstrous divine power was directly transformed into a heavenly palm, suppressing the middle-aged Qingyi. The middle-aged Xingyi looked at the scene before him, his eyes condensed suddenly. Chapter 1524. The terrifying middle-aged Xingyi. The power of Jiang Chen's cultivation completely exceeded the imagination of the middle-aged Xingyi. Even if it is a palm sent out by randomly condensing divine power, its power far exceeds that of the ordinary and inferior true god in the early stage. Beyond the god-level technique, Jiang Chen's cultivation technique definitely surpassed the existence of the gods, and the testers in Earth Dragon City are not qualified to practice the ancient dragon tribe's three-realm god-level techniques. The only technique that surpassed the celestial god level was the incomplete picture of the Supreme Void Sacred Dragon, which was added to the list of celestial god level techniques. This kid really succeeded in practicing the Taishu Sacred Dragon chart. The middle-aged Xingyi was shocked. He stretched out his hand and gently tapped at Jiang Chen's giant palm of divine power, but the seemingly mighty divine power was shattered in an instant. Boy, what technique are you practicing? The middle-aged Xingyi smashed Jiang Chen's attack with one finger, and stared at Jiang Chen closely. Senior will soon know what exercises I practice. Jiang Chen smiled at the middle-aged Xingyi, and immediately urged the Taishu Sacred Dragon picture with all his strength, condensing a picture of nothingness with the size of 100 meters above his head. In the picture scroll, an ancient sacred dragon slept in the endless void, and the powerful dragon's might radiated through the scroll, making one dare not look at it. Jiang Chen controlled the picture scroll of nothingness above his head, brought a burst of terrifying power that shattered the galaxy, and once again suppressed the middle-aged Qingyi. Qianlong Town Tiantu. This is exactly the first pattern of the big virtual sacred dragon map. After mastering the complete picture of the Taishu Sacred Dragon, Jiang Chen discovered that there were 4 patterns in the Taishu Sacred Dragon. These 4 patterns are actually 4 different exercises condensed by the Taishu Sacred Dragon diagram at different levels. Every kind of exercise vision is equivalent to an extremely powerful magical skill. For example, this first kind of exercise vision Qinlongzhen Tiantu, its power is more powerful than the Emperor Seal of the Master of Martial Arts. Sure enough, it's a picture of a sacred dragon. The middle-aged Xingyi's pupil shrank, and his right hand suddenly drew his sword, cutting out with one sword. This sword seemed dull, but it opened a huge gap in the air. The space crack spread, as if the space in front of me was divided into 2 different worlds. Jiang Chen carried the mighty Qinlongzhen sky map. After falling into the crack in that space, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. In the world below, the space crack was not affected at all. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and his heart was also shocked. One sword across the world. What kind of means to reach the sky? Little guy, you really surprised me. I didn't expect even the fragmented scroll of the Taishu Sacred Dragon to be successfully cultivated by you. The middle-aged Xingyi raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and his eyes also showed unconcealed exclamation. Taishu Sacred Dragon picture fragment, this mysterious fragmentation technique, was obtained by the ancient dragons inadvertently. Not to mention the testers of Earth Dragon City, even the official disciples of Sky Dragon City, and even the ancient dragon clan leaders of Shenlong City, dare not try easily. No one in the ancient dragon clan has ever successfully practiced this sacred dragon picture fragment. The little guy in front of him, in just over a year, realized this imaginary sacred dragon picture. Such a terrifying talent is really a monster. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Senior, there are already 2 tricks. Can you still get through with 3 tricks this time? Of course not. After passing this level, you don't need to participate in the Tianlong trial and directly enter the Tianlong city. How can it be so easy? The middle-aged Xingyi shook his head and said lightly, This time, you need to beat me. Beat you? The one in front of him was mostly a clone of God's consciousness left by a certain tycoon of the ancient dragon clan. But even if it was a clone of divine sense, he couldn't beat it. The middle-aged Xingyi seemed to see through what Jiang Chen was thinking, and couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, I will keep the cultivation base at the same level as you. Do you fight with the realm? Jiang Chen pondered slightly. Although it was a battle at the same realm, the middle-aged Xingyi's martial arts attainments were absolutely far superior to those of the true, censored realm, and the combat power might still be extremely powerful. Jiang Chen is not an ordinary inferior true god, and it is not impossible to fight with the middle-aged Xingyi in the same realm. In that case, please enlighten me from seniors. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and the golden sword shadow of the divine body vision condensed in an instant, and then turned into a golden sword light that pierced the sky, slashing out towards the middle-aged Qingyi. Tisk tusk. A good divine body vision, I am afraid at least it has reached the emperor rank. The young man in Xingyi laughed, and then another sword struck the world away, separating all the blows of Jiang Chen's divine body vision. This guy's kendo skills are really terrifying. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The 7 double heaven martial arts laws were simultaneously displayed, and then condensed the Hunyuan sword, and killed the middle-aged Qingyi. Even if he shot with all his strength, he still couldn't shake the middle-aged man in Xingyi before him. Along the way, Jiang Chen has never been as powerless as he is now, facing opponents of the same realm. The gap is too big, it can't be beaten at all. Senior Kendo is capable of magic, even in the same realm. The younger generation is ashamed. I give up. Jiang Chen gave a wry smile and dissipated Hun Yuan Jian directly. Although this middle-aged Xingyi suppressed his cultivation in the early stage of the lower true gods, his combat power was inferior to that of the upper true gods. It is no wonder that in the million-year history of Earth Dragon City, only one person can pass the 10th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. This is too difficult. Jiang Chen could not imagine. The only fellow in Earth Dragon City who passed the 10th level had already reached the level of enchantment. The middle-aged Xingyi smiled faintly. Little guy, your talent is already good, and the future Gulong clan must have a place for you. Work hard. Thank you, senior. Jiang Chen hugged the middle-aged Xingyi, and immediately the whole person quickly dissipated in the space of the 10th level. Cultivating the Taishu sacred dragon picture, condensing the divine body vision above the emperor level, mastering 7 double heaven martial arts laws. The talent of this little guy is even better than that of the previous one. Looking at where Jiang Chen left, the middle-aged Xingyi couldn't help but let out a low murmur. This 10th level, in fact, is not necessarily to defeat him. Jiang Chen's talent and potential are no better than the guy who was recognized by him back then, only strong or not weak, and fully qualified to pass through the 10 levels. That guy back then, because he received too many privileges and preferential treatment in the ancient dragon tribe, he was cultivated by the ancient dragon tribe as a greenhouse flower. This time, he didn't want this kid to follow suit. Let this kid go to the Tianlong trial, step by step. The middle-aged Xingyi muttered to himself, and his figure slowly dissipated in this world. Chapter 1525. Trial of the Dragon is on. The 10-year Heavenly Dragon trial in Earth Dragon City finally came slowly under the expectation of countless people. Above the Earth Dragon City, a divine light suddenly fell from the sky. Countless gorgeous mysterious light pillars, like the Optimus Pillar, stood in the void between Earth Dragon City and Sky Dragon City, forming a ring spanning thousands of miles. And at the moment when these mysterious beams of light appeared, the void space ripples continuously, and the divine light is shining. Finally, directly based on those mysterious light beams, it turns into a mysterious space domain. A sound of awe-inspiring voice that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness also echoed over the Earth Dragon City. The trial of the Heavenly Dragon in Earth Dragon City will officially start in half an hour. All those who sign up for the trial will enter the space domain to prepare. As this voice spread slowly, the entire Earth Dragon City boiled at this moment. The core area of Earth Dragon City, a manor in the center of the core area. A red-haired young man with a weird complexion suddenly rose into the sky from the manor. He was full of breath, and the crimson light turned into a flame dragon, surrounding him. There seemed to be divine flames flashing in his eyes, shining in all directions. Earth Dragon City has worked hard for 13 years, just for today. This time the Tianlong trial, I must be the first in the sky. The red-haired young man raised his head and looked at the void space realm. His eyes skyrocketed, and the whole person was like a monster flame, rushing out against the space realm above. In the other two directions in the core area, a cold black-clothed young man with a black sword on his back and full of sword aura, and a mysterious woman in white clothes like snow and fluttering like an immortal, are unwilling to be left behind, and rushed towards the spatial realm at the same time as the red-haired young man. Fire King Yanyu, Sword King Bily Sword, Ice King Fish Autumn Water. The three strongest geniuses in Earth Dragon City all rose to the sky at the same time. And after the three geniuses, one after another, groups of small black spots are constantly leaping upwards, entering the space domain mirror one after another. Chuhei, I'm going. In the ordinary area of Earth Dragon City, Ji Yuling, who had already passed through the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, also flew up vigorously under the gaze of Shui Chuhei. Tianlong Trial. This critical moment that will determine the path of his life has finally come. This time in the Tianlong Trial, he was destined to dive out of the abyss, soar into the sky, and become an official member of the ancient dragon clan. Tisk Tusk. It's such a big deal, to create a space domain directly above the Earth Dragon City. I am afraid that it will be difficult for a god-level power to do it. Jiang Chen looked up at the space domain in the void, couldn't help but praised. Heavens and gods might be able to create such a world, but it is impossible to accommodate tens of thousands of trials without collapse. Meng Ping smiled and said, "It is said that the spatial realm of the Tianlong trial was formed by the magical artifact of the motive world." He looked at the tester who flew out like a locust toward the space domain, and he couldn't help taking a deep breath and said, "The time is almost up, I will go to the test, you wait for my good news." After speaking, Jiang Chen's whole body also rose in the sky, rushing to the space realm in the void. Shui Qinru looked at Jiang Chen who was submerged in the spatial realm, her hands could not help being entangled tightly, expecting and praying. "Don't worry, Your Excellency Jiang Chen is a true dragon-level genius who has broken through the 9 levels of Illusory Dragon Palace. As long as there are no accidents, winning in the Tianlong trial is a surefire. What's more, even if it fails, the next Heavenly Dragon trial 10 years later, Your Excellency Jiang Chen will be the king of Earth Dragon City. Let's go to the central area and watch the rankings of the dragon list." Meng Ping smiled faintly, and immediately headed towards the central area with Shui Qinru. Space Domain Mirror. On a vast and boundless plain, Jiang Chen looked at the surroundings and was also surprised. The spatial domain mirror formed above the Earth Dragon City didn't seem to be the size of 1,000 miles. But after entering this space domain, Jiang Chen realized that it was many times larger than it looked. The square inch of space has the universe inside. This spatial realm condensed by world divine tools is indeed not ordinary magic. Just when Jiang Chen looked at the situation around the spatial domain, a mysterious energy containing the power of the majestic space suddenly fell from the void, then turned into a silver bracelet, and appeared on Jiang Chen's wrist. This bracelet seems to be completely condensed by spatial energy, without feeling the substance, but it looks extremely real. What surprised Jiang Chen most was that there were 2 mysterious red lines on the bracelet, which looked particularly dazzling on the silver bracelet. What is this bracelet for? A strange look suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. The rules of the Heavenly Dragon Trial, which lasts for half a month, will be listed on the Heavenly Dragon list with the points obtained by the tester. Beat a genius at the 7 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, you get 1 point. Defeat a genius at the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, you get 3 points. Defeat a genius at the 9 levels of True Dragon, you get 10 points. After half a month, the top 108 in the Sky Dragon ranking will be promoted to Sky Dragon City and become an official member of the Ancient Dragon Clan. Top 10 in the Sky Dragon ranking, you can get special rewards when you enter Sky Dragon City. As a magnificent voice slowly sounded in the void, Jiang Chen also quickly gained a general understanding of this Tianlong trial. Next he is going to defeat other testers in this space domain. Every time you defeat a person, you can get a corresponding score. The Tianlong trial is ranked based on the sum of the points obtained by the trialists. As long as they are ranked in the top 108 on the Tianlong list, they can pass the Tianlong trial and become an official member of the Ancient Dragon Clan. As for the silver bracelets on their wrists, they are used to record scores. In addition, the red line on the silver bracelet is a life-saving opportunity in the space domain. If the tester is defeated and uses the red line, he will not be eliminated directly and can continue to participate in the test. This life-saving red line, the true dragon-level testers who have passed through the 9 levels of the Illusory Dragon Palace each have 2, and the other testers have 1. Once the red line on the bracelet is defeated after being used, it will be expelled from the space realm and lose the qualification to continue participating in the Tianlong trial. After understanding the rules of Tianlong trial, Jiang Chen also finally understood why Meng Ping would let him pass the 9th level as much as possible. It turns out that a true dragon-level genius can have 1 more chance in the Tianlong trial. After the introduction of the rules, the voice in the void paused slightly, and then resounded through the entire space domain again. Now I announce that this Tianlong trial is officially opened. Chapter 1526, Pang Qingyuan's Shock. This Tianlong trial, start. The magnificent and vigorous voice rang out from the spatial realm, slowly echoing in the sky above Earth Dragon City. Only heard a loud bang in the void. A magnificent golden scroll, like a cosmic scroll containing the starry sky, slowly unfolded over a huge square in the central area of Earth Dragon City, exposing rows of blank spaces on the scroll. Around the square, countless figures have already surrounded the golden scroll. Including Mengpingshe Chinru, and Xuechuhe who came from ordinary areas, all gathered under the golden scroll. Although there is no one name on the Tianlong list now, everyone is already waiting for it, waiting for the desired name to appear on the list. Some talented butler servants in the core area naturally hope that their masters can be in the top 108 of the Heavenly Dragon ranking, and they will be given the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Dragon City to practice. Some people who came to Earth Dragon City to win geniuses also hope that the geniuses they draw can get a higher ranking, so that they can have a higher status when they return to the family. Above the Earth Dragon City, deep in the endless starry sky, an ancient city, like an ancient dragon, hovered in the void. As the center and highest point of the ancient dragon clan, Shenlong City has existed in the endless void for millions of years, standing tall and motionless. The entire city is faintly permeated with magnificent and dazzling light, containing the power of ancient times. In a quaint and quiet courtyard, an old man in plain clothes is holding a jade pot, carefully taking care of the flowers and plants in the courtyard. This old man is no one else, it is Pang Qingyuan who brought Jiang Chen to the Gulong clan. Old Pang, you are so elegant. At this moment, a suave middle-aged man in Xingyi suddenly came from afar and landed in this courtyard. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would be surprised. Because this middle-aged Xingyi is the middle-aged Xingyi he met in the Hall of Fantasy Dragon. Dragon Jiangxin, you, the quasi-world censored, who is in charge of the ancient dragon clan, how come you have time to come to me, the old man? Pang Qingyuan looked up at the person and couldn't help but smile faintly. Long Jiangxin sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and said with a smile, it's rare to take a leisurely time today. Come and say joy to Pang Lao and ask for a cup of tea by the way. Hee, how can my old fellow be happy? Pang Qingyuan shook his head, and immediately moved his palm. Flames flowed in the void, wrapped in a dark teapot, and emerged. Pang Qingyuan took out 2 crystal-clear teacups and poured the tea from the teapot into the cups. A refreshing fragrance also diffused in the courtyard. Holding the wine glass, Long Jiangxin took a small sip, and couldn't help but praised, Pang Lao's tea is really memorable. Okay, don't say these are useless. Pang Qingyuan waved his hand and said, you drink the tea now, let's talk about that kid's situation. That kid is indeed very enchanting. He entered the Earth Dragon City, but he was the void god Tianzhao of the late Guishu stage and passed the 7th floor of the Magic Dragon Palace. A few days ago, that kid came to the Magic Dragon Palace again, and my avatar was in the same realm and fought against him. Originally, with his talent, he could directly enter the Sky Dragon City, but thinking of that one, I finally decided to let him participate in the Sky Dragon trial. Long Jian's eyes were strange. Looking down, it seemed to penetrate the entire city of Tianlong City through the ground and magic circle of Shenlong City, watching the situation in the space domain mirror below. This little guy is a little surprised to me, he can grow to this point in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Pang Qingyuan couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen appeared in the trial place of the lower realm for the first time, Pang Qingyuan already felt Jiang Chen's extraordinary. Jiang Chen could become the top existence in Earth Dragon City in just 1 year. That kid, it's a monster that can't be described by common sense. You probably don't know yet, he has already successfully practiced the fragmented sacred dragon figure. Long Jiangxin smiled bitterly. What? He has cultivated the fragmented sacred dragon diagram, and he has succeeded. Pang Qingyuan heard Long Jiangxin's words, and finally there was a touch of excitement that could not be concealed on the old face of Jiyu Jing Wubo. It was because of the incompleteness of this volume of Taishu Sacred Dragon, that he changed from a quasi-world god-level powerhouse to what he is now. Now Jiang Chen, who he brought back to Earth Dragon City, has successfully practiced the incomplete image of the Taishu Sacred Dragon. Is this really a destiny in the dark? It seems that the Realm Master's calculation was correct. I will find someone who can help me through this calamity in the lower realm. Pang Qingyuan took a deep breath. Perhaps Jiang Chen is really the one who can help him return to the top. Above Earth Dragon City, within the space domain, Jiang Chen walked slowly on the boundless plain. This emptiness and solitude realm evolved from a realm divine tool seemed to be much larger than Jiang Chen wanted. Jiang Chen traveled hundreds of miles a year ago, but he didn't find a trial participant in the Tianlong trial around him. Jiang Chen finally felt the fluctuations of 3 breaths from a bush thousands of feet away on the left, and suddenly he paused slightly. I saw the bush. 3 curly-haired youths who looked exactly the same, also jumped out directly. Hee. Finally, another guy is in ambush. Brother, you have already scored 1 point, it's my turn now. The youngest with curly hair smiled. Of course, do it quickly, we will give you a sweep. The other 2 curly-haired youths flashed, and directly surrounded Jiang Chen in the center. These 3 are all geniuses in the high-level area of Earth Dragon City, as well as the 3 famous Yao brothers in the high-level area. The 3 of them had discussed and planned countless times before the Tianlong trial started. With the strength of their 3 brothers, working together, as long as they don't encounter true dragon-level geniuses who have broken through the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, they are almost invincible. The 3 brothers work together to defeat one genius after another, and the points are allocated in turn. In this way, their chances of passing the Tianlong trial will undoubtedly be greatly increased. Boy, are you obediently surrendering yourself, or do you want me to beat you up? The curly-haired young man who was first issued resisted a black broadsword and yelled at Jiang Chen madly. You said it's not good for you to ambush who is not good, why is it so unlucky that you have found me? Since you sent it to your door to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen shook his head, and disappeared in vain in a flash. Chapter 1527, Lagging Ranking. Youngest, be careful. The face of the boss of the Yao family's 3 brothers suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but shouted to the third. Even without the boss reminding him, at the moment when Jiang Chen disappeared out of thin air, Yao's youngest had an inexplicable chill in his heart. He fully urged the divine power in his body, and his figure was about to burst back. But at this moment, the old 3 of the Yao family were shocked to discover that the surrounding space seemed to be confined by a mysterious force. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he couldn't get rid of the shackles of that mysterious power, and it was impossible to move even a bit. Yao's 3rd child was shocked. Before he could come back to his senses, a huge palm print condensed by golden divine power directly emerged from the Beizong void, and then quickly enlarged in the eyes of Yao's youngest 3rd. Yao's old 3rd had a desperate and horrified expression, and quickly urged his entire body to form a red defensive light curtain all over his body. The golden palm print fell on the defensive light curtain around Yao's 3rd ear, and the defensive light curtain instantly shattered. Yao's youngest figure trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. And just when Yao's youngest 3rd was in a crisis of life and death, a burst of bright red light burst out of the silver bracelet on his wrist, resisting all the energy of that golden palm print. I saw that Hongmeng directly wrapped the body of Yao's 3rd child, then quickly escaped into the void, disappearing in front of Jiang Chen ghostly. Because Yao's youngest was in danger after defeat, the red line on the bracelet was triggered and directly transmitted Yao's youngest away. One move solved the Yao clan's 3rd child. Jiang Chen only felt a faint fluctuation in his bracelet. He raised his hand and found that there was a number 3 in a place directly above the bracelet, which was slowly condensed. Defeating an 8th-tier genius in the Fantasy Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen instantly scored 3 points. Youngest. Seeing that the 3rd child was solved by Jiang Chen, both the boss of the Yao family and the 2nd child of the Yao family showed an unbelievable look. Every 10 years in the Earth Dragon City, no less than 50,000 trialists gather here, but there are only 10,000 people who can break through the real gods and participate in the Tianlong trial. Although the Heavenly Dragon trial did not clearly stipulate, people below the true god realm cannot participate. However, the rules of the Tianlong trial require at least defeating the genius of the 7 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace to get 1 point. And almost all who can pass through the 7 levels of the Illusion Dragon Palace are those who reach the realm of true gods. Participating in the Tianlong trial below the true god realm is nothing but cannon fodder in cannon fodder, and it has no meaning at all. Among the 10,000 testers who participated in the Tianlong trial, more than 90% of them only passed the 7th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. Only a few hundred people passed the 8th level of the Magic Dragon Palace. Their 3 brothers, one of these hundreds of people, are already one of the best geniuses in Earth Dragon City. But the guy in front of him defeated the 3rd child with a single move when the 2 of them had no time to react. Boss Yao looked up at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the void, with a look of horror. True dragon genius. This guy in front of him is definitely a true dragon level genius who has broken through the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. But before the start of the Heavenly Dragon trial, they had already had a detailed understanding of more than a dozen true dragon level geniuses in Earth Dragon City, and there was no such person in front of them. Where did this guy come from? Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and when he raised his head, 2 swords pointed at the 2 Yao brothers. Bump, touch. The sword finger penetrated time and space, and in the blink of an eye, the divine shields around the 2 of them were shattered. The life-saving red line on the bracelets of the 2 was also triggered instantly, and the 2 Yao brothers disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. The number on Jiang Chen's bracelet jumped twice in a row, directly changing to 11. Huh. These 2 guys actually added 4 points each. Looking at the numbers on the bracelet, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his eyes. Could it be because these 2 guys have defeated a genius in the 7 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, and have already scored 1 point, and they have also looted this 1 point? If this is the case, there are still many hidden rules in this Tianlong trial. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering in his heart, above the spatial realm, a golden list like a waterfall of 9-day golden streams slowly emerged. The golden list seems to be far away, but it seems to be close in front of you, looking very mysterious. This golden list is the Heavenly Dragon list in the central area of Earth Dragon City. The data on the Tianlong list is refreshed every other hour. Every time the data is refreshed, it will obviously take 10 minutes in the spatial domain. The purpose, naturally, is to let the testers in the spatial domain always have a general understanding of their ranking. Jiang Chen looked up and saw 3 conspicuous names from the top of the golden list. First place, Yan Yu, 109 points. Second place, Beilijian, 106 points. Third place, Yu Chushui, 101 points. Jiang Chen looked at the top 3 scores in the Tianlong ranking, and was also shocked. He glanced at 10 lines, quickly swept down, and finally found his name in more than 100 lines. 177th place, Jiang Chen, 11 points. Are these guys participating in the Tianlong trial so brutal? The top 3 are actually over 100 points. He walked on this grassland for a long time, but no one was found. Now that he has defeated 3 geniuses in the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, he thought that the Tianlong ranking was refreshed for the first time, and he could rank a good place. Who knew that the ranking was so backward? It seems that my luck is not very good. I entered the spatial realm and was randomly sent to an area with few trials. Thinking of the true dragon level genius in the 9 levels of the Hall of Fantasy Dragon Palace, the first time the ranking was refreshed, he didn't even make the passing line. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his expression instantly becoming more solemn. It seems that you have to find a place with a lot of trialers to quickly score points, otherwise his dignified true dragon level genius will not pass the Tianlong trial in the end, so he won't be laughed out of his teeth. Jiang Chen moved directly into the sky. Just when he was about to look for the tester to score points, a message came from the identity token. Jiang Chen, we are in the northwest of the realm of space, under a sword-shaped mountain. Hundreds of geniuses have gathered here, are you coming? This news was sent by Yi Qingyan. Northwest, sword-shaped mountain. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and as expected, he found a sword-shaped mountain faintly leading to the sky in the northwest direction. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated now, turning into a stream of light and heading northwest. Chapter 1528, Infinite Kendo. Earth Dragon City, the central area. At the moment when everyone refreshed the Tianlong list for the first time, they all hurriedly started searching for the name they wanted to see in the list. Naturally, Shui Qinru and others are no exception. 48. Did you see Qian Ru? Ji Yuling ranked 48. Shui Chuhei took the lead in finding Ji Yuling's ranking, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Although after more than a year of hard work, he still passed the 9th level of the Magic Dragon Palace and became one of the few true dragon-level geniuses in Earth Dragon City. But when he didn't see the Tianlong gang, Shui Chuhei was still very worried. Now that Ji Yuling could rank 68th for the first time, Shui Chuhei's tight heart was finally relaxed slightly. Although it is far from the final ranking for the first time on the Tianlong ranking, it also has certain reference value. Generally, at least 60 to 70% of those who ranked in the top 108 for the first time successfully emerged from the Tianlong trial. Ji Yuling can now be ranked 48, as long as there is no accident, occupying a promotion place, almost a sure thing. At that time, she will also be able to get rid of the shackles of the family and have the qualifications to go to Tianlong City to practice. Go to Sky Dragon City. Earth Dragon City has more than tens of thousands of trials per decade, but there are only a handful of people who can finally enter Sky Dragon City. Even most of the geniuses of the 7 levels and even the 8th levels of the Illusory Dragon Palace are not qualified to enter Sky Dragon City. But she can have this opportunity. How can Shui Chuhei not be excited? Sister Chuhei, congratulations. Shui Qinru congratulated Shui Chuhei, but still stared at the Tianlong list, looking for Jiang Chen's name. Don't look for it, Your Excellency. Jiang Chen is ranked 177th. At this moment, Meng Ping said suddenly. Shui Qinru was taken aback for a moment. She looked at the 177th line of the Tianlong list. With an incredulous expression on her face. How could the ranking of the sun be so low? I don't know, maybe something is in trouble. Now the trial has just begun, don't worry. Meng Ping frowned slightly. He actually couldn't understand. With the strength of Jiang Chen's true dragon-level genius, how could his ranking be so low for the first time? Qian Ru, don't worry too much. Jiang Chen is recommended by the elder of the ancient dragon clan. Even if he fails to get promoted this time, he will definitely have his place in the next Tianlong trial. Shui Chuhei couldn't help but comforted him quietly beside Shui Qinru. Shui Qinru smiled. Sister Chuhei, I'm fine. As Shui Chuhei said, even if Jiang Chen failed the Tianlong trial this time, they still had a chance 10 years later. This ranking is far from the final result of this Tianlong ranking. Shui Qinru firmly believed in her heart that Jiang Chen would catch up soon. Shen Longchang, Pang Qingyuan and Long Jiangxin sat opposite each other in the courtyard, and in front of the two of them, there was a huge mirror screen of hundreds of feet. Through the mirror screen, the two can have a panoramic view of all situations in the space mirror. This kid seems to have some bad luck. He entered the spatial realm and appeared in the central plane with the fewest people. And he doesn't seem to understand the spatial realm at all. Isn't anyone telling the testers will gather around the spatial realm? Long Jiangxin looked at Jiang Chen, who was slowly walking around the central plane, and couldn't help being speechless. In the space domain of the Tianlong trial, there is a vast plain in the center, surrounded by mountains, valleys, and seas of various terrains. In these terrains, each place contains different martial arts powers, which can be understood by the testers. In the past trials of the Heavenly Dragon, there were also some trialists who were able to comprehend the martial arts power of the spatial realm, thus greatly increasing their strength and attacking in one fell swoop. Most of those who participated in the Tianlong trial would lean around after entering the spatial realm. And everyone chooses terrain with the same attributes as their own martial arts laws. In such a terrain, not only can you trigger your own perception of the martial law, but you can also get a certain degree of increase by using the martial law. The probability of Jiang Chen encountering a tester in the central plane was even lower. He has been in Earth Dragon City for too short a time. I'm afraid he hasn't understood this at all in addition to cultivation for more than a year. Pang Qingyuan smiled faintly, but it doesn't hurt, he will find out soon. Jiang Chen's talent is no exaggeration to be called the first person in Earth Dragon City in a million years. How can such a person be blocked by external factors? In the space mirror, Jiang Chen stepped on the void, like a stream of light, and quickly flew towards the sword-shaped mountain in the northwest. Along the way, Jiang Chen also vaguely encountered several trialists. He didn't bother to talk nonsense, and directly raised his head to easily kill these testers in a flash. For 2 full hours, Jiang Chen only gained 30 points in total. And his ranking on the Heavenly Dragon ranking did not rise but fell, and he went straight to the 184th place. After 2 hours of rushing, the sword-shaped mountain that Yi Qingyan said finally appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The mountain is extremely steep. From a distance, it is like an ancient divine sword standing between the sky and the earth, rushing straight into the sky. The entire mountain peaks are integrated, like a natural phenomenon, exuding an inexplicable charm of kendo. Even if Jiang Chen's kendo law has reached the second heaven, facing the charm of kendo emanating from this sword-shaped mountain, there is a feeling that stars are compared to a bright moon. Where is this sword-shaped mountain? How can there be such a terrifying kendo power? Jiang Chen was uncertain and moved on. Jiang Chen stepped into the area of the sword-shaped mountain. He carefully sensed the kendo gods around him, and after a while, a system prompt sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You have a sense of boundless kendo, the law of Kendo gains 100,000 * 100 experience. Infinite Kendo. Although he didn't know what power this immeasurable Kendo was, it was obviously the same as the world power of the Heavenly God Realm powerhouse at Manor 166, and he could perceive and improve his Kendo law. It turns out that the special terrain around the space domain actually has such an effect. No wonder there are not many testers on the central plane. If he guessed right, apart from this sword-shaped mountain, the glaciers and volcanoes waiting for the terrain around the space domain probably contain different powers. Fortunately, he came to this sword-shaped mountain after receiving a message from Yi Qingyan. If he has been wandering around the central plains, I am afraid that he will never want to catch up with the ranking of the dragon ranking. Chapter 1529. Turned out, the coercive quartet. It's a misstep. If I knew it, I should have asked Meng Ping to learn more about the spatial realm. If he knew this was the case in the spatial domain, how could he foolishly waste time in the central plane? Fortunately, the Tianlong trial is not a one-day trial, but a protracted battle that lasts for half a month. He has discovered the problem now, and everything is still too late. But my luck was also unlucky enough. I entered a random location in the spatial domain, but appeared in the center of the plane, not close to any special terrain. Jiang Chen shook his head, then slightly sensed the surrounding situation, and then moved on. Jiang Chen came to an open terrain at the foot of the mountain. There are many testers gathered here, probably at least no less than 500. 500 trialers, all in groups of 3 to 5, watched the surrounding trialers vigilantly, but no one did it easily. Hundreds of geniuses gathered here, and once the fighting broke out, it was bound to be a terrifying melee. In such a chaotic battle, even a true dragon-level genius, if they accidentally face the siege of dozens or even hundreds of trialers, they will have to hate on the spot. Although hundreds of geniuses have not done anything, a weird intense atmosphere is spreading rapidly in the air, and there is a posture of rain and wind. Jiang Chen glanced slightly across the hundreds of geniuses, and soon found Yi Qingyan and Yi Ziyan standing in the center. Opposite the two, a tall young man with a raging waist, carrying a huge black iron sword, stared at Yi Qingyan with his copper bell-like eyes, flashing crazy fighting spirit. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Yi Qingyan couldn't help but feel a headache. Originally, Yi Qingyan had good luck, entering the spatial realm, not too far from this sword mountain. When Yi Qingyan came here, there were not many trialists gathered here, and she was the only true dragon-level genius. After the battle, Yi Qingyan also accumulated a lot of points, temporarily ranking in the 30th. But with the arrival of the tall young man in front of him, the situation was instantly deadlocked. This guy is Gao Jintian, a well-known kendo genius in the core area, and a true dragon-level genius who has broken through the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. The most troubling thing is that this guy is an out-and-out madman in the war capital, and when he encounters a powerful kendo master, he wants to compete. If the dragon trial had just started today, Yi Qingyan didn't want to waste too much energy and time on this lunatic. Everyone, aren't you tired from standing here like this? Why don't you start fighting? When the atmosphere in the field was tense, a faint chuckle suddenly rang in the air. The sudden sound also caused hundreds of testers to be stunned. Their eyes followed the sound, and they saw a black-clothed young man walking towards them like a walk in the courtyard. Sister Qingyan, brother Jiang Chen is here. Yi Ziyan looked at Jiang Chen, who was slowly approaching, with an expression of joy and authenticity. Okay, seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Yi Qingyan was also slightly relieved. Jiang Chen, under the true god, passed through the peerless evildoers of the 7 levels of Illusory Dragon Palace, although she didn't know where Jiang Chen had reached in more than a year. But as long as Jiang Chen breaks through the realm of the true gods, it will definitely be enough to surpass most of the geniuses in the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. Even compared to the true dragon-level geniuses in the 9 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace, there will be no inferiority. Now that she and Jiang Chen have joined forces to expel Gao Jintian in front of her, it shouldn't be a problem. Tisk tusk. So many testers are enough to help me accumulate a lot of points. Since you don't do anything, then I'm not welcome. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he walked over to the nearest tester. The tester saw that Jiang Chen actually wanted to do something on himself, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. On the long sword in his hand, 100 Jiang sword light condensed by divine power, severely slashed at Jiang Chen. Come. This sword, censored, is overwhelming, and the sword aura is domineering, so that many testers in the field feel a great pressure, obviously at least one genius who has broken through the 8 levels of the Magic Dragon Palace. Facing the Beizong Jianmeng that broke through the sky, Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He just flicked his finger slightly, and the 100 Jiang sword light suddenly collapsed. The invisible sword energy cut through the space and directly hit the tester's chest with a bang. The tester was shocked, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His entire body seemed to be torn apart by the invisible sword energy. A red light flew out suddenly from the tester's bracelet, wrapped it quickly, and then escaped into the void and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. The scene before him suddenly made the scene completely silent. An incredible shock appeared in everyone's eyes looking at Jiang Chen. The genius of swordsmanship in the 8 passes of the Magic Dragon Palace was actually beaten by the black youth in front of him. This guy, is it also a true dragon-level genius? One move to solve this tester, the score on Jiang Chen's bracelet also skyrocketed from 41 to 75. Defeating the 8 levels of the trial of the Fantasy Dragon Palace, in addition to the 3 basic points, he also passed the opponent's accumulated 31 points. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, and then rushed to the group of testers in front of him like a tiger entering a flock. Under the stimulation of Jiang Chen, a terrifying melee also kicked off in an instant. Hundreds of testers, or fighting alone, perhaps in groups of 3 or 5, the sky full of divine power sword light soars into the sky, and the terrifying storm of sword energy is also permeating this world. Red rays of light flew out one after another, sending some defeated geniuses out of the battlefield. And some of the testers who had used up the life-saving red line suddenly broke the silver bracelets in their hands, and then the whole person was driven out of the space realm by a mysterious force. In the earth-shaking melee, Jiang Chen was still in the realm of no one, and his sword fingers shot out from his fingertips. With every sword finger, a tester was defeated in his hands. It only took less than a moment. With invincibility, Jiang Chen overwhelmed the audience and defeated no fewer than 20 trialists one after another. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was born in the sky, slaughtered Jiang Chen from all directions, many of the surrounding trialists were all dead, fleeing like a scared rabbit. Don't panic, everyone, the true dragon-level genius is not invincible. Let's kill him together. One of the testers roared and directly greeted more than a dozen testers beside him. Chi killed Jiang Chen. Chapter 1530. A true dragon genius, defeated by one sword. Zhu Shenyin, town. Jiang Chen looked at the more than a dozen figures from the siege, not retreating but advancing, turning his hand over as a condensed seal of the censored of death, instantly suppressing the Beizong space. Ah! The screams sounded one after another, and more than a dozen dazzling red rays flew in the sky, blocking the power of Jiang Chenju's divine seal, and then quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen with everyone. The law of heaven and earth in God's domain is really far superior to the lower realm. Seeing that Zhu Shenyin could only suppress Beizong space, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head and sighed slightly. At the beginning of the lower realm, he was only able to return to the strength of the ruins realm, and use the divine punishment seal to condense the Chenjiang divine seal and suppress the Chenjiang space. Now in God's domain, the cultivation base has broken through the true God realm, but the mark of Zhu Shen has been compressed to the size of 100 meters. Although Zhu Shenyin was compressed by the God's domain law of heaven and earth, and the scope of its influence was reduced a lot, its power was not the same. He used his seal to suppress these inferior true gods' early trials, and that was a matter of minutes. After solving dozens of trials in a row, the score on Jiang Chen's bracelet also suddenly increased at an extremely terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's score has skyrocketed from 75 points to 190 points. Sister Qingyan, brother Jiang Chen is too cruel. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was like cutting melons and vegetables, and solved dozens of trials in an instant, Yi Xian's eyes were dull, and she didn't recover for a while. This guy is an evildoer who cannot be treated with common sense. Even if he can compare with the top 3 kings in Earth Dragon City, I am not surprised. Yi Qingyan shook his head and gave a wry smile. Yi Xian said with an incredulous expression, "You said that big brother Jiang Chen can match the 3 kings, isn't it possible?" The 3 kings of Earth Dragon City are said to have been true dragon-level geniuses in the last Tianlong trial. In the last trial of Heavenly Dragon, they had already obtained the opportunity to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City. Because of the recommendation of the elders of the ancient dragon clan, they wanted to get a top 10 spot in the Tianlong trial, so they stayed in Earth Dragon City. Although the 3 of them are still true dragon-level geniuses in the 9 levels of Illusory Dragon Palace, Their strength is completely higher than that of other true dragon geniuses, and they are truly superb characters among the trialists in Earth Dragon City. Jiang Chen entered the Earth Dragon City for more than a year. It would be too scary if it could be comparable to the Three Kings. Boy. You are good at strength, I will meet you from Gao Jintian. Seeing Jiang Chen, who was slaughtering all quarters in the field, Gao Jintianyu's fighting spirit skyrocketed instantly. He directly abandoned Yi Qingyan, waved the black iron giant sword in his hand, and with an overbearing sword aura, he struck Jiang Chen with a volley. A true dragon-level genius. Looking at Gao Jintian, who was slashing at him with that sword, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This Gao Jintian's strength is far stronger than the average tester. I am afraid that he has reached the middle stage of the inferior true god, obviously a true dragon-level genius. With Jiang Chen's current strength, naturally he would not have the slightest fear of this true dragon-level genius in front of him. A true dragon-level genius, if he can defeat him, he must be able to plunder a lot of points. Since this guy took the initiative to send points to the door, how could he be polite? The light in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed. He directly pinched his fingers into a sword, and slashed out with a light sword, crushing the sword energy on Gao Jintian's black iron giant sword to smash. Your kendo law is very strong. Gao Jintian's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit soared. Unexpectedly, besides Beijian, there is a kendo master like you in Dragon City. You are indeed qualified to fight me. Are you sure you want to fight me? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Although your strength is good, you may lose your chance of promotion if you fight with me. It's only the first day of the Tianlong trial. Even if I lose, Gao Jintian is confident to come back. What's more, even if you can't get promoted this time, you will fight again after 10 years. Gao Jintian smiled wildly and said, Boy, you don't want to be arrogant in front of me. Besides the three kings of this dragon city, Gao Jintian has never been afraid of anyone. Jiang Chen, this guy is a well-known true dragon-level genius in Earth Dragon City, and an out-and-out combat lunatic. We will work together to solve him. At this moment, Yi Qingyan also came to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and said, No, you can score your own. I will be enough to deal with him. Boy, your tone is not small, take my sword and try. Gao Jintian snorted coldly, and the light of the black iron giant sword in his hand soared, and finally turned into a huge mountain-shaped phantom. Yijian town mountains and rivers. Gao Jintian shouted like thunder, shaking the surrounding air like water waves. He clenched the black iron giant sword in both hands and slammed it out at Jiang Chen. I saw that mountain-shaped phantom, instantly carrying incomparable domineering power and sword aura, to suppress Jiang Chen fiercely, as if to crush everything. Ning. Looking at the mountain-shaped phantom that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Jiang Chen just spit out a cold word, and then stretched out his hand to lightly shook the void. An invisible force swayed in the void, and the time of a kilometer in a radius seemed to freeze at this moment. The mountain-shaped phantom that smashed down with the trembling power, also instantly changed from extremely fast to still. One move to freeze the mountain-shaped phantom, Jiang Chen moved his palm, thousands of sword auras, like 10,000 swords piercing the heart, burst out from all directions against the mountain-shaped phantom. The mountain-shaped phantom was instantly penetrated by sword energy, turning into a huge hornet's nest, and finally burst open with a bang. Seeing that he was cut out with this sword and was crushed so easily by Jiang Chen, Gao Jintian's expression couldn't help changing slightly. I didn't expect that not only did you have extremely high attainments in the law of Kendo, but the law of time also reached the second heaven. Gao Jintian stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and the war spirit in his eyes became more and more intense. Although this son's cultivation is only inferior to the initial stage of the true god, his understanding of martial arts laws is extremely terrifying, and he is indeed an opponent worthy of his all-out fight. My ability, how can you imagine it? If you come and don't be indecent, you can also take my sword and try. Even if you are a true dragon-level genius, I am defeated by a sword today. Jiang Chen looked at Gao Jintian proudly. The moment he uttered the last word, the light of his whole body skyrocketed, and a sky-shaking sword chant was also resounding in the void. A golden sword shadow pierced through the world, rising from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen controlled the golden sword shadow of the divine body vision, turned into a golden sky, straddling the sun and the moon, and slashed at Gao Jintian with a sword. Chapter 1531, The ranking skyrocketed. This is a divine vision. Looking at the golden sword phantom that covered the world, Gao Jintian's pupils suddenly shrank. As a fighting madman, Gao Jintian has naturally challenged many top geniuses in Earth Dragon City over the years, and he has seen various divine visions. But there has never been a human divine body vision that can give him a feeling of extreme danger like Jiang Chen's divine body vision. Gao Jintian had never felt this way even when he faced the king-level divine body vision of the Sword King Baijian. This kid condensed, could it be that a royal-level vision that surpassed the king-level vision was not achieved? Gao Jintian was shocked. At this moment, he had no time to think about it. The law of swordsmanship of the second heaven, the law of strength of the first heaven, and the supernatural power of the middle stage of the lower true God surging out almost at the same time. The three different powers were intertwined and merged, and finally condensed in the void into a small world of true gods with sword aura, and suppressed the past against the golden sword phantom. The golden sword phantom and Gao Jintian's real, censored, small world crashed together, directly causing the void to shatter into a huge black hole. The horrible energy turned into a storm and surged in all directions. Within 1,000 feet of a radius, the red lines on the bracelets of many trialers who were affected instantly activated, and then disappeared in place. Even Yi Qingyun took Yi Xian back and forth hundreds of feet away. The space within 1,000 feet of Jiang Chen and two of them has become a vacuum zone without any shadows. The ghost of the golden sword and the small world of the truth censored are still intertwined, and the sky-shattering skyrocketing sound continuously resounds through the sky. The small world of the truth censored, that had been stalemate with the golden sword phantom, was finally unable to resist the terrifying power of the golden sword phantom. A series of squeaking sounds resounded in the void, and saw that in Gao Jintian's small world of true gods, cracks visible to the naked eye spread rapidly. The huge small world of true God was shattered by that golden sword phantom. Gao Jintian's face was pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his whole person was instantly submerged in the residual power of the golden sword phantom. The life-saving red line in Gao Jintian's bracelet was triggered, leading him to disappear in front of Jiang Chen directly. After Gao Jintian disappeared, the score on Jiang Chen's bracelet once again surged to 410 points at a terrifying speed. As Gao Jintian was killed by Jiang Chen with a single move, the originally chaotic battlefield fell into deathly silence in an instant. The gazes of the hundreds of trialists who looked at Jiang Chen showed incredible horror. Gao Jintian, this is the famous true dragon-level genius in Earth Dragon City. A dignified true dragon-level genius was killed by the black-clothed young man in front of him. Is this guy in front of him also a king-level existence? Anyone who has been in Earth Dragon City knows how terrifying the king of Earth Dragon City is. The three great kings of the Earth Dragon City were already a true dragon-level genius in the last trial of the Heavenly Dragon. They look high above and below, above all the testers. And how could this little-known black-clothed young man have a terrifying strength comparable to a king-level genius? This guy really has the strength comparable to the three kings. Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly in her heart. In just over a year after entering the Earth Dragon City, he has grown from the void god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period to a terrifying existence comparable to the three kings. Everyone, I'm sorry, I need scores, I can only say sorry to you. One move solved Gao Jintian. Jiang Chen did not stop his journey of scoring points. As if a tiger entered a pack of wolves, he slew towards the surrounding trialers. He came. Quick! Get out of here. Many testers looked horrified, and quickly fled toward the outside of the mountain. Jiang Chen relentlessly shot at these testers, frantically refreshing his score. Pang Qingyuan looked at Jiang Chen's divine body vision, and couldn't help but glanced at Long Jiangxin. The divine body vision that Jiang Chen condensed looks extremely extraordinary, shouldn't the grade be low? To be honest, his divine vision is indeed very strange. In the Hall of Illusion Dragon, my avatar of divine consciousness witnessed him display the divine body vision with his own eyes, but it is still difficult to distinguish the rank. But I'm sure of one thing, at least it surpasses the existence of the king level. Pang Qingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Chen's divine body vision, he had a vaguely familiar feeling, as if it were some kind of ancient divine object recorded in ancient books. Those who can condense the vision of the above antiquities are all ordinary people. If this kid is trained well, it is not impossible to become a world censored or even above the world god. Above the space domain mirror. Within a space with thousands of overlaps and illusions. Three figures stand in the void. They are all elders of the ancient dragon clan, censored realm. One of them was the middle-aged man Jiang Chen met at the gate of Earth Dragon City. The three of them looked at Jiang Chen in the spatial realm, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. Tisk tusk, defeating a true dragon-level genius with one move, this kid is probably not inferior to those three guys. He is the little guy recommended by old Pang. Oh, didn't Pang return to the Gulong clan for more than a year? This kid has grown to such a point in more than a year, it's amazing. The central area of Earth Dragon City. The 4th hour of the opening of the Tianlong trial is about to arrive, and the Tianlong list will be refreshed for the 4th time. Everyone's eyes are tightly locked on the Tianlong list. With a burst of golden light on the Tianlong list, countless names on the Tianlong list began to change. Some names began to sink, others began to rise. The ranking of the sun has started to rise. Shui Qinru, who had been staring at the 184 columns, finally showed a surprise in her beautiful eyes at the moment Jiang Chen's name began to rise. 183, 182, 181. Under the gaze of Shui Qinru and Meng Ping, Jiang Chen's ranking began to soar at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's ranking directly soared all the way to the 10th column, and this stopped the upward trend. 10th place, Jiang Chen, 497 points. After Shui Qinru and Meng Ping were slightly sluggish for a while, their expressions became ecstatic in an instant. After Jiang Chen was silent for 3 hours, the 4th hour suddenly exerted his strength, and in one fell swoop he became the top 10 terrifying existence. Chapter 1532, Sword King Bailey Sword. Who is Jiang Chen? He is so awesome, he suddenly made the top 10. I seem to see that this name comes up after 100. Sai suddenly broke into the top 10 after 100, this Nima is too enchanting. Many onlookers looked at Jiang Chen, who broke through and reached the top 10, and it was a long time for them to recover from the shock. Jiang Chen actually made the top 10. Shui Chuhei stared at Jiang Chen, who was ranked 10th on the Tianlong list, with a dull face, almost unable to believe his eyes. She stayed with Shui Qinru and had always been very clear about Jiang Chen's ranking. Just an hour ago, Jiang Chen was still ranked 184th. In just 1 hour, Jiang Chen has soared from 184 to the top 10. After being horrified for a moment, Shui Chuhei quickly began to search for Ji Yuling's name. When she found that Ji Yuling's name had dropped by 2 more places, and had already been ranked 54th, a worried expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. Come on, Ji Yuling. Shui Chuhei put his hands together and could only pray silently for Ji Yuling in his heart. Space Domain, Sword-shaped mountain peak area. Jiang Chen ran rampant among hundreds of testers, killing all quarters. Hundreds of geniuses were silent. They looked at Jiang Chen, who was like a murderer, and fell into a huge fear. Just when Jiang Chen slaughtered the quartet, frantically scooping up points. Outside the sword-shaped mountain peak, in the distant void, a terrifying aura with a monstrous sword power also slowly spread from outside the mountain peak. The sudden, monstrous sword power also made Jiang Chen stunned. He raised his head in response to his gaze, watching a grim-faced young man in black, stepping on a black long sword, coming from outside the mountain. I didn't expect someone to climb this sword-shaped mountain first. The black-clothed youth swept across the court with some surprise, and immediately looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Boy, this is my home court of Beileijian, you can go. Beileijian, I didn't expect him to come too. Many testers looked at the cold young man standing with the sword, and couldn't help but exclaim. Sword King Beileijian, one of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City. And the young man who was killing the quartet in front of him was also a terrifying existence comparable to the 3 kings. Now that these 2 people meet, I'm afraid there will be a good show next. Sister Qingyan, the Sword King Beileijian is here, will big brother Jiang Chen be his opponent? Looking at the sudden appearance of Beileijian, Yi Xian couldn't help but a worried look appeared in her beautiful eyes. I do not know either. Yi Qingyan gave a wry smile. The 3 major kings of Earth Dragon City are all geniuses whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the inferior true gods. Although Jiang Chen's combat power far surpassed these ordinary true dragon-level geniuses, it is still unknown whether he can fight the 3 kings. Sword King Beileijian, one of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, really extraordinary. Jiang Chen glanced at Beileijian faintly. But, this is my place now, I think the person who is going to roll should be you. The killing intent on Beileijian's stern face soared, and he raised his hand to shake Jiang Chen. An invisible sharp sword pierced the sky, and a long black channel appeared in the space in front of Bailei's sword. The sword vigorous in the black channel rose into the sky and pointed directly at Jiang Chen. Is this the Sword King among the three kings of the Earth Dragon City? It is such a powerful kendo law, and it deserves its reputation. Looking at Beilijin's casual blow, Jiang Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. On the law of kendo alone, Beilijin's attainments are much higher than him. Although this guy's kendo law still stays in the second heaven, but he is not far from the third heaven. Jiang Chen's thoughts flickered, but the movements on his hands didn't neglect the slightest. He directly stretched out his fingers and pressed his fingers towards the black channel. A slender sword light instantly penetrated time and space, then turned into a peerless sword rainbow, and slammed on the black channel of sword aura. A terrifying storm of sword energy raged across the void, and the black channel was rapidly distorted and changed under the peerless sword rainbow, and finally disappeared without a trace in midair with a bang. Interesting. Inferior true god's initial cultivation base, to master the three laws of kendo, space, and time. I didn't expect that besides Yan Yu and Yu Chushui, Earth Dragon City actually still exists like you. Well, I will play with you today. Beilijin's faint laughter fell, and the soles of his feet suddenly slammed on the black long sword under his feet. A heaven-shattering sword chant resounded throughout the world, and the black long sword turned into a black sword light, like a dragon and snake roaming around, encircling Beilijin. The Baili sword stands proudly with its hands held in its hands, and its eyes are cold, and the whole person looks like a peerless divine sword straight into the sky. In the past 10 years, there are only 2 testers in Earth Dragon City who can force me to use the sword. You are proud to be defeated by my sword. Beilijin stretched out his hand to hold the black long sword, and slammed it out. 1,000 meters of void, under this sword, a huge space crack appeared in an instant. The black sword light with the boundless aura of destruction, like a peerless fierce sword capable of destroying the sky and the earth, slashed toward Jiang Chen mightily. Looking at the terrifying sword of Beilijin, hundreds of trialists were all shocked. The three kings of the Earth Dragon City are aloft, overlooking all geniuses. But these trialists in Dragon City, although they knew that the three kings were extremely powerful and far above the ordinary true dragon-level geniuses, they had never witnessed the actions of the three kings. Looking at the sword displayed by Baili's sword, they finally saw the horror of the king. This sword might be enough to easily kill everyone in the room. The Sword King, one of the three kings of Earth Dragon City, really deserves its reputation. With this sword alone, you can be called the Sword King. But you want to defeat me with this sword, but it's still a bit close. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle fell, directly urging the Taishu sacred dragon diagram. The dazzling golden light rose to the sky, and instantly condensed into a huge scroll of nothingness on Jiang Chen's head. Above the picture scroll, a sleeping ancient dragon is vivid, exuding an unusually terrifying breath. Qianlong Town Tiantu, give me town. Jiang Chen let out a cold drink, directly controlling the Qinlongs in Tiantu, and suppressing the oncoming peerless sword. Chapter 1533, Destroy the World and Kill the Sword. Qinlongs in Tiantu, with the power to suppress the sky, collided with the black sword light. The space with a radius of thousands of meters was instantly torn apart by the destruction storm, and countless space fragments exploded. Numerous trialists all around, under the impact of the devastating storm, exploded and retreated farther in an extremely embarrassing manner. Gongfa vision, how is it possible? Beilijin stepped on the void and backed 3 steps in succession. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen standing still and proudly standing still, and finally an unbelievable look appeared on his stern face. It is impossible to cultivate the cultivation techniques of the true censored level and the censored level techniques. And those who can produce visions are at least those who have reached the level of world gods. But as far as he knew, the trialists in Earth Dragon City had no qualifications to practice world god level techniques. How could this guy have a vision of cultivation technique? And this vision of the technique is so familiar. Beilijin's eyes flickered slightly. After a while, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly became horrified. You are cultivating the fragmented scroll of the Taishu sacred dragon. This vision of the technique is clearly the first pattern on the fragmented scroll of the Taishu sacred dragon. The fragmented scroll of the Taishu sacred dragon picture is a mysterious technique of unknown grade of the ancient dragon clan. Because this exercise is incomplete, the ancient dragons put it in the list of the god-level exercises. In the Earth Dragon City, only this unknown grade of the Taishu sacred dragon picture fragmentation, can it be possible to cultivate the cultivation technique vision. In the history of Earth Dragon City and even the entire ancient dragon clan, this exercise has never been successfully practiced. And this guy in front of him has successfully practiced the fragmented sacred dragon picture of the void. Beilijin's eyes were dull, and he could hardly believe his eyes. He stayed in Earth Dragon for 15 years, but he had never heard of such evil in Earth Dragon City. Sister Qingyan, brother Jiang Chen cultivated, is it really a fragment of the two virtual sacred dragon picture? Yi Xian was so shocked that her eyes almost fell off. Gong method vision, non-world god level skills cannot be condensed. In the entire Earth Dragon City, only the grade of the fragmented scroll of the Taishu sacred dragon figure has reached the world censored level. Yi Qingyan took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, and smiled bitterly. If the technique he cultivates is not too virtual, what can it be? Jiang Chen not only broke through the true god realm from the void god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period, but also succeeded in the cultivation technique that no one had ever successfully practiced in Earth Dragon City. Beilijin, if your strength is only this, then obediently hand over your score to me. When everyone was shocked by the scene before them, Jiang Chen's faint voice slowly echoed in the void. Although I have to admit that your talent is very enchanting, you have cultivated a fragment of the Taishu holy city picture that no one of the ancient dragons has ever successfully cultivated. But, depending on your cultivation base that just broke through the true god realm, you are not yet qualified to be wild in front of me. Beilijin smiled coldly. This kid was able to successfully cultivate the fragments of the Taishu sacred dragon, and his martial arts talent was indeed the best in the past and present. If the two are at the same level, he may not be afraid of Jiang Chen yet. But this kid has just entered the realm of true gods not long ago. Even if he is practicing the Taishu sacred dragon diagram that is not inferior to the realm censored level technique, how can he be afraid of Jiang Chen with his inferior true god's later stage cultivation? No matter how enchanting this kid's talent is, at least in this Tianlong trial, he must be honestly lying on his stomach. When Beilijin spoke, the black glow skyrocketed, and a black sword body exuding a destructive aura slowly condensed behind him. With the emergence of the black sword body, the breath of Beilijin's body also skyrocketed to a level again, directly reaching the pinnacle of the inferior true god. A divine body vision. Jiang Chen looked at Beilijin's changes, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It seems that the functions of the divine body vision that everyone condenses may not necessarily be the same. The divine body vision of the Beilijin seemed not to be an attack method, but was similar to the existence of a secret technique, which could raise Beilijin's cultivation to a level. Destroying the world-killing sword. The Baili sword urged the divine body vision and raised its own strength to the extreme, and the black long sword in his hand was also mercilessly swung at Jiang Chen. A sword light filled with the aura of destruction burst out from the long sword of Beilijin. Zhongguang tore through the void, leaving a 1,000-meter-long spatial crack that continued from the front of Beilijin to the top of Jiang Chen's head. This sword split, the sky collapsed, the galaxy hung upside down, and the entire void was turned into nothingness by the destroying sword light, as if the end of the world had come. Okay. What a powerful sword. Is this the strength of the Sword King Beilijin? Really terrifying. This sword, even if it is an ordinary true censored in the mid-term, is probably hard to resist, right? Many testers looked at the sword in front of them, all in horror. The Sword King Beilijin, the first swordsman genius in the Earth Dragon City for more than 10 years, fully used the strongest sword. The power can be described as terrifying. Such a sword might not be able to easily resist even the other two kings of Earth Dragon City. The powerful mysterious genius in front of him is afraid that it will be difficult to escape the fate of being suppressed by Beilijin. Be careful yourself, I will help Jiang Chen. Yi Qingyan's face was solemn. Beilijin, the strongest sword, is really terrifying. Although Jiang Chen's combat power was extraordinary, he was still a bit short in his cultivation level, and he might not be able to block this sword. Jiang Chen is one of her few friends in Longcheng here, and she can't naturally watch Jiang Chen be defeated by Beilijin. Once Jiang Chen was defeated, with Beilijin's cold personality, she might not be able to escape Beilijin's clutches. Although the life-saving red line on her bracelet has not been used, she will not be eliminated. But I didn't want the points accumulated by my hard work to be stolen by Beilijin. In public and private, she must help Jiang Chen. Qingyan, the Sword King, one of the three kings of Earth Dragon City, is nothing more than that in my eyes. You don't need to act, just look at it and see how I defeat him. Yi Qingyan's behavior was naturally seen by Jiang Chen. His faint chuckle fell, and the 7 double heaven martial arts laws, also at the same time, quickly diffused out of his body. Chapter 1534. Defeated the King of Swords and made it to the top of the dragon list. The 7 double heaven martial arts laws swirled around Jiang Chen, turning into a halo of different colors, which appeared extremely dazzling. The law condenses soldiers, gather together. Jiang Chen urged the law to condense the martial arts, and the 7 double heaven laws quickly revolved and compressed, and condensed into a Hunyuan sword in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen held the 7-color mixed primitive ancient sword, and when he raised his hand, a 7-color sword light cut out. This sword transcended time and space, and even transcended life. I saw Beijian's supreme killer sword that destroys the world, all under the 7-color sword light, collapsed into nothingness without warning. The 7-color sword light smashed the killing world-killing sword, penetrated the 1,000 meters of void in the blink of an eye, and slashed on the divine body of Baiji's sword. Beijian's body protection divine power quickly distorted and melted, and then exploded with a bang. Beijian trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. A red light burst on the bracelet instantly, resisting the attack of the 7-color sword light, and then quickly dissipated with Beijian's body. In midair, only Beijian's unbelievable roar was left, resounding in everyone's ears. No, my Beijian is one of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City. It is an existence destined to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City with an invincible posture. How could I be defeated? Looking at the place where the Baili sword dissipated, many trialists seemed to have seen a ghost, and it was difficult for them to recover from the shock for a long time. The Sword King Beijian, one of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, was so defeated. 7 rules of condensing soldiers: defeat the Sword King with 1 move. Understatement, like exploring the bag. There is a dead silence in the sky and the earth. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, these are all the peerless geniuses who have been famous in the last Tianlong trial. Now they have worked hard in Earth Dragon City for 10 years, and their strength has already reached an unfathomable level, surpassing that of many testers, no one can match. And the Sword King Beijian, a strong self-cultivation, swordsmanship. Even Huiyu and Yu Chushui, both of the 3 kings, could not easily defeat them. But the black-clothed youth in front of him easily defeated Beijian with 1 move. Doesn't this mean that the strength of this one is far above the 3 kings? Thinking of this, many testers couldn't help but took a breath. A genius above the 3 kings. In this dragon city, when on earth there is such a terrifying existence. 1. Jiang Chen really won. Yi Xian's eyes were dull, and she almost couldn't believe her eyes. Yes, I won. Although she had looked at Jiang Chen again and again, she still did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so strong. Practicing the Taishu Sacred Dragon map comparable to the Realm God level exercises, comprehend the 7 double heaven laws. Even though Beijian is powerful and capable of swordsmanship, under the terrifying power of Jiang Chen, he still has to hate it on the spot. When everyone was overwhelmed by the scene before them, the Tianlong list was refreshed again. Jiang Chen's ranking once again soared from the 10th place, and in the end Yan Yu directly surpassed the 1st place and reached the top of the Tianlong list. 1st place, Jiang Chen, 1164 points. As one of the 3 kings of the Earth Dragon City, Beijian naturally ranks very high on the Tianlong list and has always been in the top 3. Jiang Chen defeated Beijian, and directly plundered all the 600 points accumulated by Beijian, surpassing the 1st Yan Yu by more than 300 points in one fell swoop. The sudden change in ranking on the Tianlong list, whether it is the tester in the space domain, or the many people watching the list in Earth Dragon City, are shocked. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who was on the top of the list, and even wondered if they had hallucinations in their eyes. My God, who is this Jiang Chen? He surpassed the 3 kings and reached the top of the dragon list. Look, Beijian, the 3rd-ranked Sword King, has disappeared from the list. I think he was defeated by Jiang Chen in all likelihood. The Sword King Beijian was defeated by Jiang Chen. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the weird changes on the Tianlong list, and incredible horror appeared in their eyes. The 3 kings are high above the Earth Dragon City, and even other true dragon-level geniuses are far from being comparable to the 3. This Jiang Chen in Earth Dragon City is just an unknown character. How could he have the terrifying power to defeat the Sword King Beijian? Within the space domain, a volcanic terrain formed by red rocks. Fire King Yanyu is like a flame war god, running rampant among hundreds of geniuses, killing all quarters. As the number one existence among the three kings of Earth Dragon City, Yanyu's only goal in this Tianlong trial is to be at the top of the Tianlong list. After entering the spatial realm, Yanyu turned on his firepower, accumulating points crazily. These few hours of time, Yanyu's ranking has also been firmly ranked first in the Tianlong list. Even after a lot of hard work, he has opened a gap of more than 100 points with Beilijian and Yu Chushui, who are also the three kings. In this Tianlong trial, the only ones that could pose some threats to him were Baili Swordfish Chushui. Now these two people are also left behind by him. This time the first place in the Tianlong trial is almost in his pocket. Just when Yanyu thought that he was the number one on the Tianlong list, it was time for the Tianlong list to refresh again. At this hour, my efficiency in getting scores is much higher than the previous few hours. It should be a few tenths away from the second place. Yanyu looked up at the rankings emerging from the sky, and a confident smile appeared on his face. When he saw the new list refreshed, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. Second place, Yanyu, 826 points. He was overtaken for the top spot on the Tianlong list, and he was overtaken by more than 300 points. What made Yanyu most incredible was that the person who surpassed him was not Beilijian or Yu Chushui, but a name he had never heard of. Impossible. This is impossible. Yanyu couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. His Yanyu is the strongest king in this time of the Tianlong trial, and he regards the top of the Tianlong list as a treasure. Now this kid named Jiang Chen, how could he be more than 300 points away from him in just 1 hour? Yanyu had an urge to go crazy. Who can tell him how this Nemas is possible? Chapter 1535, Fire King Yanyu is coming. Look at it, Yanyu's top spot on the Tianlong list has been replaced by someone. Fuck, who is this Jiang Chen? It's too awesome, he can actually surpass Yanyu. I have a message from a friend in Jiangshan that Jiang Chen defeated the Sword King Beilijian among the three kings, so he could reach the top in one fell swoop. Hi, I didn't expect Earth Dragon City to have such a great man. In the volcanic terrain, many testers couldn't help but talk about it. How could this guy named Jiang Chen defeat the Sword King Beilijian? Hearing the comments from all around, Yanyu's eyes also showed an incredible shock. He and Beilijian are the three kings of Earth and Dragon City, and they have played against each other in the past 10 years. Yanyu naturally knew the strength of Beilijian very well. Even if he shot himself, it was not an easy task to defeat Beilijian. In his impression, this Jiang Chen is not even a true dragon-level genius. How could he have the strength to defeat Beilijian? Is that, Jiang Chen, Yanyu, want to see if you really have the qualifications to take my top spot on the Tianlong list. A magical red light flashed across Yanyu's eyes. 10 years ago, Yanyu was already a well-known true dragon-level genius in Earth Dragon City. In the Tianlong trial that year, Yanyu had the opportunity to be promoted to Tianlong City with the top 10 results in the Tianlong ranking. Just because of bad luck, I encountered a king who had grudges with him in the last 2 days, and then was defeated by that king. Although in the last 2 days, Yanyu still rushed into the top 100 and had the qualifications to enter the Sky Dragon City, but he chose to stay in Earth Dragon City, waiting for the opening of the next Sky Dragon trial. 10 years of waiting, this time the Tianlong trial, Yanyu has only one goal, and that is to win the Tianlong list. Now that this Tianlong list, which he had regarded as his possession, was snatched by Jiang Chen, a stranger, how could Yanyu not be angry? He wants to get back to the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking. The best way is to defeat Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen is defeated and Jiang Chen's more than 1,000 points are robbed, there will be no more threats to his top position in the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Yanyu no longer hesitated, and directly ignored the surrounding testers. His figure turned into a flame and rushed towards the sword-shaped mountain in the northwest. Above the space domain mirror, the 3 celestial god realm elders who are responsible for presiding over the trial of the celestial dragon stand side by side. Standing in the center is a beautiful woman in palace costume who wears her eyes as if she can see through the void. Beside the beautiful woman in the palace dress, there is a woman in a red dress full of flames, and a middle-aged in a golden robe with a gentle complexion. Tisk tusk. The little guy that old Pang brought back is really amazing. The beautiful woman in the palace dress looked at the situation in the spatial realm, and there was also an inconceivable surprise in her beautiful eyes. The divine body vision is at least the emperor level, successfully cultivating the Taishu sacred dragon diagram is incomplete, and comprehending the 7 double heaven laws. Even if this little guy's talent is in Sky Dragon City, few people can compare it. The middle-aged Jinpao was also amazed. More than a year ago, he witnessed Pang Qingyuan and Jiang Chen come to Earth Dragon City with his own eyes. Although he could feel Jiang Chen's extraordinary at the time, he did not expect Jiang Chen to have grown to such a level in such a short time. Although this kid has a very enchanting understanding of martial arts, the progress of his cultivation is not fast, and he is too clever to practice the fragments of the real dragon picture. Even if he succeeds, what will I see him do after his cultivation? The woman in red shook her head. Yan Chong, Jiang Chen entered the Earth Dragon City at the beginning, but he was the false god Tianzhao in the late Guishu period. He can break through the true god realm in more than a year. This cultivation speed is still slow, so how can he be fast? As for the exercises, it's not even a problem. He can even successfully cultivate the fragments of the Taishu true dragon picture. Even if he changes to a realm-censored level technique, is it not easy to cultivate successfully? The middle-aged Jinpao glanced at the woman in red and smiled faintly. The woman in red snorted and did not speak. Although she had to admit in her heart, that kid named Jiang Chen was very talented. But their line had a lot of grievances with Pang Qingyuan at the beginning, and she naturally looked at Jiang Chen, a genius recommended by Pang Qingyuan. Extremely upset. Okay, don't make any noise, get ready to watch the show. Looking at the situation in the space domain, the beautiful woman in palace costume suddenly smiled and said, Yan Chong, that little guy in your family seems to be going to trouble Jiang Chen. The red-clothed woman was startled. She couldn't help but suddenly look towards the space domain, and she found that Yan Yu was heading towards the sword-shaped mountain range where Jiang Chen was located. This kid, what on earth want to do? The red woman's complexion changed. In the previous battle between Jiang Chen and Beilijian, she could see clearly from above. In terms of combat power, Jiang Chen is completely better than the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City. If Yan Yu really went to trouble Jiang Chen, he would definitely not ask for any cheap. 10 years ago, this guy was cut from the top 10 because of a careless move. Now, as long as he steadily scores, even if he can't grab the first place, there is no problem to keep the second position. Why should he go stupidly with Jiang Chen? The face of the woman in red was extremely ugly. Yan Yu, the bastard, really doesn't make people worry. Space domain, sword-shaped mountain peaks. After Jiang Chen defeated Beilijian, hundreds of trialists failed and fled. In just a while, apart from the 2 daughters of Jiang Chen and Yi Qingyan, no one could be seen on the huge mountain. Jiang Chen, this sword-shaped mountain should not have too many testers in a short time. Where are you going to go next? Yi Qingyan was obviously planning to hug Jiang Chen's thigh. Jiang Chen was a terrifying existence that could even be defeated by Beilijian, the king, and they would hardly be in any danger by following Jiang Chen. As long as they maintain the current scoring rhythm and they get promotion places, that is a breeze. No hurry, it's only the first day of the Tianlong trial. I plan to learn about the boundless swordsmanship here, and wait for some more points to be saved in the bracelets of the trialers outside, and then do it. The 2 Yi Qingyan women couldn't help being speechless when they heard this. Waiting for other testers to save more scores and then start, I am afraid that only the one in front can be so confident, dare to say such words. Jiang Chen looked up at the sword-shaped mountain peak. When he was about to go to the top of the mountain to find a place to comprehend the immeasurable swordsmanship, he suddenly sensed something and couldn't help but look back towards the outside of the mountain peak. As Yi Qingyan witnessed, he couldn't help but froze slightly. What's the matter? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There is a powerful aura approaching, it should be Fire King Yanyu coming. Chapter 1536. When you're done, hand in your score. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a figure wrapped in red light came from the sky beyond the sword-shaped mountain. His appearance made the air in this space of heaven and earth become hot in an instant. It really is Fire King Yanyu. Looking at the figure that looked like a flame king in midair, Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. Fire King Yanyu had the qualification to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City 10 years ago. He stays in Earth Dragon City and fights the Tianlong trial again. I am afraid he will go to the top of the Tianlong list. Now that Jiang Chen defeated the Sword King Beilijian and reached the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking, it was obvious that Yan Yu, the first king of the Earth Dragon City, could not sit still. Yi Qingyan was not too worried. Although Yan Yu is the head of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, Jiang Chen can easily defeat Beilijin, and his strength is definitely not inferior to the first king. It is almost impossible for this guy to defeat Jiang Chen. Are you Jiang Chen who defeated Beilijin? Yan Yu descended like a censored of fire, standing proudly in the void thousands of meters away from Jiang Chen, a hot mood that seemed to burn even the soul, and it was also oppressed towards Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, and he stretched out his hand and waved lightly at the space in front of him, and the hot mood instantly disappeared. He glanced at Yan Yu faintly. Huo Wang Yanyu, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen, you hide it quite deeply. I really didn't expect that there would be a genius like you in Dragon City. You defeated Beilijin and took the top spot on the Tianlong list. I will naturally take it back from you. This time the Tianlong ranking is number 1, I am about to make Yan Yu. Whoever dares to compete with me, then I should blame me for being rude to him. Yan Yu's eyes were cold, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. He was the number 1 king of the Dragon City, and he was actually taken away from the top position of the Tianlong list by a guy who emerged from nowhere. In Yan Yu's eyes, this is simply a great shame. Even if he pays some price today, he will defeat Jiang Chen and take back the top of the Tianlong ranking from Jiang Chen. Have you finished? When you are finished, hand in your score. To be honest, I am actually quite greedy for the 800 points accumulated on your bracelet. Originally, I planned to find you again at a decisive time, but you took the initiative to send the points to the door, so I reluctantly accepted it. Jiang Chen raised his head to stare at Yan Yu, like a hunter staring at his prey. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually regarded him as a prey that he could hunt at any time, Yan Yu's killing intent skyrocketed, and his body was surging with divine power, directly turning into a monster fire lotus, blooming in the void. The fire lotus bloomed, bursting towards Jiang Chen with a hot energy that could burn the world. The fire lotus pierced the sky. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space was directly burned into nothingness. Looking at the oncoming burning sky fire lotus, Jiang Chen raised his palm and gently stroked the void in front of him with his palm instead of sword. I saw the space in front of Jiang Chen, like paper, with a sneer tearing a huge space crack like a pocket. The fire lotus that burst into the air crashed into the dark space without a sound. The fire lotus slammed into the space crack, and Jiang Chen shook his palm lightly. Buzzing. Between this heaven and earth, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation. The crack in the space where the fire lotus was located was also rapidly distorted, and even faintly, there was a spatial fault. The space fault cut off a petal of the fire lotus and swallowed it into the void space. The huge fire lotus also burned the fault in the space, and then brought a hot sound of sonic boom, as if to break through the cracks in the space, and shot towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't panic. His palms waved in the void one after another. Every time he waved, a spatial fault appeared, engulfing a petal of the fire lotus. More than a dozen petals of the fire lotus condensed by flames were swallowed into the void of space by the space fault, and only one bud broke through the obstacles and floated out of the space. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the flower bud, and the flower bud burst apart, turning into a sky of flames and slowly dissipating in the void. Seeing Jiang Chen's profound spatial law, he immediately dissipated his blow into the invisible. Yan Yu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This kid is really not easy. Jiang Chen, you really have the strength of a king, it's no wonder that even the Beilijin was defeated in your hands. But, my Yan Yu is not comparable to Bailey sword. You want to be wild in front of me, but you are still tender. Huo Yu's cold voice fell, and a magical light of red and black also flickered out of his eyes. He spread his hands together, a scarlet flame on his left hand, shining like a divine fire, and a black flame on his right hand, like a fire that extinguished the world, exuding an aura of destruction. Two different mysterious flames fly in the air under the control of the fire feathers, and finally meet directly in midair, turning into a two-yield Tai Chi picture formed by two different flames. Liang Yi Tai Chi fire. Huo Yu shouted angrily and waved his hands abruptly. The two-yi Tai Chi diagram, which was completely condensed by flames, swept out in an instant with the fiery energy that destroys the world. The space with a radius of thousands of meters was filled with an unusually terrifying hot energy. Under this terrifying energy, even the ordinary inferior true gods will end up in utter destruction once they come into contact with them. Yi Qingyan guarded Yi Xian back several hundred feet, and there was a look of horror in her beautiful eyes. Worthy of being the first of the three kings of Earth Dragon City, the first person in Earth Dragon City in the last 10 years. This guy is really much stronger than the Sword King Beilijin. Looking at Yan Yu, who attacked again, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yan Yu, the strongest king of Earth Dragon City, was indeed extraordinary. His law of fire is not in the slightest under the simple law of Beilijin. I am afraid it has already reached the peak of the second heaven. This guy's cultivation base is even higher than Beilijin, has reached the pinnacle of the inferior true god, and is only one step away from the middle true god. In the space enveloped by the fire of Liangyi Taiji, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and layers of golden light all over his body instantly rose into the sky. A huge golden sword phantom was condensed behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen urged the divine body vision with all his strength, and the golden sword void directly carried the terrifying sword energy that smashed the sun, moon, wind and thunder, and smashed it against Liangyi Taiji fire. Chapter 1537, Horrified Fire King. Above the space domain, the three elders of the celestial god realm, whose eyes are all locked in the sword-shaped mountain within the space domain, are watching this king-level battle. Hehe, Tianlong Trial hasn't had such a wonderful battle for a long time. Do you think these two little guys can win? The beautiful lady in palace clothes looked at the situation below and couldn't help but chuckled lightly. She has presided over no less than 10 Tianlong trials, but she has never had any Tianlong trials. This time it was wonderful. In the past Tianlong trials, among the king-level geniuses, almost all of them had their own points, and they would not do it easily. Even the battle between true dragon-level geniuses will not appear too much, which is very boring. And this time in the Tianlong trial, 2 king-level battles had already occurred on the first day, which was much more interesting than ever. Does this still need to be said? The red-clothed woman sneered. Although Jiang Chen is strong, he finally broke through the true god realm not long ago. Compared with Yan Yu, who is at the peak of the true god, he is more than 1 star short of it. How can he win Yan Yu? That's not necessarily. Yan Yu's cultivation base is at best comparable to the Baili sword blessed by divine body vision. Jiang Chen's divine body vision, cultivation techniques, and understanding of martial arts laws are much stronger than Yan Yu, and they are completely enough to make up for the gap in cultivation. The middle-aged Jinpao smiled faintly. Although she also knew what Jinpao middle-aged said was true, how could Yan Yu, as one of the best geniuses in their family, be an ordinary person? She knew Yan Yu's strength very well. With the magical powers Yan Yu mastered, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he could at least be invincible. Yan Yu may not be able to win this battle, but it is absolutely impossible to lose. And when the elders of the 3 gods were talking, within the space domain, the center of the battlefield where Jiang Chen and Yan Yu fought, the golden sword phantom and Liangyi Taiji fire finally collided fiercely in midair. A loud noise that shook the heavens suddenly spread from the sky. The space with a radius of thousands of meters was directly like a mirror that had been hit by a heavy blow, shattering to pieces, revealing a huge black hole. The world collapsed, burst into the void. Countless storms of destruction condensed by the flames of sword chi, centered on 2 people, swept across the square. And the figures of Jiang Chen and Yan Yu were also under the impact of the devastating storm, stepping on the void burst and retreating for thousands of meters. What a powerful divine vision! Yan Yu raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. This guy actually relied on the vision of the divine body to compete with his full-strength tricks, Tai Chi fire, and match. Such a powerful divine body vision is probably at least a top king-level divine body vision, and it is even a terrifying existence that has reached the emperor level. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's cultivation is only in the early stage of the inferior true god. I'm afraid he may not be the opponent of this guy. Jiang Chen, your divine body vision is indeed very strong. This should be your trump card to defeat Beilijin. Yan Yu's eyes flickered, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. But, if the divine body vision is your last support, then you can give me back the top position in the Tianlong list. How can you imagine my support? As for the number 1 position on the Tianlong list, if you want to get it back, it depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Chen smiled proudly, and the terrifying martial arts laws also directly diffused from his body. The law of double heaven kendo. The law of the double sky fire. The law of double heaven thunder road. The law of double sky wind. The law of double daytime. The law of double space. The law of double heaven. The 7 martial arts laws of the double heaven were intertwined in the void, and then quickly turned into a 7-color ancient sword in the palm of Jiang Chen. 7. 7 double heaven martial arts laws. How is this possible? Looking at the 7 martial arts laws that Jiang Chen erupted in succession, Yan Yu's eyes were dull, and an incredible horror finally appeared on his face. In martial arts practice, every power is a different way. The vast majority of martial artists in this world, when in the realm of true gods, generally only choose to practice one Tao. There is no need to practice multiple Tao in the true God realm. Only when it reaches the heavenly God realm will the cultivation of multiple Taos be involved at this time. A strong man in the heavenly realm, mastering the power of the original world of a Tao, is the first order heavenly God. Every time you master the power of the original world of a Tao, you can advance to the next level. The power of the 6 realms can be the world. In other words, the powerhouse of the 6th rank of the gods can have the qualification to attack the world gods. The cultivation of the heavenly God realm is too far away for the average true God realm warrior. Even a genius like him, although he has comprehended 3 or 4 martial arts powers, he only relied on the fire powers as the main force, supplemented by other powers. The lifespan of the true God realm is only 100,000 years, and energy and time are limited. If you practice one more Tao, you don't have enough talent to support it, you have to spend double or even several times the price. With his talent, cultivating a Tao, 100,000 years may be able to cultivate the law of fire Tao to triple consummation, and then realize the power of the fire Tao's original world and impact the heavenly God realm. But if it takes too much time to cultivate the 2 paths, and eventually ends up trapped in the realm of true gods for a lifetime, then it will be more than worthwhile. The vast majority of true gods will choose to practice a path, so that it is easier to break through the heavens. Once it breaks through the celestial realm, its lifespan can reach 1,000,000 years. At that time, they will have more time to practice other Tao and impact on higher realms. In God's domain, there is no shortage of heavenly arrogant talents, who practice several Tao at the same time in the realm of true gods and comprehend the power of several source worlds. These peerless evildoers are not only invincible in the realm of the true gods, but as soon as they enter the realm of the gods, they can cross the first tier of the gods and rise to a higher realm. But generally speaking, those who can practice 2 or 3 Taoisms at the same time in the realm of true gods are already the enchanting evildoers. And this guy in front of him has practiced 7 martial arts in one breath, and every martial arts has reached the stage of double heaven. 7 types of martial arts fellow practitioners. At this moment, Fire King Yanyu, the head of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, looked terrified. If this kid really continues to cultivate like this, once he breaks through the celestial realm, won't he be able to reach the 6th rank of celestial god in one fell swoop? Will this Nima be so scary? Just when Yan Yu was in horror, Jiang Chen's faint chuckle suddenly sounded in his ears. Fire King Yanyu, if you want to get back to the top of the heavenly dragon ranking, then take my sword. The faint voice fell. Jiang Chen held the Hun Yuan Ji Yu sword in his hand, and directly cut out at Yan Yu with a sword. Chapter 1538. One sword cannot defeat you, then 2 swords. Jiang Chen swung a sword, and the 7-color sword light penetrated the void, making the world pale, the sun and the moon dulling. Watching Jiang Chen condense the martial arts magic weapon with the 7 double heaven laws and wield the strongest sword, Yan Yu's expression suddenly changed. Tai Chi Shen Ha, yin and yang are one. Yan Yu's body's divine power law urged to the extreme, the crimson divine fire and black destruction flame condensed again. He saw his palms snap together, and the red sacred fire and the black flames of destruction directly merged together, and finally turned into a monster of flame roulette, welcoming the 7-color sword light coming from the sky. The 7-color sword light instantly slashed on the flame roulette, and directly smashed the flame roulette in half with a force of destruction, and then slashed at Yan Yu again. Divine body vision, sky fire protection. Yan Yu's complexion changed wildly, and he quickly urged the divine body vision. A mysterious flame phantom suddenly emerged from behind him. The flame phantom directly turned into a flame barrier, covering Yan Yu's entire body. The 7-color sword light whizzed and slashed directly on the flame barrier surrounding Yan Yu. The shocking explosion sounded through the world, and terrifying energy ripples filled the void. I saw the flame barrier around Yan Yu's body, which trembled only slightly, and resisted all the terrifying power of the 7-color sword light. Jiang Chen, your 7 double heaven laws are very powerful. But the divine body vision I have is an absolute defensive force, and it is not something you can easily defeat. We continue to fight, and the only result is that we lose both sides. It is not good for anyone. How about stopping here? Yan Yu took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen. This kid is too enchanting. It is impossible for him to defeat him and regain the top position in the Tianlong list. In that case, why should he continue to waste time with Jiang Chen here? This is it, yes. But you've wasted so much time here, you have to accompany me a little loss, right? Standing proudly with a sword, Jiang Chen said lightly, give the score on your bracelet, and you can go. When Yan Yu heard Jiang Chen's words, a look of anger appeared on Yan Yu's face. Do you really think I would be afraid of you? He is the head of the 3 kings of Dragon City dignified. Now that he can actively seek peace, he has given this kid a lot of face. But this kid had to be so ignorant of good and bad, and smashed to the end with him. How could Yan Yu not be angry? Am I deceiving too much? You voluntarily ran to trouble me, but you just want to take my score and return to the top of the dragon list. Now that I can't fight, I want to stop talking and retreat. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Stop talking nonsense, you have to be familiar with each other, and hand in your scores obediently, don't force me to take it myself. Yan Yu smiled furiously. Jiang Chen, since you have to fight to the end, then I will accompany you. I want to see how you can take my score today. You used to condense the body protection barrier with your divine body vision, can you really stop me? If one sword can't defeat you, then use 2 more swords. I want to see, how many swords can you stop me? Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully, the Hunyuan ancient sword in his hand tightened slightly, then he raised his hand and swung it at Yan Yu. The dazzling 7-color sword light was like a rainbow of 7 colors running through the sky and the earth, and then slashed heavily on the body protection barrier around Yan Yu. The loud noise that shook the sky spread all over 10 miles of void in an instant. Yan Yu's body was stunned, and his entire body was shocked by the terrifying power of the 7-colored sword lights, and he backed away. And the flame barrier surrounding him, also under the attack of the 7-color sword light, became distorted and tremble, vaguely showing signs of breaking. Yan Yu strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his heart was shocked. But at this moment, another bright 7-color sword light cut through the sky, without giving him any chance to react, and directly slashed on the flame barrier around him again. The bright sword light burst out on the flame barrier. The air wave exploded. Space shocks. I only heard a clicking sound. Cracks appeared on the flame barrier, and finally burst directly. Yan Chong, a woman in red, looked at the fallen Yan Yu. Her face instantly became extremely gloomy. She lifted her palm slightly, and an extremely terrifying flame power had spread from her palm. But at this moment, the palm of the beautiful woman in the palace costume moved, and the power of the majestic space directly solidified the power of the flame of Yansheng. She stared sharply at Yansheng. Tianlong trials, no one can interfere. I think the rules of this Tianlong trial should be changed. Let that brat such a toss, wouldn't it be possible that even a king-level genius could not pass the Tianlong trial? The woman in red spreads the power of the flame in her palm, coldly snorted. How can you say that you can change the rules of the heavenly dragon trial? King-level geniuses and true dragon-level geniuses have more opportunities than ordinary trialists. They have so many opportunities. If they fail to pass the Tianlong trial in the end, there is no need to enter the Tianlong city. Such a person, no matter how talented he is, how can he survive in the cruel realm of God? Yan Yu chose to fight Jiang Chen and compete for the first place in the heavenly dragon ranking. It was his own choice. No matter what the result is, he must endure. If you dare to do something to Jiang Chen, don't blame me for being polite. The beautiful lady in the palace costume had finished speaking, and immediately glanced at the woman in red. Jiang Chen's talent is enough to attract the attention of some people in Shenlong City. If you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better be honest. The woman in red heard the words of the beautiful woman in the palace costume. Her face finally changed slightly. And at the same time that the beautiful woman in the palace costume stopped Yan Chong from doing it. Within the space below, Yan Yu's skyfire barrier was finally completely shattered under Jiang Chen's second 7-color sword light attack. The flame barrier burst, and the 7-color sword light directly fell on Yan Yu's body. Yan Yu trembled, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but squirted out wildly. I saw a red glow in the silver bracelet on Yan Yu's wrist triggered, and it quickly disappeared into Jiang Chen's sight with Yan Yu. Chapter 1539, King Killer, Jiang Chen. Unconsciously, the Tianlong trial has been opened for 6 hours, and the Tianlong list is about to refresh for the 6th time. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the Tianlong list again. This time the Tianlong trial, the ranking on the Tianlong list is really exciting. In the previous trials of the Tianlong, after the Tianlong ranking was refreshed for the first time, there would only be slight fluctuations in the ranking for a long time to come, and there would not be too obvious changes. This situation will continue until the last few days before the competition for rankings will become more intense. But this time, the Tianlong trial has only been opened for less than a day, and the ranking is already a bit dazzling. First, Gao Jintian, the top 10 true dragon genius, only stayed in the top 10 for 4 hours, and then disappeared from the Tianlong list. But a mysterious guy named Jiang Chen soared into the sky from more than 100 to the top 10. At the 5th hour, Jiang Chen defeated the Sword King Beilijian, one of the 3 kings, and made Beilijian disappear from the top 3 of the Tianlong list, and he reached the top of the Tianlong list. The 3 kings of Earth Dragon City are invincible existences overlooking the many trials of Earth Dragon City. In every Tianlong trial, almost no one can shake the ranking of king-level geniuses on the heaven list. But this time there was a situation where the king was defeated. As for the person who defeated the king, it was a strange name that suddenly appeared, which was really shocking. Now that another hour has passed, everyone is also very much looking forward to what kind of shocking changes will happen on the Tianlong list. Under the gaze of the people's expectations, the Tianlong list has finally been refreshed. The number 1 in the Tianlong list still belongs to Jiang Chen, and his score has reached a full 2,000 points. Like a trough, an hour is close to 900 points. Jiang Chen's score has grown too exaggerated. Look at it, Fire King Yanyu also disappeared from the 2nd place in the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Hi, this guy seems to have defeated Yanyu and plundered Yanyu's score. Many people looked at the rankings on the Tianlong list with horror, almost some could not believe their eyes. Just 2 hours, Jiang Chen defeated Beilijian and Yanyu, the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City, and he directly defeated both of them. They really couldn't understand, when there was such a perverted existence in Earth Dragon City. This Nima is simply a killer of kings. The son is really amazing. Shui Qinru looked at Jiang Chen, who was on the top of the Tianlong list, and her face flushed with excitement. And Meng Ping beside her was also a little speechless with excitement. Although he knew that Jiang Chen had a talented evildoer, he was already a true dragon-level genius who had broken through the 9 levels of the illusory Dragon Palace, so there shouldn't be much problem in passing the Tianlong trial. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could reach the top of the dragon list. Now 2 of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City have been defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength is the truly invincible existence in this Tianlong trial. He wants to defeat the 3 kings and advance to the Sky Dragon City with the 1st place in the Sky Dragon ranking. I'm afraid it will be easy. When everyone is shocked by the changes in the ranking of the dragon list. Space Domain, Sword-Shaped Mountain Peak. Sitting cross-legged alone, Jiang Chen began to comprehend the boundless kendo of the sword-shaped mountain. After communicating with Yi Silent, Jiang Chen already knew what kind of power this sword-shaped mountain's boundless swordsmanship is. The true spirit martial artist's cultivation reaches the top peak, and the martial arts principle is triple perfect, and you can understand the origin of martial arts. Once you understand the origin of martial arts, you can integrate your own power to form the power of the world and become a strong man in the realm of the gods. And the immeasurable kendo of this sword-shaped mountain is the original kendo of a god-level sword repair. The Tianlong trial will take half a month in total, and Jiang Chen is not in a hurry. He intends to comprehend the boundless kendo here and improve the law of kendo. After the Tianlong trial progresses to the last 2 days, take some time to score some points. As Jiang Chen began to comprehend the immeasurable kendo, a series of system prompts continued to ring in Jiang Chen's mind. Sister Qingyan, what shall we do now? Yi Ziyan looked up at Jiang Chen, who was enlightening the laws of kendo on the top of the mountain, and couldn't help looking at Yi Qingyandao beside her. Yi Qingyan groaned slightly. We are also here to understand the laws of swordsmanship, and then wait for other testers to come to the sword-shaped mountain. This time, in the Tianlong trial, in less than half a day, 3 top 10 geniuses were defeated by Jiang Chen, including 2 king-level geniuses. After these guys are defeated by Jiang Chen, I am afraid that the means of collecting points will be even more crazy. Yi Qingyan has vaguely felt that this Tianlong trial is probably more cruel and fierce than any other. At this time, staying with Jiang Chen is undoubtedly the safest. While comprehending the laws of Kendo, they stood by and waited, defeating some of the testers who came to the sword-shaped mountain, and ensured that the ranking did not drop too much. They will follow Jiang Chen to brush a wave of scores, and they will securely get a promotion place. Following Jiang Chen's insight into the immeasurable Kendo on the sword-shaped mountain, Jiang Chen's score remained at 2000 for a long period of time, which has never been refreshed. The next day, Yu Chushui, the Queen of Ice and Snow, one of the three kings, took the lead in catching up with Jiang Chen and ranked first in the dragon list. Beilijian and Yan Yu both caught up one after another. Jiang Chen's ranking dropped again, and by the third day, he had already dropped out of the top 10. What's the situation? Why did Jiang Chen's score stay still? He should have stopped. It is estimated that he will understand the origin of martial arts somewhere in the spatial domain. Anyway, his current score will not fall out of the top 108 for a while. Tisk tisk. This guy is indeed the killer of the king who defeated the two kings. When everyone saw Jiang Chen's score that hadn't been moved for 2 days, they couldn't help but wonder. Others participated in the Tianlong trial, and in order to be promoted to Tianlong City, they were desperately trying to accumulate points. But Jiang Chen only spent a few hours and accumulated a full 2000 points. This score, even if it lasts for another 3 or 5 days, it may not be squeezed out of the top 100. After a few hours of accumulated points, most of the testers will not be able to catch it for a few days. Chapter 1540. In the last 3 days, start the time for points. This is already the 12 days since the Tianlong trial has started. Jiang Chen remained motionless and sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, comprehending the immeasurable Kendo. In more than 10 days, Jiang Chen's ranking on the Tianlong list also fell precipitously, from the first place on the Tianlong list all the way to a position beyond 200. Sister Qingyan, there are only 3 days left in the Tianlong trial. Why is Jiang Chen still comprehending the laws of swordsmanship? Should we remind him? Yi Xian looked up at Jiang Chen on the top of the mountain, and said anxiously. In the past 12 days, the two sisters have never left the sword-shaped mountain. Although the two of them defeated some trialers who came to the sword-shaped mountain every day and got a certain score, the score did not increase fast. Both of them have fallen a lot in the rankings of the dragon list. Yi Qingyan dropped from 20th to 90th, and Yi Xian dropped out of the top 108. Perhaps he has reached a critical moment in his comprehension of the laws of Kendo, so don't bother him, wait and see. With Jiang Chen's strength, even if he wanted to be promoted to the Sky Dragon City as the number 1 in the Sky Dragon ranking, it was not a difficult task, and staying in the Earth Dragon City for another 10 years would not make any sense. She believed that Jiang Chen would not choose to enter Sky Dragon City again in 10 years. Under the quiet waiting of the second daughter of Yi Qingyan, 2 hours passed in a flash. With the ranking of the dragon rankings, it is refreshed again. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Chen, who had kept his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. It's been 12 days, the sword rule of the second heaven, it is really not easy to get promoted again. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, feeling in his heart. In the past 12 days, Jiang Chen learned the boundless Kendo, and gained a lot of experience points for the Kendo law, and only allowed the Kendo law to reach the second level. It's almost time, and it's time to start the scoring time. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then stood up and looked up at the newly refreshed Heavenly Dragon ranking in the sky. Fire King Yanyu, the head of the three kings, has returned to the top position of the Tianlong list, with a score of 1090 points. Yu Chushui and Beilijian followed closely, also exceeding 10,000 points. Even the top 108 has already exceeded 3,000 points, and Jiang Chen's 2,000 points has been ranked 206th in the Heavenly Dragon ranking. It's okay. The gap is not too big. It shouldn't be difficult to get back to number 1 in 3 days. The gap between him and Yan Yu now was only 8 or 9,000 points. For example, in the top 5 of the dragon ranking today, the scores have already exceeded 5,000 points. As long as he finds and defeats one of them in 3 days, it will not be difficult to get back to number 1. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Chen floated directly from the top of the mountain. Brother Jiang Chen, are you finally awake? Looking at this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help showing a look of joy on her pretty face. The trial of the Heavenly Dragon is about to end in 3 days, and you will be eliminated if you don't do it. Let's go, let's start scoring. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled, and then led the two directly to the outside of the sword-shaped mountain. The three of them came out of the sword-shaped mountain, and it didn't take long before they collided head-on with a 5-person team. He was no stranger to this 5-person team, and it was the group of the Z family brothers who had conflicts with him. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but lifted up a playful look. Jiang Chen, why are you here? The 5Z Tianlin suddenly looked like a ghost, looking at Jiang Chen in horror, and their complexions instantly turned pale. On the first day of the Tianlong trial, Jiang Chen defeated Beilijin and Yanyu successively to reach the top of the Tianlong list. It is natural that Z Tianlin and the others would not know it. Although Jiang Chen has been in a silent state for more than 10 days. But none of the testers in the entire spatial domain dared to look down upon Jiang Chen in the slightest. Z Tianlin and the others did not expect that their group would be so unlucky that they actually encountered the evil star Jiang Chen during the last 3 days of the Tianlong trial. The relationship between them and Jiang Chen is not very friendly. This time, they were completely finished. Jiang Chen looked at Z Tianlin and his party and said with a smile, "Everyone, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here without any problems." Your Excellency Jiang Chen, at the beginning our 2 brothers had eyes and no knowledge of Mount Tai, and there were many offenses. I am not here to accompany you. Please raise your hand and let us go. Z Mo is grateful. Z Tianlin took a deep breath, then hugged Jiang Chen, whispering for mercy. Since entering the Tianlong trial, Z Tianlin has gathered the strength of several Xianfei people to accumulate points. The Tianlong trial is highly competitive, and it is impossible for them to pass all of them. Before the Tianlong trial started, they had already negotiated and accumulated all their points on Z Tianlin alone. As long as he alone obtains the qualification for promotion, he can bring all the 4 of Xianfei into Tianlong City to practice. It is precisely because all the points are accumulated on Z Tianlin's body that Z Tianlin's ranking in the Tianlong ranking has been stable at around 70. Although Z Tianlin has been very cautious during this period, the life-saving red line on the bracelet has not been used. But now it was only 3 days before the end of the Tianlong trial. If he is defeated by Jiang Chen now, it is almost impossible that he wants to regain the top 100. The only chance now is to beg Jiang Chen to let him go. Otherwise, he might really lose hope of being promoted to Heavenly Dragon City. It's not impossible to let you go. Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and said faintly, "You each give us 300 cents of life insurance premium, I can consider forgiving you." "Much, thank you, I am willing to pay the life insurance premium." Hearing this, Z Tianlin was overjoyed, and quickly transferred 1,500 points from the bracelet to Jiang Chen. He now has a total of more than 5,000 points, even if it is subtracted from 1,500 points, there are still close to 4,000 points, and he can still rank within 100, and he has great hopes for promotion. Losing 1,500 points to keep the chance of promotion is not too good compared to being cleared by Jiang Chen directly to defeat the points. As long as you are not a fool, you must know how to choose at this time. Seeing that they had been robbed of 1,500 points, but still thanking Z Tianlin and Yi Qingyan, who was so grateful to Jiang Chen, could not help but be stunned for a while. Jiang Chen's way of scoring points is really not ordinary. Chapter 1541, Beilijin, we are really destined. Okay, you can go now. After 1,500 points, Jiang Chen waved his hand and issued an order to dismiss Z Tianlin and his party directly. Z Tianlin and his party quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. It's not bad. The effect of collecting life insurance premiums like this is much easier than just hardening. Let's continue. Jiang Chen divided Yi Qingyan's 2 females by 500 points each, smiling authentically. Collect life insurance premium. When the second daughter of Yi Qingyan heard Jiang Chen's words, she suddenly couldn't smile. They also had to admit that Jiang Chen's method worked well. Now the Tianlong trial is almost over. For some testers who can be qualified for promotion, it is definitely a very sad thing to be defeated at this time. If you just lose some points, you can keep your qualifications for promotion. I am afraid that many people will be like Z Tianlin, and they will have to thank Jiang Chen for paying the points. I found that Tianlong trial points can be transferred, which seems to be a big loophole. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and said with some doubts, it's like Z Tianlin, who accumulates the scores of several people on his own person. Isn't this the equivalent of cheating? There is no absolute fairness in this world. Those people gave ZT Online all their points, and ZT Online took them into Tianlong City to practice. This is a tacit exchange of benefits. If there are not enough benefits, who would easily hand over points to others? Yi Qingyan shook his head and chuckled. That's true. Jiang Chen nodded, and then suddenly thought, you said that if I take a guy who hasn't broken through the truth censored, to participate in the Tianlong trial, and then give him a lot of points, will it also make him eligible for promotion? It is indeed possible. In the ancient dragon tribe, as long as you have extraordinary talents and strength, you can enjoy many privileges. The senior ancient dragon tribe will turn a blind eye to some situations. But the ranking of the Sky Dragon ranking is also very important to the top talents of Earth Dragon City, and this is generally not the case. The three Jiang Chen chatted while walking forward in the spatial realm. Because the Tianlong trial is nearing its end, many people have been eliminated, and the remaining trialers in the spatial domain have become much rarer. Jiang Chen and the others went to a nearby Thunder Mountain terrain, but only a few people were spotted sporadically. Many testers ranked within the promotion line will not stupidly gather in the surrounding terrain. They came to the vast central plain, trying to avoid crowded places as much as possible, waiting for the end of the Tianlong trial, and securely qualifying for promotion. Jiang Chen didn't go to other terrain next, but just wandered around the central plain. All day down, Jiang Chen and the others also encountered more than 10 waves of trialists. Every time he encounters a wave of trialers, Jiang Chen follows the law, only charging a certain life insurance fee. Along the way, Jiang Chen didn't need to do anything at all, and these testers thankfully paid the life insurance premium. And Jiang Chen easily scored 10,000 points without any effort. He gave Yi Qingyan and Yi Xian 3,000 each, and he also increased a full 4,000 points. With this score, Jiang Chen and Yi Xian both returned to the top 100 smoothly, while Yi Qingyan returned directly to the top 50. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen and the others started the journey of collecting life insurance fees again. The three walked slowly on the central plain. There was a violent energy fluctuation in the front, and it seemed that there were two not-so-strength testers engaged in a fierce battle. Go over and take a look. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and then he led Yi Qingyan and the two to flash away in the direction where the fluctuations radiated. In the sky ahead, a very embarrassed figure fled towards them in a hurry. Jiang Chen looked at the fleeing figure and couldn't help but was taken aback for a moment. Ji Yuling, why are you? Jiang Chen, save me. Ji Yuling looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in front of him, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and knelt in front of Jiang Chen with a plop, and asked Jiang Chen for help. Jiang Chen glanced at him lightly. You can save you, but it's paid. Remember to give me 1,000 cents of protection. Although he doesn't have a cold for this guy can be regarded as having a little relationship with him. Seeing Shui Qinru's face, he reluctantly helped the guy. After speaking, Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Ji Yuling, directly raised his head and looked behind Ji Yuling. A young man in black with a sword intent soaring into the sky, stepping on the void, quickly chased Ji Yuling. Bai Lijian, it seems that you and I are really destined. I didn't expect to meet again. Looking at the black-clothed youth who was chasing quickly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a rare smile on his face. Jiang Chen's sudden voice also made Bai Lijian a little startled. He suddenly raised his head and found Jiang Chen not far in front of him, but his face suddenly changed. Bai Lijian had no time to take care of Ji Yuling at the moment. His eyes locked on Jiang Chen, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Defeated by Jiang Chen that day, the Tianlong trial had just started, so he quickly chased the points back. Now that the Tianlong trial is over, with less than 2 days left, Bai Lijian happened to meet Ji Yuling, a true dragon-level genius, so he unceremoniously pursued and killed Ji Yuling. As long as he defeated Ji Yuling and plundered Ji Yuling's thousands of points, he could surpass Yan Yu in one fell swoop and reach the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Bai Lijian didn't expect that when he was chasing Ji Yuling, he encountered the evil star Jiang Chen. Bai Lijian, Ji Yuling is willing to pay 1,000 points of protection fee, now it is covered by me. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Lijian lightly. So, now if you want to move him, then you have to ask me whether I can agree. Bai Lijian gave a cold snort, didn't say much, turned around and left. With Jiang Chen covering Ji Yuling, it was impossible for him to defeat Ji Yuling to win points. At this point, Beilijin didn't want to entangle Jiang Chen too much. Ji Yuling's matter has been resolved, but your matter has not been resolved. If you say that, come and leave as long as you want, it would be too dismissive of me. Just when Beilijin was about to turn around and leave, Jiang Chen's faint voice came from behind him again. Jiang Chen, according to the rules of the Tianlong trial, you have already defeated me once. Even if you defeat me again, you cannot rob my points. What do you want? Beilijin's complexion sank slightly, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen became extremely gloomy in an instant. Chapter 1542, Fire King Yanyu who vomits blood. There are such rules. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help looking at Yi Qingyan beside him. Yi Qingyan nodded and said, "It is true. After defeating the same person twice, you will not plunder the opponent's score again." Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Originally, he was thinking of getting rid of Beilijin, so he could easily return to number 1, who knew he could no longer score points on this guy. But thinking about it, Jiang Chen was relieved. This rule is obviously also a protection for these talented testers. If he plundered Beilijin again at this time, wouldn't he even be eliminated as a king-level genius? Alright, although you can't grab points if you beat you, we still follow the rules. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "If you want to leave safely, then pay 3,000 points for life insurance." Beilijin's eyes filled with sorrowful anger. "Jiang Chen, don't deceive people too much. What if I don't make it? Then I will defeat you again and consume the last red line on your bracelet." A sneer sneered from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. "In the next day or so, you'd better pray that you won't encounter me in this space domain, or I will let you out completely." Beilijin trembled, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen was about to burst into flames. If it wasn't that he couldn't beat Jiang Chen, Beilijin could not wait to rush forward and chop Jiang Chen. This censored is clearly a naked threat. There is also a life-saving red thread on the Beilijin bracelet. Although he is now defeated by Jiang Chen, he will not have any loss. With this life-saving red line available, if he is defeated again, he will be expelled from the spatial realm. Beilijin dare not bet. If he is unlucky for a long time in the last day and he really meets Jiang Chen again, wouldn't he lose the opportunity to enter Sky Dragon City? Losing 3,000 points, although he couldn't compete for the first place, it was more than enough to keep the top 10. Beilijin finally chose to give in. He turned 3,000 points to Jiang Chen without saying a word, then turned and left without looking back. "Jiang Chen, much thank you for your help. Ji Yu can't be thankful enough." And beside Jiang Chen, Ji Yuling also hurriedly transferred 1,000 points to Jiang Chen, and said with gratitude. Even Beilijin, a king-level genius, had to hand over his points obediently in front of Jiang Chen. How dare he be dissatisfied? After all, he is now at the top of the rankings, ranking in the top 30 of the Tianlong list, and at most 1,000 points will drop by more than 10. As long as the points are not cleared by Beilijin defeat, what is this loss? You don't have to be polite, take people's money and help them eliminate disasters. I have charged you 1,000 points, so naturally I have to guarantee your safety. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and then he was about to transfer part of the 4,000 cents he got to Yi Qingyan and the others. "Jiang Chen, my sister and I are both ranked well, enough to get promotion spots. You should stay at the top of the Impact Dragon list with these scores." Yi Qingyan quickly refused. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, she would have difficulty sheltering Yi Xian to qualify for promotion. This time the Tianlong trial, they were very lucky to follow Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen gets these 4,000 points, his score can exceed 10,000, and he has a great chance to hit the top of the Tianlong list. Naturally, Yi Qingyan doesn't want Jiang Chen to give them points. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen did not force it. He wants to surpass Yan Yu and return to the top of the Tianlong list. He really needs a lot of scores. 4,000 points were credited, and Jiang Chen's score also came to 10,500. The next time the Heavenly Dragon ranking was refreshed, Jiang Chen successfully surpassed the Beilijin that he had robbed 3,000 points, and reached the third place on the Heavenly Dragon ranking in one fell swoop. With Jiang Chen's ranking suddenly soaring again, whether it is the testers within the space domain or the onlookers outside the space domain, there is an uproar. After this evildoer had been silent for more than 10 days, he was about to start exerting strength again. Within the space domain, the central plane, with a palm of his hand, Yan Yu sent the 3 testers out of the spatial realm, and the smile on his face grew thicker. Now that the Tianlong trial is over, there is only 1 day left. As long as there is no accident, Yu Chushui and Beijian should not have a chance to catch up with him. But Jiang Chen, the only one who made Yan Yu jealous, had been silent for more than 10 days. Although Jiang Chen has started frantically scoring in the past 2 days and has reached the top 100, it is almost impossible to threaten his number 1 position. At this moment, the Tianlong list was refreshed. Yan Yu couldn't help but look up. When he saw the ranking refreshed on the Tianlong list, he immediately froze there. First place, Yan Yu, 12,115 points. Second place, Yu Chushui, 11,228 points. Third place, Jiang Chen, 10,852 points. Yan Yu stared blankly at the ranking of the dragon ranking, almost unable to believe his eyes. Yan Yu only felt that he was hurt, and almost no old blood spurted out. He felt confident just now that Jiang Chen had no chance to catch up with him. Who knew that Jiang Chen had instantly moved from the 60th to 70th position to the 3rd position? Although he is still number 1 now, the gap between Jiang Chen and him now is less than 1,300 points. According to Jiang Chen's scoring speed, surpassing him is not a matter of minutes. No, the number 1 in the Tianlong list is mine, no one can take it from me. Yan Yu roared grimly, and then the whole person went into a runaway state and started the crazy point scoring mode. Yan Chong, a woman in red, looked at the situation below, her face becoming extremely difficult to look. It's just nonsense. In the Tianlong trial, everything should be spoken by strength. In this way, intimidating others and stealing scores, what kind of style? Jiang Chen's move is clearly disrupting the order of the Tianlong trial. I suggest that his results in this Tianlong trial be invalidated. The middle-aged Jinpao smiled coldly. Yan Chong, I think you are for your younger generation, right? Jiang Chen has not violated the rules of the Tianlong trial. What qualifications do you have to void his results? Yan Chong glared at the middle-aged Jinpao. Jinchuyang, Jiang Chen's opportunistic behavior is undesirable. I'm just seeking truth from facts, you don't want to spit blood. Although Jiang Chen's move is different from ordinary people, it does not violate any rule of the Tianlong trial. Not to mention, he can let others hand over the scores obediently, that's his ability. The beautiful woman in the palace dress waved her hand and said in a final word, Jiang Chen's results are valid, and there is no need to say more about this. Chapter 1543, The trial is over and win the first place. Yan Chang's complexion was ugly. She proposed to invalidate Jiang Chen's results, but, in fact, she didn't really want to invalidate Jiang Chen's results. With Jiang Chen's talent and strength, I am afraid it has already attracted the attention of Shenlong City. She wanted Jiang Chen not to enter Sky Dragon City, almost impossible. The purpose of Yan Chang's move was just to take advantage of the topic to cut off a part of Jiang Chen's points and prevent Jiang Chen from taking the first place in Yan Yu. The ranking of Tianlong trials is still very important for those who are promoted to Tianlong City. Because Sky Dragon City will issue a reward for entering the city based on the ranking of Sky Dragon ranking. The higher the ranking, the greater the reward. Especially the top 10 awards in the Tianlong list are even more greedy. In each Tianlong trial, a small number of geniuses who obtained promotion qualifications but were not satisfied with their ranking stayed in Earth Dragon City to participate in the next Tianlong trial. For example, the 3 kings of this Tianlong trial are all true. As the head of the 3 kings, Yan Yu had great hopes of reaching the top of the Tianlong list, but who knew that Jiang Chen suddenly came out halfway. As Yan Yu's elder, Yan Chong naturally wanted to help Yan Yu and help Yan Yu maintain the top position in the Heavenly Dragon ranking. Yan Chong didn't expect it. The 2 people in front of her didn't leave her any room for bargaining at all. If only Jinchuyang is alone, Yan Chong is naturally not afraid. But the beautiful woman in palace dress is the first elder who sits in Sky Dragon City and has absolute right to speak in Sky Dragon City. The woman announced the result in one fell swoop. What else could she do? According to Jiang Chen's speed of gaining points, no matter how Yan Yu brushed his points, it would not help at all. It would only be a matter of time before he was surpassed. Space Domain. After Jiang Chen robbed Beijian's points, he continued to wander around the central plain like a stroll in the courtyard. After more than 10 days of cruel competition, the testers in the spatial realm have almost eliminated 9 out of 10, and they are already very rare. The time of the next day, Jiang Chen only encountered a few waves of trials in total, and received a life-saving fee of 5,000 points. But even so, Jiang Chen's score still successfully surpassed Yan Yu and returned to the top position in the Tianlong list. Fire King Yan Yu is like crazy, looking for the tester to make full use of points. But no matter how hard he struggles, the points gap between him and Jiang Chen is still expanding. After this situation lasted for a long time, a majestic voice finally rang in the spatial realm. The time for half a month has come, and this Tianlong trial is over. As this voice fell, the final ranking of the Tianlong list also slowly emerged in the sight of everyone. First place, Jiang Chen, 16,170 points. Second place, Yan Yu, 13,990 points. Third place, Yu Chushui, 12,669 points. In the end, Jiang Chen surpassed Yan Yu by more than 2,000 points, and he undoubtedly won the top of the Tianlong list. In this trial, the top 108 people are eligible to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City. Those who are after the 108th are all eliminated. When everyone was still paying attention to the truth of the Tianlong list, the voice in the void sounded again. Immediately afterwards, the space domain mirror began to tremble violently as if it had been subjected to an earthquake. Countless trialists who failed to make it into the top 108 were all expelled from the spatial realm one after another, and fell from the sky above Earth Dragon City. And the 108 people headed by Jiang Chen only felt that the world was changing and the space moved. They have already come to the gate of a magnificent and vast city. This is a mysterious giant city built with no idea of what material it was used for. The entire city is exuding a mighty power that makes people dare not look at it. Above the city gate, 3 archaic characters blooming with dazzling light hung in the air. Even with Jiang Chen's strength, looking at the light radiating from the 3 fonts above the city gate, I felt a heart-trembling breath. Sky Dragon City, one of the 3 core cities founded by the ancient dragon tribe, located between Shenlong City and Earth Dragon City. This is the city where members of the Gulong clan live, and it is also a gathering place for true geniuses and evildoers. Almost all geniuses who are able to pass the Tianlong trial to be promoted to Tianlong City are 1 in 1,000 geniuses. And Tianlong City has such a group of geniuses gathering here every 10 years. It can be said that the real arrogant is like a cloud and evildoers are like rain. The gate of Sky Dragon City slowly opened. An avenue with a width of hundreds of meters appeared directly in the sight of Jiang Chen and others. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 rays of light flew out from the Sky Dragon City and turned into 3 figures in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen looked up at the 3 large figures in front of him. Among the 3, Jiang Chen is no stranger to the middle-aged in a golden robe on the left, and he is the middle-aged man he met when he first entered Earth Dragon City. The woman in red on the right and the lady in palace dress in the middle, Jiang Chen is very strange. However, the auras of the 2 of them are extremely unfathomable, and they are inferior to those of the middle-aged golden robe, and they are obviously strong in the heavenly gods. Little guys, congratulations to you for passing the Heavenly Dragon trial and obtaining the qualification to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City. From now on, you will truly become a member of my ancient dragon clan. But, before entering Sky Dragon City, we will first issue ranking rewards for this Sky Dragon trial. Jiang Chen and the others swept slightly in the eyes of the beautiful woman in the palace costume standing in the middle, and then began to announce the list rewards. Jiang Chen, number 1 in the Tianlong list, has gained 50,000 Tianlong points and can choose one of the world-censored level exercises or martial arts for free. With the words of the beautiful woman in the palace costume, the more than 100 young geniuses who were present looked at Jiang Chen with a look of envy and jealousy. Although they have not yet entered Sky Dragon City, they already know something about Sky Dragon City. The Tianlong points are in Tianlong City, and it is said that they are more precious than the Earth Dragon points of the Earth Dragon City. How can Jiang Chen get 50,000 points at a time, so how can they not be greedy? In addition to points, the most enviable thing is the opportunity to choose exercises and martial arts for free. Realm God level exercises or martial arts are definitely the existence that everyone present is dreaming of. Hearing that the beautiful lady in palace costume announced the reward for the first place, Yan Yu gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched, and a blood-red light appeared in his eyes. He desperately competed for the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking, in order to obtain the qualification to select the world-censored level exercises for free. But now this opportunity was taken away by Jiang Chen. Yan Yu only felt blood dripping from his heart. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and couldn't help but let out a ferocious roar in his heart. Jiang Chen, you seize my chance, sooner or later, I will make you pay a heavy price for it. Chapter 1544, Promoted to Sky Dragon City. Yan Yu, the second place in the Tianlong ranking, won 30,000 Tianlong points and can choose one of the world god level martial arts for free. Yu Chushui, the third place in the Tianlong list, has gained 20,000 Tianlong points and can choose one of the Tiantian level exercises or martial arts for free. The beautiful women in palace costumes will give ranking rewards to everyone. The lower the ranking, the less rewards are naturally. Especially the 36 people who ranked after the 73rd place only have the reward of 3,000 Tianlong points, which is better than nothing. Well, little guys, the rewards have been distributed. I am the chief elder of Tianlong City, Shui Linglong. Next to me are Elder Jinchuyang and Elder Yan Chong. Prepare to follow us into the city. According to the usual practice, when you first enter the Tianlong City, you need to go to the Tianlong Palace to test the city. After giving out the reward, the beautiful woman in the palace costume glanced at everyone, and said with a smile, Elder Shui, I wonder if this Heavenly Dragon Palace is the same as the Magic Dragon Palace in Earth Dragon City. One of them asked, the Heavenly Dragon Palace and the Fantasy Dragon Palace are indeed similar. They are both used to test the potential of their talents, but there are some differences. Shui Linglong didn't feel bored at all, and explained to everyone kindly. The Heavenly Dragon Palace does not have 10 formations like the Magic Dragon Palace, forming 10 levels. In the entire Tianlong Palace, there is only one big formation. This big formation will gradually increase its power over time, and those who enter the Heavenly Dragon Palace also test their talent and strength by the length of time they persist in the big formation. In the Heavenly Dragon Palace, every 10 breaths persisted, it was a different level. Within 10 breaths, he is an inferior disciple of the ancient dragon tribe. From 10 breaths to 20 breaths, he is an intermediate disciple of the ancient dragon tribe. From 20 to 30 breaths, he is a superior disciple of the ancient dragon tribe. Those with more than 30 breaths can become the true dragon arrogant of the ancient dragon clan. The true dragon Tianzhao is the true supreme genius of the Gulong tribe, and the status is no less than the terrifying existence of the elders of the ordinary heavenly gods. Disciples of different levels receive different treatments in Sky Dragon City, naturally. Just because of the living conditions, the disciples of all levels are already very different. The inferior disciple is almost equivalent to the tester in the ordinary area of Earth Dragon City, living in a bungalow. A middle-level disciple who lives in an ordinary courtyard. Senior disciple, living in a luxurious manner. As for the true dragon Tianzhao, the residence is an independent mountain created by the only realm, censored, of the ancient dragon clan. True dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City is a symbol of status and glory. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to become a true dragon arrogant in Tianlong City. In the millions of years of history of the ancient dragon tribe, there are not many true dragons born in Tianlong City, and there may not be one in 1,000 years. This includes not only the geniuses promoted from Earth Dragon City, but also many descendants of the ancient dragon tribe who have been living in Sky Dragon City. For example, there are only 9 true dragon Tianzhao in Dragon City today. While Shui Linglong led everyone into Sky Dragon City, she introduced some of the rules of Sky Dragon City to everyone. There is not much difference between Sky Dragon City and Earth Dragon City, and they are still endless geniuses. The competition here is more cruel than Earth Dragon City. Although Sky Dragon City will not be like Earth Dragon City, it will be eliminated if it fails to be promoted for 10 years, but it must complete a trial task every 10 years. Once the trial mission is performed, it means that you will step out of the comfort zone of Sky Dragon City, and you will even encounter life threats. In the Sky Dragon City, almost every year, many disciples left Tianlong City because of the trial mission, and there has been no news ever since. If you want to survive better in Sky Dragon City, the only way is to cultivate hard and make yourself stronger. Inside Tianlong City, while listening to Shui Linglong's explanation of the rules of the Sky Dragon City, Jiang Chen waited for someone to follow Shui Linglong's trio and slowly walk towards the Sky Dragon Palace. The situation in Sky Dragon City is very different from Earth Dragon City. It is not like a city at all, but rather like a rare hole in the sky. In the city, in addition to some majestic buildings, there are also suspended peaks. Each of these mountains seems to contain different Taoist powers. Volcanoes full of flames, icebergs covered with snow, thunder mountains damaged by thunder and lightning. The peaks are undulating, and the strange and dazzling shining light is all over the surroundings of Tianlong City, which looks very dazzling and shocking. Jiang Chen counted slightly and found that there were exactly 9 such peaks in Tianlong City. It seems that these mountain peaks should be the residences of the 9 true dragons in Skyrim. It is worthy of being built by the world gods himself, and they are magnificent. Jiang Chen looked at the 9 mountain peaks and was also amazed in his heart. And around Jiang Chen, many people obviously thought of the existence of the 9 mountains, and their eyes showed a look of admiration and yearning. Jiang Chen and the others were walking through the Sky Dragon City, and they also encountered many extraordinary figures along the way. These figures looked at Jiang Chen and his party and couldn't help but talk in a low voice. "It's the new kid here again. I don't know how the level is this year. That's it, the strongest should be Yan Yu, who had hoped to hit the top 10 in the last session, and perhaps has the opportunity to hit the top disciples. The first-class disciple, it's already pretty good. It seems that we haven't seen the true dragon Tianzhao in Tianlong City for more than 1,000 years." Under the eyes of everyone discussing, Jiang Chen and the others came directly to a towering hall. The hall is like a dream and illusion, and it looks like it is not in this space. Between the overlaps, the divine powers are overflowing, making people feel jealous. Outside the Tianlong Temple, there were several Gulong disciples who were about to break into the Hall of Illusion Dragon. They saw Jiang Chen and others, and knew that this group of newcomers were going to enter the city for a test, and they all stepped aside. Start rushing to the tower. The length of your stay in the Heavenly Dragon Palace determines your initial disciple level, and also determines your residence and the training resources you can allocate. So, you better go all out. The 3 of Shui Linglong stood proudly on the side of the Heavenly Dragon Hall and said lightly. Everyone looked at each other, but no one wanted to step forward. They didn't understand the situation of the Heavenly Dragon Palace at all, and obviously they were not willing to be the first person to go in for the test. Hee, since you don't dare to be the first, let me come first. Yan Yu squinted at everyone, sneered, and then strode out into the Heavenly Dragon Hall. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. Yan Yu is the first of the 3 kings of Earth Dragon City. Although he was defeated by Jiang Chen, his strength and talent are still among the best. They also wanted to know how much Yan Yu could hold on in this Heavenly Dragon Palace. Chapter 1545, Tianlong Temple Test. The crowd held their breath and stared at the Tianlong Temple closely. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Unconsciously, Yan Yu entered the Heavenly Dragon Hall for more than 10 breaths. However, Yan Yu showed no sign of coming out of the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Yan Yu's time in the Heavenly Dragon Palace had already exceeded 20 breaths. This continued until the 23 breaths, Yan Yu finally retreated from the Heavenly Dragon Palace with a pale complexion. 23 breaths, the superior disciple of the ancient dragon. Looking at Yan Yu coming out of the Tianlong Palace, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Worthy of being the head of the 3 kings of the Earth Dragon City, as soon as he entered the Sky Dragon City, he became an extremely rare disciple. High-class disciples are already very rare in Tianlong City, and this is already second only to the existence of true dragon Tianzhao. Tisk Tusk. The first Tianlong Palace test insisted on 23 breaths, which is amazing. This guy is Yan Yu, Earth Dragon City's strongest genius in this class. I'm afraid there is hope to impact true dragon Tianzhao. It's not that easy. After the Tianlong Palace's 20 breaths, it is not an easy task to hold on for 1 more breath. Yeah, the strongest genius of our class lasted 25 breaths in the first Tianlong Palace test. Now that 20 years have passed, I can only hold 2 breaths more in the Tianlong Palace. True dragon Tianzhao, too difficult. The old disciples who were on the sidelines couldn't help feeling general. However, that being said, when you first enter the Sky Dragon City, you can test your persistence for 23 breaths in the Sky Dragon Palace and become a superior disciple, which is already very good. Yan Yu was obviously satisfied with his test results, and a smug look appeared on his face. He raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen, his eyes also flashed a little provocatively. Although he lost to Jiang Chen in the spatial realm, Jiang Chen only relied on the many martial arts laws he comprehended. This Tianlong Palace test saw more than just martial arts laws. Yan Yu hated the guy who robbed him of the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking. He had already vowed in his heart secretly that he must slam Jiang Chen under his feet in this Heavenly Dragon City. Jiang Chen was too lazy to look at Yan Yu, and walked directly towards the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen is going to test. How many breaths do you think he can hold on? This guy defeated Yan Yu in the spatial realm, at least it should be more than 23 breaths. It goes without saying, maybe Jiang Chen can exceed 30 breaths and become a true dragon arrogant in one fell swoop. Many newly promoted geniuses have their eyes bright and locked tightly at the gate of Tianlong Palace. Fuck, what are those newcomers talking about? This kid who just entered seems to be more powerful than the one who just entered. An old disciple's eyes widened suddenly, his face was incredibly authentic. The old disciples beside him also looked at the door of the Heavenly Dragon Hall with surprise. Yan Yu's results just now were pretty good. If this kid can really defeat Yan Yu, what a terrifying existence is that? In front of Tianlong Temple, countless old disciples onlookers, or many newcomers, are secretly holding their breaths, waiting for the results. Even the three celestial god realm elders Shui Linglong are extremely concerned about this. They also want to know whether Jiang Chen can hold on to 30 breaths and directly become the 10th true dragon arrogant of Tianlong City. Jiang Chen walked into the gate of Tianlong Palace, as if he had crossed the space, and directly came to a mysterious space with layers of space and unpredictable changes. Just as Jiang Chen was about to look at the surrounding situation, a figure condensed in front of him out of thin air. This was a black-clothed young man with an illusory figure. In the early days of the true god, he looked at Jiang Chen with a stern look, his body burst out with full power, and he killed Jiang Chen without hesitation. In the early days, the lower true gods would dare to be wild in front of me. Jiang Chen sneered, and then raised his hand for a long time to point out the black-clothed youth. The sword finger pierced the chest of the black-clothed youth, and the body of the black-clothed youth suddenly appeared cracks, and then burst apart, disappearing without a trace in midair. And when Jiang Chen killed the black-clothed youth instantly, suddenly there was a wave of spatial fluctuations in the surrounding space, and two identical black-clothed youths gathered out of thin air, and then killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen moved his fingers one after another, killing the two young men in black. It wasn't long before these two black shadows disappeared that three more black-clothed youths gathered in front of him. This Heavenly Dragon Palace is a bit interesting. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with a strange look in his eyes. He entered the Tianlong Palace in just 3 breaths. At the first breath, a young man in black appeared, at the second breath, 2 appeared, and at the third breath, 3 more appeared. Could it be that every breath, Tianlong Palace will refresh a wave of opponents? There is one more opponent that refreshes every breath than the last time. When Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, he did not directly kill the 3 black shadows in front of him, but dodged to avoid the attack of the 3. Soon, the 4th breath came. In the void, 4 shadows condensed again, and the shadow in front of Jiang Chen reached 7. Sure enough, he also finally understood why most of these geniuses selected from Earth Dragon City also persisted for less than 10 breaths in Sky Dragon City. This Heavenly Dragon Palace is really not as simple as he imagined. The first breath refreshes an early stage inferior true god's opponent, 2 second breaths, 3 third breaths. If the opponent refreshed in the last breath cannot be defeated instantly, the opponent refreshed in the next breath will not dissipate. Although the strength of these black shadows in front of them is not strong, they are only equivalent to the ordinary inferior true gods, and most of the geniuses who can be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City will have no problem dealing with 3 or 5. But the setting of the Tianlong Palace is still enough to make most geniuses feel desperate. If you can't kill the opponent instantly, you only need a few breaths, and you will be besieged by dozens of dark shadows, and most people really can't bear it. At the moment Jiang Chen was stunned, the 5 black shadows of the 5th breath were refreshed again. With his current strength, these shadows are no different from the ants. Not to mention a dozen or so tracts, even if the Heavenly Dragon Palace refreshed hundreds of tracts at once, it would not pose any threat to him. Jiang Chen didn't waste time either. The double épée sword intent filled the void, and countless fierce sword chi burst out from the void space, instantly strangling all the more than a dozen black shadows that had been culled. Chapter 1546. The weakest dragon ranking first in history. Jiang Chen frantically tortured and killed the dark shadows that were refreshed in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Unconsciously, the time of 10 breaths passed in a flash. After he defeated the 10 opponents spawned by the 10th breath, the situation in the Tianlong Palace finally changed. At the 11th breath, the Tianlong Palace did not refresh 11 dark shadows as Jiang Chen expected, but condensed a silver-robed youth in front of him. The aura of this silver-robed youth is obviously much stronger than the previous black-clothed youth, and has reached the middle stage of the inferior true god. It seems that the Heavenly Dragon Palace is indeed a threshold of 10 breaths. Jiang Chen looked at the silver-robed youth in front of him, his eyes condensed slightly. The strength of this silver-robed youth is no longer weaker than many true dragon-level geniuses in Earth Dragon City. If the rules of the Tianlong Palace are the same as the first 10 breaths, then if you want to persist until after 20 breaths, you must instantly defeat dozens of silver-robed youths. Among the testers who were promoted to Heavenly Dragon City this time, no one except the 3 kings could do it. Just as Jiang Chen felt in his heart, the silver-robed youth moved. I saw a huge silver giant sword slowly condensing behind him. The giant sword turned into a silver storm with sword aura soaring into the sky, and swept directly towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and a soul-killing seal suppressed the world, instantly crushing the silver storm and the figure of the silver-robed youth into nothingness. Jiang Chen had just killed the silver-robed youth in a flash, and the figure of the silver-robed youth condensed in front of Jiang Chen. Although there is still only one silver-robed youth, Jiang Chen can clearly feel that the strength of the reunited silver-robed youth seems to have increased a bit. The silver-robed youth who had gathered again still did not hesitate at all. A storm of silver sword energy stronger than before, once again struck Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and the mark of Zhu Shen condensed in an instant, killing the silver-robed youth again. But at the next breath, the silver-robed youth condensed again, and his aura became even stronger. Tisk tusk. This Heavenly Dragon Palace is really amazing. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. After the 10 breaths, the rules of the Tianlong Palace were obviously different from the previous 10 breaths. This time, it wasn't that every breath added an opponent, but every breath he killed the silver-robed youth in front of him would make this guy even stronger. If I don't choose to defeat this silver-robed youth in an instant, I don't know what is going on. With a bit of curiosity, Jiang Chen didn't directly kill the silver-robed youth this time, but reached out and grabbed the void in front of him, only shattering the sword chi storm that hit him. Next, a scene that shocked Jiang Chen happened. After seeing the silver-robed youth with a sword blocked by him, his aura soared as if he had performed a secret technique. At the next breath, the silver-robed youth swung a sword at him again. Jiang Chen was amazed, as he blocked the 3 swords of the silver-robed youth, but he never made a move to kill the silver-robed youth. A faint voice suddenly echoed in the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Failed to defeat the opponent for 3 consecutive breaths, failed to pass the level, and scored 15 breaths. With this voice slowly falling, the silver-robed youth in front of him dissipated out of thin air, and the huge Heavenly Dragon Palace was instantly calm. Jiang Chen could not help being dumbfounded when he heard the sound in the hall. He originally just wanted to play with the silver-robed youth in front of him, with the rule that he couldn't beat his opponent for 3 consecutive breaths and was directly eliminated. However, the matter has come to this point. Even if Jiang Chen regrets it, it is too late, so he can only wait for the decisive time to enter the Heavenly Dragon Palace again. This is a big game. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, and then disappeared into the Heavenly Dragon Palace with a flash. Outside the Tianlong Temple, everyone looked at Jiang Chen who came out of the Tianlong Temple. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what was in front of them. Jiang Chen is the number 1 in this year's Tianlong ranking, and he defeated the existence of Fire King Yanyu. But now Yanyu insisted on 23 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, but Jiang Chen only persisted for 15 breaths, and he didn't even have the qualifications to become a superior disciple. Why did Jiang Chen just insist on 15 breaths before he came out? Could it be that he has hidden his strength? The Tianlong Palace test is related to the position in Tianlong City and the training resources that can be allocated. Who would hide their strength foolishly? Could it be? This guy was just lucky to defeat Yanyu and others. When everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but talk. Shui Linglong's 3 elders of the Heavenly God Realm could not help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. With Jiang Chen's talent and strength, how could it be possible to insist on 15 breaths? Ha ha. Jiang Chen, the top of the dignified Heavenly Dragon ranking, he has only persisted for 15 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, and he is not afraid of laughing out loud. Yanyu looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. It's just a defeated man. What qualifications do you have to tell me in front of me? Jiang Chen tilted his head and glanced at Yanyu, and said lightly, "Even if I only insist on 15 breaths, it is more than enough to defeat you. Do you want to try again?" Yan Yu snorted coldly, without saying much. Jiang Chen's combat power, he had already deeply understood in the spatial realm. Although his performance in the Heavenly Dragon Palace was 8 breaths higher than Jiang Chen, he knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent now. He is now a superior disciple, and both the cultivation environment and the allocated cultivation resources are several times better than Jiang Chen. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely defeat Jiang Chen and recover the humiliation he has suffered from Jiang Chen 10 times 100 times. Jiang Chen, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to insist on becoming a superior disciple for 20 breaths. Yi Qingyan looked at Jiang Chen and couldn't help asking in a low voice. She would never believe that with Jiang Chen's strength and talent, she could only hold on for 15 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Something happened. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. When you go in for a while, don't retain your strength. In the end, you will instantly kill the opponent in front of you with every breath. While the two were talking, the Tianlong Palace test continued. Many geniuses entered the Tianlong Temple at once. The most dazzling ones are undoubtedly Beilijian and Yu Chushui, both of whom have become first-class disciples with 20 breaths. There are even some true dragon-level geniuses who have been in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for more than 15 breaths. But Jiang Chen, who is the number 1 on the Tianlong list, only persisted for 15 breaths. Many geniuses were in an uproar and questioned them. I really don't know how this guy became the number 1 in the dragon list. This is simply number 1 on the list of the weakest heavenly dragons in the history of Earth Dragon City. Chapter 1547. Late True God. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he didn't care about the doubts and mockery around him. In this Tianlong Palace test, he only persisted for 15 breaths, which was just an accident. As long as he is willing, it is not difficult to insist on more than 20 breaths, and even if he insists on 30 breaths, it is not impossible to hit True Dragon Tianzhao. He walked along the way, and every place he went, he became an evildoer who created countless records. This time he entered Sky Dragon City, he could finally practice low-key for a while, and it was not a bad thing. 100 and 100 newly promoted geniuses all entered the Tianlong Palace one by one. When the last genius walked out of the gate of Tianlong Temple, Shui Linglong didn't talk nonsense, and directly began to allocate accommodation for everyone based on the test results. Those who are less than 10 breaths, go to the lower class disciples, residential area to find vacancies. From 10 breaths to 20 breaths, go to the middle level disciples, residential area to find vacancies. Yanyu, Beilijian, and Yu Chushui, the 3 of you are manner numbers 661 to 663 in the upper disciple area. All new disciples are eligible to bring 2 to 4 followers into Sky Dragon City. You can go to the Internal Affairs Hall to report on your own. Shui Linglong announced the completion one by one, and then disappeared in front of everyone with the 2 elders beside her. As the elders of the Celestial God realm in charge of the Sky Dragon City, they naturally wouldn't focus too much on these newcomers. Now that they have settled Jiang Chen and others, to what extent Jiang Chen and the others can grow in Sky Dragon City, everything can only depend on themselves. With their status, they don't care too much about geniuses. A genius is just a genius, not a strong one. Only a genius who has overcome obstacles along the way, passed the baptism of life and death, and has survived and grown can be regarded as a strong. In the entire Tianlong City, only the 9 true dragons and Tianzhao are qualified to let them see each other squarely. With the end of the 10-year Tianlong trial, the endless genius of Earth Dragon City has been dispersed. Except for some geniuses recommended by the elders of the Gulong clan, there are only some true gods who are willing to stay to do miscellaneous tasks. The huge Earth Dragon City all seemed particularly deserted. This desertedness is also temporary, and there will soon be countless new geniuses who are always ready to enter Earth Dragon City. Meng Ping walked back and forth in the hall non-stop, his expression agitated. He originally thought that with a master like Jiang Chen, he should have the opportunity to be promoted to Heavenly Dragon City in 10 years. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to give him a big surprise. In less than 2 years, Jiang Chen was promoted to the top of the Heavenly Dragon ranking with an invincible posture that overwhelmed the genius of the same class. Thinking of Jiang Chen's horror, Meng Ping was so excited, a worried look appeared in his heart. He was worried that Jiang Chen would be dissatisfied with him, so he replaced a new housekeeper in Sky Dragon City. "Why haven't you come?" Does Your Excellency Jiang Chen really want to give up him? Meng Ping was worried about gains and losses, and was restless. When he looked at Shui Qinru standing by the side pretty, his mind instantly settled down a lot. Your Excellency Jiang Chen has a very good relationship with Shui Qinru. Since he personally promised to bring Shui Qinru into the Sky Dragon City, he would have no words to believe. Meng Ping, Shui Qinru, immediately follow me into Sky Dragon City. A loud voice came from the entrance of the manor. Both Meng Ping and Shui Qinru showed excitement on their faces. Jiang Chen did not forget them. They finally got the chance to ascend to Sky Dragon City. After Jiang Chen went to the Internal Affairs Hall to report the names of Meng Ping and Shui Qinru, he chose a remote courtyard and settled down directly in the middle disciple area. Has now been promoted to Sky Dragon City. Next, what Jiang Chen has to do is to practice and improve his strength. When his strength is raised to a certain level, he can take over the task, and then walk out of Sky Dragon City to see the real world of God's domain, and find his father's whereabouts by the way. The God's realm is vast and boundless, with countless realms. I don't know which realm my father will appear in when he ascends from the profound spirit continent. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Zan even shook his head and smiled bitterly. If his father Zhang Wuya hadn't ascended to the ancient dragon realm, he wanted to cross the realm to find Zhang Wuya, and he would have to break through the heavenly, censored realms since he was young. And the heavenly god realm, for the current Jiang Chen, was obviously too far away. Cultivate first. It's also time to improve your cultivation. Now his cultivation base is still in the early stage of the inferior true god. Among the 108 newly promoted geniuses, the single Lune cultivation base is the weakest existence, not to mention compared with the countless old disciples in Sky Dragon City. With a decision in his heart, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and with a wave of his palm, a large pile of crystals piled up like a mountain, directly appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. These censored crystals were all exchanged by Jiang Chen from Earth Dragon City. Especially for the 20,000 Earth Dragon points that passed through the 8th or 9th floor of the Illusion Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen didn't know what to exchange for a while, so he exchanged all of them into censored crystals to facilitate his own cultivation. Jiang Chen picked up the Shen Jing, ran the Taishu Sacred Dragon diagram, and began to practice. Ding! You use a piece of censored crystal to cultivate and gain 1000*100 experience. With the God King level technique Taishu Sacred Dragon map, Jiang Chen can absorb the crystals and practice faster than ordinary geniuses. If he accelerates the system's 100 times experience, the improvement of his cultivation level is undoubtedly even more terrifying. 2 months later, Jiang Chen's cultivation level finally reached the middle stage of the inferior true, censored, from the early stage of the inferior true god. After breaking through the middle stage of the inferior true god, Jiang Chen went to the Internal Affairs Hall to receive the training resources for this year, and then exchanged all the heavenly dragon points in his hands for resources that could improve his cultivation, and then retreats to practice hard. Ding! You successfully broke through the lower stage true god. For a whole year, after consuming countless resources, Jiang Chen finally made another breakthrough in his cultivation, and he was successfully promoted to the lower true, censored stage. After the true god realm, it is really not an easy task to improve the cultivation base. After breaking through his cultivation base, Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, feeling endless in his heart. It only took him 2 months to break through the middle stage from the early stage of the lower true god. From the midterm breakthrough to the late period, it took a full 10 months. True God realm, even if it is every small realm, the time and resources consumed have almost multiplied. At this speed, it would take him at least a few years to break through the peak of the inferior true God. Chapter 1548. I just want to change a place to live. It seems that even if you have 100 times system, you want to break through the heavenly God realm, it is not a matter of a moment. Jiang Chen shook his head, then stretched out slightly, stood up and walked outside. In Tianlongchang, every disciple has the opportunity to go to the Tianlong Palace to pass the test every other year. If you can persist in the Heavenly Dragon Palace for enough time, you can be promoted to a higher level disciple, get a higher status and resource allocation. When he entered the Heavenly Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen only persisted for 15 breaths due to an accident and obtained the status of an intermediate disciple. Now that 1 year has passed, it is time for him to break into the Heavenly Dragon Palace and change his status as a disciple. After leaving the practice secret room, Jiang Chen directly called Meng Ping and Shui Qinru to him. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, I wonder why you called us to come. Meng Ping asked respectfully. Jiang Chen said lightly, you two tidy up and prepare to leave here. Your Excellency Jiang Chen, are you going to drive us away? Is it something we dissatisfied you? Meng Ping's expression turned pale when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Even Shui Qinru, who was on the side, trembled, and a pale expression appeared on Chao's face. What are you thinking about? What did I say to drive you away? Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little bit dumbfounded. I plan to go to the Heavenly Dragon Palace, so that you can clean up, just want to simply change your residence. To break into the Heavenly Dragon Palace and change residence. While Meng Ping breathed a sigh of relief, his whole old face flushed with excitement, and he hurriedly bowed in response, Your Excellency Jiang Chen, don't worry, we will pack our things now. It turned out that His Excellency Jiang Chen was going to break into the Heavenly Dragon Palace again to attack a higher-level disciple. Although Meng Ping didn't know why Jiang Chen only persisted for 15 breaths when he entered the Sky Dragon City a year ago, he believed that this was definitely not Jiang Chen's normal result. Now that another year has passed, Meng Ping can clearly feel that Jiang Chen's strength is more unfathomable than a year ago. At the time Tianlong tried, Jiang Chen was also silent for several hours, and then two king-level geniuses hurriedly soared to the sky and ranked first in the Tianlong list. Jiang Chen has been silent in the Sky Dragon City for a year, and I am afraid that he will explode again, thus becoming famous. Shui Qinru's pretty face lit up slightly, and her expression was quite excited. Jiang Chen entered the Sky Dragon City with the first place in the Sky Dragon ranking, but in the first Sky Dragon Palace test, he only insisted on 15 breaths and was dubbed the weakest Sky Dragon in history. During the year, Shui Qinru had heard the ridicule of Jiang Chen from some Tianlongcheng disciples, and was very angry. Now that Jiang Chen enters the Heavenly Dragon Palace again, it will surely make those who once looked down on Jiang Chen so shocked that they even drop their eyes, right? In the center of Tianlong City, outside the Tianlong Temple, Yi Qingyan walked out of the Tianlong Palace with a pale face. 19 breaths, after all, is still a bit worse, and failed to hold on to 20 breaths and promoted to a superior disciple. Yi Xian spit out her cute tongue. Sister Qingyan, you are already very good. You have persisted for more than 2 breaths in 1 year. At most, in 1 or 2 years, you will be able to exceed 20 breaths and be promoted to a superior disciple. How can it be so easy? Although she seemed to insist on 19 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace, she was only 1 breath away from insisting on 20 breaths. But this breath is like a moat. In the entire Sky Dragon City, a large number of middle-level disciples were stuck in this step for 10 years or even hundreds of years. She wants to hold on to 20 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Palace. I am afraid that she must at least break through the low-level true censored late stage or the low-level true censored peak before she has such a chance. Let's go back and continue practicing. Yi Qingyan took a deep breath and was about to take Yi Xian away from the Tianlong Palace. But as soon as they turned around, they saw a familiar young man in black slowly walking towards the Heavenly Dragon Palace. Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. Jiang Chen, are you also coming to the Heavenly Dragon Palace? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and then asked, how many breaths did you break through? 19 breaths, it's too difficult to pass 20 breaths. Yi Qingyan sighed softly, her gaze swept across Jiang Chen, and she suddenly felt the unfathomable breath of Jiang Chen, and she said in shock, Jiang Chen, your cultivation. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's okay, it's really not easy to cultivate in the true censored realm. For a whole year, I barely broke through the lower true censored late stage. Yi Qingyan heard Jiang Chen's words, and they were speechless for a long time. In 1 year, from the early stage of cultivation of the inferior true censored to the later stage of the inferior true God, is this still not easy to cultivate? It is not an easy task to improve the true censored level cultivation base to a small level, and the time and resources spent in the latter are increased by several times. An ordinary inferior true censored wants to rise from the inferior early stage to the inferior middle stage, at least a few years or even 10 years. It will take decades or even hundreds of years to break through from the inferior mid-term to the inferior late. To the middle true gods and the upper true gods, each breakthrough in a small realm requires thousands of years to accumulate. There are also some evil spirits with excellent physical talents in this world, and their cultivation speed is far faster than ordinary true gods, but there are few evil spirits that can reach the level of horror like Jiang Chen. For example, Yan Yu, the head of the 3 kings of the Earth Dragon City, had the best talent in Earth Dragon City for nearly 2 decades. But even with Yan Yu's talent, it took at least 5 years from the early stage of the inferior true censored to the later stage of the inferior true god, and his cultivation speed was far from comparable to that of Jiang Chen. Both Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. At the beginning, Jiang Chen's 15-breath performance was an accident. Now Jiang Chen's cultivation base is even stronger than a year ago. They all look forward to Jiang Chen's breakthrough results this time. Hey, Jiang Chen, it's a coincidence. I didn't expect that you, the number 1 in the Heavenly Dragon ranking, would also come to the Heavenly Dragon Hall. I wonder how much interest you can hold on this time. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter the Heavenly Dragon Palace, a contemptuous sneer suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Chen looked back and saw a familiar young man in red slowly approaching. This young man in red is Yan Yu. Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Yu faintly. How much breath can I hold? What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen, the dignified Heavenly Dragon ranking first, but he can only insist on 15 breaths in the Heavenly Dragon Hall, which has almost lost the face of our members of this year. I think it is still up to me to let you see between you and me. How big is the gap now? Yan Yu sneered with disdain, and immediately moved his body and shot directly into the Tianlong Temple. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.